Chapter 1201. It's difficult to be a pervert. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhu Meng did not let Mo Fan down. He soon took care of the general that had been bribed by Lu Shantian. The military was extremely strict when it came to bribery. It was quite obvious that if the general had not been bribed by Lu Shantian and stuck to the protocols, the people of the Enforcement Union would not have been able to take Mo Drusin away so easily. Things might have seemed normal on the surface, but if they were to investigate further, they could easily find enough evidence to track down the people that were tied to the matter. Mo Drusin was having a hard time living in the Magic City. He quickly returned to Bo City after things were settled, as he felt lost when living in a huge city. He had struggled to adapt to life there. Bo City was much smaller after it was rebuilt, but everyone was close and kind to one another, like a huge family. Mo Fan sent his father back to Bo City. The commander at the fortress was infuriated after learning the truth. He immediately scolded the crap out of his men. Family was everything for a soldier. If they could not protect their families, how could they possibly protect their country? The Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Mo Fan was sitting at the bar. He rarely had the mood to sit down and read some books. He was reading notes about the Taklamakan Desert written by a hunter master. The man had written down some unusual parts about the place and the things that other people should place their attention on if they were planning to go there. Ed note, NN new. Mo Fan is doing research. AIEEE. 2. Mo Fan, the Enforcement Union found something interesting. Ling Ling was holding a book in her hands too, but she was only pretending to read it. She spoke up as if she was not used to the silence in the room. The Enforcement Union caught Yuang half a year ago and handed him to the Bayou Enforcement Union. They initially planned to use him to catch the remaining members of the Black Vatican. However, the two suspects that Yuang pointed out were innocent. One of them was an important subordinate of Lu Shantian's political rival. In other words, Lu Shantian has been using Yuang for personal gain. The accusation alone is enough for him to be locked away in the Twin Guardian Towers for the rest of his life. Yuang is just a little underling. He never had any contact with the authorities of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan snorted in contempt. Speaking of which, he was on equal footing with you around 3 years ago, but you can easily kill him with a single slap to his face now. Ling Ling smiled. Mo Fan's strength had improved at an insane rate. No one could have anticipated that Mo Fan had become so strong in such a short time that he could now defeat enforcers with ease. He had obtained lots of benefits from the World College tournament. I'm going back to rest, I'm a little worn out. I definitely need some rest. We'll set out once the Golden Battle Hunters have finished their preparations. Mo Fan put the book down and left the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Liu Yu and Bowler were following Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned around and said with a smile, Liu Yu, I've bought the place beside here. It's your home now. You two are from the Blood Tribe, so your identities are a little sensitive. It's better if you stay here with old Bao. Liu Yu nodded with a smile. She liked staying here. It was the area she had grown up in. Besides, Ling Ling, Old Bao, Leng Qing, and Old Bao's disciples that occasionally showed up were all very friendly to her. Even though Mo Fan was not around all the time, it felt like home to her. Bowler was in a good mood after coming to a new environment, like he was about to start a new life. Interestingly, Mo Fan was relieved that Bowler insisted that Mo Fan draw his demon blood out for him. Bowler was not used to drinking a man's blood from his neck. 2. Mo Fan totally agreed with the method. He did not mind Liu Yu kissing his neck, since Liu Yu had a nice scent and her body was soft, making it quite a pleasant experience. But if it was Bowler doing it, Mo Fan would rather leave him to die instead. Bowler ended up staying close to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. He would be a great help to Liu Yu as she continued to extend her control over the grey areas of the Magic City. Bowler had been alive for a long time. He had no intention of pursuing fame or glory. When Mo Fan was not around, he was willing to be Liu Yu's bodyguard, and would not hesitate to lend a hand if necessary. Mo Fan was not worried about Bowler's loyalty. Since Bowler needed his blood to live, if he had the slightest intention of betraying Mo Fan, the vengeful demon blood would turn him into a dried corpse. Mo Fan did not even need to do anything. Mo Fan took a hot shower to relax. He laid down on the couch on the balcony, a dim light on. He was enjoying the nightscape of the bustling city. Lights of different colors intertwined and lit up the clouds. It was actually not that beautiful. Some would rather describe it as a light pollution, as it had taken away the original beauty of the night sky. It was a relief to many if they could still see the outline of the moon, let alone the stars. In Bow City, the night sky had always been filled with glowing stars, spread out like marbles. Some were crowded together, others were scattered across the place. Some felt like they were within the reach of your arms, while some were far apart, like the distance between two worlds. Yuang's sudden appearance had reminded Mo Fan of his past in Bow City. "Oh, you're back," a pleasant voice said. An alluring figure with elegant temperament approached under the dim light. Mo Fan slowly lifted his gaze and smiled when he saw Mu Nujiao in casual clothes. Mo Fan enjoyed staying here, as he would occasionally see a pleasant sight like this whenever he was feeling down. Mu Nujiao was wearing a singlet, since she was at home. She was most likely unaware that he was back, otherwise she would at least worn a thin cardigan instead. Mo Fan squinted when he saw Mu Nujiao's tender shoulders. He shifted his gaze down. The pair of hills soon caught his attention. Mu Nujiao was pretty good at concealing them. If the girl was not wearing a singlet, or if he did not use his shadow element to take a peep on the girls when they were showering, he would never know she had such an impressive bust. He could easily grab her slim waist with a single hand, but it would take more than a hand to hold her bust. For a second, Mo Fan really wished he was a pervert, since there was no one around. Mu Nujiao was feeling uncomfortable at how Mo Fan was staring at her. Her clothes were not that exposing. Many young women would wear the same thing when going to the gym. Besides, she was not so conservative that she was unwilling to show some of her skin. She did not leave. She looked at Mo Fan and saw a dull look in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Mu Nujiao asked, "Do you have any plans lately? My cultivation is currently in an awkward position. My family has given me lots of resources, but I just can't break through. I think I'm lacking practical experience." "Oh, right, I almost forgot about it. My mind is in a mess after those two assholes showed up out of nowhere." Mo Fan finally remembered he had something to discuss with Mu Nujiao. Somehow, she had mentioned it first instead. "I'm planning to go to the Taklamakan Desert. Something happened to the little flame Belle." "Who? What happened to her?" Mu Nujiao immediately panicked. Little Flame Belle would refer to the girls around Mo Fan with numbers. Qianshou was the first mother, Mu Ningxue was the second mother, Mu Nujiao was the third mother, and Ari Tutu was the fourth mother. Even though Little Flame Belle could not speak in the human tongue, Mo Fan knew the girls were ranked in this order in Little Flame Belle's heart. Mu Nujiao was particularly fond of Little Flame Belle. Her expression shifted as soon as she heard that Little Flame Belle was in trouble. Nothing too serious, she just needs an elemental sacred land so she can be reborn in its flames. I've done some research, and some burning mountains will occasionally show up in the Taklamakan Desert. I believe it's a suitable place for Little Flame Belle to be reborn, Mo Fan said. Are you sure that she's fine? Mu Nujiao was still worried about Little Flame Belle. Don't worry, she's fine. Mo Fan was not planning to tell Mu Nujiao about the incident at the Parthenon Temple. It was better if fewer people knew the truth. When are we setting out? Mu Nujiao asked. It's very dangerous there. You don't have to choose a place like that for your training. Mo Fan was worried about putting Mu Nujiao in danger. Danger is necessary to trigger a breakthrough. Didn't you grow stronger in dangerous situations? Mu Nujiao replied. Mo Fan looked Mu Nujiao in the eyes. He could see a strong desire to grow stronger in the woman. The World College Tournament had been a great opportunity for her, and now her clan had placed their hopes in her. She needed to grow stronger. We'll be going with the Golden Battle Hunters. They are still making preparations. The place is full of danger, it's more like an expedition. If we happen to take the wrong path, we might be in danger, Mo Fan said. Even so, you are there to protect us, right? Mu Nujiao smiled. She was totally unaware that she was subconsciously relying on Mo Fan a lot. Mo Fan's heart shuddered. His mind kept telling him that he was a pervert. If he pounced on the girl now, she would only resist slightly. Mo Fan struggled mentally for some time before letting out a sigh. It turned out that he was still a good man after all. He managed to be a hero that had risked his life to save the country, so why was he struggling so much to be a pervert? It was most likely because he was lacking friends like Zhao Manyang. He was surrounded by Zhong Xiaohu, Qianshou, Zhong Kong, Tang Yu, Mu Ningxue, Zhu Meng, and others with strong moral principles. It was the reason why he felt so much pressure when trying to cross the lines. He was rather annoyed. Spreading their seeds across the world? He couldn't even spread his seeds in his house. 1. Speaking of which, Mo Fan was missing Zhao Manyang a little. He wondered if the man was still alive. He needed to know if the man was already dead, as he would constantly recall him. 1. Chapter 1202. Vacation with 3 Girls. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The day the group set out for Taklamakan Desert was surprisingly sunny, even though it was autumn. The warm sunlight felt rather soothing. Mo Fan arrived at the airport to meet up with the others, following Ji Yiming's instructions. Mo Fan was only bringing a few people with him. Zhong Xiaohu would be waiting for him at Xinjiang. Since they were taking a plane from Shanghai, they were basically flying across the whole country from east to west. Those that took the flight would experience the vastness of their country. If it was Europe, they would be traveling across more than 10 countries to cross the same distance. Mo Fan saw someone approaching him when he arrived at the airport. He was actually quite surprised to see the person. "Ha ha, I heard Mu Ningxue mentioned that you guys are paying a visit to Taklamakan Desert. I have to say, Mo Fan, we're quite faithful with one another. I was planning to go there to look for something too." Qianshou, who always sounded like she was teasing every man she was talking to, smiled at him. "Why do you want to go there?" Mo Fan asked, confused. "Something very important, don't you worry, I won't be a burden to the group. Besides, won't you need a psychic mage for such a dangerous place?" Qianshou did not reveal why she wanted to tag along. Mo Fan was left with no choice. Qianshou had come to the airport to intercept him. It seemed like he had to bring her along. "All right, fine, but I have to let Ji Yiming know first," Mo Fan agreed. He totally didn't mind Qianshou tagging along. A psychic mage was useful at all times, be it a battle against mags or when they were in the demon creature's territory. A single pacify might even avoid a bloodbath at times. Mo Fan told Ji Yiming about it. The man did not seem to be bothered at all. However, when they boarded the plane, Ji Yiming's men did double takes when they saw Mo Fan bringing 3 girls along, even though their destination was Taklamakan Desert. It was a great feast for their eyes, yet some among them sneered and mocked him instead. Mo Fan had brought Lingling, Mu Nujiao, and Qianshou with him. Lingling was an adorable little loli, so adorable that anyone could feel their nose running. Both men and women would find her too cute and would have the urge to hug her in their arms. She was conspicuous. Mu Nujiao was the same. The goddess of the Pearl Institute possessed outstanding temperament and gracefulness. She was delicate, pretty, came from a well-respected family, but was natural and unrestrained. Lots of people would turn around to look at her whenever she walked by. Qianshou was a natural beauty. Her glittering eyes and the seductive look on her face never failed to hook the souls of men who lacked self-control. Any of the 3 girls that Mo Fan had brought along could easily weaken the knees of a man. Even though Mo Fan was dressed casually, they set off his incomparable charm. However, the people of the Golden Battle Hunters did not seem too happy about it. Their destination was a desert that could be considered the gates of hell. Their leader, Ji insisted on choosing the elites of their hunter group. Not only were they extremely experienced, they had spent years walking a knife's edge. Even so, they were already feeling nervous while waiting for the plane. They had yet to set foot in the Taklamakan desert, yet they felt like it was going to be a one-way journey. They were treating it with utter seriousness, while Mo Fan was bringing 3 pretty ladies along, like he was going on a vacation. The elites of the Golden Battle Hunters felt like it was humiliating their determination to put their lives at risk. Lu Fang, a hunter master who was in charge of navigation, sneered, "Kid, do you think you are bringing them on a vacation? I hope you understand what our goal is. If you are treating this trip as a summer holiday homework or using us to earn contribution points, you better find another team. We are all ready to die on this expedition," a hunter who was close to Mo Fan's age exclaimed. The man's eyes were saying otherwise while he was speaking. Qianshou easily read his emotions. "Don't worry, I'm prepared just like you are," Mo Fan replied calmly. Ji Ming stepped forward to mediate between the two sides. Ji Ming knew who Mo Fan was, and he also knew both Qianshou and Mu Nujiao were members of the national team, so they would not have any problem taking care of themselves. Unfortunately, not every person had watched the World College Tournament. It was obvious that Lu Fang and Jing Tong did not treat the World College Tournament too seriously. They had placed all their attention on the hunter competition. It was the same for many arrogant hunters. They always looked down on the mags that had never experienced the cruelty of the outside world and were only putting up a show in tournaments held inside the cities. Even though they were told that Mo Fan and the others were strong mags from their institutes, they still treated them like inexperienced kids. It was not the hunters being biased. As a matter of fact, many mags with high positions in cities were extremely weak when they went up against real demon creatures. It was reasonable for the hunters to despise prestigious mags who only knew to hide in a city. Most students ended up working for the government or the Magic Association. As such, the hunters were looking down on students too, especially someone like Mo Fan, who was bringing 3 girls along. No matter how they looked at him, they still thought he was just here for show. "That Zhang Tong is jealous of you," Qianshou whispered. Mo Fan smiled. Zhang Tong was the hunter close to his age. He was a fighter and kept looking at Mu Nujiao. Even though he was uttering disdainful comments at the girls, Mo Fan knew the man was setting his eyes on Mu Nujiao. Mo Fan couldn't have cared less about their questions. They were totally clueless about what he had done and what he was capable of. It was meaningless to boast about his achievements, yet Mo Fan enjoyed the fact that someone was jealous of him. Mo Fan had gotten used to being ganged up on by the eyes of the crowd when he was with Mu Ningxue. However, he had brought 3 girls along this time, and the effects were clearly even more effective than bringing just Mu Ningxue along. The group was not taking a civil flight. It was a military jet. The military jet was guarded by patrol mags. They would be traversing unoccupied lands on the flight path the military jet was taking, meaning they would be flying across demon creatures' territories. Even flying at a great height would not guarantee their safety. A military jet was necessary for its speed. They had to move fast. If they flew slowly across the territory of a ruler-level creature, they would be dragged from the sky to the ground within seconds. As such, it was important to move quickly. In less than 3 hours, the plane landed at the military base that was the closest to Taklamakan Desert. Zhang Xiaohu was already waiting at the base. He quickly went up to Mo Fan in joy as soon as he saw them arrive. "He's going with us too." Jing Tong harumphed coldly. Zhang Xiaohu was not too tall, and he was quite skinny too. There was a reason why Mo Fan kept calling him Hosey Monkey. Besides, he had a naive look to his face, giving people a first impression that he was unreliable. Zhang Xiaohu could not help with his appearance. He was not that young anymore, yet he had looked the same since high school. It did not change much despite his hardships in the military. He normally had the look of a soldier that had spent lots of time at war, but he immediately revealed his true colors as soon as he saw Mo Fan. Lu Fang could not stand it anymore. He was not particularly happy when their leader mentioned some outsiders would be joining them. The scariest thing when going to a dangerous place was not the powerful demon creatures, but useless and unreliable teammates. The group was quite infuriated when they saw Mo Fan bringing 3 girls along, like he was going on a vacation, and now, a naive-looking man was joining the team too. How were they supposed to go on the expedition? How much money did their leader get from bringing them along? Why? I can't go with you. Zhang Qihu was totally unaware of the conflict between the members of the group. He thought there was something wrong about him. Zheng Tong grinned with a strong disdainful look in his eyes. You must be at least a hunter master to come with us. Even if you're not a hunter, you need to have an equivalent identity still. An intern in the army like you is thinking of going with us? In your dreams. We are going on an expedition, not an excursion that you can write on your resume. Zhang Xiaohu was not wearing a uniform. He was short and skinny, and he looked inexperienced, too. He did look like an intern compared to the tall, bulky soldiers. Ji Ming only told them they were for outsiders. Mo Fan had already brought 3 girls along. The others decided to let it be as their way of respecting their leader, but now another person had shown up to join the group. Zheng Tong had more than enough reason to stop the man from joining the group and teach Mo Fan that he should treat the expedition more seriously. Zhang Xiaohu was left speechless after receiving the disdainful comments. A few soldiers that were delivering supplies happened to pass by. They immediately halted in their tracks when they saw Zhang Xiaohu and saluted, "Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang, we are grateful that you and your men got rid of the flying demon creatures at Qinling Mountains. Otherwise, the flight path connecting this place and the coastline would not have been possible," a soldier said with a hint of admiration. "Oh, it's just part of my duty, proceed with your work." Zhang Xiaohu returned the salute. Zheng Tong's face was immediately rich with embarrassment upon seeing this. What's going on here? This naive-looking kid is a commander. The ranks in the army were a lot stricter than the hunters. Even though a commander was considered the same rank as a hunter master, a commander in charge of a troop had to be a lot more capable than a hunter master, be it in strength, experience, or the ability to command their men. An advanced mage did not necessarily qualify to be a commander, but a commander was surely one of the most talented advanced mags out there. Most importantly, this kid was the one that wiped out the flying demon creatures from the Qinling Mountains. Qinling Mountains was an infamous territory full of demon creatures. If he managed to wipe out an entire nest, he had to be extremely strong. Zheng Tong had a very awkward face. He was the one more like an intern here, if he was to compare himself to the man. Hunters usually traveled alone in the wild, thus the danger they faced was nothing like a battle against the demon creatures. Zhang Xiaohu had spent most of his time fighting battles. "Brother Fan, why do I feel like I'm not welcome to join the group?" Zhang Xiaohu asked. "There's no such thing like that. We just didn't think you are a commander, considering how young you are. It's just a misunderstanding. The place we are heading to is very dangerous, so we needed to make sure that everyone in the group is strong enough to take care of themselves." Ji Ming quickly stepped forward to mediate. Ji Ming's eyes glittered when he learned Zhang Xiaohu was a commander. This young man would surely be a great help to their expedition. Chapter 1203. Setting Foot on the Yellow Sand. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Only those that came to the west would experience the marvels of nature here. Mo Fan was born in the south, which mainly consisted of mountains with smooth crests. Even after he had traveled around the world, he was still impressed by the spectacular sights before him when he came to the west of his country. He could not help but feel minuscule. Becoming a forbidden mage was the limit for a human, and currently, the strongest power that Mo Fan held was the demon element. However, even if he was to demonize, he still felt extremely tiny in this boundless basin in the west. A force that could destroy mountains was nothing but a tiny little scratch, barely visible in this vast basin. It was not even enough to scratch the itch of the land. The Taklamakan Desert was located in the middle of the basin. Although the desert was incomparable to the Sahara Desert, to humans, this sand-covered land was a new world full of unfamiliarities, unknowns, and dangers. The demon creatures residing in the desert were the only ones that could survive in the desert for long periods. The Taklamakan Desert has a powerful horde of demon creatures. Its population is most likely over 1 million. In addition to that, there are also 7 medium-sized hordes and over 30 small hordes. The total number of demon creatures is immeasurable. The whole desert is densely populated by demon creatures. Our mission is to clear a path to the Lake of the Desert. According to our information, the lake is a part of an oasis. The military once built a relay station there, but after the terrain of the desert shifted and the whole place was crawling with demon creatures, the original path is now occupied by demon creatures, and it's not just 1 or 2 hordes we are talking about, Ji Ming reminded the group. The relay station and the path leading to it have been buried for 11 years. Apart from the starting point, we will have to explore the area again. We have already come up with a path through simulations developed according to the information gathered by older hunters, Lu Fang, who was in charge of navigation, Fanxue in a serious voice. When the group was discussing the ideal path to take, the middle-aged man who seemed a little sloppy sounded surprisingly serious. His eyes were glittering, showing his confidence in his expertise. This device will detect the presence of demon creatures within 5 kilometers of us. We have to bury it into the ground when we reach that huge yellow mountain, and make sure we aren't surrounded by demon creatures for the next 5 kilometers, Wang Jiuming, the technical specialist, told everyone. All right, let's make our way to the mountain. One step at a time, Mo Fan agreed. Mo Fan did not have much experience with deserts. The only experience he had was the time he almost got lost in the Sahara Desert. As such, Mo Fan and Qianshou were still a little intimidated by the thought of traversing a desert. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had a reason to be here, as did Qianshou. The group was walking on foot. They did not have another summoner among them. The summoners that Ji Ming knew were all basic or intermediate mags. They could not let a summoner come along to die just because they did not have a summoned beast to carry their belongings. An earth mage was in charge of their belongings. In a place covered in sand like this, the man just needed to keep casting Earthwave to move their supplies. He did not even need to walk. Since they were in a desert, the biggest risk was getting lost. As such, they had brought a lot of supplies with them, especially food, medicine, and water. Lingling's stamina was not as good. Mo Fan had no choice but to carry her on his back. Luckily, she was not heavy at all. She was almost weightless when he was carrying her. Lingling's eyes would occasionally flicker with excitement whenever they arrived at a new location. It seemed like there were many places she wanted to go, but the loss of her father had sealed her curiosity of the world away. Is their path reliable? Mo Fan asked Lingling softly. So far so good, Lingling replied. What happened to the relay station? Mo Fan asked. I don't really know. How old do you think I was 11 years ago? Lingling answered. Mo Fan rolled his eyes. The knowledge inside Lingling's little head could easily drown most old professors. The sand started to get thicker as the group ventured further into the desert. The sand was soft at the start, but it started to feel like a strong force was dragging at their legs as their feet sank into the sand. It was extremely difficult to walk on the sand, as it would just wear them out quicker. Together with the heat and the dryness, an ordinary human would be overwhelmed by fatigue in just half an hour. Old Tong, it's fine escorting us here, we'll continue on ourselves. Zhang Xiaohu patted the shoulder of the officer that was escorting them. Can I go with you all too? Tong Li said with a troubled face. You want to go too? Zhang Xiaohu was quite surprised. Tong Li was an advanced mage, but his rank was not that high. He was only a lieutenant, much lower than Zhang Xiaohu. He had grown up in the West, so he was quite familiar with the Tarim Basin and the Taklamakan Desert. When Zhang Xiaohu mentioned he was going to the Taklamakan Desert, Tong Li took the initiative to escort them to the entrance area. The terrain of a desert would shift gradually. There was a chance that the standard entrance of the desert might have been covered in sand a few months ago. It was one of the reasons why it was extremely difficult to make a safe path across the desert. It's awesome if Lieutenant Tong is willing to come with us. Ji Ming blurted out, his arms wide open. The others in the group were not fussy about it, either. Tong Li was a local, and no one was more familiar with the desert than him. They had come well prepared, but having Tong Li in the group would still save them some trouble. Mo Fan looked at Tong Li carefully. He could tell that something was bothering Tong Li, yet he did not ask, since the man had no intention of saying anything. When they arrived at the entrance, it was filled up with sand, unlike they were expecting. If the start of the path already had discrepancies, how could they possibly rely on the information they had? Everyone was grim when they did not find the oasis that was meant to be there. Not a great start. The sand is thinner here, but thicker there. It means there was once an oasis here. Judging from the wind and the rate the sand is stacking up, the entrance is roughly a kilometer ahead, Tong Li said confidently. I'll go take a look. Zhang Xiaohu immediately summoned a faint, blue wind and shot into the distance. Not long afterwards, he reached the place that Tong Li mentioned. He placed his hand on the sand and used his earth element to explore the ground beneath. Tong Li is right. There are plants under the sand, but they have started to rot, Zhang Xiaohu said to the group as they caught up with him. Being able to tell where the oasis was from the thickness of the sand and the wind. Tong Li, you're a professional. It's like we are teaching our grandmother to suck eggs. Ji Ming complimented him. The others were impressed too. Tong Li was surely going to save them a lot of trouble. Come, it isn't safe here. We should be able to see the Big Yellow Mountain if we head this way, Tong Li said. The Big Yellow Mountain was once a grand and hilly mountain. Sand eventually stacked up around it. Once, someone tried digging through the sand to see the mountain's true appearance. In the end, they discovered that the sand covering the mountain was at least 50 meters thick. It was shocking, as they could not tell what terrifying creatures would be hiding in sand that was 50 meters thick. The group arrived successfully at the Big Yellow Mountain. They could not help but feel extremely tiny after seeing the huge mound lying right before them. The mountain served as the boundary of the Taklamakan Desert. Once they crossed the mountain, they would find themselves in the realm of demon creatures. It had been years since anyone last saw what was behind the Big Yellow Mountain. The Big Yellow Mountain was occupied by a pack of sandrock golems. The group was expecting a battle when they arrived and planned to cross the mountain, but not a single sandrock golem had shown up even after they reached the mountain's waist. I didn't know she was a psychic mage. Mo Fan, your friend is pretty impressive, Ji Ming remarked, looking at Qianshou. I told you I wasn't here for a vacation, Mo Fan shrugged. Qianshou was a professional psychic mage. With just a single spirit ripple, the elemental creatures within a kilometer of the group didn't bother them. It was necessary to avoid as many battles as they could when they were wandering in the wild. Unfortunately, psychic mags were mostly on two extremes: either they were so weak that the teams would refer to them as psychologists instead of psychic mags, or they were so powerful that they would cost more to hire than a healer, since if there was no fighting, no one would be injured. Qianshou's psychic element was astonishingly powerful. It allowed the team to cross the Big Yellow Mountain and enter the Taklamakan Desert without a single demon creature harassing them. After going down the Big Yellow Mountain, the golden-yellow sand of the desert completely filled their view. Its uniformity was a great contrast to the beautiful blue sky, but it was still a spectacular sight to the group. The endless sand, the vast sky, they would be stuck in this world for the next 15 days. The place was separated from the rest of the world. It was mysterious and terrifying. We have to be extremely careful with every step we take from here on. Wang Jiuming, go find a suitable spot to set up the detector, Ji Ming said. Got it. Wang Jiuming answered. Wait, how long will it take for the detector to scan the area? Lingling asked. Around an hour, Wang Jiuming said. Can you give me a more specific time? An hour and 10 minutes, Wang Jiuming was startled. He did not think the little girl would be so serious with the question. Help me connect this, I will do a scatterplot. Lingling handed Wang Jiuming a tablet computer. All right, pull yourself together, and prepare for a possible fight, Ji Ming said. Chapter 1204. Night Terror Pseudomorphing Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Both the elemental sensors and demon creatures distribution scanners were useful inventions, but they both shared the same shortcoming: their energy ripples would attract the demon creatures nearby when they were functioning. The range was not far, but it was still troublesome. Qianshou's pacifier was not effective against demon creatures agitated by the energy ripples. It was similar to putting a loudspeaker close to a residential area occupied by the demon creatures. There was no way the hot-tempered demon creatures would not come to take a look. Any movement? Zhang looked around. He seemed calm, but the look in his eyes had betrayed him. He was feeling uneasy, as it was his first time in a desert. Not yet, only 10 minutes have passed, Wang Jioming said. Shouldn't we be happy about that? If we are safe for the whole hour, won't that mean we'll be perfectly safe for the next 5 kilometers? Qianshou said. The device is just a reference, a data point. Even if there are no demon nests within 5 kilometers, it doesn't mean we are safe, Lingling corrected him. The little girl is right, the device is only a support tool. We still have to verify the safety of the path by exploring it on foot, Wang Jioming smiled. He seemed quite friendly. Speaking of which, where's your commander friend? Why is he running around for no reason? Isn't he worried that he will be surrounded by the demon creatures? Lu Fang asked Mo Fan when he realized Zhang Xiaohu was missing. Normally, people would stick close together in a place like the desert to avoid losing their way. The chance of finding a missing person in a desert was less than 10%. No one would dare to take the risk. Brother Lu Fang, don't you worry about Commander Zhang. He was once a scout. Even if he accidentally stumbles into a horde of demon creatures, he has no problem escaping unscathed. He always managed to lead the demon creatures in the opposite direction of the team, too. As for losing his way, it is quite unlikely either. He left some turbulence in the air along the way. He can easily find his way back to us. Tong Li was quite familiar with Zhang Xiaohu's capabilities. Oh, that's great, Lu Fang nodded. Mo Fan was not worried about Zhang Xiaohu. The man was too reliable. If Mo Fan was to compare him to Guan Yu and Li Kaifeng, who were in charge of reconnaissance on the national team. The two were incomparable to Zhang Xiaohu in terms of experience. He was the least likely to be surrounded by demon creatures on this whole team. He was too fast for them. Strange, why didn't a single demon creature show up yet? Don't tell me there isn't a single creature in this area? That's not possible. According to the information we have, there should be a bunch of deaths and carapace insects below the big yellow mountain. Were they really so slow that they haven't noticed the energy ripples of the device, or Wang Jioming's device isn't functioning properly? Zhang asked. It's already collecting data, Lingling said. That's strange, something is coming. Zhang looked ahead and saw a gust of wind without any sand approaching them. Zhang quickly focused. He began to channel a star pattern under his feet. Calm down, it's Zhang Xiaohu, Mo Fan smiled. It was a faint blue wind, the color of Zhang Xiaohu's soul-grade seed. The army had given Zhang Xiaohu lots of resources, since he was their brightest star. With the contributions he had made, the resources he received might even surpass those given to the national team. After all, the national team was only taking part in a tournament. They were incomparable to Zhang Xiaohu's military contributions. Brother Fan, I saw a bunch of demon insects ahead. They seem to be heading our way. After they left their nests, I stole their eggs and lured them south. They won't bother us for some time, Zhang Xiaohu came back and reported. You lured the demon insects away? There are a few nests of them. Ji Yiming exclaimed, his eyes wide. They seemed particularly worried about their eggs. I only stole the eggs from a single nest, but the demon insects from the other nests came to flank me, too, Zhang Xiaohu shrugged. And you managed to come back unscathed still. Wang Jioming was struggling to believe it too. The rest of the team was relieved. They never thought their journey to the desert would be so smooth. They had managed to avoid a few battles that they thought were inevitable because of the outstanding capabilities of these outsiders. These people had always been walking on a knife edge since they became hunters. They were glad to see how reliable these outsiders were. It was comforting to have people like them as their teammates. It turns out that we have overcome the threat here too, Ji Ming smiled. He awkwardly rolled the paper that contained the strategies he had come up with beforehand and tossed it aside. He had done a lot of preparations prior to the expedition, including analyzing the habits of the demon creatures and finding their weaknesses. His men even practiced certain formations just to handle the demon creatures, yet they had yet to use even a single spell until now. Many teams of hunter masters would be covered in wounds and bruises after making it this far, yet when it came to them, it was like they had come for a vacation instead. The danger was resolved while all they did was have a casual chat. The scan has finished. Old Lu, come analyze the data. Wang Jiuming retrieved the device and handed it to Lu Fang. Lu Fang took the device and inserted the data into his own device. However, before the transmission was even done, Lingling spoke up. We have to leave now so we can reach the other side of this mountain here. We'll be safe once we reach this place in the basin before the sun goes down. Lingling had already printed out the map. She gave Ji Ming a copy casually. Lu Fang's lips twisted. He was about to rebuke the little girl when he took a glimpse on the map and the scatterplot of the demon creatures. His expression shifted instantly. What is it, old Lu? Ji Ming asked when he noticed Lu Fang's reaction. Ji Ming was having difficulty believing the map that a little girl came up with. Lu Fang glanced at the sun before looking back at the map. He said in a grim voice, "We have to go now. We'll be in great trouble if we don't leave this place before night comes." The group immediately packed their stuff and proceeded along the journey. Zhang Xiaohu and another member of the group were scouting ahead. The others started to use magic to quicken their pace. Zheng Tong and Wang Jiuming did not understand why Lu Fang would believe Lingling's map all of a sudden, but it was Ji Ming that voiced his concern in the end. Lu Fang, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? The information we have isn't accurate. The deaths and carapace insects aren't the only species under the Big Yellow Mountain. The night terror pseudomorphing demons are there too. They are living around 40 meters down from the surface and have scattered across this area and the areas within 4 kilometers of where we are. The sun is going down soon. Once the sunlight disappears, these night terror pseudomorphing demons will drag every living creature above the surface into the sand. There are too many of them. We won't stand a chance. Lu Fang said grimly. What? Screw that information vendor, he told us there wasn't any danger under the Big Yellow Mountain. I swear I'll kill him once we made it back. Zheng Tong snapped furiously. Night terror pseudomorphing demons were the last thing that the travelers in a desert wanted to see. Didn't we encounter a pseudomorphing demon in Jinlin City? Are the night terror pseudomorphing demons similar to it? Mu Nujiao whispered to Mo Fan when the name crossed her mind. Yeah, they are the same species residing in different habitats. The night terror pseudomorphing demons usually live in dry places, and they only appear at night, as they aren't fans of the sunlight. According to the information on Lingling's tablet, there are at least 500 night terror pseudomorphing demons in this area. They will all come when their roots sense movement above the sand. You can imagine how scary that would be. Mo Fan had actually done his homework before coming here. Mu Nujiao fell silent immediately. Their whole team was almost wiped out when they stumbled into a single pseudomorphing demon back in Jinlin City, and now there were at least 500 of them in this area. They were basically walking through a living cemetery. Little girl, how did you know they are pseudomorphing demons? Lu Fang asked while picking up his pace. My name is Lingling. Lingling said in displeasure. Oh, Lingling. Lu Fang was panicking, but he was relieved too. If the team waited he finished analyzing the data, it would be dark by now. All his efforts would be in vain, since as soon as the sun went down, the roots of the pseudomorphing demons would spread across the place. On the other hand, Lu Fang was quite surprised too. How quickly was Lingling able to analyze the data? The girl had managed to analyze the data quicker than him. The information they had stated that the area was occupied only by the deaths and carapace insects. However, it was obvious that the person had only come during the day. If it was at night, even an entire army would be eaten alive by the pseudomorphing demons. There aren't many life forms under the surface, yet they were covering a huge area. That alone caught my attention. Besides, there are only two kinds of life forms within 5 kilometers from us. One is hidden underground, and the other is the deaths and carapace insects. These deaths and carapace insects are something that flesh-eating demon plants hate the most, as they are unable to digest the thick carapaces of the insects. It proves that the life forms under the surface are the pseudomorphing demons, as they ate every species other than the deaths and carapace insects. Ling stated. He, luckily you learned what they were. Lu Fang exclaimed. You forgot about day and night, it's a deadly mistake, Ling chided him like she was an instructor. Lu Fang had an awkward face. Luckily, they did manage to avoid the grave danger. The desert was absolutely terrifying. If they stuck to their initial plan, the team would have been trapped by the pseudomorphing demons when night arrived. It was difficult to tell if they could even clear a path through the demon creatures. The more Lu Fang thought about it, the scarier it was. Quick, let's go. I can see the curtain of night extending toward us. Zhang Xiaohu said. Chapter 1205. Danger Below the Sand. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The team clearly felt the sand moving under them. The sand was not as thick as they initially thought. Below the layer of sand was a layer of soil. If the sand was moving, it meant something was digging its way up out of the soil. Zhang Xiaohu led the way. He went to the higher ground to observe their surroundings. The curtain of night was approaching rapidly. Certain places were no longer covered by the sun. He could see roots wriggling like black centipedes and snakes in the shadows there. They spread rapidly toward the areas that were no longer covered by sunlight. He saw a huge creature accidentally step into an area without sunlight, and it was dragged into the sand by the roots in the blink of an eye. He knew the creature would soon be reduced into a pile of bones, while its blood, flesh, and organs were turned into nutrients for the pseudomorphing demons. Quick, hurry up! Zhang Xiaohu urged the rest of the team. The sun had gone down quicker than they thought. They would be in grave danger if they did not leave the territory of the pseudomorphing demons in time. Hosey, go harden the soil ahead so they won't be able to dig out of the ground so easily, Mo Fan said to Zhang Xiaohu. All right. Is anyone else an earth mage? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Two other hunters soon stepped forward from the group. Zhang Xiaohu summoned his wind wings and grabbed the two hunters before flying forward rapidly, preparing themselves for the pseudomorphing demons. The team was running as quickly as they could, but they still failed to outrun the curtain of night. As soon as the darkness fell across them, the temperature dropped significantly all of a sudden. The atmosphere changed as the team felt a strong aura of darkness surging at them. Over here! Zhang Xiaohu yelled at the team. The team regrouped with Zhang Xiaohu and the two hunters. The ground nearby had been compressed and hardened. It was as sturdy as rocks. Black roots sprang out of the areas no longer under sunlight. The sand splashed wildly, like the surface of an ocean, as if they were stirred by countless schools of fish. The roots were like the tentacles of a starving demon, surrounding the travelers from all directions. When the tentacles were less than 300 meters away, the team could easily tell that the speed of the roots was hindered. The hardened sand was providing some resistance to them. Quick, it's only a matter of time until they catch up to us. Lu Fang urged everyone. The team did not dare wait any further, and hurried toward their destination. I'll lead the way. A hunter whose primary element was the wind element said. Ji Ming and the others usually referred to him as Feishu. Feishu was quite nimble, and his steps were light. He did not leave a single footstep on the sand with the help of his wind magic. It's safe here, this way. The sand below the man's feet suddenly exploded up into the sky before pouring down like a rain. A demon tree that looked like a terrifying beast sprang up amid the rain of sand. The demon tree could use its branches and intertwined roots under the sand to attack. The roots and branches soon formed a cage trapping Fanxue in all directions. Fanxue turned around in disbelief and realized he was already separated from the team by the cage. An overwhelming sense of death lunged at him. Fanxue! Lu Fang shouted. Ji Ming reacted quickly. He cast a light spell in an instant. The plummeting rays turned into swords slashing at the roots and the branches. However, the roots and the branches were just too thick. A single spell was nowhere enough to cut through the branches and roots that were trapping Fanxue. Leader, behind us! Zhang Tong said. Ji Ming knew what was behind them without even turning around. He could imagine the deadly branches and roots without any gaps between them coming at them from behind. Keep going forward, I'll save Fanxue. Ji Ming said. Fanxue was too impatient. The path he took was not the right path. He was too insensitive to the creatures under the surface. Come, quick, or we'll all be stuck here. Lu Fang shouted. Follow me, don't go anywhere else, these things are good at setting up traps. We won't be able to escape if we are caught in them, Zhang Xiaohu sighed, and led the way. Zhang Xiaohu gave up on flying. He was walking on the ground. He was risking his own life to detect the traps. These pseudomorphing demons have a limited area of movement. Mo Fan called out. The pseudomorphing demons were extremely slow at moving around. They usually disguised themselves and waited for their prey to stumble into their reach. The roots and branches of a pseudomorphing demon could only extend about 300 meters away. The closer they were to a night terror pseudomorphing demon, the harder it would be to break free from the roots and branches. Fanxue was trapped in an instant because he was too close to a night terror pseudomorphing demon. Zhang Xiaohu was around 500 meters ahead of the team. He kept laying down faint blue wind tracks along the way to guarantee that he could instantly move in any direction at the highest speed. Another loud blast took place. A night terror pseudomorphing demon in the direction that Zhang Xiaohu was heading into simply forfeited its disguise and came out of the ground to trap Zhang Xiaohu. Countless roots dug out of the ground as flexible branches like tentacles dashed forward to surround its prey. They would bind the target and drag it into the sand to slowly devour it. Go the other way. Zhang Xiaohu quickly turned around and yelled at the team. If the path was not safe, they would have to find another path while maintaining a distance of 300 meters from the pseudomorphing demon. The team immediately headed in a different direction. They could still see a faint blue figure dodging the roots and the branches. The pseudomorphing demon was having a hard time trapping Zhang Xiaohu, who was able to outrun the branches and roots before they formed a cage. He can handle it himself, let's go. These pseudomorphing demons might be slow, but we are done for once they surround us. Mo Fan warned. Well, who's going to lead the way now? Zhang Tong said. They needed someone to lead the way. The pseudomorphing demons were extremely cunning. They would not show up the instant their prey was within their reach. They would only make their moves when their prey was close enough to have no chance of running away. As such, someone had to lead the way to detect where their mines were, or else the whole team would be in danger. I'll go, Mu Nujiao said. No way, Xing Tong was about to speak, but Mu Nujiao had already turned into a gust of wind and gone ahead. Follow her. Mo Fan ordered. The team quickly followed Mu Nujiao while maintaining a safe distance from her, just so the whole team would not fall into the traps of the pseudomorphing demons. Zheng Tong, you're quite a disappointment, Lu Fang glanced at the woman that went ahead alone and sighed. Zheng Tong was actually looking at Mo Fan when he asked the question. The guy had been an eyesore to him. He had been giving orders without doing anything, and the girls were still willing to stick with him. To his surprise, Mu Nujiao had volunteered instead, placing Zheng Tong in an awkward position. They had let a woman put her life at risk for their sake, not to mention that she was such a beautiful lady. You are responsible if anything happens to her. Zheng Tong anxiously put the blame on Mo Fan instead when he was questioned by Lu Fang. I'm already responsible for her, so don't you worry, Mo Fan smiled in reply. Jingtong was even more annoyed that Mo Fan still had the mood to joke around. It's safe here. Mu Nujiao's voice came from ahead. Lu Fang quickly led the others toward where Mu Nujiao was. After Mu Nujiao moved another 500 meters ahead, she notified the team that the area was safe. Is the girl reliable? An aged hunter in his 50s began to doubt. You can lead the way instead if you don't trust her. Qianshou snapped instantly. The person leading the way was putting their life at risk. Mu Nujiao was already risking her life for the team, yet the aged hunter dared to question her capabilities? I'm just asking for the sake of the team. She asked us to catch up before she was sure that the area was safe. I bet she wants us to stay closer to her in case she was in danger, the aged hunter claimed. Yeah, I also think she's being too careless, someone agreed with the aged hunter. I think it's better to go this way. Ask her to regroup with us, it's a matter of life and death. Daijun, you lead the way, the aged hunter said. Oh, sure thing. Daijun nodded. He seemed quite daring. He immediately went forward without hesitation. The direction he was heading to was closer to their destination. After Daijun moved around 100 meters forward, Mu Nujiao immediately frowned. She had no idea what was happening among the members. She immediately yelled, "Don't go that way. Little girl, are you trying to set us up? My secondary element is the earth element. I can sense a strong movement under the ground where you're standing. It's obvious that there's something down there," the aged hunter said. Mu Nujiao was startled. She quickly collected her thoughts and said, "It's true that there's a pseudomorphing demon here, but..." Humph, you all heard it. She's leading us right into a pseudomorphing demon. Let's follow Daijun. Young woman, you should regroup with the team. You won't be able to do so if you keep going forward. We are grateful that you're willing to risk your life, but you should know your limits too, the aged hunter, Xu Pingdong said. Don't go that way. Mu Nujiao's face turned pale when she saw the direction that Daijun was moving into. She immediately yelled at the top of her lungs. Chapter 1206. The First Night in the Desert. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. 3 blasts occurred simultaneously, throwing sand into the air. The rain of sand pouring down was dangerous too. As soon as the mage called Daijun was 200 meters away from the team, 3 enormous night terror pseudomorphing demons suddenly burst out of the ground and surrounded him. The sand that they were using as a disguise vanished completely, revealing the countless roots around Daijun, wriggling under his feet like starving worms. Daijun was standing in the middle and completely dumbfounded. He had never seen anything so terrifying. The trap that Fanxue stumbled into still had gaps and room to breathe. Ji Ming was still able to save him, even if he was dragged into the ground. However, in Daijun's situation, he had basically set his foot into the gates of hell. Even Ji Ming had no chance of saving him. Blin, sigh, a silver light glowed on Mo Fan, but he called it off while he was still channeling his magic. The area that Daijun was in was crawling with roots and branches. There was no longer any opening for Mo Fan to blink into and save the man. Mo Fan did not feel good when he caught the final glimpse of disbelief and fear on Daijun's face. Prejudice would seriously get a man killed. Mo Fan had tried to avoid conflict with the members of the Golden Battle Hunters from the start, yet something like this had still happened in the end. Come over here, quick! Mu Nujiao yelled. The team quickly focused. There's a pseudomorphing demon there too. Xu Pingdong protested in fear. Daijun was dead for sure. The trap consisted of 3 pseudomorphing demons. An advanced mage had no chance of surviving it. Xu Pingdong was overwhelmed by guilt, but he still could not accept it. He immediately directed his hatred toward Mu Nujiao. Mu Nujiao did not seem too bothered by it. Let's go. But he's dead. There's nothing we can do. The others crossed over to Mu Nujiao's position. Mu Nujiao was still unharmed, meaning that her position was still safe for the time being. When the team regrouped with Mu Nujiao, the sand below them was restless. The team was startled, but as their hearts filled with fear, Mu Nujiao began to emit a dark green light. The roots of the pseudomorphing demon burst out of the sand. Its branches were swinging wildly, trying to drag the team into the ground. However, a dark green demon tree appeared. Its branches tangled up with the branches and roots of the pseudomorphing demon, preventing the creature from attacking the team. The demon tree's branches were outnumbered by the roots and branches of the pseudomorphing demon, but its branches were incredibly strong. The team had no trouble moving forward. They just needed to be cautious. It's safe ahead. Mu Nujiao remained still. She was controlling the demon tree, keeping the pseudomorphing demon at bay, staying stern and expressionless. The others could easily tell she was furious, yet she did not lose her calm. The team continued forward. The path had been safe so far. The team reached the destination not long after. Most of the people were unharmed, yet they were all wearing a defeated and uneasy look. Mu Nujiao and Zhang Xiaohu regrouped with the team. They were both fine too. They just needed some treatment for the minor wounds they had. Some time later, Ji Ming forcibly cleared a path through the countless roots intercepting him, carrying a man covered in blood on his shoulder. As a super mage, he was the only person that could force his way through the pseudomorphing demons. He seemed a little worn out, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Fanxue was not dead, and had been saved from the jaws of death. What a relief, I managed to save him. Ji Ming placed Fanxue on the ground, allowing the healer on the team to treat his wounds. Fanxue had mostly suffered physical injuries. His life was not in danger. With a healer around, he could easily recover within an hour. Ji Ming looked around and said smilingly, "Why do you all look so down? Didn't I manage to save Fanxue? That was indeed a close call, but we are all fine, aren't we? It's still a long journey ahead, we can't afford to give up so easily." Li, a leader, Daijin, Lu Fang said in a trembling voice. "Leader, it's that girl's fault. She led us into a pseudomorphing demon, and she was well aware of its existence. I was suspicious of her decision, so I asked Daijin to choose a different direction, but Xu Pingdong rose to his feet and glared at Mu Nujiao. Ji Ming immediately pulled a long face. Daijin had a strong sense of responsibility. Ji Ming had high hopes for him. The man might not be a leader, but he was the right-arm man that any leader would appreciate. Ji Ming never thought another man would die while he was trying his best to save a man who was in danger. Ji Ming was not mad at anyone. He was just sad for the loss. You knew there was a pseudomorphing demon there, right? Ji Ming looked at Mu Nujiao. Mu Nujiao nodded. She despised Xu Pingdong's attempt to put the blame on the others. She said calmly, "The path we took was surrounded by the pseudomorphing demons. We would stumble into a trap no matter which direction we took, but there was only a single pseudomorphing demon on the path I chose, while the other directions had more than one. If I used my demon tree to keep the pseudomorphing demon at bay, I could guarantee the team's safety." Xu Pingdong was utterly dumbfounded. He stared at Mu Nujiao. His face was covered in cold sweat. He blurted out in a panic, Why didn't you say it earlier? Did I have the time to explain myself? You shouldn't be so full of yourself. It doesn't matter if you're a hunter master, we are all rookies in this desert. Mu Nujiao retorted coldly. Old Xu, you shouldn't have made the decision for the team on your own, Lu Fang sighed. The rest of the team could easily tell whose fault it was. They were well aware that Mu Nujiao had made the right choice. She had chosen the safest path for the team. Xu Pingdong was the one who should be held responsible for Daijin's death. The man had died because of his prejudice toward Mu Nujiao. Ji Ming's face darkened after learning the truth. He did not say a word, nor did he rebuke the team, but the silence served as a greater torture to the members. Let's take some rest and prepare ourselves for the journey ahead, Ji Ming said a while later. Leader, Daijin's family, I'll take care of them. Xu Pingdong's eyes were rolling with tears. They eventually ran down his cheeks. He was filled with guilt and remorse. It's not your fault, you didn't push him to death. He chose the path himself, Ji Ming said. But, leader, just be more careful and rational. Everyone is risking their life coming here. No one wants to die, don't look down on the others. You didn't even dare to leave the safe zone when you were their age, but they are brave enough to come to one of the most dangerous places in our country. You have no right to underestimate them just because of their age. Ji Ming stated. I understand, I'm sorry. The team had already lost someone on the first night in the desert. They could not even retrieve Dajan's remains. They had no choice but to leave him behind under the sand. The desert was extremely cold at night, a great contrast with the heat of the day. The clear sky was full of stars. Mo Fan went up to Qianshou. The girl was staring at the night sky, immersed in her thoughts. Why are you here? You already saw how dangerous this place is. Even I won't be able to guarantee your safety, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had wanted to save the hunter called Dajan. Unlike the others, he did not think highly of himself. Unfortunately, the pseudomorphing demons were too quick for him. He did not even have any chance to save the man. Just here to experience the desert, Qianshou replied. Experience the desert? You think your life is a joke? Mo Fan snorted. The national team had taken the relatively safe path when they were traveling around the world to train themselves, but this Taklamakan desert was a lot more dangerous. Even a hunter master would die within the blink of an eye. I had a brother who liked to go on adventures. He was oddly passionate about ancient ruins. I still don't understand why the thrill of walking on the knife's edge is better than living a calm life with your family in the city. Qianshou sighed. So you came to experience the thrill too. That's pretty naive of you, everyone is different. Some people think that living on the edge is as exciting as falling in love for the first time. The thrill they get is more pleasant than making love. It's quite obvious that your brother is that kind of a person, but you aren't, Mo Fan said. Qianshou giggled and nudged Mo Fan, can't you mind your words? I'm talking about something sad here. Being sad doesn't mean you have to look miserable, you can still make jokes and laugh, Mo Fan said. Speaking of which, you do remind me of my brother at times. Qianshou felt a lot better. No wonder you're so fond of me. I'm referring to your stubbornness in getting yourself in danger and living on the edge, it's the same as my brother was. I actually treat my life preciously. But you can sacrifice it for something more important, right? Qianshou laughed. Perhaps. Life is precious indeed. Where did your brother successfully seek death? I'm still looking, it should be somewhere in the desert, or it might be some other place. The last time I saw him, he mentioned something about how he had found ruins related to the strongest totem beast, Qianshou told him. Chapter 1207. Man-Eating Sand. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The desert was icy cold at midnight. It felt like they were walking in a world of ice and snow. Their faces hurt when the wind was blowing on their faces, which had stiffened due to the cold. The team moved out before daybreak. When the sunlight first appeared, the warmth it brought was extremely comfortable. However, in less than an hour, their bodies were soon complaining about the scorching heat. It was just how a desert was. They were pleasant places to visit. It was the reason why most hunters avoided going to deserts. Lu Fang took out the map. If we keep heading this direction, we should find a meandering river of sand. We should be close to the relay station once we follow the river to its lower reaches. It was called a river, but all that was left was a deep ravine. Not a single drop of water was left. In addition to it, the sticky sand was extremely difficult to walk on. The meandering river of sand was an important landmark for their journey. It took the team quite some time to find it. They almost thought they had lost their direction. They just needed to follow the river from here on without worrying about if they were heading in the right direction. Unfortunately, the the river was not as peaceful as it seemed. Did anyone notice that the sand is soft and sticky here? If we were walking slower, our bodies would slowly sink into the sand. It won't be a problem here, but once we reach the lower reaches, the sand there is going to feel like mud in a swamp. We have to move at a certain speed to stop from sinking into the sand, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had collected some information about the place, particularly about the meandering sand river. Can't we harden the sand? Wang Jiuming asked, glancing at the Earth Mags on the team. The Earth Mags shook their heads. It's very difficult to control the sand here. We can't even use earth waves here. That's going to be a problem. I'm already trotting here, but it still feels like I'm sinking into the sand. Let's pick up the pace then. The team of more than 10 people left deep footprints along the river bed. Their legs were soon covered in sand, and the more sand their legs were covered in, the heavier their steps were. It was not much of a hassle for a short period, but the team was running along the river bed for half a day. Give me a hand, I'm sinking, a hunter in charge of logistics suddenly yelled at the back of the team. The others looked behind and saw half of the man's legs had already disappeared into the sand. It was as if he had stepped into a pit. Laosi, the fourth eldest, what are you doing? Pick up your pace, we'll all sink if we don't maintain our speed. Ji Ming said. Something is grabbing onto my legs. Li Sixhong suddenly yelled like a drowning man screaming for help. Li Sixhong had sunk into the sand because he was not moving quickly enough. If the others were to slow down, they would sink into the sand too. The sand in the area turned out to be deadly. It would wrap around anything that had sunk into it and hold them in place firmly to stop them from breaking free. The force was comparable to the strength of a warrior-level creature's jaws. It was the scariest part about the sand river. Nothing is grabbing you, you have sunk too much into the sand. Hang in there, I'll pull you out. Ji Ming maintained his speed and made a U-turn to help the man. I'll do it, Mo Fan said. If they waited until Ji Ming made a U-turn while trying to maintain his speed, Li Xicheng's head would be under the sand by then. Telekinesis, invisible claws. Mo Fan gathered his focus. The silver energy turned into a huge claw grabbing at Li Xicheng's upper body. Rise! Mo Fan dragged the man out of the sand with his will. However, he immediately felt some resistance, preventing him from dragging Li Sixhong out with his first attempt. It was a huge shock. Li Sixhong had only sunk halfway into the sand, but the force of the sand grabbing onto him was equivalent to the combined strength of 100 demon creatures grabbing onto him firmly. Mo Fan initially thought he could easily drag the man out of the sand with his telekinesis, but it failed. Mo Fan immediately focused and strengthened his will. Ah! It hurts! Li Sixhong suddenly screamed out in pain. The expression on his face showed that he was serious. Hosey, find a way to scatter the sand! Mo Fan quickly yelled at Zhang Xiaohu with a grim look. Zhang Xiaohu immediately realized how serious the situation was. He summoned a gust of wind, blowing him into the air. He then cast the eyes of the rock demon to resist the force of the sand. Zhang Xiaohu was only aware of how terrifying the sand was after casting the advanced earth spell. He finally understood why the sand was referred to as man-eating sand. It was like each sand particle was alive. They rapidly gathered around anything that had sunk into the sand like starving beasts and held onto it with remarkable strength. The man-eating sand was pulling Li Sixhong down while Mo Fan was trying to drag him out. Mo Fan did not dare apply a stronger force, as it might simply tear Li Sixhong in half. The man-eating sand was trickier to deal with than he first thought. When Zhang Xiaohu drove the man-eating sand away with the eyes of the rock demon, Mo Fan immediately took hold of the opportunity and dragged Li Sixhong out from the sand. Crack! Everyone heard the sound of bones breaking the moment Li Sixhong was dragged out of the sand. The man fainted instantly. This? The team was dumbfounded. No one had expected the ordinary-looking sand to be so deadly. If Mo Fan had not happened to possess the space element, they had no idea how they could have dragged Li Sixhong out. It's only some dislocations, he's fine. The strength of the man-eating sand is over 5 tons, and the force increases exponentially the further you sink. Make sure you're above the surface at all times. If the force is greater than 10 tons, even if I try to drag you out, it will tear your body in half. Mo Fan told the others. Everyone had witnessed what happened just then, so none of them dared to doubt Mo Fan's words. They immediately quickened their pace to prevent themselves from sinking into the sand. Why aren't we there yet? Why do I feel like my legs weigh around 500 kilograms? Zhang Tong gasped. Even maintaining the speed to prevent them from sinking into the sand was costing a lot more stamina than usual. The team would eventually be worn out if they never stopped running. Some were already struggling to keep up. Same here, I can't move anymore. Fanxue, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, spoke up. Aren't we there yet? Leader? Qihu had a grim face. According to the map, there were still 5 hours worth of journey left in the river. The team would be in great trouble if someone was already at their limits. The river was not particularly wide. They only needed to travel around 2 kilometers to reach the edge. The only problem was, both sides of the sand river were occupied by sandstorm demon locusts, a kind of catastrophic demon creature. They always showed up in tens of thousands, and they did not feed on crops or plants, but living creatures. These sandstorm demon locusts were a pain to deal with. Once they found their prey, they would pursue it relentlessly. Even if there was another super mage on the team, they would still struggle to guarantee the safety of their members. As such, leaving the river bed was not an option. They would just deliver themselves to the sandstorm demon locusts as their lunch. As a matter of fact, the military had established its base in the Tyrant basin mainly to keep an eye on the sandstorm demon locusts. Every invasion from the sandstorm demon locusts would end up as an S-rank calamity. Many cities in the west had been wiped out by the sandstorm demon locusts over the past few decades. It was basically hell on earth, as not a single human, livestock, plant, or even building remained when the sandstorm demon locusts swept past like a gust of wind. The horde of sandstorm demon locusts had occupied a huge area. The meandering sand river was the only way through it, but it turned out that the team had underestimated the difficulty of traversing it. We are all going to die if we keep going. We have to go ashore now, Lu Fang said. Not everyone had outstanding stamina, like Mo Fan and Zhang Qianshou. Qianshou and Mu Nujiao were struggling to keep up too. Mo Fan was carrying Lingling in his arms while taking turns carrying Mu Nujiao and Qianshou on his back. He was as strong as an ox, mainly because of the passive abilities of his demon element. However, some of the aged hunters were already at their limits. Should we just go ashore? I feel like we will be feeding ourselves to the sand if we keep going, Wang Jiuming said. Going ashore is even worse. As soon as we set our foot on the shore, the sandstorm demon locusts will immediately notice our presence. Then what are we supposed to do? Are we seriously going to wait for our deaths here? Someone cried out impatiently. We can't afford to provoke the sandstorm demon locusts. Let's take turns laying down a path. It's no use preserving our energy any further. Our first priority is to make it out alive. I'll use my ice element and plant element to lay down a path, and the wind element to speed everyone up, Mu Nujiao said. The others looked at Qihu. If they were to use their magic here, it meant they were putting their lives at risk. No one knew if there was a huge battle waiting for them at their destination. How were they supposed to fight if they already used up all their energy? It's the only choice we have. Those with the ice, earth, and plant elements will lay down a path, and those with the wind element will speed us up. Quick, don't slow down now. Pick up your pace. Qihu said. Mu Nujiao began to emit frost. The little ice crystals sprang forward and laid down an icy bridge ahead. Qihu led the way and sprinted along the bridge. Let's go. The hunters sighed, but they had no other choice but to continue on their journey. Chapter 1208. Sandstorm Demon Locusts. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Building a path along the sand in the river bed would require a huge amount of energy, since the team was still a long journey away from reaching the end. After the team traveled 10 kilometers, Mu Nujiao was running low on energy. She switched to her plant element instead, as the energy consumption using the plant element was lower compared to the ice element. If she kept using the same plants to build a path in front of her, she would not need to summon new plants. However, she only lasted for another 20 kilometers before the energy in Mu Nujiao's plant element was depleted too. It was Xu Pingdong's turn to lay down the path. He had the earth element and the ice element. He did not have as much energy as Mu Nujiao. He only lasted for 20 kilometers. Both Mu Nujiao and Xu Pingdong had used up all their energy to help the team travel another 50 kilometers, but it felt like they were still in the same spot in the meandering sand river. The others took turns constructing the path, but when everyone used up all their energy of the earth element, ice element, and plant element, they realized they had at least another 70 kilometers left. Let's convert the energy of other elements. It's the only option we have. I have an energy conversion bracelet here. It's not as effective, but it's better than nothing, Ji Ming said. If we convert our energy to the energy of their wind element, earth element, and plant element, the conversion rate is only around 30%. How are we going to protect ourselves when we reach the end later? Leader, that's too risky. Lu Fang strongly disagreed with the suggestion. We have to overcome the situation before us first. Otherwise, we won't even make it to the end, Ji Ming replied. The others began to convert their energy with Ji Ming's bracelet and transferred the energy to Mu Nujiao, Xu Pingdong, Zhang Xiaohu, and the others with the suitable elements to construct the path ahead. The conversion rate was only 30%, meaning that the rate of consumption of the team's energy had tripled. Most people on the team soon ran out of energy for two of their elements. Losing the energy for two elements was basically the same as losing their arms. They completely lost any sense of security in this desert that was full of danger. Even though they could see the end of the sand river now, none of them seemed relieved. The rate of recovery of a mage energy was incredibly slow. Hunters usually treated their energy as their life, but they had already paid such a huge price just to follow the sand river. We should be able to rest up once we reach the relay station. Cheer up, everyone, the sand river is indeed a lot scarier than we expected, Ji Ming comforted the members of the team. Mo Fan was a fighter on the team, thus he did not transfer his energy to the others. There were only 4 people with full energy on the team: Mo Fan, Zheng Tong, Ji Ming, and a man called Tong Duong. There are still Sandstorm demon locusts in the area still. Let's leave this place quickly, Ji Ming told them. We'll have to use the device after another kilometer. Otherwise, we might accidentally stumble into a horde. There are 3 hordes in this area, Wang Jiuming said. Are you kidding me? Using the device now is suicide. It's going to attract the demon creatures nearby. We can't possibly hold them off. Tong Guang was the first to disagree. Going forward blindly or staying here is going to get us killed too. We have to take the risks and stand our ground for an hour and 10 minutes, at least it will allow us to keep going. Wang Jiuming snapped back. Captain, the whole team is worn out just making it out of the sand river. Setting up the device is suicide now. Tong Guang said. Ji Ming frowned. He was struggling to make up his mind. It was extremely dangerous if a battle broke out now. Only a few people on the team had energy. If they ended up aggravating commander-level creatures or a horde of demon creatures, they would be done for. They heard a distant howling, and the wind suddenly grew stronger. Mo Fan glanced in the direction of the wind and saw the clear, blue sky was shrouded by a yellow cloud of dust. He thought the cloud of dust was still at first glance, but he eventually realized it was slowly moving toward them. A sandstorm. Qianshou felt uneasy after witnessing the cloud of dust. She subconsciously recalled the sandstorm vengeful spirit that the team encountered before, the ghastly figure that stood imperiously at the top of the sandstorm. No, something worse. Lingling shook her head. Ji Ming's eyes widened. His face was gradually filled with fear. It's the sandstorm demon locusts. My heavens, didn't we already leave their territory? The Sandstorm demon locusts are highly invasive. They will occasionally invade the areas nearby. Even though they aren't heading right toward us, we're going to die if we stay here. Mo-Fan said. The Sandstorm demon locusts were the scariest existence in the Taklamakan desert that people were aware of. They would sweep across an area like a sandstorm, yet in comparison, a sandstorm would actually be considered a kind-hearted spirit. The photographs taken after a place was attacked by the Sandstorm demon locusts were utterly terrifying. The whole place would be barren, with skeletons scattered for 500 kilometers. We have to move forward. Ji Ming did not even need to make a choice. He immediately gave the order. The members stopped arguing instantly and started moving forward. The demon creatures approaching them like a cloud of dust were not something their magic could possibly handle. It's going to take them at least 2 hours to reach here. Zhang Xiaohu looked into the sky and roughly estimated the speed of the Sandstorm demon locusts. Which means we still have enough time to scan the area, Wang Jioming said. Damn it, I've never visited a place like this. If I manage to make it back alive, I can boast about it for the rest of my life. Lu Fang cursed. He was trying to embolden himself. Yeah, it feels like only 1 in 10 is going to make it out alive. I'm starting to regret my decision coming here. The desert full of unknown dangers was a lot scarier than the team had thought. They had encountered so many different kinds of problems when they had just set foot into the desert. It felt like the whole team was going to be wiped out if they were being too careless. What do we do now? Either way, I'm already out of energy. Xu Pingdong had a grim look. Yeah, so did we. Say, if the Sandstorm demon locusts is approaching, does that mean the demon creatures nearby will not bother us? Someone on the team asked in a soft voice. The eyes of the rest of the team flickered. It did make sense. Wouldn't the Sandstorm demon locusts drive the other demon creatures away? Basically, Mo-Fan immediately interrupted, pouring a bucket of cold water on the team. The demon creatures residing close to the territories of the Sandstorm demon locusts is because either the Sandstorm demon locusts aren't interested in them, because they were picky eaters, or the demon creatures aren't really afraid of the Sandstorm demon locusts. So, I'm afraid we aren't safe either. Humph, you sound like it's none of your concern. You haven't done anything since we came into the desert. You weren't even willing to share your energy, Zhang Tong snapped. Xiaojing, don't say that. If it wasn't for his space element, Li Sixhong would have died in the Sand River, Lu Fang intervened. I know someone who was lucky enough to awaken the space element, but it turns out to be a useless element. It's only a supportive element in a battle, Zhang Tong said. A skinny man on the team had an awkward face when Zhang Tong was speaking. It's because I haven't really mastered it. I learned that I have to improve my mental strength if I want to improve the space element. I thought I just needed to familiarize myself with it, the man said in a soft voice. I seriously don't understand, why did a person like you end up awakening the space element? Zhang Tong sighed. Well, I have no idea either. I'm actually regretting it a little, the man replied. The man had awakened the space element as his tertiary element. The space element would normally only be awakened after a person had reached the advanced level. It was rare and mysterious. When Yang Bao first awakened the space element, he thought he was going to rise and surpass his comrades. The Golden Battle Hunters had high hopes in him, too. To his surprise, the space element was extremely hard to master, not to mention that it was a lot weaker than the other elements, be it telekinesis or space rhythm. Yang Bao was still looking forward to achieving the advanced level of the space element, since he believed Blink would come in handy for sure. It turns out that this Zhang Tong isn't just jealous of you, but everyone else too, Qianshou whispered into Mo-Fan's ear. Indeed, it's like he doesn't want anything good to happen to others, Mo-Fan agreed. Why haven't you taught him a lesson? I've never seen you so forgiving on the national team, Qianshou asked in confusion. It was not Zhang Tong's first time uttering scornful comments at Mo-Fan, yet Mo-Fan did not seem bothered at all. Qianshou was actually quite surprised. It's not the same this time. We're like grasshoppers on the same boat. Infighting isn't ideal right now, Mo-Fan said. He had only come to resurrect little flame Belle. He was fully focused at the moment, and too lazy to waste his time elsewhere. Besides, Ji Yiming had informed Mo Fan of Zhang Tong's personality before he joined the team. It should be grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Qianshou corrected him. Ah, damn it, now is definitely not the time to mention grasshoppers. Qianshou immediately glanced at the yellow cloud of dust in the distance and shuddered. Wang Jioming had planted the device into the sand. The team was currently in a valley surrounded by 3 hills. Any demon creatures were most likely going to come from the entrance to the valley. If they came down the hills, it would take them some time to cross, which would buy the team more time to handle them. I'm starting the device, Wang Jioming warned everyone. The team immediately prepared themselves for battle. The demon creatures would show up soon after the device started working. Chapter 1209. Instant Kill with Lightning. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The endless howls of the sand filled the ears of the team, with occasional beastly cries that made their hearts skip a beat. They subconsciously tensed. Not only were they up against the agitated demon creatures that were attracted by the device, there was a chance that they would have to face the Sandstorm demon Locusts too. They were struggling to breathe properly under the overwhelming pressure. They are coming, at least 200 of them. They are coming through the opening. Zhang Xiaohu warned. What are they? Mu Nujiao asked. Aquamarine armor scorpion leopards. There must be a den nearby. The whole den of the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards is coming. Zhang Xiaohu exclaimed. Those creatures are quite tricky to deal with. Their bodies are covered in aquamarine armor, and their tails are deadlier and more powerful than normal snakes and scorpions. They are of the earth element, too. They can control sand and rocks, and their strength surpasses most creatures. Ji Yiming said. The aquamarine armor scorpion leopards were an all-arounder species. They had no clear weaknesses. Demon creatures of this kind would usually pose a great threat to mags. Once they broke the team's formation, everyone on the team would be in danger. Leader, it's not looking good, another hunter with the wind element returned with a grim look. There are demon creatures coming from your direction too? Ji Yiming asked. Not at the moment, but I discovered a huge den nearby. I believe once the energy ripples extend further away, the entire den is going to show up. We won't stand a chance against them, the hunter swore. How many? Ji Yiming asked. At least 1,000, Captain. They haven't moved yet, right? Ji Yiming asked. Yeah, but they are starting to get restless. Lu Fang, I'm placing you in charge here. I'll find a way to stop the demon creatures of the bigger den. 1,000 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards will likely overrun us. We can't afford to attract them here. Ji Yiming said. Captain, how are we supposed to hold our ground if you aren't with us? We don't have much energy left. Li Sikhong protested. Ji Yiming did not waste any more time. The whole team had no chance of living if the demon creatures of the other den showed up too. He had to stop them at all costs. Ji Yiming was a super mage. He would not have any problem luring the den of demon creatures away. However, the team immediately felt uneasy after Ji Yiming left. It was going to be difficult to fend off the creatures of the first den. Preceded by a few yowls and cries, a few creatures whose bodies glittered with aquamarine light showed up in the opening between the hills. They were not sprinting toward the team, but approaching slowly instead. The creatures let out a few roars after they discovered the humans. They were summoning their comrades, telling them that they had found some delicious food. Not long after, more creatures resembling leopards covered in aquamarine armor showed up at the opening, and atop the hills too. They were fully covered in armor, with spikes like sharp fangs on their backs. The starving creatures set their eyes on their prey greedily. Their tails were long, like whips made of steel rings connected together. The tips of their tails were a half-meter-long stinger, poised like a sharp blade. Aren't there a bit too many of them? Wang Jiuming blurted out when he saw more demon creatures showing up in the distance. Those without energy, move to the back and protect yourselves now, Lu Fang ordered. Jing Tong, it's all you now, Xu Pingdong said. The only people with full energy on the team were Mo Fan, Jing Tong, Tong Zhuang, and Yang Bao. They stood in front of the team. They had to defend the entrance of the valley. They could not afford to let the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards get too close to the team. Most of their members were running low on energy. Once they lost their formation, there would be lots of casualties. Yang Bao, take care of those on the hills. Tong Zhuang and I will watch the entrance. As for you, you better stay at the back of the team. I don't want leader to blame us for not taking care of you, Jing Tong said. Jing Tong and Tong Wang took a few steps forward before Mo Fan could say a word. Jing Tong's primary element was fire. Normally, a fighter would have either the fire element or the lightning element as their primary element. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. A green fire slowly rose and gradually split into huge fireballs. It was like the green fireballs were able to lock onto their enemies. They autonomously targeted the nearby aquamarine armor scorpion leopards without needing Vung Tong's direction. Tong Guang was a curse mage. He was already setting up traps using the curse element in their surroundings. The crimson-red spiderwebs soon covered the entrance of the valley. A few aquamarine armor scorpion leopards leading the way stumbled into the traps and died in an instant. The souls of the demon creatures that the traps retrieved were converted into some energy collected by a necklace in Tong Zhuang's hand that resembled prayer beads. After Tong Zhuang let out a furious cry, the energy spread across the place, implanting fear into the hearts of the demon creatures. They fled as the mist fell across them. Mo Fan glanced at the curse mage in astonishment. It turned out that the man was the strongest mage on the team, apart from the leader, Ji Ming. The man had been rather quiet along the journey, which once again proved that the hounds that bit rarely barked, hua, the analogy was not really appropriate under the circumstances. Jing Tong's fireballs soon made some contributions. The flames burned 2 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards to death, while forming a wall of fire to stop the demon creatures from coming closer. The aquamarine armor scorpion leopards sent out as vanguards realized the humans were not easy prey. They roared into the sky. The roars of the demon creatures echoed across the hills. The team heard more cries coming from the distance as the ground began to shake vigorously. Another den is coming. Zhang Xiaohu, who was scouting from the air, warned the team. We'll kill every single one of them. Humph, that's all these scorpion leopards have. Jing Tong declared. Zhang Tong had managed to kill the demon creatures before he even cast an advanced spell, implying that the creatures were not as strong as they initially thought. It was likely that the information they had was not accurate. More scorpion leopards soon showed up in front of the team. Mo Fan immediately noticed that these demon creatures were different than the ones that showed up previously. Not only was their armor more reflective, each of them had 3 tails too. One of the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards with 3 tails set its eyes on Jing Tong. The cunning creature attacked while Jing Tong was focused on attacking a bunch of aquamarine armor scorpion leopards. The man was taken by surprise when a sharp, green light slashed in his direction. Luckily, Jing Tong was an experienced hunter. He immediately used his secondary element to summon a water barrier in front of him. The defense of the water barrier was not too impressive. Jing Tong still ended up being knocked flying for 10 meters. He quickly rose to his feet and glared at the aquamarine armor scorpion leopard with 3 tails. Son of a b*****ch, I'll kill you. Jing Tong yelled. He lifted 2 spouts of flames in his hands and sent them into the sky. The flames turned into a rain of fire pouring down rapidly across the place. It immediately turned the area into an ocean of fire. The aquamarine armor scorpion leopard with 3 tails had nowhere to run to. Its armor began to crack open in the flames. Humph, how weak! Zhang Tong sneered. The aquamarine armor scorpion leopard with 3 tails soon turned into a scorched corpse on the ground. Zhang Tong turned around to the team and said, I've taken out their leader, we shouldn't have any problem cleaning up the rest. What leader? Qianshou said. "Zhang Tong, watch out!" Lu Fang yelled. Zhang Tong was startled. He quickly turned around and saw more than 10 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards with 3 tails making their way toward him. Their tails swung wildly and produced sharp clanks as they collided with one another. They all had 3 tails. These aquamarine armor scorpion leopards seemed a lot stronger than the ones before, especially with how the creatures could swing their tails as they pleased. The tails would follow up every attack that the creatures executed by stabbing at their enemy quickly. The tails were so fast that it was extremely difficult to see them clearly, let alone dodge them. Zhang Tong had a blank face. Could it be that these creatures were the real aquamarine armor scorpion leopards? The ones that he killed with such ease previously were only their children. Zhang Tong had to use an advanced spell just to kill a single aquamarine armor scorpion leopard with 3 tails. How was he supposed to handle 15 of them on his own? Yang Bao, who was at the higher ground, suddenly screamed, "Help, help me!" Zhang Tong was already in a pinch himself. He did not have time to look after Yang Bao. Tong Zhuang frowned when he saw Yang Bao fending off 30 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards on his own. He quickly moved toward Yang Bao to lend him a hand. A black lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and struck an aquamarine armor scorpion leopard trying to ambush Tong Zhuang. The aquamarine armor scorpion leopard with 3 tails died instantly. Its armor and flesh were shredded beyond recognition. Tong Zhuang halted in his tracks. He was so eager to lend Yang Bao a hand that he had been totally unaware of the cunning creature hidden in the sand dune behind him. However, he was actually surprised that the lightning bolt had managed to kill the aquamarine armor scorpion leopard instantly. Zhang Tong had to use an advanced spell to kill the same creature just then. "Thanks," Tong Guang said to Mo Fan. "You and Yang Bao will defend the hills, leave the entrance to me," Mo Fan said. "Not a problem," Tong Guang nodded. His thoughts were still occupied by the lightning bolt. Wasn't that thunderbolt a little too strong to be true? Why did he feel like it was almost as strong as an advanced spell? Chapter 12:10. The Man with the Firepower of a Team. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan walked up to the entrance and saw more than 40 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards on the move and moving rapidly. Some were flanking Zhang Tong, and some were charging at the team behind. "Zhang Tong is being overrun," Lu Fang said. "We have to back off now. We have to maintain our formation," Li Sixhong said. "Don't worry, just hold your ground and focus on setting up your defense. Leave the rest to Mo Fan," Qianshou said. "Are you kidding me? There are at least 50 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards coming at us. Even Zhang Tong and Tong Zhuang didn't manage to stop them. How could he possibly hold the demon creatures off by himself?" Lu Fang half screamed. Just as Lu Fang finished his sentence, he saw a stormy cloud loom over the sand dune with a deep rumble. A shocking lightning claw swept down, disintegrating more than 10 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards in an instant. Their blood splattered in the air. The eyes of Lu Fang, Li Sixhong, Xu Pingdong, and the others widened, their faces filled with astonishment. The dark lightning claw was made up of extremely powerful lightning bolts. It had killed the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards in an instant. A burned smell lingered in the air. Zhang Tong subconsciously turned around and stared at Mo Fan in astonishment. Was he the one that summoned the lightning claw? 1. Did he seriously kill so many aquamarine armor scorpion leopards with just a single move? Holy crap, is he even human? Li Sixhong exclaimed. It took Zhang Tong and Tong Guang significant effort just to kill a single aquamarine armor scorpion leopard, but Mo Fan had simply killed a bunch of them with a single spell. Those struck by his lightning stood no chance at all. Words were not needed to describe the difference in their strength. Lightning Tyrant Domain. Mo Fan did not waste any more time. He immediately established his domain when he saw the rest of the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards surrounding him. Lightning magic was plentiful within his domain, allowing Mo Fan to cast his lightning spells even faster. When the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards gathered around him boldly, Mo Fan raised his head and looked up at the sky. Countless lightning strikes came down and surged across the area. 1. The lightning danced wildly. Every time a lightning strike struck the ground, it would further split into different lightning arcs. The lightning chain stacked on top of one another, forming a powerful lightning web spreading rapidly across the sand and the dunes. The 5th-tier Thunderbolt worked perfectly in a situation like this. Mo Fan forcibly impeded the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards with his lightning. The lightning arcs surged back and forth between the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards like whips. With a huge blast, hundreds of yellow lightning bolts descended rapidly from the sky above Mo Fan, landing on the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards that had been tagged with marks. The aquamarine armor scorpion leopards were severely injured after the first wave of lightning strikes, and were turned into scattering ashes, not a single corpse being left behind. The people of the Golden Battle Hunters opened their eyes and mouths wide. Their team was in danger of being surrounded by demon creatures just a moment ago, but not a single demon creature remained after the spectacular lightning display. Zhang Tong, Tong Guang, and Yang Bao were struggling to handle 30 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards on their own, yet this young man had killed more than 50 aquamarine armor scorpion leopards with his lightning alone. Was he a monster? Zhang Tong, Tong Guang, and Yang Bao stood on the hills, preventing the demon creatures from slipping through their perimeter. Meanwhile, the others were trying their best to recover their energy. However, their eyes were still glued to Mo Fan. Mo Fan stood at the entrance. He had yet to use his other elements, and he rarely used the advanced lightning spell, either. The lightning surging around wildly was just too much for the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards, even when they were fully covered in armor. They stood no chance against Mo Fan's lightning tyrant, which was 12 times stronger than an ordinary lightning spell. Soon, Mo Fan had basically wiped out an entire leap of aquamarine armor scorpion leopards. Zhang Tong was still in the middle of a battle, yet the number of demon creatures he had killed was nothing compared to Mo Fan. Why do I feel like he can easily take on them all by himself? So this is how strong the champion of the World College Tournament is? He's an alien. Li Sixhong was amazed. 2. This young man was around 10, 20 years younger than them. He was just too strong. He had butchered the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards like they were mere cattle. The others finally realized why Zhong Xiaohu, Mu Nujiao, Jiang Shaoshu, and the others were sticking close to him. The man's firepower was equivalent to an entire team. Come back here, I'll treat your injuries, Li Sixhong said. I'm fine, check on the others. The venom on the stingers is quite deadly. It's necessary to treat their wounds now, Mo Fan said. The team had wiped out both dens of the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards. Mo Fan had killed most of them, since he was able to kill every demon creature caught by his lightning. If the team had not seen how much Zhang Tong and the others were struggling, they would have assumed that the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards were just servant-class creatures. How impressive, you don't even have a single scratch on you. I saw that you used mostly intermediate spells too, so I bet you didn't even expend much energy, right? Lu Fang had a whole new level of respect for Mo Fan. He was utterly impressed. The man was so strong at such a young age. It suddenly felt embarrassing how highly the older hunters had thought of themselves. Lu Fang was not feeling too bad, but Zhang Tong's expression was as gloomy as could be. They might have resolved the danger, but somehow, he felt even worse than when he was surrounded by the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards. He had been mocking Mo Fan for not contributing constantly along the journey. It was obvious why Mo Fan had not contributed along the journey. He was a fighter. He had a poor sense of direction, so he could not really help with navigation. Ji Ming was commanding the team, Zhong Xiaohu was in charge of reconnaissance. There was basically nothing for him to do. However, the aged hunters were utterly dumbfounded as soon as he started contributing. Somehow, they felt like even their leader Ji Ming would not be able to kill the demon creatures so quickly. Brother Mofan, we actually didn't agree with the leader taking you guys on the team, but it turns out that each one of you is an expert in your field. Please forgive our ignorance, Lu Fang said with a smile. It's true that most students from institutes didn't have much practical experience. It's reasonable for you to reject us in the first place, Mofan smiled back. He was in a good mood after seeing how the attitude of the team had shifted all of a sudden. Didn't he keep quiet for so long just so he could give them such a huge surprise, after all? As a matter of fact, Mofan was a hunter master himself. His rank was even higher than some of the hunters on the team. Lingling, whom the hunters thought was just a little girl, might even have the highest rank on the team. Another group of demon creatures showed up after the team managed to get some rest. However, these demon creatures were weaker than the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards, and they were even fewer in number. Mofan gladly claimed their sole remnants. This time, Yang Bao and Tong Zhuang did not bother helping considering how slow they were at killing the demon creatures. They simply stayed with the team to rest up, to preparing themselves for the commander-level creatures they might stumble into. Zhang Tong was unwilling to accept his defeat. He even used his advanced spells a few times, yet they were still less efficient than Mofan's 5th-tier Thunderbolt, Lightning Chain, and the following-up Tyrant Call. It was a great blow to Zhang Tong's dignity. The spells of each level were around 10 times stronger than the spells of the previous level, and might be bigger, depending on the elements. However, Zhang Tong was devastated when he learned that the intermediate spells of the man he looked down on turned out to be equivalent to his advanced spell. He had the urge to forfeit his cultivation. Zhang Tong was completely worn out from the fight, yet Mofan looked as if he had just taken a stroll in the park. He had resolved the danger with his destructive lightning, and did not even need to use his other elements. Is everyone all right? The team heard Ji Yiming's voice behind them. Ji Yiming regrouped with the team. He was actually feeling uneasy when he saw the strange looks on his members' faces. Could it be that they had lost someone again? Leader, where did you meet this young man? He single-handedly annihilated the demon creatures. We didn't even need to do anything. We thought it was going to be a tough battle, but we ended up sitting here and enjoying a sunbath, Tong Huang spoke up. Ji Yiming was utterly relieved when he realized that there were no casualties. He looked at Mofan, who was taking out the remaining demon creatures. Ji Yiming had never seen Mofan in action. He did not watch the World College tournament either, but judging from the remains of the demon creatures destroyed by the young man's lightning, he could easily tell how outstanding his strength was. We almost fell into the Black Vatican's trap last time. It was Brother Mofan that saved us, Ji Yiming said. I remember now. Didn't the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association announce some news recently? Don't tell me he was referring to this young man. Lu Fang blurted out as he recalled something. Yeah, that's him, Ji Yiming nodded. Heavens, why didn't you tell us earlier? I thought you already knew. Why would we? We never cared about those things. We were too occupied with killing demon creatures. No wonder he's so strong. With him on the team, our journey is going to be a lot safer, but I never thought he was this young. I'm starting to feel ashamed of myself. Most people were struggling against the demon creatures, as their energy had depleted, yet Mofan's team-equivalent firepower was just too unbelievable. They had seen many advanced mags with domains too, yet none of them were as strong as Mofan. Mu Nujiao, do you feel like Mofan is a lot stronger than he was during the tournament? Qianshou asked. Mu Nujiao nodded back. They were both familiar with Mofan's strength, yet the strength that he had displayed had exceeded their expectations once again. I bet the base damage of his lightning has increased a lot after the blessing of the God Seal. Somehow, I feel like his lightning is already beyond the potency of a soul-grade seed, Qianshou murmured. Indeed. Chapter 12:11. The Burried 11 Years. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The data collecting was carried out smoothly. The team soon had a map of the area within 5 kilometers. Mofan glanced at Lingling's tablet and saw densely scattered purple dots on the verge of turning black behind the team. The number of the Sandstorm demon locusts had reached an unimaginable level. "Hurry up, they're getting closer," Ji Ming ordered, glancing at the cloud of Sandstorm demon locusts behind them. The team quickly figured out the safe path with the help of the map. Everyone picked up their pace. Even though the Sandstorm demon locusts were not necessarily heading in their direction, the calamity they brought would surely cover a wide area. If they failed to leave the area in time, the Sandstorm demon locusts were going to devour them, and not leave a single bone behind. After traveling for 3 kilometers, a gust of hot wind blew at the team. The heat was unbearable. When they looked behind, the Sandstorm demon locusts had overrun the area they were in previously. It turned out that the creatures had little interest in the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards. Their armor somehow served as a protection for the leopards from the other species, which explained why the aquamarine armor scorpion leopards had such overwhelming numbers. The temperature of the desert kept rising. Every sand particle was scorching hot. It felt like the team was standing in a furnace. It was torture. The heat was just too intolerable, and the ice and water mags had to constantly cast their basic spells to help the members cool down. The water mags and ice mags were constantly expending energy, meaning that their energy would eventually deplete too. We should be very close to the relay station. There used to be some hunters stationed there, but it has been over 10 years since anyone last came here. The path is crawling with demon creatures and filled with danger. The relay station is basically non-existent, Ji Ming said. We should set up a flag there, still. If we don't leave our signs, doesn't that mean the whole world is under the reign of the demon creatures? It should be just ahead, Tong Li told them. Tong Li was extremely familiar with exploring a desert, able to detect things that were buried under the sand. The team continued along the safe path. They would be able to get some rest once they reached the relay station in the oasis. After all, a place chosen to build a relay station at was surely not as hot, and there would be plants and a water supply too. The relay station was built with rocks. Half of it was covered in sand when the team saw it from a distance. They also noticed some wooden structures outside. The roofs were less than half a meter above the surface. Tong Li quickly explored the place as soon as he arrived. He seemed like he was looking for something in particular. There was no sign of any demon creatures in the relay station. The oasis consisted of a little shrub of tenacious plants too, smaller than a little park in a city. As such, it did not help much with the heat. Mofan, the burning mountains aren't too far from here. The temperature here is abnormal, Lingling told him quietly. Lingling had been taking readings along the journey. Using the elemental detector was not an option, but using a normal thermometer was fine. The gusts of hot wind were blowing from the north of the relay station. It was likely that they were getting closer to the burning mountains that the old hunter mentioned. Mo Fan nodded. He called Zhang Xiaohu over and said, Hosey, check if there's anything in the north. Try to stay at a safe distance. All right, Brother Fan. Are we going separate ways? Zhang Xiaohu said. They are likely to head west, since they are on an expedition. It only makes sense if they keep venturing deeper into the desert. This relay station was once an outpost for the hunters and the military, so they haven't really done any exploring, Mo Fan said. I'm not too tired. I guess I'll investigate the north now, Zhang Xiaohu agreed. All right, be careful, Mo Fan told him. Zhang Xiaohu headed north while the others were resting at the relay station. He did not fly, since it was unwise to do so in a desert. After moving a kilometer away from the relay station, Zhang Xiaohu discovered that the ground was no longer covered in sand, but deep-colored rocks. The rocks had cracks from being burned at a high temperature. He could see faint sprouts of flames bursting out from the cracks too. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed when he saw the flames. It seemed like they had come to the right place. The place was most likely a rare fire elemental sacred land if it was the reason the temperature of the desert was so high. A place like this was a natural workshop of soul seeds and usually had quite a number of them lying around. They were going to make a fortune if they had actually discovered an elemental sacred land. Why is there a cave here? Is it occupied by some kind of demon creatures? Qianshou climbed up the rocks and saw a little cave opposite the direction of the relay station. The cave was not deep. It did not seem like the den of some enormous demon creature. Qianshou went inside and saw a beast hide spread across the ground with some overcooked food on it. There were also rusted tools like knives, flints, pots. While Qianshou was wondering if the tools were left behind from the relay station by the hunters that were stationed there, he felt an outstanding heat approaching from behind. Danger! Qianshou quickly dodged aside and saw a fireball fly past and slam into the wall of the cave. It blasted a few rocks to pieces. Qianshou turned around and saw a tanned man wearing a pair of pants made of beast hide standing outside the cave. His body was covered in hair and he had a long beard. Only his eyes, which were like those of a beast, were visible as the man glared at Qianshou. The light of the fireball had lit up the cave. The man was stunned when he was able to take a clearer look at Qianshou. A human, the man was stuttering, as if he had forgotten how to speak. Who are you? Why are you living here? Qianshou was shocked. He immediately realized someone was living in the cave after he saw the tools scattered across the place. I'm a soldier. I've been living. The man was struggling to speak, as if it had been a long time since he last said anything. After some time, the man went into the cave and dug up a badge. He showed it to Qianshou. Qianshou saluted when he saw the badge. So you are a soldier? The man shuddered when he saw Qianshou saluting. He raised his hand and returned the salute. How long have you been trapped here? Qianshou looked at the man curiously. I don't know, the man shook his head. This place has been off limits for 11 years. Does that mean you have been living here for 11 years? Qianshou asked in amazement. The man suddenly burst out in tears. Chapter 12:12. The Burning Mountains. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Qianshou brought the man back to the team. The man seemed a little cautious when he saw so many people had gathered around him. His eyes were scanning the people like a wary beast. His name is Lin Feili. He seems to be a soldier who has failed to retreat in time around 10 years ago. The return path was blocked off by the sand and the demon creatures, so he was stranded here for many years, Qianshou said, briefly explaining the situation to the team. Everyone was astounded when they learned the man had been living in the desert for 11 years. How unyielding was this man? Loneliness was the hardest thing to overcome as a human being. Most people would suffer mental breakdowns if they were isolated for 3 months. Those that were isolated for a year would begin to have suicidal thoughts, yet the man had been living in the desert alone for 11 years. They were utterly impressed by his man's tenacity, not to mention that he survived in the territory of the demon creatures too. Feili, you're Lin Feili. Do you recognize me? I'm Tong Li, Qianshou's brother. Lin Feili, I've lost contact with my sister. Do you remember where my sister Qianshou was evacuated to? Please tell me. Tong Li burst into tears when he heard the man's name. He grabbed Lin Feili's arm, as if he was the only hope he had found after so many years. Lin Feili shook his arm free with a hostile look. The man seemed to have lost some rationality as a human after living in the desert for so long. He was easily spooked by the slightest movement around him. Tong Li, don't irritate him. He seems to be suffering from some mental instability. I can help him recover with the psychic element, Qianshou said. Sorry, I'm just too excited. My sister's disappearance has been bothering me for so long, but I never had the chance to come to this place to search for her. I finally had the chance thanks to you all, Tong Li said. So that's why you were so eager to come with us, but 11 years have passed since then. It's going to be difficult to find her, Qianshou said. The 3rd year after I joined the army, my sister and her squadron received the order to patrol the area. The desert was not as dangerous back then as it is now. They were transporting goods between the relay station and the military base too. However, they lost contact with the relay station, and my sister has been missing since then, too, Tong Li sighed. The team listened to Tong Li as he shared his past. The relay station at the oasis was once called the Taklamakan Relay Station. It used to be at the scale of a little town. The black rocks that were burned at a high temperature contained black rock pistil, an important material for construction. Many cities in the west were built with rocks containing the black rock pistil. It allowed mags to construct buildings easily, as black rock pistil contained an abundant supply of the earth element. The black rock pistil was the main reason why the Taklamakan Relay Station was extremely important in the past. The place would be garrisoned by soldiers, and hunters would come to the relay station before entering the mysterious desert full of treasure waiting to be discovered. However, on a certain day, a huge sandstorm took place in the Taklamakan Desert. The wind was strong enough to move sand dunes. The relay station was buried by the sand in a single night. The safe area ended up becoming a part of the demon creature's territory. The soldiers and the hunters at the Taklamakan Relay Station all went missing, and Tong Li's sister, Qianshou, was one of the victims. Tong Li could not get over it even after so many years. He finally gathered his courage and volunteered to join the team when he heard Ji Yiming and his team were planning an expedition in the desert. He knew it was unlikely that he would find his sister, but at least he had tried. I've calmed him down and helped to restore his memories. He should recover soon, Qianshou said. He's very familiar with the area. Perhaps he can bring us to the Burning Mountains. Zhang Xiaohu asked. The Burning Mountains were still a certain distance away from the relay station. It was impossible to tell how long it would take them to find the right place, since they only had the temperature as a guide. Spending an extra day in the desert meant placing themselves at a greater risk. How did you all come in here? Lin Feili was more fluent after Qianshou's help. How else could we possibly come in here? We just forced our way in, but it was a hell of a journey. We almost died on our way here. I really can't believe this area was once safe 10 years ago. Lu Fang answered. Lin Feili, you aren't weak. Why didn't you try and leave this place? Mo Fan asked curiously. I don't know either. Maybe I've already gotten used to it, or maybe. I don't know. I can't remember, Lin Feili said. Mo Fan looked at Qianshou. She quickly explained, he must have suffered a serious shock before. It's the best I can do to restore his memories, but I can't help him remember the things that he forgot in order to protect himself. Lin Feili, do you remember my sister? Tong Li asked. A little, but I think she's dead, Lin Feili said. Did she escape from the relay station with the others? Tong Li's voice was aggravated. I don't really remember. Lin Feili shook his head. Tong Li, give him some time. I know you just want some answers, since you already know there's no chance your sister is still alive, Ji Yiming said. Tong Li let out a sigh. He did not ask any further questions. A senior hunter who passed by here years ago mentioned that there were some burning mountains in this desert. Do you know where they are? Mo Fan asked impatiently. The information was extremely important to resurrect Little Flame Belle. It was extremely rare to find a fire element sacred ground, which meant it was extremely difficult to fulfill the conditions in order to resurrect Little Flame Belle. Mo Fan would have to search for other places if the Burning Mountains were not the right place, which would mean he had no idea when he would be able to resurrect Little Flame Belle. The mountains are in that direction. They are blazing red at night. Lin Feili pointed to the north. Can you bring us there? I've briefly investigated the terrain. It feels like a natural maze, the kind that is difficult to pass through even if we keep heading in one direction, Zhang Xiaohu asked. Sure, Lin Feili said. However, he shuddered and put on a strange look all of a sudden. Zhang Xiaohu thought the man had just remembered something. However, the man remained silent and pointed ahead. Come with me. I'm actually quite interested in the burning mountains that you mentioned. Since we are just wandering around aimlessly, we might as well check out the burning mountains too. Perhaps we can find something interesting there. Tong Guang said. The others nodded. If they were able to find the burning mountains, it meant there might be some impressive loot of the fire element there. They had come so far, they would not want to go back empty-handed. Should we stick together then? We can help each other out too, Ji Ming said. Sure, I won't need to worry much with you around, Mo Fan agreed. Mo Fan could still take on commander-level creatures, but he was worried that they might stumble into ruler-level creatures. His demon element was still on cooldown. If they happened to stumble into a ruler-level creature, the whole team was going to die without the help of a super mage. The team was well rested. They had honed their strength for the upcoming danger. It was time for them to proceed on their journey. The journey ahead consisted of black rocks and sand dunes. The team did find some magic ores that they could sell for some money. The members picked the magic ores up along the way. Only a place with a high temperature like this, where even the demon creatures did not dare to roam around, would have magic ores or soul seed pieces lying scattered across the ground. The temperature had risen significantly. Every member of the team was drenched in sweat. It was already midnight, yet the heat showed no sign of dropping. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and discovered the place ahead was covered in darkness. The ground was dark, and the sky was pitch black without a single star. When Mo Fan took a closer look, he finally realized that he was not looking at the night sky, but a mountain so big that it completely blocked the sky. He immediately felt a great pressure. Such a ridiculous mountain! Zhang Qihu gasped. Strange, we should be able to see the mountain from the relay station considering how big it is, but why did we only see it when we are so close to it? Mu Nujiao asked. It's most likely because of the maze. It's messing with our senses. For some reason, the heat was not as unbearable when they reached the mountain. Lin Feili raised his head and looked into the sky. He then looked at the mountain top and said, "It's coming." "What is?" Mo Fan asked. As soon as he spoke, a sprout of flame brighter than the stars in the sky suddenly lit up at the peak of the magnificent mountain. It spread rapidly across the outline of the mountain and soon covered an area of 10 kilometers. It was basically highlighting the outline of the mountain with flames. The fire had appeared so suddenly that before the team could react, an ocean of flames filled their vision. Their eyes hurt from the bright flames even after they shifted their gazes away. The team was struggling to see the mountain, as it was pitch black previously. However, as the flames lit up the mountain, the team was able to see its true appearance. Its imperiousness and scorching heat left the whole team greatly astonished. When the flames lit up the sky, the team was surprised to hear the noise of wings beating at high frequency from all directions. "Look, it's the Sandstorm demon locusts." Zhang Xiaohu suddenly pointed to the other side of the sky. The Sandstorm demon locusts showed up like a cloud of dust. To their astonishment, the Sandstorm demon locusts were diving right at the burning mountains. Chapter 12-13. The Buried Relay Station. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What are they doing? Are they just trying to kill themselves? Zhang Xiaohu asked in confusion. It must be some kind of a ritual. The flames always summon the sandstorm magic locusts here. It's as if they are trying to be reborn in the flames, Lin Feili told them. The hell? While they were speaking, the team saw the sandstorm demon locusts diving into the flames. Their bodies and wings were soon set aflame by the scorching heat. As the sandstorm demon locusts ventured deeper, more of them were devoured by the flames. The flames continued to spread among the sandstorm demon locusts. Those with their wings burned to ashes started pouring down on the mountain like rain. Soon after, the sandstorm demon locusts were lighting up the sky like fireworks as the rain of flames poured down. It lit up the sky in the desert like magic. The only difference was, these fireworks actually consisted of thousands of sandstorm demon locusts that had just shown up not long ago. The thought of it sent shivers down the spines of the team. So this is their ritual? Jumping into a burning pit. Qianshou wondered. The abnormal scene lasted for around an hour. The team could not help but be amazed by the number of sandstorm demon locusts. Despite the overwhelming flames burning across the mountain, it still took such a long time to burn all the Sandstorm demon locusts to ashes. The ashes of the insects scattered across the sky. The flames on the mountain eventually died down, too. The team only dared to go closer after the flames disappeared. Lin Feili led the team toward the mountain's top along a meandering path. I'm not sure when it all started, but every night, these Sandstorm demon locusts will come and set themselves on fire. They are fearless and reckless, as if diving into the flames is actually enjoyable for them. I have never seen a single Sandstorm demon locust flee because it's scared to die, Lin Feili told them. You're telling me that the same thing actually happens every night? Wouldn't the Sandstorm demon locusts be wiped out if so many of them died every single day? Qianshou said. The burning mountains don't really burn all the time. I don't know where the flames come from, but every time the mountains are set aflame, the Sandstorm demon locusts come here, Lin Feili said. How strange. Humph, what does it matter? These Sandstorm demon locusts have been a huge problem in the West. The lands they attacked are still barren now because of their overwhelming numbers. Shouldn't we be glad that they are killing themselves here? Zhang said. You're right. The more that die to the fire, the fewer there are to bother us. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The team could still feel the heat from the ground as they set foot on the mountain. It was like they were walking on a boiling pan. Soon people were struggling to keep up. The temperature gradually increased the further they went up the mountain. Eventually, only those with the fire element were able to keep going. Brother Fan, I'm afraid we can't go any further. It's too hot for us, Qihu said. His sweat was pouring down like rain. Mu Nujiao, Qianshou, and Lingling were unable to go any further. They could not withstand the heat. If they went any further, it was only a matter of time until they passed out from dehydration. You guys should head back to the relay station then. I'll go ahead myself. Mo Fan did not force the others to go with him. Lin Feili was a fire mage. He told Mo Fan he should reach the top of the mountain if he stuck to the path. He might be able to find the fire elemental sacred ground there. After Mo Fan left the team, the others had no choice but to take the same path back. Tong Li was still preoccupied with the thoughts of his sister. He could not help but ask, Feili, my sister mentioned in her last letter that her squadron had discovered an ore vein. She was told to guard the place. Do you know anything about the ore vein? I'm thinking of going there. Perhaps I can find some clues about her whereabouts there. Lin Feili was obviously hesitating to answer the man's question, especially when he mentioned the ore vein. I haven't been able to sleep well these years. I just want an answer. Feili, if you know where my sister is, please tell me, even if she's only a pile of bones now. I would like to bring her remains back to my hometown, Tong Li said. Lin Feili, do you seriously not remember his sister? Qianshou asked. Lin Feili remained silent for some time. He finally said, I'll bring you there, but just you. Sure, thank you so much. My parents will feel relieved too if I can find my sister's remains. Tong Li blurted out in excitement. You, come with me, Lin Feili suddenly pointed at Qianshou. Me? He's going to get his sister's remains, why do I have to come too? Qianshou was confused. You're the only one I trust, Lin Feili said. It's not like Tong Li is going to do you any harm, Qianshou said helplessly. Qianshou, just go with them, Lin Feili has been living here for too long. You can't blame him for being overly sensitive, Qianshou said. Fine. The others had returned to the relay station to plan their next path deeper into the desert. Meanwhile, Qianshou, Lin Feili, and Tong Li went to the mountain of black rocks. It was where Qianshou had first met Lin Feili. The three picked up their pace and soon arrived at the cave where Lin Feili was living. Why are we here? Qianshou was utterly confused. Lin Feili went to a corner in the cave and pushed aside a huge rock blocking the path. Qianshou only realized the path was there after the rock was pushed aside. He could not even see the end of the tunnel. The three ventured deeper into the darkness. Lin Feili seemed extremely familiar with the place. He clearly knew the directions even though the place was pitch black. After walking for half an hour, the path started heading upward. The three left the cave and found themselves in a basin surrounded by black mountains. The place was enclosed by the cliffs of the Black Mountains. The mountains were preventing the wind from blowing the sand in. The basin felt like a secluded place, separated from the desert. She was buried here. Lin Feili pointed at a pile of rocks and sand. Tong Li was startled. His eyes soon reddened. It had been so many years. Despite the sorrow, the man was utterly relieved that he had managed to find his sister's remains.
Can I take her?
Tong Li asked. Sure. Tong Li moved the stones away and discovered the remains of a person with a smaller bone structure underneath them. He carefully retrieved the bones and placed them in a bag. Tong Li, where are you from? It seems like your hometown has the tradition of burying the dead in the place they were born. You risked your life to come here for the sake of it. You are a good man, Zhang Xiaohu said. My parents strongly believe that my sister's soul isn't going to find peace since she died in the wild. Commander Zhang, our family will be remembering the dead in a few days. I was hoping to find my sister's remains before that, so she wouldn't become a lost soul. I guess I will have to leave soon, Tong Li said. That quick? Zhang Xiaohu was startled. Yeah, our family holds the ritual once every 4 years. Those that died away from home must return before the ritual, or they will have to wait another 4 years. I'm not sure if I can make it in time either, but I can't just leave my sister's remains here, Tong Li said. But the others aren't planning to go back yet. We already put some markers down along the way back, so I can just follow the markers. The only problem is the sand river, but luckily, my secondary element is the wind element. I should be able to look after myself. I wasn't expecting much at the start, but you were able to find Lin Feili. Brother Lin Feili, thank you so much. Tong Li said. I have been talking to her over the years. It's good that you're bringing her back. I believe she prefers to go back to her hometown, Lin Feili said. Zhang Xiaohu was startled, but he soon realized something. Lin Feili must have come here quite often to talk to the graves. However, Zhang Xiaohu was still confused about one thing. Why was Lin Feili still living here on his own, instead of trying to leave the desert? Did he have some other reasons? Tong Li left by himself. Zhang Xiaohu felt a surge of emotions watching the man leave. The man had put his life at risk just so he could bury his sister back in his hometown. Commander Zhang, where are you from? Lin Feili asked. He was becoming more fluent. From the south, I'm from Bo City, Zhang Xiaohu said. Why are you here in the west? Lin Feili asked. To gain some knowledge and experience. How about you? Why did you choose to stay? Zhang Xiaohu asked. I was told to guard this place, Lin Feili said. An order? Zhang Xiaohu was startled. Lin Feili nodded. You almost forgot who you are. Why would you still care about the order? The person that gave you the order might even be dead by now, Zhang Xiaohu said. He's already dead, and I should have died here too, but Lin Feili paused in the middle of the sentence. He was glancing around the spacious basin. Is there something else here? I feel like you're quite mindful of it, Zhang Xiaohu asked indifferently. I'm only alive because I didn't want the truth to be hidden. The truth? Zhang Xiaohu asked confusedly. Do you really think that the relay station was gone because of a sandstorm? Lin Feili asked. Wasn't it? Lin Feili had a wry smile, but his eyes gradually filled with hatred. What happened? Zhang Xiaohu knew something was not right. His voice was serious. Lin Feili shook his head and did not answer the question. Chapter 12-14. Little Flame Belle's Resurrection. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If the heat was strong enough for Mo Fan to feel it, it indicated that the temperature on the mountain was incredibly high. Mo Fan slowly made his way up toward the top of the mountain along the meandering path. He had yet to reach the tallest peak, but he had made it to the mountain top. The sand of the desert was nowhere to be seen at this height, as it was impossible for the wind to blow the sand so high up. The mountain's top consisted of solid rocks burned continuously by the fire. Soul seed pieces were scattered across the place too. Mo Fan did not hesitate to pick them up. He could definitely feed them to little flame Belle. The quality of the soul seed pieces here was rather impressive. He believed little flame Belle would enjoy them.
Do I just wait for the fire here?
Mo Fan sat down on a stone and started to wonder. Mo Fan would have to stay to see if the fire was able to help little flame Belle to be reborn. He could not tell if his demon flesh would be able to withstand the heat of the fire. I'll just wait. It's not easy coming up here. Besides, the others should be fine at the relay station, Mo Fan murmured. Mo Fan had already told the others that he was most likely going to wait for the fire on the mountain. Only then would Mo Fan be able to find the sacred ground of the fire element to resurrect little flame Belle. Mo Fan was willing to stay here for a year if need be, let alone a single day. Mo Fan closed his eyes and started meditating. The place had an abundant supply of pure fire magic. The environment was significantly better than even the three-step tower. He could make use of the opportunity to consolidate his fire element. Mo Fan threw himself into the process. He gradually forgot about time and how drenched in sweat he was. Mo Fan opened his eyes once. The sun was still hanging high in the sky. However, the next time he opened his eyes, the sun was setting on the horizon. To his surprise, the temperature of the mountain was rising, the opposite of the setting sun. Time went by quickly. It was night again soon. Lin Feili told him that the whole mountain would be set ablaze at night, and the Sandstorm demon locusts would show up again to burn themselves to ashes. The whole mountain turned into a sea of flames as soon as the fire showed up. Mo Fan found himself surrounded by flames that were hotter than he had expected. His demon flesh was already being blistered by the overwhelming heat.
Are you serious?
It's this strong. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. He suddenly felt like a little monkey that had been tossed into a furnace. He was completely surrounded by fire. He was even struggling to open his eyes. How was he supposed to look for the source of the fire? Mo Fan slowly moved forward. He was merely following his instincts. It must be here, damn it, I can't even see anything. It's nothing but fire. Mo Fan ran through the fire. As a matter of fact, the fire had already burned his clothes to ashes, meaning that he was running naked across the mountain top. 2. The bunch of Sandstorm demon locusts suffering from depression had gathered around the mountain. However, they were soon burned to ashes as their resistance to fire was nowhere close to Mo Fan's. Mo Fan suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon. The Sandstorm demon locusts are all flying in that direction. Are they heading toward the elemental sacred ground? It was a living creature's nature to seek advantages. There must be something that the Sandstorm demon locusts were so obsessed with that they kept diving toward it recklessly. Mo Fan followed the Sandstorm demon locusts and arrived at a place surrounded by enormous boulders. The fire here was pure and fierce. Mo Fan almost felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. This is it. Mo Fan was overjoyed. He suddenly felt that the Sandstorm demon locusts were actually a bunch of cute little creatures. Otherwise, he had no idea how long it would have taken him to find the right place. Is there a soul grade seed here? Mo Fan was intrigued. What exactly was the source that set the mountain on fire every night? It would no doubt be treated as a spectacular attraction if it was not so hidden away in the desert. Mo Fan tried using his senses, but he did not detect the presence of a soul grade seed. It was very likely that the mountain had a soul grade seed somewhere, but it seemed like it would be quite difficult to find where it was. Little Flame Belle, do you like this place? Mo Fan held the fire calamity fruit that Little Flame Belle turned into in his hands. His smile was a little twisted, as he was still being tortured by the heat. Little Flame Belle seemed extremely fond of the place, but Mofan did not dare to stay any further. He quickly tossed the Fire Calamity fruit into the elemental sacred ground so Little Flame Belle could draw in as much energy as she needed for her resurrection. Little Flame Belle was indeed a creature blessed by nature and born in fire. The Fire Calamity fruit floated in the middle of the fire, yet the flames did not leave a single scratch on it. The tongues of fire were rapidly gathering toward Little Flame Belle. Mofan could not afford to stay any longer, and quickly backed away. When he was possessed by Little Flame Belle, he had a remarkable fire resistance, but the cultivation of his fire element alone was still not enough to withstand the heat. Enjoy a nice bath in the hot spring, Daddy can't stand the heat any longer. I'll wait outside and come pick you up when the fire is gone, Mofan called out. Mofan quickly left the area. He would seriously turn into a pile of ashes if he stayed any longer. Mofan ran a kilometer away from the elemental sacred ground. The temperature finally fell to within his acceptable range. He took hold of the opportunity to cultivate. He didn't believe many people could meditate in fire like he did. The demon element had indeed granted him lots of advantages. Mofan heard wings flapping just when he was just about to close his eyes. He turned around and saw a blue-red sandstorm demon locust flapping its wings on a rock nearby. It was surrounded by flames around 5 meters high. However, the sandstorm demon locust was not burned into ashes like the rest. It seemed to have a certain resistance to fire, just like Mofan. The little creature was moving clumsily. Its body was a lot smaller than a normal sandstorm demon locust. It was like a little locust that was born not long ago. It seems to be a little mutated demon locust. Come over here, you can keep me company, Mofan was amused. The sandstorm demon locusts were able to withstand the outstanding heat, but they were extremely vulnerable to the flames that could easily set them all on fire in an instant and burn them to nothing. Mofan was surprised to find the mutated demon locust among the army of sandstorm demon locusts, a mutated demon locust that was not afraid of fire. The little locust did not seem to be afraid of humans either. It flew into the air and landed beside Mofan, staring at him with its big compound eyes. It was difficult to tell if it was wondering if Mofan could be food. Here, have some jerky. Mofan took out a piece of jerky from the storage of his space element and gave it to the little demon locust. The demon locust ate the jerky instantly. If it was any slower, the jerky would be overcooked in no time. The demon locust was not hostile to Mofan. Mofan was not interested in killing a young demon locust either. He closed his eyes to meditate, while the mutated demon locust jumped around nearby. It seemed to be learning how to fly. 1. Its wings were extremely weak. It needed to stretch its wings and recover a few times in order to fly properly. The fire eventually died down. Mofan immediately headed over to where Little Flame Belle was, but the Fire Calamity fruit was perfectly intact, as if she had yet to absorb enough energy from the fire. Mofan had no choice. He would have to stay for another night. The only relief was, he was slowly getting used to the heat after staying in the fire for the entire night. His blistered skin fell off and was replaced by a new skin that was more resistant toward fire. 1. The mutated demon locust was following Mofan closely. Its eyes were flickering greedily, as if it was looking forward to eating more roast jerky. 1. Mofan waited until it was night again patiently. He sat on a rock and waited until the mountain was devoured by the fire. The sandstorm demon locusts appeared right on time, diving at the sacred ground of fire. The little locust stood beside him. It was watching the breathtaking sight, just like Mofan. Perhaps the little creature was quite confused about what its people were doing. Why was it that its uncles and aunties were so weak that they all died in an instant after they were caught on fire? Didn't they feel extremely comfortable in the fire? Mofan threw Little Flame Belle into the fire elemental sacred ground again. He proceeded to throw the mutated demon locust into the fire, too. However, it turned out that the mutated demon locust was unable to withstand the scorching heat. It seems like Little Flame Belle's level is higher. Mofan burst out laughing when he saw the little demon locust fleeing for its life. He initially thought the demon locust was immune to the fire, yet it turned out the flames would still burn it into ashes. Mo Fan heard the sound of the fire calamity fruit cracking. His heart immediately skipped a beat. In the past, the fiery sorceress Zhang Feng had to pour her life into the fire calamity fruit just so little flame Belle could be born. Mo Fan was overwhelmed with joy when he sensed the presence of little flame Belle gradually rising from the fire elemental sacred ground. Please resurrect. Little flame Belle was a blessed creature born of heavenly flames. She was the only one of her kind in the world, and she could only reproduce under strict conditions. Her kind had always struggled to survive past the youth phase. However, it was also the reason why her kind possessed overwhelming power after they reached their adult phase. Mo Fan was very much looking forward to seeing little flame Belle's changes after she was reborn. Mo Fan heard a familiar cry when the fire calamity fruit cracked open. A petite figure engulfed in flames flew out of it. She was swimming freely in the fire, like a fish in the water. However, the little creature did not indulge in the moment. She quickly rammed into Mo Fan's chest and hugged him firmly. 1. Mo Fan was startled. Little flame Belle had fallen right into his arms before he could take a look at her changes. How much did the little creature miss him? Likewise, Mo Fan was not really concerned about her changes. He was only looking forward to the sense of relief when he felt the heat burning in his chest. Mo Fan could feel little flame Belle's heartbeat. He could feel Qianshou's emotions from her, too. Let's go home. Mo Fan eased up and hugged little flame Belle. Little flame Belle shook her head and let out a cry, as if she was telling Mo Fan, I'm going to conquer this mountain. Chapter 12-15. Ardent Sunset, New Soul Grade Fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was quite obvious that the burning mountain contained an abundant supply of fire magic, but Mo Fan was utterly confused. How was little flame Belle going to conquer the mountain? Was she seriously thinking of eating the whole mountain? Mo Fan stood to the side quietly. He saw little flame Belle flying into the fire elemental sacred ground that she had flown out from. She emitted a strong aura. The mountain seemed to be shuddering after sensing her power. The flames nearby began to circle around her before entering her body. The sea of flames was rolling fiercely. Little flame Belle was like a bottomless hole in the middle of it, a hole that could never be filled up, even when the water of the sea was pouring straight into it. Little flame Belle was only absorbing the flames nearby at the start, but soon the flames across the entire mountain were slowly moving toward her. Mo Fan watched in disbelief as the endless flames surged into her tiny body in a spectacular manner. Little flame Belle had a huge appetite, and kept devouring the flames. She even absorbed the energy of the fire elemental sacred ground. Her body was slowly emitting the color of the rose-tinted clouds at sunset. It was beautiful, yet it also possessed an extremely dangerous aura. What kind of fire is that? Mo Fan was astounded. The color of little flame Belle's fire had changed. It was no longer the brown of the fire calamity, but a beautiful, ardent red. Mo Fan could easily tell how scorching and deadly the fire was without even touching it. Little flame Belle, are you refining the fire? Mo Fan asked. Little flame Belle was obviously absorbing the flames on the mountain to refine her own flames. She was not done with her rebirth, she was only just getting started. Little flame Belle uttered a cry. Her petite figure had the imperious aura of an empress. She was commanding the fire magic around her, asserting control over the fire. The flames on the mountain were slowly extinguished, starting from the edge of the sea of fire. It was clearly not the time for the fire to disappear yet, but the fire of the fire elemental sacred ground was gradually being absorbed by little flame Belle. The remaining flames that were nowhere as strong or pure were treated as a whetstone by little flame Belle to hone her fire. The ardent, rose-tinted light, with a gradient of light to dark, slowly merged with little flame Belle's body. Little flame Belle was originally made of fire. The ardent flames granted her an imperious demeanor. Her aura now greatly resembled the destructive aura of the flame Belle Empress. Some time later, the flames on the mountain vanished completely, and the temperature on the mountain dropped too. Little flame Belle, engulfed in ardent flames, flew out of the elemental sacred ground. She had a big satisfied smile on her face.
What is the fire that you've refined?
Mo Fan asked. Little flame Belle was eager to show off her new power too. She summoned an ardent fireball and tossed it indifferently at a boulder nearby. The fireball was only the size of a fire burst, yet the boulder burst into flames as soon as the fireball touched it. The fire burned the boulder into ashes within seconds. The rocks in the desert were able to withstand incredible heat, let alone the rocks on the top of the burning mountain. They had been assaulted by the fire for many years. Those that remained were clearly indestructible to the fire, but Little Flame Belle's flames were able to burn them to ashes with ease.
Is that a soul-grade fire?
Mo Fan blurted out in joy. If Little Flame Belle had obtained a soul-grade fire, it meant he had access to it too. Little Flame Belle let out a cry. Her body was soon engulfed in a fierce, brown fire that Mo Fan was very familiar with. It was the fire that Little Flame Belle once had, the Calamity Fire. Mo Fan initially thought her Calamity Fire would be replaced by the new fire. The Calamity Fire was indeed incredibly powerful, as it was able to grow stronger together with Little Flame Belle. To Mo Fan's surprise, Little Flame Belle was able to retain the Calamity Fire after she refined the new soul-grade fire. Does that mean you now have two types of soul-grade fire? Mo Fan exclaimed. Little Flame Belle let out a happy cry. Mo Fan remembered the fiery sorceress Qianshou had two different flames, too. One was used as her attack, and the other circled her defensively. It meant Little Flame Belle was extremely close to reaching Qianshou's strength, since she now possessed two different kinds of fire. Little Flame Belle had two different flames, while he had one, meaning that he would have three kinds of fire when he was possessed by Little Flame Belle. Different fires had different effects, and different domains, too. Mo Fan could not imagine how unstoppable he would be once he managed to find a soul-grade fire seed for himself. Calamity Fire, Ardent Sunset, Rose Flame, ha ha ha, I'm going to be unbeatable again. Mo Fan burst out laughing imperiously, even though he was still standing naked on the barren mountain top. Little Flame Belle stood on Mo Fan's head. The naive little creature burst out laughing too. The only difference was she sounded a lot more adorable. 1. Little Flame Belle also had a new ability after she was reborn. She could shrink into a tiny flame bell like a blazing red porcelain doll whenever she pleased, allowing her to lie on Mo Fan's head or shoulder. Mo Fan was still laughing egotistically, and Little Flame Belle followed suit. The mutated demon Locust looked at them in confusion. It eventually let out a few cries too, to liven things up further. It ended up making the scene even weirder. Let's go, it's time we go down the mountain and crush anyone that we find to be an eyesore. Mo Fan strutted down the mountain. He was clearly in a good mood. Little Flame Belle was a fan of destruction. Now that she had two different flames, she would definitely enjoy burning the bad guys even more. Little Locust, it's time to say goodbye. Remember to be a kind-hearted demon Locust, do you understand? Mo Fan did not forget to bid farewell to the mutated demon Locust. The demon Locust seemed like it was unwilling to part ways with Mo Fan. He had no choice but to give the little creature another piece of jerky. The little Locust beat its wings and led Mo Fan to another side of the mountain. After traveling for a kilometer, Mo Fan discovered black stones that looked like pebbles scattered across the place. It was quite a stunning sight. The little Locust found a crystalline, black rock and brought it to Mo Fan. It seemed to be giving Mo Fan a parting gift. Mo Fan was startled. He could easily tell that the rock had crystallized as soon as he saw the gloss on its surface. A rock crystal was invaluable, it was the highest quality fundamental crystal. Mo Fan never thought the little Locust would be giving him such a huge gift. Do you want to go with us? Mo Fan asked Little Flame Belle to translate for him. To his surprise, Little Flame Belle was able to communicate with the demon Locust. The little creature seemed quite intimidated by Little Flame Belle, since it was unable to withstand the heat of the ardent sunset engulfing her. Little Flame Belle soon relayed the demon Locust's words to Mo Fan. You are staying here to guard this place? Is there even anything you can guard here apart from a pile of black pebbles? We'll be going then. Remember to be a kind demon Locust, and don't you dare harm the crops. Mo Fan patted the demon Locust on its head. By the way, how fast have you grown? You were only this small a few days ago, but you're already so big now. Does your kind feed on fertilizer? 3. Mo Fan went down the mountain with Little Flame Belle. The burning mountain was no longer as valuable as it used to be, since Little Flame Belle had absorbed most of the energy of the fire elemental sacred ground. Even if the mountain still burned at night, the scale of the flames were nowhere close to what they used to be. Little Flame Belle reminded Mo Fan to bring her to places like this, so she could further refine her fire. It was obviously a piece of good news to Mo Fan. Little Flame Belle's rate of growth was actually quite slow. It would take years for her to grow into a Flame Belle Empress. However, if Little Flame Belle could continue to grow stronger by refining her fire, she would most likely become even stronger after she evolved into a Flame Belle Empress. We've spent almost 3 days here. I wonder how the others are doing. Mo Fan hurriedly made his way down the mountain. He was worried about Zhang Xiaohu, Mu Nujiao, Lingling, Qianshou, and the others, since he had been gone for quite some time. The sand in the air thickened as they crossed the area with the black rocks. Mo Fan eventually saw the structures of the relay station that were half buried under the sand. However, he did not find a single person there. Strange, did they already leave? I'm quite sure Hosey and the others would be waiting for me here instead. Mo Fan mumbled to himself. Little Flame Belle flew back and forth helping Mo Fan to search for the others. However, she did not find any trace of the people either. Lingling, can you hear me? I'm back from the mountain. Mo Fan took out the communication device to try contacting Lingling. He did not receive a response. It was likely that the bad weather was stopping the signal from getting through. The question was, where did they go? Why didn't they leave some clue for him? How was he supposed to look for them? Little Flame Belle let out a cry to call Mo Fan over. The little creature seemed to have found something. Mo Fan went over and saw an arm exposed above the surface behind a structure. The rest of the body was buried under the sand. Mo Fan's heart sank. He quickly dug through the sand using telekinesis. The corpse was already died, implying that the person had been dead for more than a day. After digging the corpse out, Mo Fan realized that it was Li Sik-hong, the man he had saved before. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. He was relieved that it was not Zhang Xiaohu or the girls. However, he immediately frowned. If Li Sik-hong had died here, it meant the others were in trouble now. Chapter 12-16 Earth Pistil Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A group of people wearing blue military jackets had gathered in a valley, some of them guarding the entrance. Tong Li, why are you doing this? We trusted you. Zhang Xiaohu yelled, glaring at Tong Li. It's what I had to do in order to achieve our goals. Unfortunately, Lin Feili isn't aware of the situation he's in. Is he seriously going to keep the secret until we bury his bones under the sand? How stubborn, just like Squadron Leader Ju, Tong Li smiled. Ha ha ha, they are pretty stupid too, thinking we are risking our lives to go an expedition for the sake of the others? Risking our lives for mere glory and reputation? Unfortunately, you guys had to poke your nose into other people's business. You have seen what you're not supposed to, so bad luck. Zheng Tong burst out laughing. Zheng Tong, are you seriously doing this to your leader? Ji Yiming snapped furiously. I'm sorry, leader. We were thinking of doing it silently, but we can't help it since Lin Feili somehow recognized me, Tong Vuong said. You were the soldiers that were stationed here. Ji Yiming looked at the betrayers, his heart sinking to the bottom. The Golden Battle Hunters had suffered a great loss after the incident related to the Black Vatican. Ji Yiming was thinking of using this expedition to earn their reputation back. He had asked Tong Vuong, whom he trusted, to find some reliable men, yet it turned out that he had been used all along. Ji Yiming looked at the soldiers and the scar-faced general. He was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Lin Feili, I will give you one more chance. Where is the earth pistil? Tong Li tightened his grip on Lin Feili's throat. His eyes were almost poking out of the sockets, filled with greed and anger. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Tong Li, who was like a completely different person and felt extremely guilty. He always thought things were as simple as they looked. He was so naive to believe Tong Li's words. The man did not come for his sister's remains. He did not even care about his sister's death. He was here for the earth pistil, an important resource that would allow them to build a city in the desert. It was you that destroyed the relay station, right? Qianshou asked coldly. Qianshou had seen fragments of Lin Feili's memory when she was helping him to recover. Lin Feili was unwilling to face the past, so even when he had recovered the ability to speak in his memory, his subconscious still chose to forget about the past. No one would have thought that the team going on an expedition would be followed by a group of soldiers. They had long been planning to return to the desert. Tong Li did not leave because he was bringing his sister's remains back. He had gone to contact the soldiers. By the time the team realized what was going on, they were already surrounded by the soldiers. It was me that destroyed the relay station, the general leading the soldiers, Qianshou, declared without any expression. Aren't you worried that you're going to be sentenced to death by the military courts? Zhang Xiaohu said. As a soldier, Zhang Xiaohu found General Qianshou's actions intolerable. A soldier's job was to defend the relay stations, the towns, and the cities, yet not only did the scumbag fail to do his job, he even wiped out a relay station that once was the size of a little village. To make things worse, the man abused his power and told his superiors that the relay station was buried by a huge sandstorm. The people simply forgot about the relay station together with the crimes the general had committed. If Li Sixhong had not discovered Tong Vuong and Zheng Tong's secret, they would never have realized they were being used. That relay station is nothing compared to a city. Don't even bother saying that I'm being inhumane. There's only one rule in this desert: whoever is alive has the right to speak. What I'm asking is very simple: hand over the earth pistil. If you hand it to the useless government, its energy is going to deplete in no time. The relay station will forever be a relay station, worse than a little village. If you give me the earth pistil, I can turn this place into a city, the only city that can survive in the desert. To our north is an endless supply of ores, and further away is a natural furnace. To our west is an endless supply of mutated seeds from the demon insects. This city is going to surpass everything. Qianshou proclaimed. As a soldier, you're meant to hand in every resource you find, but you're misappropriating the earth pistil just so you can become a local tyrant here. Stop trying to justify your act of destroying the relay station. You are no different than the demon insects and maggots here. Zhang Xiaohu retorted. Lin Feili, I know the captain told you where the earth pistil is, and I believe it's still here, but you know I don't have the patience to dig up every place just to find it. You have one last chance. If you don't hand it over, I will kill a person every minute until you're the only one left. If you insist on holding on and watching these people die because of you, be my guest. Qianshou said. Qianshou soon set his eyes on Zhang Xiaohu. He straightened his gaze as a signal. Zheng Tong and Tong Vuong immediately went up to Zhang Xiaohu and pressed him down to the ground. Lin Feili immediately went berserk, yet he was pinned down by the soldiers. He could not even budge. Even a super mage like Ji Yiming was unable to break free from their control. Zheng Tong gave Zhang Xiaohu a powerful kick and yelled, "Hey kid, why aren't you acting arrogantly now? Didn't you have a bright future ahead of you? Humph, you're going to turn into a pile of bones soon." It was a pity that Mo Fan was not here. Otherwise, he would definitely enjoy torturing Mo Fan, as the man had been an eyesore to him for quite some time. 1. So many years have passed, don't you feel guilty even the slightest for what you have done? Lin Feili snapped with bloodshot eyes. Guilty? The old captain should be the one to feel guilty. If he had handed the thing to me, I could have sent my men to escort the people here away. They wouldn't have been eaten by the Sandstorm demon Locusts.
Qianshou replied.
You were the one that attracted the Sandstorm demon Locusts here. I knew all along.
Lin Feili snapped. What if I did?
Hurry up and make your decision. I know you're not afraid to die, but are you going to watch these people die because of you, or hand over the earth Pistil? Your choice.
Qianshou said calmly.
Lin Feili was on the verge of losing his mind. There was no way he could handle the shock if what happened 11 years ago was to repeat itself again. He was only alive because of two reasons: he wanted to guard the earth Pistil, and second, he wanted to tear the crazy general to pieces with his bare hands. There had been around 200 people at the relay station, including the soldiers stationed there and the hunters that were resting there temporarily. There were some people that had long settled down at the relay station, too. Qianshou had led the Sandstorm demon Locusts here to force the old captain to give the earth Pistil up. The old captain did not accept his demand. In the end, Qianshou, who was in charge of transportation and gathering back then, used his domain to block off their escape, resulting in the people being eaten alive by the Sandstorm demon Locusts. Lin Feili was fortunate enough to survive. The only reason he did was because he ate a poisonous snake in despair. He was supposed to be dead, and the Sandstorm demon Locusts did not touch him since he was poisoned. However, Lin Feili had amazingly woken up. He realized that he had to eat the same poisonous snake every day to sustain his life. It was the main reason why he could not leave the desert. He had been living like a beast in the desert, while the others had died because of Qianshou's greed and ambition. Lin Feili thought Qianshou did not mean to kill the people in the first place. He was just trying to get his hands on the earth Pistil, but it somehow ended up in a tragedy. The man was only trying to force the old captain to hand over the earth Pistil. However, Lin Feili was wrong. Qianshou never cared about the lives of the people. He was only interested in getting the things he wanted. He even had his own private army. He was planning to build a city in this resource-rich desert. He was planning to be a tyrant in the desert. His private army had grown significantly after so many years. The man had never given up on the earth Pistil, nor did he have any sign of remorse or guilt.
Time's up.
Here, say goodbye to your new friend. Oh, I forgot to mention, your friend is a commander at Qinling Mountains. He has done quite a lot despite his young age. He was also a hero of the ancient capital, saving millions of lives. TSK, he could easily reach my rank in a few years. Such a great talent, but he's going to die here because of an idiot like you, Qianshou said. He sounded like he was feeling pity for having to kill the young and talented commander. Lin Feili was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. He never thought Zhang Xiaohu was a commander at such a young age, not to mention that he had saved so many lives. If I tell you where it is, will you let them go? Lin Feili took a deep breath and said to Qianshou. Of course. But they already know your crimes. I don't believe you're going to let them live, Lin Feili said. Ha ha ha, Lin Feili, how dumb could you be? Who cares about what happened 11 years ago? Even if someone actually cared, how are they going to prove I was the one that did it? I'm a general now. The military court can't really prove me guilty without any solid evidence. So what if they heard about the incident? Telling them a story isn't going to be considered a piece of evidence, Qianshou burst out laughing. He was not treating anyone seriously, including Ji Yiming. 1. Ji Yiming might be a super mage, but the power and influence of a mere leader of the Golden Battle Hunters was nothing compared to his. Let them go, and I'll tell you where it is. Lin Feili said. Sure, Zheng Tong, Tong Guang, release them. Let the ladies go first, Zhang Xiaohu pointed at Qianshou and Mu Nujiao. How gentlemanly of you, fine, let them go first, Qianshou waved his hand. He had no interest in the girls, despite their glamorous looks. Compared to the chance of building a city and acquiring the power to rule over hundreds of thousands of people, Qianshou seriously could not have cared less about a few women. Chapter 12-17 Poison seal, chased by the demon locusts. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I've already released the girls as you requested. Isn't it time for you to tell me where the earth pistil is? Qianshou said deliberately. They have nothing to do with this, I don't want any of them to die, Lin Feili said. I know you want to save them all. You just need to tell me where the earth pistil is. I can't be bothered killing them, either, Qianshou said. General, I mentioned there's still another guy on the loose. That young man is quite strong. If you let these women go, they might go and find him, Zhang said. Is he a super mage? Qianshou asked. No, he's just an advanced mage. Should I waste my time on him then? Qianshou asked rhetorically. No, you're right, General. Zhang said with a stiff expression. Lin Feili, you should at least tell me which direction the earth pistil is at. I know it's somewhere here, Qianshou said. In that direction, Lin Feili pointed at some jagged rocks. Qianshou waved his hand. A soldier immediately went over to the rocks and took out a device to scan the area. The device started to glow soon. Qianshou's eyes flickered with excitement. Lin Feili was not lying to him. The earth pistil was indeed in the direction that he said. The jagged rocks must be different from the black rocks nearby. Let them go, or you will never find the earth pistil, Lin Feili said. Sure, but just so you aren't trying to trick me, I'll be holding him hostage still. Qianshou grabbed Zhang Xiaohu and smiled. Lin Feili clenched his teeth. He went up to the jagged rocks and placed his hands on them. A dark brown energy rippled, spreading toward the surroundings as an invisible magic formation was withdrawn. The thick rocks suddenly softened and turned into mud. As the mud continued to pour out, it revealed a long passage. So it's a magic formation. The old captain is pretty cunning. It turns out that he was suspicious of me a long time ago, Qianshou smiled. He had an extremely greedy look in his eyes. Tongguang, you'll keep an eye on this man. Lin Feili, take the lead. We are going in together. Tongguang escorted Zhang Xiaohu and followed Lin Feili into the dark passage. Qianshou waved his hand, signaling a team of soldiers to go on ahead before he also went into the passage. Qianshou turned around and looked at the rest of the soldiers when he was about to enter the passage. He glanced at the rest of the hostages and said, Zhang Qihu, stay here. Kill anyone that shows up. Affirmative. Zhang Qihu saluted sharply. General Shi, are you seriously going to let the girls go? I know they won't pose any threat to us, but they might cause some trouble, Zhang said with a menacing expression. It was obvious that the man did not want any potential risks. The truth was, he was not happy that Mu Nujiao had run away. She was the kind of woman that he always wanted to get his hands on. In this unoccupied desert, strength and numbers were everything. No one would ever learn of their crimes. Do you really take me as the merciful kind? Don't worry, they won't be alive for long. Something else will take care of them, Qianshou showed his palm. A faint, poisonous light was glimmering on it. Zhang was astounded as soon as he saw the light. I heard General Shi is able to control insects. Could it be that you were the one commanding the Sandstorm demon locusts to attack the relay station? Qianshou smiled without answering the question. So the two girls, Zhang asked in a low voice. They won't live for long. Qianshou looked at Zhang and grinned. You're the typical kind of man that can't achieve greatness. Women are great, but they can only satisfy your desires temporarily. When you have lots of power, you will understand that women are just a mere appendage. You're right, General. I just feel that it's quite a pity for such a beautiful woman to die like that, Zhang said. You have done well this time. Without your help, we might have struggled to get into the desert safely. You will get all you want after I got my earth pistil. However, make sure those that are supposed to die are dead. Only the dead in the desert can reassure me, Qianshou said. Affirmative. Outside the basin, Mu Nujiao and Qianshou were sprinting toward the burning mountains. They had to tell Mo Fan what had happened. They had to find a way to rescue Zhang Xiaohu and the others at all costs. Right, Lingling, we haven't seen her yet. Is she all right? Mu Nujiao blurted out when she remembered something. She's smart, she must be hiding somewhere. I'm only worried that she couldn't bear it, she's only a little over 10 years old, Qianshou murmured. The two immediately panicked. They were wondering if they should look for Mo Fan or Lingling first. A small figure with a pair of ponytails suddenly showed up. She was wearing a wind coat. Her eye seemed calm and collected despite the odious environment. She was looking at the two girls. Don't worry about me, just tell me what happened, Lingling came over and said. It's such a relief that you're fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to tell Mo Fan. Mu Nujiao was overjoyed. Lingling suddenly disappeared when the military showed up. They did not know how she was able to tell something was wrong so quickly. Luckily, Qianshou, Zhang Tong, Tongduang, and the others did not really consider Lingling a threat. They simply assumed the little girl was going to be eaten by the demon creatures when she was wandering on her own. Mu Nujiao and Jiang Xiaoxiu had the same worry. To their surprise, Lingling was perfectly fine. She even had the time to tidy her hair. She was indeed worthy of the title of Hunter Master. She was able to find the safest spot, even in the worst environments. Was Qianshou behind it? Lingling asked. Yeah, we didn't expect he was responsible for the tragedy at the relay station. Why would there be such a deranged man? Jiang Xiaoxiu snapped furiously. So that means the Earth Pistil is real? Lingling asked further. The two girls were stunned. They were curious why Lingling knew about the Earth Pistil. What's happening inside? Lin Feili brought Qianshou into a passage. It should lead them to the Earth Pistil. They must have taken Zhang Xiaohu and Ji Yiming as hostages. Lu Fei, Yang Bao, Xu Pingdong, and the rest of the members of the Golden Battle Hunters were still in the basin being guarded by the soldiers, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Something strange, Lingling murmured. Strange? What is? Jiang Xiaoxiu was confused. There's no way Qianshou would spare anyone's life. It's just too strange that he let you go so easily, Lingling said. Girl, do you want us to be killed instead? Jiang Xiaoxiu snapped. Mu Nujiao had the same suspicion. Even though Qianshou was quite full of himself, he was still a general. If someone knew what he had done here, he would still be sentenced to death. His private army would be put on trial, too. A noisy sound was heard coming from the mountains. It was getting clearer gradually. Lingling lifted her gaze and looked toward the mountains. She immediately realized what was happening when she saw a huge cloud approaching them. As I thought, Qianshou never planned to let you live. The man is a super poison mage. He is most likely the reason why the Sandstorm demon locusts built their nest here, Lingling said. Oh heavens, why are the Sandstorm demon locusts here? Aren't they supposed to stay away from the relay station? Jiang Xiaoxiu screamed. The two girls were utterly terrified after seeing the Sandstorm demon locusts. They could clearly tell that the demon locusts were coming after them, but they could not understand why. Qianshou must have marked you with some poison seals that are attracting the Sandstorm demon locusts. You can try running toward the burning mountains. You might have a chance to save yourself if you can make it to the burning mountains before they catch up with you, and if the burning mountains are still on fire. I'll be going first. Best of luck, Lingling immediately turned around and left. The two girls were stunned for a moment as they watched the little figure disappearing into the distance. Did Lingling really just abandon them like that? The numbers of the Sandstorm demon locusts were too overwhelming. They quickly ran toward the burning mountains when they saw the Sandstorm demon locusts approaching from the distance. Lingling ran in the opposite direction. She was surprisingly quick, as if her boots were enchanted with magic. Lingling ran to a hilltop and watched Mu Nujiao and Jiang Xiaoxiu running in the distance. Mo Fan wouldn't blame me for leaving them to die, right? Lingling sighed. There was no chance of survival after they were targeted by the Sandstorm demon Locusts. Qianshou did not want them to leave the desert in one piece. He was only putting up an act in front of Lin Feili. Mo Fan is going to avenge you, Lingling promised. Lingling did not have any other choice. The Sandstorm demon Locusts would kill them in an instant. She could only hope that Jiang Xiaoshu and Mu Nujiao had some trump cards up their sleeves to survive the situation. Hee, little girl, that's very smart of you. You actually managed to escape from our surround, a strange voice came from behind the rocks. Lingling turned around and saw a tall, skinny man wearing a grey-blue military jacket coming out from the shadows. The man had a ghastly appearance. His eyes were poking out from his eye sockets. The vicious look in his eyes meant he had no intention of showing any mercy to the little girl. Lingling was taken by surprise. She did not think Qianshou would be sending someone after Mu Nujiao and Jiang Xiaoshu. Even if they managed to stay alive from the Sandstorm demon Locusts, this man would still make sure they were dead in the end. This Qianshou was utterly vicious, yet extremely cautious, too. Chapter 12-18. The Strength of the Ardent Sunset. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Can your general really control the Sandstorm demon Locusts? Lingling asked. She did not seem to be panicking after facing the man that was planning some mischief. Does it even matter? I'm quite curious too, what is a young girl like you doing here? Girls at your age should be studying in schools and playing at home. You should be eating some dessert as you are going shopping, shouldn't you? The skinny soldier grinned and slowly moved toward Lingling. I hate all of those things, Lingling replied. If it was me in the past, there's no way I would kill a little girl like you, but you know I can't disobey the orders of my superior. I am not allowed to let a word leave this place. The skinny soldier came even closer, his cold eyes fixed on Lingling. No one is going to believe the words of a little kid, Lingling raised her head and said in a serious voice. The soldier chuckled. He was amused by the little girl. Sorry, can't do, it's an order. Anyone that comes in here is not allowed to leave. Some things are meant to be buried under the sand. You shouldn't be digging them up, since more lives are just going to die because of it. The people thought the scariest thing in this desert was the Sandstorm demon Locusts, but those that are familiar with General Sha know he's the deadliest king of scorpions in this desert. The soldier smiled, but it gradually lost its warmth. He raised his right hand slightly. A black mist circled his hand, and slowly turned into a black blade pointed at Lingling's temple. You do know you're the bad guy? Lingling said. I know, of course I know. The skinny soldier was still smiling. But I bet you don't know that most bad guys died in the end because they talked too much. They should have just focused on the job, idiot. Lingling snapped. The soldier was startled. As he was about to get angry, a shadowy black bird appeared beside him. The shadow quickly dissipated, and a human figure stepped out from it, stood less than half a meter away from him. The man had dark brown eyes that looked like they were going to spit fire at any second. The soldier had never felt such a strong pressure. His whole body turned cold in an instant. I dare you to touch her. The eyes belonged to Mo Fan. He had found Lingling by following the symbols she had left behind. He happened to arrive just as he saw the soldier threatening Lingling. Who are you? The soldier was shocked. The soldier also had the shadow element, yet he was completely unaware of the man's presence. It meant the man's shadow element was significantly stronger than his. It was also his first time seeing the fleeing shadow in the form of a shadow bird. You won't need to know who I am. You just need to remember before you die that I'm 10 times sparier than your general. Mo Fan slammed his fist into the soldier's chest. His punch was enhanced by the overwhelming force of the space element. The soldier's chest caved in before he flew into the distance like a bullet and slammed heavily into the black rocks. The soldier vomited blood after slamming into the rocks. His magic armor barely saved him, but he was in immense pain. As his bones were all broken. That's all you got. You're still nothing compared to General Sha, the soldier said mockingly despite the condition he was in. He seemed to be fearless of death. However, before he could finish his sentence, a huge flame suddenly burst out of his body. In less than a second, the soldier was completely devoured by the fierce flames of the ardent sunset. The flames even burned the rocks nearby into ashes. The fire was still spreading across the rock of the hill. It had long burned the soldier and his armor into nothing, but the flames were still spreading uncontrollably, just like Mo Fan's fury. "Who is this asshole General Shi?" Mo Fan clenched his fist and extinguished the flames in the distance. He turned around and asked Lingling. "Forget about that for now, I think you should take care of those demon locusts first." Lingling pointed in another direction. There were two vague figures out there. Mo Fan was startled. He quickly realized the figures were Mu Nujiao and Qianshou, and they were running toward the burning mountains. More importantly, they were being chased by countless sandstorm demon locusts. The demon locusts were like a grey cloud. They slowly turned into a veil in the sky, flying in a line. They gradually closed in on Mu Nujiao and Qianshou. Some that were closer were already attacking them. If more demon locusts reached them, they would soon turn into skeletons. Mo Fan did not have time to ask Lingling. He immediately cast Blink. "I'm fine here, hurry and save them," Lingling told him. Mo Fan nodded. He connected the last star pattern for the silver constellation, a magic formation with a bigger coverage. With a silver flicker, Mo Fan's figure faded away in the trembling space. As the light's brightness reached its limit, Mo Fan vanished into thin air and reappeared at the waist of the hill nearby within the blink of an eye. Lingling glanced into the distance and saw the same silver star constellation. Mo Fan vanished once again after it flickered. Lingling looked further ahead and saw Mo Fan. The same silver star constellation appeared. Mo Fan soon arrived behind the sand dunes. He was getting smaller and when as he drew closer to Mu Nujiao and Qianshou. Lingling let out a relieved sigh after she saw Mo Fan able to cover the distance so swiftly. The demon locusts were beating their wings very quickly. The drone they produced was no longer just a sound, but a sonic wave surging across the sand dunes. As the sandstorm demon locusts drew closer, the sound was preventing Mu Nujiao and Qianshou from channeling their spells. The vicious sandstorm demon locusts flew past them. Their sharp claws and teeth tore through the girls' clothes and skin, leaving cuts on their bodies. The rest of the sandstorm demon locusts picked up their pace after picking up the smell of blood. The demon locust swarm was going to eat the two girls. "We are having trouble using our magic." Qianshou forcibly summoned her magic armor, hoping to buy herself some extra time. They finally understood why the sandstorm demon locusts were unstoppable. Their wings produced a sonic wave that would stop the mags from being able to focus on the channeling of their spells, meaning that just the sound they produced was dealing a deadly blow to a mage. The magic armor that the two girls were wearing would not last for long. They were fully covered in the sandstorm demon locusts. The creatures had stacked on top of them like two huge cocoons. "Little Flame Belle, take them out," a voice yelled as the two girls were about to reach their limit. A petite figure flew into the cloud of sandstorm demon locusts, surrounded by a circle of fire that slowly enlarged. The fire set the sandstorm demon locusts on fire with the slightest touch. Flames the color of the sky at sunset surged widely through the sandstorm demon locusts. The sky was soon dyed red by the fire. The sandstorm demon locusts stood no chance against the overwhelming heat of the ardent sunset. Thousands of them died instantly to the fire. Little Flame Belle felt like the demon locusts were still burning too slow. She took a deep breath and blew out a brown fire that swiftly spun into a tornado made of calamity fire. It sprang up like a dragon and flew straight at the sandstorm demon locusts. The calamity fire's damage was no weaker than the ardent sunset. The two soul-grade fires seemed to be competing against one another, seeing who was going to kill the most sandstorm demon locusts. The sandstorm demon locusts were soon reduced into ashes and scattered in the air. The ears of Mo Fan, Qianshou, and Mu Nujiao could relax. As a matter of fact, the sandstorm demon locusts were a pain in the ass for even Mo Fan to deal with if he was alone. the sonic wave would reduce a mage to an ordinary human. Luckily, little flame Belle had recently acquired the Ardent Sunset, which seemed to be the Sandstorm demon Locust's natural foe. Otherwise, it was unlikely they could kill the Sandstorm demon Locusts within a short period. It was a relief that the Sandstorm demon Locusts that were sent after Mu Nujiao and Qianshou were only a small portion. If the entire army of the Sandstorm demon Locusts was here, Mo Fan definitely would have had no chance of saving the girls. He could not tell how long it would take him to burn them all into ashes. Mo Fan! Mo Fan, you're finally here! The two girls were about to burst out crying. Being eaten by the Sandstorm demon Locusts was surely the worst way to die. It's fine now, Mo Fan comforted them. Mu Nujiao and Qianshou were utterly terrified. Their experiences here in the desert were definitely beyond what they could bear. They were still lost in their thoughts after they somehow survived from the Sandstorm demon Locusts. They did not even realize their clothes were ragged. Parts of their fair, tender skin that were not hurt were exposed. It was surprising how they were still not tanned after spending some days in the desert. Mo Fan hugged the girls and comforted them. His eyes were looking back and forth between them. After some time, the two girls finally realized Mo Fan had taken advantage of them countless times with his eyes. They quickly found a spot to treat their wounds and change their clothes. Mo Fan, are you seriously so strong that you can even face the Sandstorm demon Locusts? Qianshou asked with a hint of admiration. Little Flame Belle has resurrected. She also obtained a new soul-grade fire that's extremely effective against the Sandstorm demon Locusts, Mo Fan replied honestly. The Ardent Sunset was indeed the Sandstorm demon Locust's natural foe. Even the mutated demon Locust that enjoyed staying inside the fire on the burning mountains did not dare to come any closer to Little Flame Belle, let alone the ordinary Sandstorm demon Locusts. They were like little sticks that could be set on fire with the slightest spark. Chapter 12-19. The Scum in the Army. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group went close to the cave that Lin Feili lived in. Mo Fan quickly discovered two soldiers guarding the entrance. They clearly had no intention of letting anyone pass. Qianshou, can you take them out? Mo Fan pointed at the two soldiers in grey-blue outfits. Their cultivation isn't strong, I'll handle them, Qianshou agreed. Be careful, they might be communicating constantly to see if everything is fine. If they don't respond, the others might notice something is wrong, Mo Fan reminded her. Don't worry, I know how to control their minds. Qianshou went into the rocks and cast an advanced psychic element spell to control the minds of the soldiers from over 100 meters away. The mental strength of the two soldiers was not high. Qianshou was able to control them easily. Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao, and Lingling strutted past the soldiers, yet they did not even react. One of them was still reporting through his communicator. They walked inside and soon arrived in the valley. Hiding behind the rocks, Mo Fan peeked through the cracks and saw the people of the Golden Battle Hunters surrounded by 100 soldiers. The person in charge was a bearded man with a bulky build. His face was like a brown-haired tiger. That guy is Qihu. He's pretty strong. Qianshou was only focusing on Ji Ming, while that Qihu took out the rest of us. We didn't even have time to fight back, Qianshou said. They have a lot of men. Can you tell how many advanced mags and intermediate mags they have? Mo Fan asked. Sure, but it will take some time, Qianshou said. It was necessary to understand the strength of their enemy. Qianshou sneakily used her psychic element to inspect the soldiers' cultivation levels, while Mo Fan silently moved into the valley with the Dark Noble Mantle. The Dark Noble Mantle was extremely handy at preventing his presence from being exposed. Even a super mage was unable to notice him if they weren't close enough. Mo Fan observed the surroundings and realized only a few people were guarding the valley. The others had gone deeper into the valley through the passage. It was good news for Mo Fan. It was incredibly difficult to take on the entire army, but if the soldiers split up, it was easier for him to take them out one by one. There are 7 advanced mags, the rest are intermediate mags. I'm afraid we can't really take them on, right? Qianshou said. 100 intermediate mags were stronger than 10 advanced mags. If they could not make it past the entrance of the valley, how were they supposed to save Zhang Xiaohu, Lin Feili, Ji Ming, and the others that had gone deeper inside? We still have a chance if there's only 7 of them. Mu Nujiao, don't show yourself. I'll keep them distracted while you lay down a demon tree. Jiang Xiaoshu, take care of those with the psychic element and the curse element, leave the rest to me. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, are you sure about going up against over 100 mags on your own? Why not? Mu Nujiao did not say a word, she was already preparing her demon tree in the dark. All plant magic required a certain time to prepare. Once they planted enough roots and branches across the area, they were basically unbeatable inside it. The ground was surprisingly sturdy in the area, so it was even harder to penetrate it with plants. However, it also had an advantage, the ground did not shake much, so the mags with the earth element would not notice any abnormalities easily. That being said, if the plants reached under their feet, and if the cultivation of the mags was on par with Mu Nujiao's, they would still sense her magic. Keep your chin up, when boss secures the earth pistil, we are all going to be living it up. We can do whatever we want, without having to be wary of what the army thinks. Zhang Qihu said to the soldiers. Captain, it's such a waste to let those 2 girls go. Shouldn't we just have kept them so we could relieve the boredom? The soldier replied promptly. Humph, you are all soldiers, but you are acting like bandits instead, a female soldier snapped furiously. Lieutenant Huang Yi, you're quite wrong about that. Aren't soldiers basically the same as bandits in the old times? It simply depends on who's holding the power in their hands. You can ask even the honest men among us if they were interested in the 2 girls just then. Not only were they gorgeous, their bodies were hot, too. They must have come from a nice background. It was the only chance that soldiers like us could taste them, the upright soldier said. Am I right, brothers? Yes. Ha ha ha. We've been following orders from the military and guarding the cities and outskirts. We are sent to the most dangerous places, yet we don't even get any benefits from it. We are risking our lives for the army, but we are living like refugees. Since we followed General Shi, even though we are still putting our lives at risk, the benefits he gave us are nothing like before. Zhang Qihu agreed with the proud soldier. Huang Yi, you should just turn your back on something like this. Us men who live on the edge have a lot of desires to satisfy still. Captain is right, I'm just wondering if Black Falcon managed to catch up to them, perhaps he's already enjoying the girls himself. The hidden Mu Nujiao and Jiang Xiaoshu flushed. Their hearts were burning with anger. What the proud soldier said about soldiers being the same as bandits was absolute nonsense. They had seen a lot of righteous soldiers. Evil could not be justified. If anyone let the evil in their hearts take control, they would be scum and degenerates, regardless of their appearance on the outside. That Zhang Qihu and the proud soldier might be lieutenants, but it was ridiculous how they thought every other soldier was the same as them. It seems these people knew what they were doing all along. They are prepared to take the risks, too. I believe I won't have to go easy on them. Mo Fan scoffed. Mo Fan had a good impression of soldiers because Chief Military Instructor Zhang Kong and his men were willing to sacrifice their lives for others, without asking for anything in return. It was obvious that these soldiers were corrupted. They had abused the remoteness of the desert to foster the evil thoughts in their hearts. Mo Fan believed it was necessary for their souls to wander in the wild winds of the desert for hundreds, or even 1,000 years, so they would realize how idiotic the path they had chosen was. Summoning Gate, Beast Tide. A lunar light shrouded Mo Fan as he swiftly constructed a star constellation. It glowed brightly as a giant summoning gate slowly opened, and enormous white wolves rushed out. The white wolves just kept coming. They were bulky and muscular, and the whole valley was shaking from the force their limbs were exerting. The wolves charged into the valley, taking the soldiers that were expressing their ideas so freely by surprise. What's happening? Demon creatures, we are being attacked. Don't panic, stand in your formations, "Prepare for battle," the female Lieutenant Huang Yi yelled. The soldiers were well trained, since they were elites in the army. They moved into their positions in no time, despite the surprise attack. They quickly summoned rock barriers accurately around their formation to stop the wolves from getting any closer. A flying creek snow wolf dashed out from the group of wolves. It pounced at the rocks and smashed them into pieces, then swung its claws at a soldier nearby. The soldier was instantly torn to pieces with blood splattered across the area. The man had a perverted smile while talking to the proud soldier just a minute ago, but he had died a horrible death. The rock barriers only managed to hold the enormous wolves back temporarily. Their thick flesh endured the flames, lightning, and wind directed at them as they tore savagely at the soldiers they could get their claws on. "Maintain the formation. It's only a bunch of wolves, there's nothing to be afraid of." The proud soldier was one of the people in charge. He stood on the higher ground and commanded his men. The troops cast fire spells simultaneously. The star pattern stacked up before numerous fiery red rays swept past and landed on the wolves in the form of fiery fists. Not long after, strong gusts of wind appeared and swept at the wolves, scattering them. Rain of burning fists. Mo Fan stood on the shoulder of one of the wolves and fired flames into the air. Huge fiery fists soon poured down from the sky and landed on the soldiers, forcing them to split up. "Who's there?" the proud soldier shouted furiously when he saw Mo Fan. "Your ancestor!" Mo Fan leapt into the air as a pair of burning wings swiftly appeared on his back. Using the wings, Mo Fan glided across the sky with the fiery fists. He locked his eyes on the proud soldier and threw a punch, sending a fiery dragon at him. The fiery dragon sprang forward and easily penetrated the defense of the light element that the soldiers had set up. The flames of the dragon devoured the proud soldier and immediately burned him to ashes. Both Mu Nujiao and Qianshou were satisfied when they saw the proud soldier being incinerated. They knew the man was harboring evil thoughts on them when they were still in the soldier's custody. It served a man like him right. "Mo Fan, it's Mo Fan!" Yang Bao blurted out in joy. "He's a man of honor, he actually came to save us." Xu Pingdong and the others were lost for words. Despite being overwhelmed by numbers, Mo Fan had still forced his way in. They were very grateful, yet was it really wise for him to walk right into the trap? "Brother Mo Fan, we are grateful for it, but you should run and leave the desert. Tell the army what happened here, so we can die content, knowing that justice has been served." Xu Pingdong shouted out. Chapter 1220. Facing 100 soldiers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Trying to run away? No one is leaving this desert today. Qihu looked at Mo Fan coldly, yet he did not attack right away. He was a lieutenant. If he had to deal with a man that was courting death, what was the point of being in charge of the others? He had quite a number of elites under his command. They could easily deal with this man that slipped through the net. Qihu waved his hand and said disdainfully, "Huang Yi, Lao Yin, brother, I'll let you three handle him." Brother, you wouldn't mind me detaining him alive so I can flay him slowly?" Zhang Dan smilingly said. "Since when do you have such a weird fetish? I shouldn't have placed you in charge of interrogating criminals. You can detain him and do your thing somewhere else," Qihu snapped. "Not a problem." Zhang Dan jumped forward and landed on a rock. In a few seconds, demon trees with spikes burst out of the ground and whipped wildly around the man. It was a ghastly sight. "He's pretty strong. We should take him out together to avoid more casualties," the female Lieutenant Huang Yi said. "That won't be necessary, but that wolf is going to be a hassle to deal with." "Forget it, the others will handle the wolf. Let's focus on taking out the kid," Lao Yin said. All three of them were advanced mags. They rapidly surrounded Mo Fan. Zhang Dan was a plant mage. He controlled the plants that were spreading around him adept. Zhang Dan was the first to approach Mo Fan. As he pointed ahead, a bunch of demon tree hands with spikes sprang forward. Mo Fan had no intention of dodging the attack. When the demon tree hands were around 20 meters from him, they suddenly burst into flames. The ardent flames spread fiercely and burned the demon trees to ashes in seconds. Telekinesis, illusionary claws. Mo Fan reached his hand out and grabbed the throat of the lieutenant called Zhang Dan. He lifted Zhang Dan off the ground. The man summoned his magic armor in a panic, but his armor was nothing impressive. It began to crack open when Mo Fan strengthened his grip. Damn it, take him out now. Qihu immediately panicked upon seeing this. Zhang Dan was his brother. He never thought the man could suppress his younger brother so easily, after seeing how young he looked. It was surprising the young man was an advanced mage. A strong magical aura was surging around Mo Fan. A few other advanced mags were channeling their star constellations. One was the muslin of the sky, turning into a giant spear, and the other was a water curtain, pouring down like a waterfall. The water curtain posed a greater threat to Mo Fan. It was like a crack had just opened above him. The current was strong enough to shatter the bones of an enormous wolf. In addition to the two advanced spells, a group of soldiers was locking their spells onto Mo Fan. Fiery fists and rolling waves lunged at him, followed by strong winds and purple lightning. He was suddenly surrounded by destructive spells. However, Mo Fan had no intention of letting Zhang Dan go. A silver star pattern was flickering under his feet as he held Zhang Dan across the distance. A silver rhomboid loomed over the area Mo Fan was occupying. The area of the space rhythm was over 50 meters wide. It felt like time had frozen inside it. Time stasis. Mo Fan raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The energy of the time stasis spread into his surroundings. The muslin of the sky, the water curtain, the strong waves, winds, the dense burning fists, and lightning all came to a stop around Mo Fan, failing to move even a single inch forward. Xu Pingdong, Yang Bao, Fei Shu, and the people of the Golden Battle Hunters were dumbfounded. They felt an urge to simply kneel in front of Mo Fan and worship him as he stood in the center of the colorful destructive spells. Is the space element really that strong? Yang Bao, who also had the space element, was restless. The single space rhythm had nullified so many attacks and spells. Most importantly, the man's imperiousness had instantly toppled Yang Bao's impression of the space element. The soldiers and lieutenants attacking Mo Fan were dumbfounded, too. They were stunned for a moment until they heard a loud crack. Zhang Dan's neck had been snapped by the terrifying man. Zhang Dan fell to the ground. His head was distorted while his eyes were rolling, his face frozen in a painful expression. The man was obviously dead. Qihu's eyes reddened. He was thinking of letting his brother gain more experience from the battle, yet the man had killed his brother in the blink of an eye. It completely infuriated him. "I'm going to tear your head off!" Qihu yelled angrily. He charged toward Mo Fan like a heavy missile and slammed into the ground. Sharp rocks burst out of the ground within 100 meters of where he landed. Mo Fan quickly jumped to higher ground to dodge the spikes. He saw Qihu's skin hardening, as if he had just put on an armor of rocks. The man launched himself into the air and kicked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned into a shadow bird and flew rapidly along the walls. To his surprise, the walls were under Qihu's control, too. Rows of spikes poked out of the walls after Mo Fan. "Destroy him!" Qihu took a deep breath. He waved his hand to signal the soldiers when he saw Mo Fan fleeing into the distance. Star patterns appeared under the feet of the soldiers. The energy of more than 10 intermediate spells soon rumbled forth, the whole valley was trembling. Demon Tree Trap. As the intermediate mags were about to blast Mo Fan with their spells, the ground that they were standing on suddenly cracked open. Countless demon tree hands sprang up like powerful huge arms and dragged the soldiers into the ground. Mo Fan glanced at Mu Nujiao, still hiding behind a rock, with a hint of relief. Mu Nujiao's primary element was the plant element. The trap she had set up was absolutely impressive. It immediately took out the soldiers of a few squads and disrupted the channeling of their spells. Mo Fan had just used the space rhythm, time stasis. The spell was still on cooldown. It might be a struggle to stop so many spells at once. Useless pricks. Huang Yi, Lao Yin, come with me, we are going to skin him alive. Qihu groaned and led his two old comrades after Mo Fan. Qihu was incredibly adept at using the eyes of the rock demon, especially the way he was using it both offensively and defensively, turning him into a rock beast. Mo Fan could only take him on directly with the help of Little Flame Belle. The problem was that if he had to use Little Flame Belle here, how was he supposed to fight Qianshou? Qihu was most likely one of the strongest advanced mags. He was clearly not an easy opponent, especially with how deadly his Rock Spike's domain was.
Where are you going to run to this time?
I'm going to avenge my brother. Deadly rock spikes burst out of Qihu's body as he charged forward like a tank. Huang Yi and Lao Yin had forced Mo Fan into a corner, leaving him with no chance of escaping. Mo Fan had no choice but to face Qihu directly. Blink, Mo Fan did not panic. Their attempt to flank him was useless as long as he had blink available. Qihu rammed into the rocks as Mo Fan had entered the tunnel of the space element just a second ahead of him. He reappeared 100 meters behind Qihu with a silver flash, his face calm. Huang Yi and Lao Yin frowned. The young man was seriously a tough opponent to fight against. Not only did he dare to take them on alone, he was able to face Great Lieutenant Qihu calmly, too. Damn it! Qihu broke free from the rocks. He turned around and almost lost his mind when he saw Mo Fan's calm face. It was humiliating knowing that he was being played like a fiddle by the young man. Qihu did not attack recklessly again. He gave the order to his men, use the shadow element to seal his movement. He had a bunch of shadow mags on standby. Once they set up the formation of giant shadow spikes, it would prevent the young man from using blink. Otherwise, they would never land any of their spells on him. How stupid, Mo Fan chuckled when he sensed the energy of the shadow element rising around him. Mo Fan cast the advanced shadow spell before the shadow mags were done channeling their spells. NYX regime. The light shining upon the valley was interrupted by darkness. A black mist loomed over the place. The people could not see a thing. The soldiers with shadow element were strengthened by the darkness too, but they had lost track of their target. If they fired the giant shadow spikes now, they might hit their own people instead. Most importantly, the man's shadow element was clearly a lot stronger than theirs.
Would their giant shadow spikes even do anything to him?
Formation of giant shadow spikes. Seal. As they thought, a stronger energy descended upon them. They could clearly sense the darkness infiltrating their bodies and minds, leaving them terrified. The soldiers shuddered when the shadow swords landed on them. Their bodies and minds were completely sealed off by the swords. Chapter 12:21. Eliminating Qihu. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan immediately suppressed the shadow mags that were naively trying to seal his movements, infuriating Qihu even further. In the pitch-black darkness, no one had noticed a petite figure moving silently to the members of the Golden Battle Hunters that were kept prisoner. She was able to remove the strong magic binding them with some unknown method. Xu Pingdong, Yang Bao, Fei Shu, and the others were set free. They immediately cast advanced spells at the traitorous soldiers they were holding a huge grudge against. What happened? Qihu turned around and saw his men being ambushed. Someone has set the hunters free. Leader, we should ask General Shi for backup, a soldier exclaimed. Useless pricks, how is it that we can't handle a few hunters and a few kids? Qihu yelled. He was staring at Mo Fan. He charged at Mo Fan fiercely, like a rhinoceros wearing thick stone armor, moving at an insane speed. He was somehow able to see where Mo Fan was in the darkness. You're dead for sure. Qihu laughed hollowly. Mo Fan needed some time to use blink. Qihu had found Mo Fan hiding in the darkness through the vibrations on the ground. He was quite confident that the young man had no time to use blink. The impact when Qihu rammed into Mo Fan was shocking. It instantly disintegrated Mo Fan as he froze in astonishment. Qihu skidded a long distance away from the momentum before finally coming to a stop. He turned around to take a look at Mo Fan's remains. Even a person wearing magic armor was unlikely to survive the impact. How is that possible? When Qihu turned around, he only saw clouds of black smoke scattering in the air. There was no sign of Mo Fan's blood or remains. The thing he rammed into was just a shadow clone. Scum, die! Mo Fan had silently come up on Qihu's side. Dark lightning was coiling about his arms. Qihu was startled, then burst out laughing. Do you seriously think you can penetrate my rock armor? You're the one that's going to die. Qihu stood disdainfully, as if daring Mo Fan to attack him. Mo Fan did not say a word. The lightning coils on his arms gradually grew stronger, and fired a silent deadly ray at Qihu's chest. When the lightning with a 12-fold damage multiplier transformed into a ray of light, even advanced spells had no chance of stopping it. The lightning swiftly penetrated the rock armor protecting Qihu's chest. The unstoppable lightning ray punctured his chest too. Qihu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. The silent deadly ray had left a scorched hole the size of a fist in his chest. His eyes were wide open even after he fell to the ground. He could not believe it. The earth element was supposed to have a strong resistance toward the lightning element. Why did the lightning still manage to penetrate his defense? Not dead yet? You're pretty tough. Mo Fan looked down at Qihu lying on the ground. Qihu was twitching. The silent deadly bolt had not fully punctured his body, yet it had left him with serious injuries. Mo Fan had no intention of letting the man live. As he clenched his fist, fire engulfed his hand and rapidly turned into a fiery sword. Leader! Lao Yin recklessly rode a gust of wind and dashed over to Qihu when he saw the man's life was in danger. Mo Fan did not even bother looking at Lao Yin. His other hand emitted a silver light as he indifferently swung his arm in Lao Yin's direction, like he was chasing a fly away. A strong force of the space element struck Lao Yin and sent him flying. Mo Fan raised the fiery sword and stabbed the bloody wound on Qihu's chest. The flames dug into Qihu's hardened body. The flames of Ardent Sunset were strong enough to burn the rocks on the burning mountains to ashes. They would soon devour Qihu's body and reduce him to dust. Qihu cried out in agony. The pain of his organs being turned into ashes when his flesh was still intact was unbearable. He could easily tell that Mo Fan was not planning to kill him straight away. Mo Fan wanted the man to suffer before his death. Be a good man in your next life, don't be scum, Mo Fan spat coldly. Mo Fan inserted more scorching flames into the fiery sword. The flames surged wildly inside Qihu's body. They eventually exploded, killing the man on the spot. Qihu was thinking of avenging his brother, yet he too died a horrible death. Leader! Lao Yin's eyes reddened. He charged forward like a wild beast. The female lieutenant was making her way over, too. It was obvious that Qihu's death had infuriated them. Aren't you too loyal? Unfortunately, you weren't able to distinguish right and wrong. You have taken the side of the Avildor, which makes you guilty too. Mo Fan glanced at the two lieutenants. Lightning was flickering wildly on his palm. Sky Lightning Claw. Mo Fan targeted Lao Yin. The lightning sprang forward ferociously, and tore the man and his magic armor to pieces. His blood sprayed and his flesh scattered across the ground. The female lieutenant was startled. Her heart was filled with terror when she looked at Mo Fan again. How was it possible for such a young mage to possess such overwhelming strength? He was an advanced mage just like them, yet they could not survive a single attack from him. Mo Fan looked at the female lieutenant, Huang Yi, and said, "Since you're a woman, I'll grant you a gentler death." Huang Yi had no intention of sitting and waiting for her death. She clenched her teeth, prepared to have a final showdown with Mo Fan. Suddenly, a flying creek snow wolf pounced on Huang Yi from behind. His fangs bit her in two. Her upper body was inside the flying creek snow wolf's mouth, while the other half with blood pouring out fell limply to the ground. The flying creek snow wolf did not want to waste its food. He swallowed the lower half of her body after gulping down upper. His mouth covered in blood, the wolf even gave Mo Fan a smile. Mo Fan was left utterly speechless. He bet the female lieutenant was feeling some strong hatred for him prior to her death. He had just promised to grant her a gentle death, but she ended up being bitten in half. It was not Mo Fan's fault either, as he never knew the flying creek snow wolf had such a weird fetish of treating bad women like that. Go wash your mouth, and don't ever eat humans without my permission again. Mo Fan said disgustedly when the flying creek snow wolf was trying to come closer. Wu Tilda the flying creek snow wolf seemed excited, but when he saw Ling Ling looking at him with disgust too, he immediately realized he had done something wrong. He obediently went to the side to rinse his mouth. He spat out the remains that he had just eaten and buried them somewhere. The truth was, humans didn't taste that special at all. After taking out the stronger mags among the enemy, the remaining soldiers no longer posed any threat once the members of the Golden Battle Hunters joined the fight. The rest of the soldiers were mostly intermediate mags. They could not possibly do anything after they were suppressed. Mo Fan and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf eliminated half of them, Qianshou subdued around 10, and a bunch of them were trapped by Mu Nujiao's plants. The rest were taken out by the angry members of the Golden Battle Hunters. You guys are too kind. Mo Fan looked around the basin and realized the Golden Battle Hunters had left many of the soldiers alive. We should let the army decide what to do with them. We just needed to kill those that tried to resist, Xu Pingdong said. Brother Mo Fan, I have not been impressed by many people in my life, but you have definitely impressed me the most, apart from our leader. Yang Bao blurted out excitedly. His eyes were brimming with admiration. I did hear that the strongest participant in the World College Tournament has double innate elements, and every element he had was incredibly powerful. I didn't believe it at first, but I do now. I bet only mags at the super level and above can stand a chance against you. Fanxue added. The group had all seen how Mo Fan faced more than 100 soldiers on his own. Not only did the advanced mags not stand a chance against him, even the spells cast by the squads of soldiers failed to do any harm to him. The man had also killed experienced soldiers like Zhang Qihu, Huang Yi, and Lao Yin as if he was slaughtering a few chickens. They weren't that strong. They were trying to abuse their numbers, yet numbers don't really make any difference to me, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was not afraid of being overwhelmed by numbers. The abilities of his 6 elements allowed him to fight against huge groups of mags with ease. The greatest threat among the enemy had been Zhang Qihu. The man was a strong advanced mage, his strength equivalent to the ice mage that attacked him on the street in America since he had a unique domain. However, Mo Fan had already had the strength to defeat that ice mage back then, so now that many of his elements had improved significantly, he had no problem taking Zhang Qihu out. Where are Ji Yiming and Zhong Xiaohu? Mo Fan asked Xu Pingdong. They were brought into that passage. They were looking for the earth pistil, Xu Pingdong pointed out. They should have some special way to keep in contact. The people inside are most likely aware of what happened here. Zhang Qihu isn't scary, Qianshou is the real threat to us. That guy is a super mage, even Ji Yiming struggled to take him on. Leader was set up by Tong Duong and Zheng Tong. He is definitely strong enough to face Qianshou. Mo Fan, we know how capable you are, but Qianshou is a lot stronger than these soldiers here. It's going to be difficult for you to save the others alone. I believe we should save the leader first, since he's the only person that could take on Qianshou, Fanxue said. Yeah, we'll head inside and act according to the situation, Mo Fan agreed. What should we do to them? Jiang Shaoxu glanced at the soldiers that were left alive. That's why I said it's better to just kill them all. Otherwise, someone has to stay to look after them, Mo Fan said. The soldiers felt a chill running down their spines after hearing his words. The young man seemed approachable and dignified, yet he had shown them no mercy with his words. He had no intention of sparing their lives. Even they did not kill the members of the Golden Battle Hunters immediately after subduing them. Chapter 12:22. To eat one's own bitter fruit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In the pitch-black underground, a few light mags were tossing brilliant lights into the distance to light the place up. The jagged rocks were like the fangs of monsters, like they were inside the body of an enormous creature. The path was sometimes narrow, and sometimes wide. "It's not far from here, you promised me that you would let them go." "You better keep your promise, or you will never find the earth pistil." Lin Feili snapped. "You should know that I'm only interested in the earth pistil. Is it just ahead on the pile of rocks that look like fangs?" General Qianshou's eyes flickered. He did not bother concealing his greed and excitement. "Let them go first," Lin Feili said. "The earth pistil, where is it?" "1 inch there." "Go retrieve it for me." "How do I know if you aren't trying to trick me?" Qianshou might be greedy, but he was as cautious as always. Lin Feili went over to the rocks helplessly. He cautiously deactivated the layers of magic formations on them. A brown-yellow light rippled as soon as the magic formation was deactivated. A pistil like a piece of rock slowly opened above the jagged rocks. Its fragrance and aura immediately caused countless dark lotuses to blossom in the underground. "No wonder there's an oasis here. I should have known, ha ha ha." Qianshou was on the verge of pouncing on the earth pistil like a beast. He would soon have his own city with the earth pistil. Who would dare to criticize him? Who would dare to threaten to bring him to trial at the military court because of the things he had done? He would be the law in the city. "General Mu, just wait a little longer, I'll definitely make you pay for forcing me into this." Qianshou went forward and grabbed the earth pistil. As soon as he touched the earth pistil, a part of it wilted instantly. Qianshou quickly withdrew his hand and snapped furiously at Lin Feili. "What just happened?" "I don't know either." "I've already brought you to the earth pistil, let them go," Lin Feili replied. Qianshou ignored Lin Feili. He began to inspect the earth pistil with his will. He was enraged after some time. He glared at Lin Feili and yelled, "This earth pistil is about to wilt soon. It doesn't contain much energy, you tricked me, how dare you trick me?" Qianshou grabbed Lin Feili's arm. A deadly poison spread rapidly through Lin Feili's body. His hand and arm rotted in an instant from the poison. "Do you have any idea the price I paid just to get this thing? Both you and the old captain deserve to die, everyone that opposes me deserves to die." A poisonous aura burst out of Qianshou's body. Even the rocks were corroding because of it. Lin Feili was unable to resist the poison. Qianshou continued to torture him. Qianshou knew torturing Lin Feili would not help. The energy in the earth pistil was depleting. He had to find a way to replenish it. Otherwise, it was no different than a wilted flower. "You all are willing to pledge your life to me to build our kingdom, am I right?" Qianshou stood above the rocks and said to his men. "Yes, sir. To build our own kingdom. All hail General Shi." The soldiers responded. They were all in high spirits. It seemed like they were not following Qianshou because of their personal gains. They had been brainwashed by the man to a certain degree. Zhang Xiaohu felt angry and sorry for the soldiers when he saw how passionate they were in following the greedy general. Soldiers were obliged to obey the orders of their superior, but if their superior was abusing his power for personal gains and ambitions, he was basically committing treason. This Qianshou had completely lost his mind in his pursuit of power. He was leading the soldiers into a deep abyss of sins. "Very well, we are only one step away from achieving our goals. Brothers, it is time for you to sacrifice your lives generously. You will replenish the energy of the earth pistil with your unyielding spirits. I promise you I will carve your names on the gates of the city that I'm about to build." Qianshou suddenly switched his tone. He sounded terrifying and evil. Zheng Tong, Tong Guang, and the rest of the soldiers were startled. They did not understand what Qianshou was saying. They understood only when countless poisonous insects suddenly flew out of Qianshou's body and landed on them. Qianshou was planning to use their lives to replenish the energy of the earth pistil, even though they were his subordinates. The poisonous insects carried a deadly poison with a strong anesthetic effect. The soldiers standing closest to Qianshou were soon staggering as if they were drunk. The poisonous insects that Qianshou released entered their bodies through their nostrils, ears, and mouths. The poisonous insects were only the size of a thumb at the start, but when they burst out of the soldiers' stomachs, they were as big as a human fist. The swollen insects flew toward the earth pistil under Qianshou's control. The poisonous insects self-detonated above the earth pistil. The energy obtained from the lives of the soldiers sprinkled on the earth pistil. The wilted part of it gradually recovered. Zhang Tong was dumbfounded. Those with a higher cultivation will provide the earth pistil with more energy. Zhang Tong, I promise you that your name will be carved above everyone else's. Qianshou stared at Zhang Tong coldly. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, General, please spare my life. Cries of agony echoed in the underground passage. Countless poisonous insects flew toward Zhang Tong. The man was trying to hold the insects back with his magic, but the poisonous insects soon infiltrated his body. Huge insects burst out from his stomach and flew toward the earth pistil. They were like bees collecting honey, except they were using a much crueler method. Zhang Tong did not die instantly after the poisonous insects burst out of his stomach. There were insects crawling out from his eye sockets too. He had actually believed in Qianshou, especially after the man had told him recently that he could enjoy any woman he wished once they were able to construct their own city. He could have fun with a few, or more than 10 women every day. He had never thought Qianshou was such a devil. He never wanted to share prosperity with others. His subordinates were actually worthless to him, just like the people that he had killed at the relay station. He has completely lost his mind. Ji Ming swore. Even Ji Ming felt sorry as he watched the soldiers falling to their deaths. The poisonous insects were prioritizing those with higher cultivation and stronger auras. Since Zhang Xiaohu and Ji Ming's cultivation was sealed away, the poisonous insects did not target them straight away. Quick, run! Lin Feili, still covered in poisonous blisters, rose to his feet as Ji Ming and Zhang Xiaohu were slowly waiting for their turns to die. Lin Feili's cultivation was not sealed away, but he was fully subjected to Qianshou's poison. Qianshou had completely lost his interest in Lin Feili. He left him on the side and let the poison consume him. To Qianshou's surprise, Lin Feili was still able to run at an incredible pace prior to his death. He quickly grabbed Ji Ming and Zhang Xiaohu with his almost completely rotted hands and ran toward the other exit. Qianshou was so busy controlling the poisonous insects that he was not paying much attention to Lin Feili. It gave Lin Feili a chance to bring Ji Ming and Zhang Xiaohu to the narrow exit. Just follow the path and you will soon find a way out. You have to stay alive at all costs and let the outside world know what happened here. Lin Feili brought them to a narrow passage. However, he did not go any further. He straightened up and blocked the path with his body. Lin Feili! Zhang Xiaohu did not have much strength left. He tried to drag the man with him, yet his effort was in vain. Lin Feili's body was falling apart from the poison. His arms had fallen off now, as he used too much force. The wounds were full of poisonous blisters. Qianshou's poison was indeed terrifying. Poisonous insects were approaching the passage. They wildly dug into Lin Feili's body and continued their way toward the exit through the gaps. They had no intention of letting Zhang Xiaohu and Ji Ming go. Tell the outside world what happened. Lin Feili set himself on fire. The flames devoured him and blocked the passage, burning the poisonous insects that tried to get past him to death. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes reddened after watching how Lin Feili was unwilling to give up until his death. Qianshou, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiaohu screamed in a hoarse voice, yet he had no choice but to go flee, using the light emitted by the fire-consuming Lin Feili as a light source. The light gradually faded away. Ji Ming and Zhang Xiaohu were supporting one another as they fled. They did not dare to turn around. The two of them were trying to control their emotions. They had an urge to turn around and fight Qianshou with all they had, but they knew Lin Fei's sacrifice would be in vain if they died too. The cries of agony never stopped. The soldiers were not as lucky as the two that had escaped into the tunnel. They were killed by the man they trusted the most in the cruelest way. Their dreams of being able to act as they pleased were destroyed. They were covered in the poisonous insects that drained their life away. They were filled with pain, anger, and hatred that they would never be able to vent, even if they turned into vengeful spirits. However, it was meaningless to learn the truth at the last moment. The man that had given them their dream showed no pity at their deaths, as if the earth pistil was the only thing in life. His eyes were brimming with passion and excitement as he watched the energy of the earth pistil being replenished. Chapter 12:23. Adding Hail to Snow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was controlling a sprout of flame ahead of himself, lighting up the tunnel lined with jagged rocks, like fangs on the walls. He gradually picked up a terrible scent and heard faint and intimidating cries coming from deeper in the tunnel. The path diverges here. Which way do we go? Mo Fan looked ahead and asked. We don't know. As they were speaking, they heard soft footsteps approaching from one of the paths. Two familiar figures supporting one another came out. The light shone on their extremely pale faces. One of them had bloodshot eyes. Hosey! Mo Fan blurted out in joy when he saw them. 1 inch brother Fan. Zhang Qihu quickly went up and hugged Mo Fan tightly, like an injured younger brother. Mo Fan could feel Zhang Qiu's surge of emotions. He was not injured, yet the sorrow in his heart was pouring out. What's wrong? Mo Fan comforted. That asshole Qianshou, he killed everyone inside. Ji Ming swore. Ji Ming told them what happened in the underground space. Everyone gasped after hearing it. How vicious was this Qianshou? He had brought at least 200 people with him, yet he had killed every single one of his men just to replenish the energy of the earth pistil. How twisted would the man's heart have to be to do such a thing? Mo Fan did not expect to stumble into such an evil general. He was relieved that Zhang Qiu was fine. Help, help, help me. A man in a military outfit staggered towards the group from the edge of the light. The man had run all the way to the crossroad. He felt like he had found his savior when he saw there were others. It's Tong Li. Ji Ming's eyes turned cold as he stared at him. Zhang Qiu was extremely angry with him, too. He had pretended to come to the desert with the others and abused Lin Fei's kindness, leading Qianshou here and forcing Lin Fei to hand over the earth pistil. If he had not pulled those strings, none of this would have happened. He totally deserved what had happened to him. Mo Fan knew it was Tong Li that had betrayed them. His eyes flickered coldly and disdainfully when he saw the man asking for help. A huge cloud of poisonous insects showed up behind Tong Li, chasing down the man who had escaped. Tong Li's cultivation was not weak. He managed to escape and reach the crossroad. He was around 100 meters away from Mo Fan and the others. Save me, please. I'm willing to tell you everything as long as you help me. I will plead guilty. I'm willing to be put on trial at the military court, Tong Li yelled. Mo Fan glanced at Zhang Qiu. His friend was quiet, a hint of disgust in his eyes. Mo Fan waved his hand. A silver light swiftly formed a wall in the tunnel to block the poisonous insects. However, Mo Fan was not trapping the poisonous insects. Tong Li slammed into the wall too. Don't do this, please. Tong Li's eyes were wide and filled with terror. Tong Li could no longer move forward. The poisonous insects easily caught up to him. They watched as the tiny insects attached themselves to Tong Li and dug into his body. Tong Li's face contorted. He slammed his fists on the wall, trying to break through it, but Mo Fan did not budge. Tong Li's movement slowed down as he became feeble. Some bloated poisonous insects had burst out of his stomach and returned into the cave, beating blood-covered wings. Let's leave this place. We are all done for if the poisonous insects come out now, Jiming said. Jiming needed some time to recover his energy. He would not be able to face Qianshou for the time being. They still would have trouble defeating Qianshou even after he replenished his energy. The man had killed 200 of his own men with ease. They could not afford to fight Qianshou now. It was better for them to leave the desert and tell the army what had happened here. The army would deal with him. Since everyone is all right, we should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, that madman is going to turn us into sacrifices. 2. Qianshou said. The group did not dare stay any further, and immediately headed for the exit. They regrouped with the rest of the members of the Golden Battle Hunters at the relay station. They had left the soldiers at the relay station. They had nothing to do with the life and death of those soldiers. They followed the same way back. The journey was easier compared to when they came in, but everyone had a heavy heart. Who would have thought they would stumble into a mad general when they were only planning to come for an expedition? Luckily, most members of the team were still alive. They did not suffer any great losses. The team left as quickly as possible. They did not bother to preserve their energy when traversing the meandering sand river. Not long after they reached the meandering sand river, they suddenly heard something like a dull clap of thunder from the desert behind. The blue sky was suddenly covered by a brown, blood-red cloud of dust. They could no longer see the sand dunes and the rocks. The thick cloud of dust was like the storm of an apocalypse sweeping at the horizon. Is he able to control the Sandstorm demon locusts? Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. I believe he's only able to lure the Sandstorm demon locusts. He did mark the 2 girls with poisonous seals so the Sandstorm demon locusts would attack them. The relay station was wiped out because he purposely lured the Sandstorm demon locusts over. He doesn't have full control over the Sandstorm demon locusts. No one does, Lingling said. Did we just make a huge mistake? Qianshou glanced at the sky behind her uneasily. Qianshou was a strong super poison mage. If they allowed him to hold onto the earth pistil, wouldn't it simply turn him into a devil in the desert that killed people like scything wheat, considering how he was trying to control the Sandstorm demon locusts? It's not our fault. Even if we didn't go to the desert, do you think Qianshou was going to give up on finding the earth pistil? If we allow Qianshou to have access to the energy of the earth pistil, together with his private army, who knows what sinful things they might do? At least we know the guy has lost his mind. We just need to notify the army to avoid further casualties, Jiming said. Yeah, Qianshou is most likely going to become stronger. If we stayed behind and tried fighting him, no one would ever find out the truth. The group did not act on impulse. After all, Qianshou was a general. Anyone that was promoted to a general would surely possess remarkable strength. It was a relief that they were able to escape from the desert. They had to notify the Tarim Basin Fortress. If they did not deal with Qianshou as soon as possible, it was going to be a disaster. The group finally made it out of the desert after a few days. The terrifying cloud of dust behind them was no longer visible. However, the group was not relieved yet. Qianshou would not let them go so easily. He now had the earth pistil. He would surely try everything he could to replenish its energy, including a crazy massacre. The Tarim Basin Fortress was built with grey-white rocks. It was the scale of a city, with a population of around a few 100,000 people. There were lots of ore veins, factories, and towns that focused on generating energy with wind and light within 100 kilometers of the fortress. The towns were located in the safe zone. The Tarim Basin Fortress would appoint squadrons of soldiers to guard the towns every week, preventing the demon creatures in the desert, mountains, and caves from invading them. The area was not peaceful. There were usually 2 or 3 ambushes every month. Every town was protected by a barrier similar to the Tarim Basin Fortress. The workers and mags were safe from the demon creatures as long as they stayed within the barrier. The group went straight to the Tarim Basin Fortress. Zhang Qihu was a soldier, so he easily made his way into the fortress. The others were worn out, but they all waited at the entrance, hoping the army would immediately send out a wanted order to arrest Qianshou. Zhang Qihu made his way straight to the commanding general. Every town nearby was guarded by a general. After all, lots of resources were needed to maintain a city. Each of the towns that the Tarim Basin Fortress was protecting was able to provide the energy needed for around 6 second-tier cities, including the barrier protecting them. General, Commander Zhang Qihu from the Qianling Mountains is asking to meet you in person. He says he has something urgent to tell you, a communications officer said. Currently, there was another general seated at the table, and the rest were commanders. However, most of them were responsible for commanding and communications in the army. They were not battle commanders. 2 advisors were seated beside General Mu Da, their faces stern. We have yet to learn the reason behind it. Our first priority is to evacuate the workers, townsfolk, soldiers, and the mags trapped in the emergency bunkers. They have been trapped for 3 days. They will soon run out of food and water. Many were injured too. They are going to die without medical attention, a female advisor said. General Mu Da harumphed coldly, do you think I'm not trying to save them? However, if we don't find out the reason and drive the Sandstorm demon locusts away, every man that we send to Anjiao town is just going to die. It has been 3 days, yet we still have no clue about what happened. We can't even communicate with the people in the town. You are all good for nothing. General, Commander Zhang Qihu of the Qianling Mountains is asking to see you, the officer repeated. What the hell is the commander of the Qianling Mountains here for? I'm busy. General Mu Da snapped. But he said it's something urgent. How urgent could it be? Is it more important than saving the lives of 10,000 people that are trapped in Anjiao town? Sure, I'll ask him to wait. Chapter 1224. The Fallen Town. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was waiting for Zhang Qihu at the entrance. He soon saw Zhang Qihu coming out with a grim face. What happened? They didn't believe you. Mo Fan asked. Zhang Qiahu's words had a certain weight, since he was a commander. Normally, a military court would attend to the matter right away. Even if they were unsure if Qianshou was guilty, they would still dispense some men to investigate. It's not they don't believe what I say, but I didn't even have a chance to say it. The Tarim Basin Fortress is facing something worse, Zhang Qihu said. Something worse? Is there anything worse than that devil getting his hands on the earth Pistil? Qianshou is completely out of his mind. He even killed all his men without any mercy. If he leaves the desert, many innocent people are going to die. Ji Ming exclaimed in agitation. We can't really blame the army. I've already asked around. It turns out that Anjiao town was invaded by the Sandstorm demon locusts. The Sandstorm demon locusts are circling the sky above the town and the lands nearby. Luckily, a patrolling squad saw what happened in time and asked the people in the town and the Orvanes to evacuate to the underground bunkers. They managed to avoid a huge number of casualties, but right now over 10,000 people are trapped underground and are running short on food, water, and medicine. They didn't have time to transport the supplies into the bunkers. The food and supplies are gone because of the Sandstorm demon locusts. Zhang Qihu said. Seriously? Aren't the towns protected by a barrier? Why would the towns be invaded so easily? Did it have anything to do with Qianshou? Xu Pingdong asked. Zhang Qihu shook his head. It happened 3 days ago. We were still in the desert, and Qianshou still hadn't got his hands on the earth Pistil. It's seriously adding hail to snow. Qianshou is still on the loose, and now the Sandstorm demon locusts are stirring up chaos. It's impossible to kill all the Sandstorm demon locusts. If the army sends soldiers to attack the Sandstorm demon locusts, they will most likely be wiped out, even if they manage to save the people, Ji Ming said. The Sandstorm demon locusts had always been a huge threat in the west. The barriers had significantly lowered their threat. They initially thought the towns could develop in peace, but something so terrifying had still happened so suddenly. As long as the Sandstorm demon locusts were still around, there was no way they could build a city nearby. The lands would be left barren, and the Sandstorm demon locusts would eventually spread across the entire Tyrant basin and the places nearby. More places would become barren since fewer people were willing to stay around. It was an endless cycle. The army at the Tyrant basin was trying to use the fortress as a foundation to develop the nearby towns with the resources that were available. The army was aiming to build a modern magic industrial city. However, the Sandstorm demon locusts had easily overwhelmed the barrier that they thought was secure. All their efforts over so many years were in vain. The only relief was, there aren't many casualties yet. However, if the people in the town die, most people are going to move away from the Tyrant Basin fortress. This resource-rich land will be listed as a dangerous zone not suitable for humans to live on. The military of the West has invested lots of manpower and funds to develop this area. Many soldiers have sacrificed their lives, but the Sandstorm demon locusts are about to ruin it all. Qianshou let out a sigh. The Tyrant Basin fortress had always been a huge focus of the army in the West. The demon creatures were overpopulating and the number of mags was limited. Humans had been giving up their territories over the years. The human territories had been shrinking slowly, especially in the West. They had no choice but to compromise when facing the unstoppable demon hordes. The Tyrant Basin fortress was like a war that the humans had declared against the demon creatures, trying to take back their land. The attempt to build a safe zone and construct a city in the West was a huge breakthrough. It would be extremely meaningful if they succeeded. However, the Sandstorm demon locusts had ruined it just as everything was on the right track. A town had more than 10,000 people. If all the towns were invaded, the council would immediately call off the plan, as they would not risk the lives of tens of thousands of people just to construct a city. It was too dangerous, and no longer worth it to put in extra funds and manpower. That's very serious, but Qianshou is a huge threat too. I'm just worried that he's going to run away, Qianshou said. The others fell silent. Zhang had the urge to tear Qianshou into pieces when he was leaving the desert, but his rational side was telling him that the safety of Anjiao town was more important than Qianshou now. If the Tyrant Basin fortress did not find a way to resolve the danger, they would not have the time to deal with Qianshou. The group heard some footsteps coming from the entrance. A female soldier with a huge bust was coming out with a woman in the uniform of an advisor, followed by a few high-ranked commanders. The two women were discussing something. The one with a huge bust glanced at the entrance and caught a glimpse of Moth and Qianshou, who felt extremely familiar. She quickly took a closer look. "Sister, give me a second," the female soldier with a huge bust said to the advisor, and she walked toward Moth and Qianshou. Qianshou and Moth lifted their gazes when they saw someone approaching. For some reason, Moth thought the woman's bust looked somewhat familiar. When they saw the handsome yet feminine face of the woman, they were both astounded. "It's you." Moth was the first to speak. The two brothers in hardship, "It's been a while," the female commander with an alluring figure said smilingly. "Li Man, aren't you in charge of the Dongting Lake? Why are you here in the West now?" Qianshou said. "Dongting Lake is well taken care of. The army is only doing daily routines there. There are more opportunities here in the West, so I requested to be transferred here. I have been here for a year and a half. I didn't think I would bump into you both here." Commander Li Man glanced at Qianshou before looking at Moth. She smiled. "You're a famous person now, little caveman." Moth could only look awkward. He was living like a caveman back when he was called the Deathbringer of Dongting Lake while getting rid of the after-effects of using the demon element. He stumbled into Commander Li Man, who had gone to the Dongting Lake to investigate the place. They even worked together to kill some ferocious demon creatures. Li Man had a deep impression of Moth and Qianshou. They were only intermediate mags back then, yet they were daring enough to provoke a commander-level creature. They were utterly reckless. Li Man had been following the news about them since then. She knew Qianshou had joined the army in the Qinling Mountains and Moth was representing their country in the World College Tournament. Without any surprise, both of them had earned a great reputation despite their young ages. Li Man, we are running short on time. You shouldn't be wasting more time on catching up with your friends, the middle-aged female advisor said calmly. Sis, oh, Advisor Xiao, I'm running short on men. I was hoping these two could lend a hand. They are both reliable, Li Man said to the strict-looking female advisor. An advisor was on par with a general in terms of military rank, thus she might have a say in the matter regarding Qianshou, too. Zhang Xiaohu never thought he would stumble into Advisor Xiao of the fortress here, and it turned out that she was Li Man's elder sister. Were you the one that reported Qianshou's betrayal? Advisor Xiao came over and asked. Yeah, he has turned against the army, and he now has the Earth Pistil. He is using innocent lives to replenish the energy of the Earth Pistil. He has killed around 400 people by now, Zhang Xiaohu said. I know how urgent it is, but we have to save Anjiao town now. Don't worry, we have zero tolerance for betrayers, Advisor Xiao said. Li Man, how could you rely on two outsiders to help us? Feel free to waste your time here. We'll be going first. Advisor Xiao, we should make our way to the camp as soon as possible, a commander behind Advisor Xiao said. Advisor Xiao nodded, and did not talk any further. She led the commanders and left the entrance. She must have been appointed to command the army on the front line. Li Man hesitated for a moment. She looked at Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu and asked, It's pretty urgent, I was given the mission suddenly too. If you two are willing to help. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Mo Fan. He was obviously letting Mo Fan decide. Mo Fan said helplessly, if we don't resolve the danger that Anjiao town is in, the army wouldn't have enough men to deal with Qianshou. The longer it takes, the trickier it will be to track him down. We can help you, but we hope you can let the advisors and the generals know how urgent it is. That Qianshou is a huge threat, we have to take him down. Come with me then, Li Man smiled. They are coming with us. They are pretty strong too, Mo Fan pointed at Mu Nujiao, Qianshou, and Lingling. I recognize them. These two must be representatives of the national team too. Li Man said. The people of the Golden Battle Hunters did not join them. They were overwhelmed by fatigue after everything they had gone through. Ji Yiming was not in good condition, either. He was the strongest in the group, thus Qianshou had made sure he was well taken care of. He would have to rest for a few days to regain his strength. However, Ji Yiming also promised that he would lend them a hand as soon as he recovered. Li Man, shouldn't you tell us what's going on first? I thought every town was supposed to be protected by the barriers. It's unlikely that the Sandstorm demon Locusts could break it down so easily. Zhang Xiaohu asked on the way. That's what bothered us the most. There's no way the Sandstorm demon Locusts could just bypass the barrier, Li Man said helplessly. We'll have to go to the town to learn the truth, Mo Fan said. The only problem is, the Sandstorm demon Locusts have fully occupied the area. It's extremely difficult for us to enter their territory. We've lost contact with the people in the town too. Li Man sighed. My sister has been here for more than 10 years. She is determined to turn this place into a safe zone, a city in the Tarim Basin. Who knew things would all go south within a night? If anything happens to the people in the town, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Chapter 12:25. The Army That Faced Destruction. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A dark brown cloud filled the sky. The ground was trembling from the sound it made. Countless sandstorm demon locusts loomed over the place, like a storm hanging low in the sky, only 1,000 times scarier. The town was not very big. It had a few main streets with houses, factories, and buildings densely packed together. They were built with the sturdy stone found in the west. They had yet to end up as the sandstorm demon locusts' food. However, the windows of these houses were gone. The strong vibrations had shattered every French window and the glass of the windows, mirrors, and cabinets to pieces. The streets were in a total mess. The underground bunkers were located under the buildings on every street. The buildings were currently filled with the Sandstorm demon locusts without even the slightest gap between them. The Sandstorm demon locusts seemed to have picked up the scent of humans hiding underground. They were trying to break through the entrances of the emergency bunkers. Why aren't they leaving yet? Are they seriously not giving up until they reduce us all to bones? A tired middle-aged man behind the entrance said. Battle mages were on standby close to the entrance. They took turns guarding while the others slept on the ground, preserving as much strength as possible. However, there were only slightly more than 100 battle mages behind the door. How would they stand a chance against thousands, or even tens of thousands of demon locusts? The dim hall behind the battle mages was crowded with trembling workers and residents. Their eyes had lost all their light after being constantly tortured by fatigue and fear. Can we make it out? I don't know, the battle mage replied. Some burst into tears upon hearing the response. There were cries of kids, women, and even men. Leeching, can't you say something nice? What the hell is I don't know, a soldier beside him snapped furiously. I don't feel like lying to them. It's extremely difficult for the army to fight the Sandstorm demon locusts that are going to just keep coming. It has been 3 days, they couldn't even get in contact with us. We all know how terrifying the Sandstorm demon locusts are. The army won't give up on us, but I don't believe they can save us, either. As long as the Sandstorm demon locusts are still around, we are all going to die. Leeching tried to sound as calm as he could, even though he was panicking. Is he being serious? An old man asked. The rest of the soldiers fell silent. I'm an old man, so it doesn't matter if I die, but my granddaughter is only 8. You must make sure that she lives, I'm begging you, the old man pleaded. Old man, we can't even protect ourselves. The food and water will only last for 2 days. Let's just pray that the Sandstorm demon locusts will leave on their own. 15 kilometers away from Anjiao town, soldiers were swiftly building a temporary camp behind a natural wall of rocks. The camp was nothing fancy. It was just to prevent the Sandstorm demon locusts nearby from finding them. 4 troops of soldiers were dispatched here, each troop consisting of 1,000 soldiers and led by a commander. Advisor Xiao was in command of them. Li Man was assigned to a special force established not long ago. She had less than 50 people under her lead. It mainly consisted of intermediate mags and above. Li Man was put in charge of the squad. Mo Fan and his crew followed Li Man to the camp on the front line. Mo Fan saw an army in dark red uniforms heading toward Anjiao town. The terrain they were at was slightly higher. They could clearly see Anjiao town located down in the basin. However, the black sandstorm demon locusts were like a dark tornado that had originated from a different world. It was looming over Anjiao town and the whole area within 10 kilometers. The town was as tiny as a lonely island on a pitch-black ocean. It would be devoured by the huge waves at any second. It's bigger than the sandstorm demon locusts we encountered in the desert. Mu Nujiao blurted out in astonishment. A troop of 1,000 mags is only like a little raft in the Black Ocean. Are they going to be fine entering the territories of the sandstorm demon locusts so recklessly? Zhang Xiaohu said. There's no other choice. The food and water in the bunkers in Anjiao town are only going to last for another 2 or 3 days. Advisor Xiao has to do something. However, the situation isn't as grim. The troop only consists of fire mags. The armor they are wearing has nodes for star orbits. If they cast their spells together, they can form a fiery barrier similar to the barrier of a town. The barrier will burn any sandstorm demon locusts that come close into ashes. It's the only reliable method we have come up with. They will bring food and water into the town and find out why the barrier has failed to protect the town, Li Man said. They will soon reach the sandstorm demon locusts. Is that barrier really going to work? Mo Fan's heart sank when he saw the troop of soldiers stepping into the devil's nest. He looked at Li Man and asked, "What's with the barrier of the towns? Tell me the details." A barrier is essential for the construction of a city. Without it, there's no way a city could survive in a land crawling with demon creatures. This basin had a red danger level as soon as the Sandstorm demon locusts first showed up. The council asked every person, city, and soldier to evacuate, but General Mu Da invented a fire barrier that could block the Sandstorm demon locusts from the fortress. With it, the Tarim Basin fortress was able to expand further and build a few towns around it to extract the resources that are available, Li Man explained. These Sandstorm demon locusts are afraid of fire, right? Mu Nujiao asked. Li Man nodded and said, fire is what they are scared of the most, so the fire barrier has guaranteed the safety of the towns for people to reside in, even though they were once listed as dangerous, but... Li Man glanced at Anjiao town, surrounded by the Sandstorm demon locusts. Are there Sandstorm demon locusts that aren't afraid of fire? Lingling suddenly asked. That's impossible, all Sandstorm demon locusts are afraid of fire. Li Man said confidently. Mo Fan shuddered as soon as he heard Lingling's question. He immediately took out the rock crystal from the storage of his space element. He had received the rock crystal from the mutated Sandstorm demon locust before he left the burning mountains. He had a feeling that something was not right, but when he realized something, a chill instantly ran down his spine. Hey, Mo Fan, that's a crystal you got there, why is there something inside it? Qianshou said. Mo Fan did not respond. He pinched the crystal into pieces. The crystal cracked open, exposing the thing that Qianshou had noticed inside it. It was an insect with an odd shape. The insect had been dead for quite some time, but they could still tell that it had died while it was still in the egg. Why would the crystal have an insect that hasn't been born yet? Is that a Sandstorm demon locust? A Sandstorm demon locust that hasn't been born. It's already dead, Li Man exclaimed in surprise. Brother Fan, why do you have the Sandstorm demon locust's egg? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Mo Fan did not answer the question. He dragged Li Man toward the main camp. Li Man was utterly confused, but she could tell that it was something bad just by looking at Mo Fan's expression. The others knew Mo Fan rarely showed such fear, and quickly caught up to him. 10 kilometers away from Anjiao town, the deafening sound was messing up with the soldiers' minds. Luckily, they were using the nodes on their armor to maintain the fire barrier protecting them. Otherwise, they would not have had any chance to cast a single spell while being constantly harassed by the sonic wave. Commander Fan Liang was leading the team. He seemed a little irascible, yet he had motivated countless soldiers to fearlessly charge into the front line with the same face. He had made worthy contributions repeatedly over his career. Don't be scared, I have fought against these bugs for almost 10 years. As long as we have the barrier, they are just going to wet their pants and run away. Charge, the people of the town are waiting for us. Our troop is going to be praised by every person in the west. Fan Liang yelled at his men. They were currently approaching the edge of the tornado of Sandstorm demon locusts. As soon as they set their foot in, thousands of Sandstorm demon locusts would be lunging at them. Repeat after me, we are fearless. We are fearless. We are unstoppable. We are unstoppable. The troop of 1,000 soldiers continued to move forward. They were carrying life-saving food and water as they approached the Devil's Den. The retreating path was no longer visible. Their vision was fully covered in darkness. The lonely town was swaying in the tornadoes of the demon locusts. Fan Liang, please respond. Retreat at once, retreat at once. A soft distorted voice came from Commander Fan Liang's communication device. Fan Liang was struggling to hear it clearly. The noise produced by the wings of the Sandstorm demon locusts was just too deafening. What did you say? I can't hear you. Don't worry, we are going to accomplish our mission. My troop never fails our mission. I say retreat. Retreat, the seriously distorted voice was screaming. We will not fail, we will not hand over our Tarim Basin fortress that we've put so much effort into these filthy, greedy, disgusting bugs. Fan Liang declared seriously. Retreat! The signal was cut off. All they heard were piercing screeches. Up on the observation tower 15 kilometers away, Mo Fan, Li Man, Advisor Xiao, Qianshou, and the other 3 commanders were staring at the troop with wide eyes. They were watching the Sandstorm demon locust slowly devouring the soldiers. Where is the fire? A commander sobbed. Advisor Xiao stood there, her face extremely pale. Her eyes were bloodshot. Why didn't the fire barrier work? Why? Why? A devastating cry echoed in the camp. Mo Fan looked into the distance. He saw the Sandstorm demon locusts diving at the soldiers of the vanguard troop. He watched the insects turning the soldiers into piles of white bones. Perhaps he could have prevented the tragedy from happening if he had realized the rocks on the burning mountains were actually the eggs of the mutated Sandstorm demon locusts. Chapter 12:26. Food Preferences. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's the mutated Sandstorm demon locusts. We saw how the Sandstorm demon locusts were diving at the burning mountains every night. They were doing it to select the mutated ones, so they could mass reproduce, Mo Fan said numbly. The place fell silent, yet everyone felt like there was some sound echoing in their ears. It was the cries of the soldiers 5 kilometers away dying in a horrible way. 1,000 soldiers had turned into bones in just a few minutes. The whole camp was having difficulty breathing under the immense pressure. Some time later, Advisor Xiao took a deep breath and straightened herself. She saluted in the direction of the troop that was wiped out. She did not allow the tears that were rolling in her eyes to run down her cheeks. As the advisor, she had no right to cry. She had to organize her thoughts and remain calm at all times. The soldiers had sacrificed their lives in exchange for important information. She could not afford to put their sacrifices in vain. Tell the general to evacuate all the other towns right now. The Sandstorm demon locusts are no longer afraid of fire. Once Anjiao town has fallen, the other towns will be in danger too. Advisor Xiao said to her subordinates. Affirmative. Advisor Xiao glanced at Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu and said coldly, "Thank you for providing us with such an important piece of information. You all should evacuate with the rest of the army. We'll take care of things here." Both Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu shook their heads. They could not just leave after witnessing what happened. There were still so many innocent lives in Anjiao town. My fire is very effective against the Sandstorm demon locusts, including those that have mutated. If you are trying to deliver supplies into the town still, leave it to me, Mo Fan stated seriously. The Sandstorm demon locusts had mutated, meaning that the Tarim Basin fortress was going to fall eventually. They had to evacuate right away. However, Advisor Xiao was clearly not willing to abandon the people in the Anjiao town. They would fight until the very last second. It was their obligations as soldiers. Mo Fan could tell that Advisor Xiao was willing to die with the people of the Anjiao town. However, Advisor Xiao was struggling to come up with a better plan. The only possible outcome was that the people of this camp would all die too. Mo Fan was not a busybody, yet there were times he felt like he had to step forward bravely. Besides, the ardent sunset that could suppress the Sandstorm demon locusts was the only chance to save these people. Mo Fan, they had just wiped out an entire troop. If you go, Mu Nujiao said softly. Did you forget? I used my fire to burn the Sandstorm demon locusts that were chasing after you. I believe they were mutated Sandstorm demon locusts, too, Mo Fan assured her. He knew the girl was worried about his safety. He's right. I'm not the Sandstorm demon locust's nemesis, but Little Flame Belle is, Mo Fan declared. Little Flame Belle? Really? But you won't be able to bring much supplies in on your own. There are more than 10,000 people in the town that need to eat and drink. Advisor Xiao said. I have the space element, I can bring a whole truckload of supplies with me. It's only going to take a few runs, Mo Fan said. Advisor Xiao and the other commanders found some hope again. They were now relieved that Li Man had brought these people along. Otherwise, they would be left clueless about what to do after losing 1,000 soldiers. Their gaze toward Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohu, and the others had changed too. It was rare to see young mags willing to step forward and risk their lives. Most talented mags prefer to stay in the cities and enjoy their prestige and power. Their talents were usually wasted as they aged and achieved higher status. "Brother Fan, I'll go with you," Zhang Xiaohu said. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely worried about letting Mo Fan go into the town alone. Mo Fan was his brother, he would rather go together with him. They were bold enough to jump into the dark abyss together. The Sandstorm demon locusts were nothing for them. "All right, but you have to stay within 10 meters of me at all times," Mo Fan nodded. "How about us? I can only bring one person with me at most. You girls should be on standby here. You can join us once we find the way to drive the Sandstorm demon locusts away," Mo Fan said. Mu Nujiao and Qianshou nodded. They knew now was not the time to act on impulse. They should obey Advisor Xiao's arrangements instead. "Withdraw at once if something goes wrong. The West Army will still be grateful toward you all," Advisor Xiao said. "We won't force it, either." Mo Fan treated his life more preciously than anyone else. It was the same path, but this time, it was only Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu walking it. However, the people at the camp were feeling several times the pressure than what they were before. They were scared that the two would turn into bones within seconds, just like the others. Both of them had the option to leave. The death of the people and the disaster taking place had nothing to do with them. "Brother Fan, are you scared?" Zhang Xiaohu could not help but ask as he walked alongside Mo Fan. "I'm fine, perhaps I'm slowly getting used to it," Mo Fan answered. He still remembered how a bunch of high school students were assigned to be the vanguard during the calamity of Bo City, clearing the path for the entire school. Even though the danger they were facing back then was nowhere close to the current danger, they were extremely weak back then. It had been his first time putting his life at risk. His whole body had been trembling in fear. However, they still had to move forward, even if they were scared. It was the same most of the time. "I think I would be quite scared if I was alone, but I realize we can always overcome the situation whenever I'm with Brother Fan," Zhang Xiaohu said optimistically. Mo Fan knew Zhang Xiaohu trusted him. Everyone had someone they could trust completely in their hearts. They would feel calm and collected even if they were heading toward the unknown or death as long as they were with the person they trusted. It seemed like he was the person that Zhang Xiaohu trusted in his heart. Unfortunately, Mo Fan did not have one. It was the reason he kept trying so hard to become stronger. Mo Fan felt like his brain was about to explode from the noise in his ears. He could barely cast a few basic spells and intermediate spells under the circumstances. There was no chance he could cast an advanced spell. Luckily, little Flame Belle had a ring of fire around her. She was escorting Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu after Mo Fan summoned her. The Sandstorm demon locusts were afraid of the fire of the Ardent Sunset. After all, they had mutated from the flames surrounding the Ardent Sunset, which were inferior to the flames of the Ardent Sunset. They did not dare challenge the much stronger Ardent Sunset. As a matter of fact, the Ardent Sunset was deadlier to them than any other kind of fire. Even the slightest touch would set the fire seed in their bodies aflame. Little Flame Belle stood on Mo Fan's shoulder. She did not need to release any energy. Her domain alone was enough to keep the Sandstorm demon locusts 10 meters away from them. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu eventually reached the territory of the Sandstorm demon locusts. The soldiers at the camp were utterly relieved when they saw Zhang Xiaohu and Mo Fan were fine in the tornadoes of the Sandstorm demon locusts. "Well done! Where there's a will, there's a way." The faint ring of fire in the cloud of Sandstorm demon locusts was the last wisp of hope among the soldiers. They were utterly impressed by the two figures that were gradually moving into the distance. The light was fully blocked off. It felt like they had entered a nest of demon creatures when so many Sandstorm demon locusts were circling and flying in the sky around them. Even an entire army would be devoured by the Sandstorm demon locusts once they came in here. Humans were still too weak compared to demon creatures. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu slowly entered Anjiao town. Even the ground was covered in a layer of the Sandstorm demon locusts. Their secretions were like a layer of wax above the ground in the town. It stank. As the ring of the ardent sunset passed by, the sandstorm demon locusts nearby quickly fled into the sky in a panic. Mo Fan looked around and saw the remains of a summoned beast. It was likely that a battle mage had sent their summoned beast out to investigate the situation outside, but it ended up as food that the sandstorm demon locusts competed over. The sandstorm demon locusts were unwilling to give up. They could smell the living humans under the ground. They would not leave until they had eaten them all. It must be somewhere here, the building. Holy crap, where did the building go? Zhang Xiaohu was initially looking at the map, but he realized the place ahead was completely empty when he lifted his gaze. There were supposed to be 4 buildings here, according to the map. What are these demon locusts up to? Why didn't they eat the buildings in the first place? I remember seeing these buildings back at the camp, Mo Fan said. Yeah, maybe it's because they need time to digest their food. Zhang Xiaohu said. Digest, right. Mo Fan realized something. Mo Fan had stayed with the mutated sandstorm demon locust on the burning mountains for some days. He gave the creature jerky at first, and the creature gladly ate the jerky. However, after it finished eating the jerky, it began to eat other things. It started with the burned weeds between the gaps of the rocks, the sand, and eventually the rocks. However, when Mo Fan gave the remaining jerky to the creature, it still ate it gladly. It implied that the sandstorm demon locusts had preferences for their food. These sandstorm demon locusts will eat living things first. They will then eat fresh plants before eating metal, rocks, and finally, Mo Fan glanced ahead as he was speaking. Some sandstorm demon locusts that were unable to find food were sniffing the soil on the surface, before they started chewing away at it. Crap, they are starting to eat the ground. Zhang Xiaohu yelled. The soil and sand must be the most difficult thing for them to digest, so they won't eat it unless they have no other choice. However, there's nothing else to eat here, but there are living things under the ground. Mo Fan shivered in fear as soon as he said the words. If the sandstorm demon locusts ate the ground, the people underground would have no way to escape. Why is there such a terrifying species in the world? Zhang Xiaohu swore. Chapter 1227. Barrier Core. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu finally found the entrance to the underground bunker. They knocked on the entrance. Zhang Xiaohu was a soldier. He only needed to use the secret knocking pattern of the army to notify the people inside that help had arrived. The thick stone door was the last line of defense for the people inside the bunker. Their hearts were filled with hope when they heard something different from the endless buzzing of the sandstorm demon locusts. They are here, help has arrived, the soldiers guarding the entrance yelled out in excitement. But there are still so many sandstorm demon locusts out there, my summoned beast just went out to investigate. It's the right password, open the door now. The people were relieved when they heard that help had arrived. However, they only saw 2 young mags standing outside the door. There was no army, no food and water, and no medicine. Their joy instantly dissipated like a puff of smoke. Just the 2 of you? Did they really give up on us? The soldier that was depressed right from the start blurted out. A company of soldiers already died. Us 2 are the only people that can pass through the sandstorm demon locusts, Zhang Xiaohu answered. Mo Fan opened the storage of his space element and distributed the supplies. They were not much, but they were still a glimpse of hope for the starving people. We'll make a few more trips. Please wait patiently until we find a way to drive the sandstorm demon locusts away, Zhang Xiaohu said. It has been so long. Hasn't the army come up with any plan, or have they decided to abandon us? Did they send you 2 here just to deliver us our last meal? The soldier snapped furiously. Chen Yi, can you please calm down? The sandstorm demon locusts are everywhere outside. Even the whole army won't be able to kill them all. The army is obviously trying to come up with a plan to save us. They have risked their lives to transport food and medicine to us. How can you blame them instead? Captain Liu Zhou exclaimed. Chen Yi harumphed coldly. He turned around and sat in the corner with a strong grudge. Keep the situation under control, make sure the people aren't panicking, Zhang Qihu said. Mo Fan pulled Zhang Qihu to the side and whispered, by the time we come back with more supplies, the Sandstorm demon locusts would most likely finish eating the layer of dirt above the bunker. What should we do then? Zhang Qihu was uneasy. He glanced at the people in the bunker and saw them sitting closely together helplessly. He did not feel great. Not everyone here is trustworthy. It's better not to tell them about the Sandstorm demon locusts eating the dirt. Call Captain Liu Zhuo over, let's listen to what he has to say, Mo Fan said. Zhang Qihu called Liu Zhuo over and told him about the Sandstorm demon locusts that was eating the earth above them. Liu Zhuo was startled. His eyes were filled with despair. We are only telling you because we are afraid people like Chen Yi would cause more panic among the people, Mo Fan said. I understand. Forget it, just go. If you can come in here, you should be able to get out too. There's no need for you to die with us. Either way, we are grateful for your help, Liu Zhuo said. We aren't leaving you all here. We want to hear your advice, maybe you have some idea how we can save these people. Time is running out, Zhang Qihu said seriously. The barrier is the only protection the town has. We don't stand a chance without it, Liu Zhuo said. Can we reactivate the barrier? Zhang Qihu asked. Liu Zhuo shook his head, it won't make any difference. These Sandstorm demon locusts are no longer afraid of the fire of the barrier. What fire does the barrier have? Can we use a different fire? Mo Fan asked. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but I believe you can change the fire. You just need to insert another flame into the barrier core. I saw the mayor doing it before, Liu Zhuo said. Great, my fire is effective against the Sandstorm demon locusts. If we can reactivate the barrier with the fire of my Ardent sunset, we might be able to get rid of the Sandstorm demon locusts, Mo Fan said. Is your fire really that powerful? Liu Zhuo was a little disbelieving. How do you think we managed to come here? Captain, we shouldn't waste any more time. Even if the chance is slim, anything is better than waiting to die here. Mo Fan said. Liu Zhuo nodded in agreement. The man was right, he could not afford to just wait here. Doing something that had the slightest chance of working was better than doing nothing. All right, I'll bring you to the barrier core, Liu Zhong said. They did not bring anyone else. It was only Zhang Qihu, Liu Zhuo, and Mo Fan. The three left the underground bunker. The barrier core was located at the town hall, even though all that was left of it was debris. The barrier core was underground, but it was not connected to the underground bunker. They had to walk quite a distance to the center of Anjiao town. Liu Zhuo was still a little worried. He was not sure how capable the two young men were until he saw the Sandstorm demon locusts backing away as soon as Mo Fan unleashed the flames of his Ardent sunset. His eyes glimmered. They had tried driving the Sandstorm demon locusts away with the fire element, but no matter how strong their spells were, the Sandstorm demon locusts were not afraid at all. They had no choice but to give up, but to Liu Zhuo's surprise, the young mage actually possessed a fire that was the Sandstorm demon locusts' nemesis. If he could insert the flames into the barrier core, Anjiao town would be saved. The noise kept buzzing in their ears and messing with their minds. Liu Zhuo was drenched with cold sweat, despite the heat from Mo Fan's fire domain. We're close, the room is made of natural burning rocks. The Sandstorm demon locust shouldn't be able to enter it, Liu Zhuo said. Liu Zhuo went to the underground and moved the thick layer of debris aside, revealing an entrance to the underground. The entrance was tightly sealed. It was protected by a magic aura, too. Liu Zhuo knew how to deactivate it. He crouched down and was about to get rid of the magic aura when he suddenly froze. What is it? Asked Mo Fan with a confused look. Someone deactivated the magic aura, Liu Zhuo said. He grabbed the handle and pulled. The door rose with ease after the pull, revealing some stairs leading down to the underground. Someone might be hiding down there because they weren't able to make it to the emergency bunker in time, Zhang Qihu said. That's what I'm guessing, 2. Let's head down. If we let the Sandstorm demon locusts in, they are going to absorb the energy of the barrier core, Qianshou said. The three immediately went down the stairs. The lights were still on, leading them toward the magic formation that was protecting the town. It was Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou's first time seeing a magic formation protecting a town. The magic formation of the barrier protecting a city would normally be hidden in the most secretive place, protected by the government. Its location was highly confidential, since if a city lost its barrier, it would soon be overrun by demon creatures. The people would be killed quickly. The barrier of the town was not particularly huge. There was only a hall containing the magic formation in the underground. The hall was built with fire crystals that could conduct magic. When energy was flowing in the orbits, patterns, or constellations along the fire crystals, it was the same as casting a spell. The barrier core would provide the energy needed to keep the magic formation going. The thing in the middle should be the barrier core. It's the source of energy for the barrier. You just need to insert your fire into it, and the fire of the barrier should change too, Qianshou said. All right, I'll try, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan placed his hand on the barrier core and directed the fire of his ardent sunset into it. Mo Fan was soon surrounded by an ardent red fire. The color of the fire of the barrier core gradually synchronized with Mo Fan's fire. Qianshou and Zhang Xiaohu stood on the side. They were feeling a little nervous. Whether it was going to work or not would decide the fate of the people in the town. They were overjoyed when they saw the color of the barrier core changing under Mo Fan's influence. I think it's done. Mo Fan opened his eyes and looked at the core barrier. The barrier core has absorbed the aura of your flames. Hopefully, it is enough to drive the Sandstorm demon locusts away when we activate the barrier, Qianshou said. So should we activate the barrier now? Mo Fan asked. Qianshou nodded. He went to every corner of the hall to light up the magic nodes. Every node was soon lighted up. Brilliant star orbits were gathering toward the barrier core from all directions. A brilliant, ardent red flower was burning above the barrier core. The light of the fire was not strong. Zhang Xiaohu and Mo Fan thought it would be a lot brighter, but the hall soon dimmed. The fire did not last for more than 10 seconds. What's going on? Did it not work? Mo Fan asked quickly. Qianshou was frozen in surprise. He shook his head and said after some time, your fire works, and I believe the barrier will have the effects of your ardent sunset when it's activated, but the barrier core, it doesn't have any energy. It's empty. Someone stole the barrier core's energy. Qianshou said in despair. Chapter 12:28. Wild Disaster, Qianshou. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Maybe you guys forgot to turn it off, so its energy has been depleted. Zhang Xiaohu asked. Impossible. I'm certain that I checked the barrier core recently. Its energy should last for more than half a month. The barrier was even shut off after it didn't work against the Sandstorm demon locusts. How corrupted would a person have to be to steal the energy of the barrier core? Qianshou was infuriated. He slammed his fist on the crystal wall nearby. The barrier core was the town's hope. Qianshou finally found a glimpse of hope for Anjiao town to survive, but he did not expect such an outrageous thing to happen. No wonder the magic aura was deactivated. The question is, who else knows about the barrier core apart from you? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Mo Fan pulled Zhang Xiaohu's arm and pointed at a crack. A black insect with broken wings was stuck inside. Don't you feel like this insect is familiar? Mo Fan asked. Zhang Xiaohu took a closer look and shuddered. How could he not recognize the insect? It was the poisonous insects that had killed everyone in the cave where the earth Pistil was, the same poisonous insects that Qianshou was controlling. Could it be Qianshou? Zhang Xiaohu blurted out in shock. I bet it's him. He just got his hands on the earth Pistil, but its energy had been depleted, so he took the opportunity when Anjiao town was attacked by the Sandstorm demon locusts to steal the energy of the barrier core so he could replenish the energy of the earth Pistil. Mo Fan said. I thought he ran away. I didn't think he would be so bold as to show up again, Zhang Xiaohu said through clenched teeth. Zhang Xiaohu detested Qianshou. He could not wait to kill the man with his bare hands, but to his surprise, Qianshou was mad enough to sneak into the town to steal the barrier core's energy. If they left Qianshou alone, who knew what kind of terrifying things he would do with the earth pistil? Wasn't he able to control the Sandstorm demon locusts? I think he's the only person that can enter Anjiao town freely, Mo Fan said. But he already left, how are we going to find him? Zhang Xiaohu said. He shouldn't be too far away. This kind of poisonous insect will die after it is separated from the host for too long. We can let this insect go, and it will lead us to Qianshou, Mo Fan said. Qianshou, General Shi? Liu Shu asked in surprise. Yes, it's him, but he already turned into a devil. If it's him, he would know about the barrier core and the magic aura on the entrance too. However, there's nothing you can do even if you found him. There's no chance you can take him on, Liu Shu said. It's true that we don't stand a chance against him at other places, but that might not apply here in Anjiao town. Mo Fan smiled. Zhang Xiaohu followed Mo Fan's instructions and released the poisonous insect with broken wings. It immediately headed in a certain direction. It was moving at a fast pace even without its wings. The poisonous insect led the three to the west of Anjiao town. The area mainly consisted of factories and accommodation for the miners. These houses clearly did not suit the Sandstorm demon locusts' appetite. They were the only buildings left in Anjiao town. The factories were huge. The Sandstorm demon locusts were still flying in the sky outside. They would rest on the roofs of the factories when they were tired. The roof was covered in dark layers of insects. It was ghastly to see. The little insect jumped to the roof of the factories. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu finally saw a man in a military jacket covered in blood among the Sandstorm demon locusts. He was sitting right in the middle of the Sandstorm demon locusts, but the demon locusts did not attack him. They were circling him as if they were interested in something in his hand. Piss off, you lowly beings have no right to covet my treasure. Qianshou's eyes were bloodshot. He had gone mad from the overwhelming greed driving him. The Sandstorm demon locusts scattered after the man roared out. They were clearly afraid of the poisonous insects around him. They did not dare to harm him as long as the poisonous insects were around. Eat as much as you want. Once you're done, this land will be mine. Qianshou fondled the earth pistil in his hand, as if it was his child. Oh, I almost forgot, there should be people in the bunker still. Since they're going to die either way, they should make some meaningful contributions to me instead. Qianshou grinned when he suddenly remembered something. His men and the energy of the barrier core he had recently obtained were nowhere enough to replenish the energy of the earth pistil. The barrier core of a small town was like an insignificant piece to the earth pistil. The energy that he needed to replenish the energy of the earth pistil was equivalent to the energy needed to support the barrier of a city with around 1 million people. The earth pistil was even stronger than the core of the Tarim Basin Fortress. It would be perfect if the core of the Tarim Basin Fortress was still intact. Qianshou jumped down from the factory. He was having a hard time remembering where the underground bunker was. Most of the buildings had been destroyed, and the Sandstorm demon locusts were everywhere. It was quite tricky to find the entrance to the underground bunker. As soon as Qianshou took a few steps, he discovered a ring of fire amid the dark Sandstorm demon locusts that were circling the area like a black tornado. The Ardent sunset was a special kind of fire. Its color hinted that it was no ordinary fire. Qianshou was quite curious about who the fire mage was. The man was able to move freely among the Sandstorm demon locusts, just like him. Qianshou! Zhang Xiaohu yelled furiously. He had the urge to turn into a monster and tear the maniac into pieces. Qianshou waved his hand to drive the Sandstorm demon locusts that were blocking his vision away. He burst out laughing when he saw Zhang Xiaohu inside the ring of fire. So it's you, the poor wretch that escaped. I believe the man beside you is the lucky kid that was away when we showed up. Both Xing Tong and Tong Guang warned me about you. You're quite impressive indeed, since you are able to move freely among the Sandstorm demon locusts, Qianshou said disdainfully when he saw it was them. The army knows what you did, you're going to die. Zhang Xiaohu snapped. Ha ha ha, the army? What difference does it make? The army is struggling to look after themselves. What can the army do to me as long as I'm with the Sandstorm demon locusts? Once I replenish the energy of the earth Pistil, the army is going to submit to me. Qianshou laughed wildly. Qianshou had noticed that the Sandstorm demon locusts had mutated and were invading human territories after he came out from the desert. He was overjoyed, since no one could possibly harm him as long as he stayed with the Sandstorm demon locusts. He could even abuse the Sandstorm demon locusts against his enemy. He had used the Sandstorm demon locusts to kill everyone at the relay station that no one cared about, yet did anyone know that he was behind it? Even now, as long as he was walking among the Sandstorm demon locusts, the Sandstorm demon locusts would take responsibility for every death he caused. As for what Zhang Xiaohu had told the army, Qianshou was not afraid of the consequences. A little commander without any evidence had no chance of taking him down, not to mention that he now had the earth Pistil. The whole Tarim Basin fortress would have to listen to him. If he could maintain a barrier strong enough to protect a city with 1 million people, the people in the west would be treating him like a god. An accusation without evidence and a barrier that had come just in time to save the people, it was obvious that the army knew which was more important to them. As for his mischief? Qianshou was actually amused by how naive they were. Was there any authority in a high position that had not done something that they did not want others to know about? Compared to a city that could protect the lives of 1 million people he was trying to build and the achievements that would make him go down in history, the little mischief he had done was not even worth mentioning. To be honest, I'm really not that interested in taking your lives now. Tell me where the underground bunker is, and I might consider giving you a high position in my city. You know, I might have the earth Pistil now, but I do lack some reliable subordinates. That being said, if you aren't used to my methods of taking innocent lives, I can promise you that I'll do a lot more good deeds after I become the mayor. I know better than you what a city needs, and what a mayor should do. Qianshou said indifferently. Zhang Xiaohu felt like he was about to explode after hearing the words. Is this ***e seriously asking me to bring him to the bunker so thousands of people will be made sacrifices to his insane ambition? They are going to die either way. Isn't it better if they die for a greater cause? Qianshou smiled. I think it's better if you die, everything is going to be a lot simpler. Mo Fan stepped forward. The fire of the ardent sunset grew stronger, driving the Sandstorm demon locusts further away. You want to kill me? Leaving aside the fact that your intermediate and advanced spells aren't strong enough to harm me, you won't be able to cast a single spell because of the noise that the Sandstorm demon locusts are making. Just forget it, I'm like a god here. No one can oppose me. Qianshou smilingly said. Don't you have trouble using your magic, too? Mo Fan said. The sound that the Sandstorm demon locusts was producing was like a huge magic forbidding aura. Only those whose mental strength had reached the advanced stage could use their magic inside the strong interference. Mo Fan did not believe Qianshou's mental strength had reached the advanced stage. Qianshou was using the disastrous invasion of the Sandstorm demon locusts as his umbrella, but Mo Fan was also using it as his shroud. Mo Fan was able to take Qianshou on, since he was unable to use his advanced and super spells too. My poison element isn't affected. My poisonous insects can deal with you easily. Qianshou sneered. Same as my fire, it's unaffected, too. Mo Fan clenched his fist. The flames of the ardent sunset swam along Mo Fan's arm like a dragon, gathering at his wrist and fist. Chapter 1229. The Wings of Two Fires. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The aura of the ardent sunset fiery dragons had significantly surpassed the scale of the intermediate spell Fiery Fist. Qianshou was forced to back away from the scorching heat when the flames lunged at him wildly. The flames burned Qianshou's arm. He covered his eyes from the blinding light. The fiery dragon circled him and formed a ring of fire around him. The scorching heat of the flames continued to bake him. Qianshou's face contorted in rage. He bent forward and spread his arms out. A black gust of wind lifted his bloody military jacket. It flapped wildly as a thick poisonous gas spread into the surroundings and collided with Mo Fan's flames. The poison was so strong that it could even corrode the flames. Qianshou let out a hollow laugh. As he opened his palms, poisonous insects beat their wings and sprang forward like a poisonous, black mist. It was difficult to tell if they had come out from Qianshou's body or if they were born in the poisonous, black mist. The poisonous insects had eyes poking out from their sockets and wings like scissors. Their legs were thin and long, like mosquitoes, while their mouths were sharp and pointy. They could pierce the skin of a human like a needle. "Brother Fan, watch out for those poisonous insects," Zhang Qihu reminded him. "You and Liu Zhe should head inside the factory and find somewhere safe," Mo Fan told Zhang Qihu. "Got it." Zhang Qihu knew he and Liu Zhe were unable to provide Mo Fan with any help since they could not cast a single spell due to the noise around them. "Find some way to notify the army that Qianshou is here," Mo Fan said. Brother Fan, don't worry. I'll leave Qianshou to you." Zhang Qihu nodded. Even though he did not have the chance to kill Qianshou himself, he was satisfied as long as Mo Fan was able to avenge Lin Feili on his behalf. Zhang Qihu and Liu Zhe ran for the factory when the two strong magics collided once again. Liu Zhe told Zhang Qihu there was an underground passage in the factories. "We'll die without the protection of the fire," Liu Zhe said uneasily. "We will be fine as long as we don't attract a whole bunch of Sandstorm demon locusts to us." "Didn't you say this factory has an underground passage to the mine?" "I remember the mine is in the north, it's very close to where the camp is," Zhang Qihu said. "It's very close, but there are Sandstorm demon locusts along the way," Liu Zhe said. "Then we'll force our way out, we have to do something," Zhang Qihu said. Mo Fan's ears were picking up another noise. The sound that the poisonous insects were making did not have the same scale as the noise of the Sandstorm demon locusts, but they were also extremely annoying, especially how their poison could spread rapidly from the tiniest cut on their target's body. "So you like to act like a hero? I'll let you know how insignificant your attempt is," Qianshou yelled at him. The poisonous insects rapidly coiled into an enormous spinning top and surrounded Mo Fan. They unleashed their poison while diving at Mo Fan like a bunch of greedy demons. Mo Fan was shrouded by the poisonous mist. He summoned the black snake armor without any hesitation. The black snake armor covered his body. The snake scales quickly absorbed the poison, clearing the cloudy mist around him. Qianshou was stunned. His poison element was at the super level, deadly enough to defeat a strong commander-level creature with ease, yet the young man had something that could ignore his poison. The black snake armor was even more lustrous after absorbing the poison. It meant that the duration of the armor had increased. "Little flame Belle, time to let this scum have a piece of our new fire," Mo Fan said with an icy expression, his eyes burning like flames. Little flame Belle was shrouded by two different fires, the purest fire, the calamity fire, and the flames that even the Sandstorm demon locusts had to back away from, the ardent sunset. The two soul-grade fires merged into a stronger flame surrounding Mo Fan like a domain. Mo Fan's body was set on fire as soon as Little Flame Belle's soul merged with him. The calamity fire attached to the black snake armor as an extra layer of protection, while the ardent sunset circled restlessly as his weapon. It was Mo Fan's first time merging with Little Flame Belle after she came back to life. Not only was Mo Fan feeling the destructive flames filling up his body, he could also sense the faint pulse of a pounding heart. It was surprisingly calming, like a clear spring amid the raging flames that were motivating him. Mo Fan was lost in his thoughts for a second. He finally realized why it felt so familiar. It was as if he was hugging someone tightly in his arms, like she was currently fighting alongside him, since Little Flame Belle's heart was also Qianshou's heart. The woman who was far away by the Mediterranean Sea knew he was currently in an intense fight. Little Flame Belle, we can't let Mummy Qianshou worry about us.
Let's make it a quick one.
Mo Fan was engulfed in 2 soul-grade fires. He was utterly fearless, even if he was facing Qianshou, whose poison element was at the super level. Little flame Belle soul responded to Mo Fan's words. Mo Fan could feel the excitement from her, the excitement that she could fight alongside him again.
It was her greatest wish.
Humph, it's nothing but a show. Qianshou scoffed when he saw Mo Fan engulfing himself in fire. So what if the young man had 2 soul-grade fires? He was a super poison mage, his poisonous insects could destroy everything.
Devouring wind.
Qianshou waved his hand, sending poisonous insects forward. They combined into a black gust surging ahead. The devouring wind was formed by the poisonous insects. Similar to the Sandstorm demon locusts, the places that it swept past would be left barren. It was a vicious poison spell. Qianshou was clearly planning to use the devouring wind to destroy Mo Fan and not leave a single piece of his bones behind. The black tornado of millions of poisonous insects swept forward. Mo Fan thrust his right hand at it. The flames of the ardent sunset circling him spread rapidly. A huge arc-shaped barrier with dense fiery runes appeared before him. It completely blocked the devouring wind. The poisonous devouring insects were turned into piles of black ashes when they collided with the burning shield. The insects failed to get any closer. The flames of the ardent sunset were not only the Sandstorm demon locusts' nemesis, they were basically every insect's nemesis, as it could easily burn them all into ashes.
Rise!
Qianshou lifted his hands. The poisonous insects in the surroundings coiled about his legs and spiraled up, lifting him into the air. The poisonous insects rose into the air and gradually covered Qianshou's body. They continued to stack on top of him, turning into a poisonous black giant. Bang! The poisonous giant that Qianshou had turned into stomped in the air, sending a huge bunch of poisonous insects to the ground. His strength was on par with a muscular demon creature. The impact knocked the buildings nearby to the ground while the wave of insects went after Mo Fan a few hundred meters away.
Die!
Qianshou raised his hands. Countless poisonous insects appeared from his palms and combined into an insect bomb made of thousands of poisonous insects above him. The insect bomb grew bigger and bigger, reaching the size of a 2-story building. Qianshou tossed the insect bomb at Mo Fan a few hundred meters away. The wings of the poisonous insects snapped like scissors. Their strength alone could shred a commander-level creature to mince meat. Mo Fan rode a wave of flame and dodged the insect bomb. As the insect bomb landed on the ground and left a huge pit behind, the poisonous insects scattered and chased after Mo Fan. It felt like they were trying to surround Mo Fan in a disgusting ball of insects.
Fire burst feathers.
Mo Fan spread out the calamity fire that was covering him like armor. The fire turned into thousands of fiery feathers firing at the poisonous insects rapidly gathering toward him.
Explode!
Mo Fan clenched his fist, detonating the fiery feathers in different locations. The flames caused by the explosions gradually formed a ball of fire with Mo Fan at the center. The spectacular flames immediately burned the poisonous insects aiming to surround him into ashes.
Rocket wings!
Mo Fan took a step back. The calamity fire reappeared and engulfed him. This time, it did not just cover his body, but it also formed a pair of wings on his back. The wide wings were completely made of fire, giving him an imperious appearance. However, that was not the end of it. A brighter and ardent red fire rose from the base of the wings and spread rapidly, forming another pair of wings slightly above the wings of the calamity fire. The wings of the ardent sunset were like burning clouds. The light it was emitting was even a little brighter than the calamity fire. The 2 fires set off Mo Fan's appearance, making him look like an emperor just been born from the flames.
I have a strong dislike of insects recently.
Mo Fan raised his head and looked at Qianshou, now completely covered in insects. Qianshou sensed the overwhelming power of the flames, but the proud man showed no intention of backing away. He continued to summon his insects, facing Mo Fan's flames directly with his poisonous insects. The giant made of Qianshou's insects shifted again. This time, they took the form of a giant centipede floating in the air instead. The giant centipede opened its mouth wide, revealing fangs made of the sharp wings of the poisonous insects. The giant centipede dove forward. Its mouth was big enough to swallow an entire factory. Mo Fan was staring right into its dark, disgusting mouth. Mo Fan did not back away from the ghastly bite. He stomped the ground, unleashing a shocking power from the wings of the Ardent Sunset and the Calamity Fire. It crazily boosted his speed, firing him into the air while a blazing red aftertrail and a strong wind followed behind. The force turned Mo Fan into a raging inferno bursting into the sky. The stunning ardent red flames were trying to get rid of the cloudiness in the sky. Chapter 12:30. Deserted by all. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flames filled the sky and shattered the giant mouth of the centipede made of poisonous insects. The flames even devoured the Sandstorm demon locusts in the distance. Countless poisonous insects and demon locusts were burned into ashes by the wild flames spreading kilometers away. The streets and the roofs were covered in soot. Mo Fan soared into the cloudy sky like an eagle declaring its territory the moment it spread its wings. Qianshou hid among the insects. They were his weapon and his armor, but half of them had already been killed by Mo Fan's raging flames. He needed a significant time to summon them back, and most importantly, he would need to expend a significant amount of energy. Qianshou's body was a little scorched from the heat. He landed on the street that was covered in debris, nervous now. The remaining poisonous insects flew around him uneasily while buzzing annoyingly. Mo Fan descended from the sky and landed on the street too. Mo Fan laughed when he saw Qianshou was injured. Take a look at yourself, you are like a pile of manure circled by flies. A disgusting pile of manure. You should just build a latrine pit and trap yourself inside it, so you can enjoy the rotten smell coming out of your bones and soul together with your insects. Qianshou's face twisted. He was a general, the future mayor of a city. Everyone was going to circle him, just like his insects. His power, his authority, his influence were nothing close to what Mo Fan had described. An imbecile like you will never understand. You will never match the contributions I've made in the West, even in a few lifetimes. The higher-ups are riding roughshod over us while we expand their territories. However, they didn't bother leaving our names on the booming lands. Qianshou said with a twisted look. Do you really think the people are going to live peacefully in a city built on top of countless corpses? Mo Fan said disdainfully. Isn't every city the same? Forget it, I'm more used to beating the crap out of a maniac than trying to talk some sense into them. Says an advanced mage like you. I've defeated those that were 10,000 times stronger than you. And besides, I really hate bugs. Mo Fan did not waste any more of his time with Qianshou. The two flames intertwined on his right hand, and gradually formed a sword of the fire calamity and ardent sunset. The sword was engulfed in the two different flames. A ring of flame was circling around the enormous sword. Mo Fan could feel that the fiery sword was more than twice as heavy as it used to be. Most importantly, the sword felt very solid. It was no longer just a body of energy, but a real sword of fire. Little Flame Belle was getting stronger. Even the sword she summoned felt similar to a real magic weapon. It was definitely perfect for Mo Fan, who was a fan of violence. He lifted his gaze to the 10+ meter long fiery sword. Mo Fan believed it was necessary to change his habits. He should not keep throwing punches at someone's face. He should act more gentlemanly, like a high-spirited swordsman that sliced things in half decisively and beheaded a jerk among scum like Qianshou. The double flaming fiery sword slashed forward with a huge explosion. The entire street was filled with the destructive flames. The sword went right after Qianshou, who was trying his best to back away. The buildings on both sides of the street collapsed to the ground. The street had survived the invasion of the Sandstorm demon locusts, yet it was razed to the ground by Mo Fan. The sword was still intact, but it was too heavy for a single hand. Mo Fan held it with both hands and chased after Qianshou. When he saw the man hiding behind a building, he brought the sword down heavily, despite the building that was in the way. The flames spread rapidly from the sword. Qianshou initially thought Mo Fan was going to stab, pierce, and slash with the sword, but the man had no clue how to use a sword at all. He was slamming it down like a hammer. Qianshou could easily dodge slashes of the fiery sword, since he could fly around with the help of the poisonous insects, but the heavy slams with a huge area of effect were giving him a huge headache. The rolling flames from each impact would burn some of his insects to death. Without the insects, his strength was going to decline significantly. He could not help but admit that the advanced mage was a lot stronger than he had thought with the 2 soul-grade fires and the fire spirit possessing him. Even his poisonous insects were greatly suppressed by the fires. There were different ways of using the poison element. Breeding a huge number of poisonous insects was only one of them. It had abandoned the traditional way of casting poison spells, since the poisonous insects could be used both defensively and offensively. He could also transform the poisonous insects into creatures of different forms, similar to a summoner. Usually, a poison mage using this method would be a lot stronger than a normal poison mage since they could do a lot more things in a fight. The only downside was that if they relied too much on the poisonous insects, they would find themselves at a huge disadvantage when facing someone like Mo Fan, whose fire was the poisonous insect's nemesis. Another kind of poison mags purely used the poison element to attack, harass, and torture their opponents. Qianshou now wished that he was that kind, since he could easily corrode Mo Fan's body away with a single super poison spell. However, the magic armor that Mo Fan was wearing was a nuisance to deal with, too. It had absorbed all the poison that Qianshou had unleashed. He could not help but wonder where the young man had gotten such a remarkable treasure from. Die! Mo Fan detested the insects. He slashed out, sending waves of flames surging at Qianshou. Qianshou quickly backed away, controlling the poisonous insects to form a wall to stop the flames from hurting him. The wasps were dying at an incredible pace. The flames were like starving wolves pouncing at the insects. They stood no chance against the flames of the ardent sunset. The poisonous insects began to flee. They were overwhelmed by fear after witnessing the horrible deaths of their brothers and sisters. Qianshou was hoping that the insects could buy him some time, but to his surprise, he saw the flames lunging at him as soon as the insects flew away. Qianshou had no choice but to summon his magic armor. It was obvious that Qianshou was not a rich general, since his armor was not high quality. Mo Fan was once on the national team. Every member of it was supported by factions or financial groups, so their equipment was among the best. Some even had luxurious equipment that was better than what a super mage owned. Qianshou had most likely spent most of his savings on breeding his poisonous insects, so his gear was a little unpresentable. His magic armor managed to endure the flames, but Mo Fan believed it could not take any more hits. Qianshou was done for once his poisonous insects were unwilling to obey his orders after they were overwhelmed by fear. Son of a B****ch, come back here. Qianshou snapped furiously when he saw his poisonous insects fleeing. The poisonous insects had to obey the orders of their master, but even the lowliest creatures would follow their instincts in front of death. You were inhumane toward your men, and now, even the insects most loyal to you have decided to betray you. Mo Fan moved forward, glaring at Qianshou whose poisonous insects were leaving him. I don't need you to tell me how to use my magic. Qianshou's eyes reddened like a devil's. The escape of the poisonous insects was a deadly blow to Qianshou. Without them, it was extremely difficult for him to use his magic. If you didn't treat them like that, these poisonous insects were more than willing to wrap around you to protect you by sacrificing their lives until the very last moment. I have seen many that tried to protect their master recklessly. You should reflect on how much of a scumbag you are. No one is willing to follow you anymore, not even the insects that you bred. Mo Fan swung the fiery sword at the man without mercy. The hit sent Qianshou flying. His armor had saved his life, but it began to crack apart too. It could endure a few more hits at most. Damn it! Qianshou rose to his feet. Not a single poisonous insect was left. The aura of his poison element was preventing the Sandstorm demon locusts from attacking him, but the Sandstorm demon locusts were the least of his concerns at the moment. His biggest threat was Mo Fan, who possessed 2 soul-grade fires. The reincarnated little flame Belle had provided Mo Fan with some extremely powerful flames. Even if you're stronger than me in here, I can still pinch you to death with a single hand out there. Qianshou rose to his feet. He did not continue the fight with Mo Fan among the Sandstorm demon locusts. He covered himself in a poisonous mist. He used the poisonous mist to force the poisonous insects to return to him. The poisonous insects soon gathered around him, back under his control. They lifted Qianshou into the air and dragged him away from the Sandstorm demon locusts. Mo Fan knew the man was planning to run away, but there was nothing much he could do if the super mage was serious about running away. "Little Flame Belle, we can't let him leave," Mo Fan said. Little Flame Belle summoned the burning feathers again to propel Mo Fan forward. However, even though Mo Fan was incredibly strong in his current form and his temporary speed burst was impressive, he was clearly lacking in speed when traveling across a long distance. If he was still able to use the shadow element and the space element, he could easily catch up to Qianshou in seconds. Mo Fan chased after Qianshou with all he had, yet the man was slowly getting away. He soon reached the outer ring of the Sandstorm demon locusts. The effects of the noise grew weaker the further he was from the Sandstorm demon locusts. "Ha ha ha, I dare you to keep chasing. I will destroy you as soon as you set your foot out here." Qianshou had left the tornado of the Sandstorm demon locusts. There were only a bunch of Sandstorm demon locusts patrolling the area. The noise they were making was nowhere enough to disrupt Qianshou's magic. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan's mind was no longer affected by the noise either, meaning that he could now use his other elements. The problem was, Qianshou's other elements were most likely at the super level 2. No matter how strong he was with Little Flame Belle's double soul grade fires, he still could not take on a super mage. "Useless pricks, you will all die for disobeying my order." Qianshou stood on a sand dune. A strong wind suddenly blew and swept the sand around him into the air. The sand was spinning at an incredible speed. The sand punctured the poisonous insects around Qianshou. Their blood sprayed in the air like a mist. The sand had cruelly massacred the remaining poisonous insects in an instant. Mo Fan's heart was filled with rage when he saw Qianshou killing his own poisonous insects that way. This Qianshou had so lost his mind, he was beyond redemption. Chapter 1231. He lost to Mo Fan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come out, I dare you to come out." Qianshou stood outside the Sandstorm demon locusts and yelled like an enraged beast. Mo Fan did not go out recklessly. "Aren't you trying to be a hero? I'm telling you, if you don't kill me today, I'll turn the people of a town, a city into sacrifices for the earth Pistil. Great hero, come out and kill me. Aren't you a saint? Isn't sacrificing your life for the others something you're meant to do?" Qianshou continued to yell at Mo Fan while laughing wildly. "You must have misunderstood. I never thought of myself as a hero or a saint. It's just that I despise the actions of a scumbag like you." Mo Fan stood there at the edge of the noise's coverage. He would not go out. Going out was suicidal. Even if Qianshou was threatening him with the lives of the others, Mo Fan believed it was unwise to just go out impulsively. He would die within a minute out there. Qianshou's earth element was obviously at the super level. Instead of living for a righteous cause for just another minute, he preferred to stay alive and call Han Ji or Zhu Meng over to take Qianshou out before he could do any harm. If worse came to worse, he would not mind calling Pang Lai here, too. The man could destroy Qianshou in less than a minute. Qianshou felt an urge to vomit blood when he saw Mo Fan standing at the edge with no intention of coming out and fighting him. If Mo Fan insisted on staying inside with the Sandstorm demon locusts, wouldn't that mean he was beaten up inside there for no reason? He had also killed all his poisonous insects. His poison element was basically non-existent. You and I are the same kind, we are both selfish. Qianshou pointed at Mo Fan and claimed furiously. There's still some difference between us. I might be selfish, but I don't do harm to other people. I do save people's lives at times, and trample some noisy self-righteous moralists. Don't worry, even if you yell until your throat is gone, I still won't go out. I'm a god inside the Sandstorm demon Locusts. If you want to kill me, you can come in here instead. I'll go easy on you by not using 5 of my elements. Mo Fan shot back. Qianshou clenched his teeth. He had an urge to go inside and slay Mo Fan. How could there be such a shameless young man? Were his righteousness and his devotion to promoting justice eaten by a dog? Any mage with the slightest conscience would come out and fight him instead. Qianshou strongly believed if it was Zhang Qihu in Mo Fan's place, he would surely come out from the Sandstorm demon Locusts. Qianshou stared at Mo Fan. He suddenly burst out laughing as he recalled something. Ha 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 ha, you won't dare to let me go. If you do, the people that are trapped in the bunker will all die. The barrier core, you need the barrier core to save the people. Ha ha ha, I've changed my mind. If you dare to come out here, I will give the energy of the barrier core back. I will kill you at all costs today. Qianshou laughed. He felt like he finally had some information that he could use against Mo Fan. Mo Fan just looked at Qianshou. He said after some time, "Were you born in the year of the pig?" "What did you say?" Qianshou's smile froze. "Advisor Xiao, I'll leave the rest to you. I feel extremely disgusted saying even an extra sentence to this pile of manure." Mo Fan called out loudly. Qianshou was stunned for a second. He quickly looked around. Lightning halberds slammed down from the sky. The 12 lightning halberds stuck into the ground in 12 different spots. Advisor Xiao was wearing a military jacket. She landed imperiously with the lightning, right beside Qianshou. The 12 lightning halberds instantly produced a powerful sealing force, cutting off the area. Qianshou's wild expression vanished when he saw the enormous lightning halberds. A super lightning spell. Furthermore, it was the second tier 12 lightning condemnation. The powerful terrifying lightning danced wildly around Qianshou. He could feel himself trembling. Qianshou turned around and saw a woman standing with her hands behind her. It was none other than Advisor Xiao, who was controlling the lightning punishment formation. The remaining pride on Qianshou's face dissipated instantly, as he had just seen someone scarier than he was. Captain! Qianshou's legs trembled. He did not even dare to lift his gaze and look at Advisor Xiao's face. "My greatest regret was going easy on a person like you." Advisor Xiao turned around and looked down at Qianshou coldly. All I did was for the sake of the fortress. Those councilmen only know to ride roughshod over us. They never knew the hardship we went through and how dangerous this place is. We are risking our lives to expand their territories out of loyalty, earning back our pride and our land from the demon creatures, and yet they ended up sending us further away, asking us to die again for their sake. "My men and I didn't want to die," Qianshou said timidly. When Mo Fan walked out of the Sandstorm demon Locusts, he was surprised to see Qianshou kneeling in front of Advisor Xiao inside the lightning punishment formation. To think that even someone as vicious as Qianshou would be so afraid of someone that he could no longer speak properly, this Advisor Xiao was surely someone very impressive. "Hand it over, if you still think that you are a soldier." Advisor Xiao snapped coldly. "Captain, listen to me, it's only a matter of time until those councilmen treat us like cannon fodder and we die in a battle against a horde or a kingdom of demon creatures. We've built and managed everything here, why can't we claim this place as ours?" Qianshou added. "Why?" Advisor Xiao let out a hollow laugh. "We are humans, not cold-blooded demon creatures with a strong lust for blood. The number of demon creatures is 100 or even 1,000 times ours. Our country has some of the fiercest and the most ambitious demon creatures in the world, but we are still standing today instead of becoming their cattle. Do you know why? It's our destiny to die battling against the demon creatures. If you didn't know that the moment you put on your uniform, you should have just stayed in the cities. No one was forcing you to come out here and die. No one would condemn you for being a coward. You could just live in peace. If the demon creatures came, they would have to step over the corpses of soldiers like us, who clearly understood our obligations. However, if you chose to be a soldier, but what you do is worse than a demon creature, I swear I will destroy both your flesh and soul, and you will die in the most gruesome way that you could ever imagine. Advisor Xiao's thunderous voice kept striking down on the selfish ideas in Qianshou's mind. It was also echoing in the ears of the other soldiers nearby. Qianshou wanted every soldier to behave like demon creatures. He even wanted to tell the world that his path was the only way the people in the West could survive, but could a city that was built on death and hatred really stop the invasion of the demon creatures? Mo Fan had witnessed how the Sandstorm demon locusts dove into the fire on the burning mountains. They were not trying to get themselves killed, but seeking a path of survival for their race. They were sacrificing themselves to select those that had a strong resistance to fire to reproduce again, just to prevent their race from being wiped out by fire. Even demon creatures like the Sandstorm demon locusts knew to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their race, but someone was still thinking of harming their own kind just so they could live comfortably after stacking up the bones of hundreds or thousands of people under the walls of his city, while humans were constantly under the threat of demon creatures. Luckily, people like him were only the minority. Mo Fan believed there were more people like Advisor Xiao out there who was not willing to give up on the life of a single person. They were not afraid to face the demon creatures, and they were not driven by their own greed. They were trying their best to contribute to the survival of mankind, to protect the cities, the lands, and their people. It was true that as soldiers, there might be a day where they had to dive into the flames, but they were doing it in exchange for new lives that were no longer afraid of fire and their nemesis. It was to ensure that humans could become stronger, and their enemy would be stricken with terror by then. Mo Fan, I'll leave the rest to you. Advisor Xiao gave the earth pistil to Mo Fan. The earth pistil contained a huge amount of energy. Not only was it able to support the fire barrier of the Anjiao town, it was enough to protect the entire Tarim Basin fortress. However, Advisor Xiao did not have the slightest hint of joy on her face. They would have to give up on everything they had built here for more than 10 years. The people would be evacuated to safer places. Looking at the dense Sandstorm demon locusts, she could not help but admit that the Sandstorm demon locusts had indeed won the battle. They had claimed ownership over the land, driving the humans out. Sister, Li Man walked up to Advisor Xiao and comforted her. Li Man was well aware of how much effort her sister had put in, but all her efforts for the last 10 years were now in vain. I'm fine, as long as the people in Anjiao town are safe. It's all thanks to your two friends. Advisor Xiao did not shed a single tear. She fixed her eyes on Anjiao town. Mo Fan had set out for Anjiao town with the earth pistil some time ago. Suddenly, a fiery ripple rose in the center of the Anjiao town and loomed over the boundaries of the town like a half-sphere. The spectacular flames of the ardent sunset dyed the clouds as if the sun was setting, driving the cloudy dust of the Sandstorm demon locusts and the darkness away. The light of the flames shone upon the faces of the soldiers at the front line, including the pale face of Advisor Xiao. The warmth was oddly soothing to their uneasy hearts. As long as the people were safe, the efforts for the past 10 years might have been in vain, but they always had another 10 years to spare. I almost forgot, what plan did you all use to force Qianshou out from the Sandstorm demon locusts? Advisor Xiao asked Liu Shu after a thought crossed her mind. Plan? I believe that young man drove him out using brute force, Liu Shu replied. Brute force? Mo Fan, all by himself? Isn't Qianshou a super poison mage? Li Man asked in disbelief. Advisor Xiao was astounded too. They didn't lure Qianshou out with a plan? Did that mean Qianshou was defeated by Mo Fan? Advisor Xiao turned around and looked at Qianshou, who was kneeling in low spirits. Qianshou did not dare to exchange glances with Advisor Xiao. Perhaps the man was not breaking down because of Advisor Xiao's speech, but the fact that he, a general, had lost to an advanced mage. Even Advisor Xiao couldn't possibly do anything to him when he was hiding in the Sandstorm demon locusts. So here's Mo Fan, the strongest participant in the World College Tournament? No wonder the chief has such high hopes for him. Advisor Xiao quickly realized who Mo Fan was. She did not realize they were the same person, since the name Mo Fan was just too common. Chief? Which chief? Li Man was startled. Who else would it be? Advisor Xiao answered. Chapter 1232. The Man That Could Not Be Schemed. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people of Anjiao town were safe and sound. It was a great relief amid all the misfortune. Unfortunately, the council still decided to forfeit the plan to construct a city in the desert. The army in the west was being withdrawn from the fortress. They were told to help the government evacuate the people from the fortress. Mo Fan was well aware of the efforts that the army had put in, but the decision of the council was reasonable, too. The Sandstorm demon locusts were beyond their expectations. They were different from demon creatures hidebound by convention. The Sandstorm demon locusts were evolving, just like humans. He could not help but wonder if the Sandstorm demon locusts had an intelligent leader that was bold enough to seek new hope amid the destruction. If every demon creature was the same, many human cities would be overrun. After all, despite being one of the smartest species in the world, many humans were at a standstill and resting on their laurels. The fortress was being evacuated. The people were most likely going to move to the cities they were assigned to. What happened next was no longer Mo Fan's concern. He believed the people of Anjiao town and the rest of the towns would be safe with someone like Advisor Xiao in charge. Mo Fan did not keep the earth pistil to himself, returning it to Advisor Xiao. Mo Fan was not shameless enough to keep the thing to himself out of greed after seeing how selfless Advisor Xiao was. However, something beyond Mo Fan's control still happened. The energy in the earth pistil that Qianshou had replenished with the lives of his men was accidentally absorbed by the essence orb. The essence orb was very interested in energy obtained from shady methods. Mo Fan could not stop the essence orb from doing as it pleased. Luckily, Advisor Xiao did not think the energy was obtained by a proper method. The hatred it possessed was just too strong, so she would find some other ways to replenish the energy of the earth pistil. A third of the essence orb was refilled. It was definitely a piece of good news for Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt like his body was left hollowed out after he had used the demon element previously. He would be unable to use the demon element for some time. On top of that, the Holy Judgment Court had banned him from using it. Mo Fan believed it was necessary to fill up the essence orb again. Otherwise, if someone from the Black Vatican suddenly showed up, or Azisha, who held a huge grudge against him, sent a powerful assassin after him, wouldn't he have no chance of protecting himself? Mo Fan was not worried that Azisha would try to harm Qianshou, since she had already sworn a curse on her soul to prevent her from directly or indirectly inflicting any harm on Qianshou. The other half of the contract was in Old Bao's possession. As long as Azisha had no intention of being imprisoned for 1,000 years, she was restrained from trying to harm Qianshou. But was Azisha really content with that outcome? Mo Fan believed otherwise. The woman had suffered great losses, but once she recovered her influence, she was obviously going to pick on him first. And there was Salon, too. Azisha was out in the clear. There were people watching her every move, so it would be difficult for her to try anything. It was not easy for her to send someone after Mo Fan. The same restrictions did not apply to Salon. He was perfectly safe in China, since he had plucked out her fangs in his homeland, but as soon as he left the country, the vicious woman would do anything to take his life. She knew the demon element would not be available for some time, which meant now was the perfect time for her to take him out. I should just stay in the country while filling up the essence orb. Mo Fan was relieved when he saw a third of the essence orb had been refilled. He sighed, I can't just keep relying on the demon element. It's better if I can become stronger. I'm only lucky that I was able to defeat Qianshou. A super mage is just too strong for me to handle now, but once I become a super mage, I should be able to go anywhere as I please. I will no longer have to worry about the two women of black and white impermanence. TL note. Black and white impermanence are two deities in Chinese folk religion that are said to be in charge of escorting the spirits of the dead to the underworld. As the name suggested, they are dressed in black and white respectively. The women of black and white impermanence were the nicknames Mo Fan came up with for Salon and Azisha. The woman of black impermanence obviously referred to Salon, while Azisha was the woman of white impermanence. They both had listed his cool name of Mo Fan at the very first line of the first page in their death notes. 1. Huge amounts of snow were covering a little hut by an icy lake, like a giant mink coat made of swan feathers. The wind was knocking on the window and the door. The frost-covered woods kept crackling, as if they were going to collapse at any second. The wind and snow were landing on a cold face. The woman raised her hand and snatched an icicle from the roof, before stabbing the knee of a man lying on the ground. The ice punctured the kneecap. The man cried out in pain, his voice echoing across the lake. "You are quite devoted to the Cold Prince, but it seems like you don't really understand who I am. Otherwise, why would you dare to set me up with your master?" The woman moved a chair closer and sat in front of the man. His blood was pouring out of his knee, but it soon froze in the cold as she sat there with her legs crossed. "Master Salon, it's all a misunderstanding. We had no idea she was related to you, I swear," the man exclaimed. His tears and nasal mucus had mixed together, but they soon froze too. The man was well aware that the pain he was feeling was only just the beginning. If he did not satisfy the woman with his answers, he would have to endure 100 times the pain and torture that he was currently going through. "I don't really care if you're trying to use her. She was never my concern, but I can't accept that you're using my name just to achieve something so petty. Many people in the world are waiting for my next masterpiece, and you guys almost destroyed the reputation I've worked hard to build in China. Now, tell me what you know, and perhaps I'll allow the Cold Prince to come retrieve your corpse in one piece." The woman took out a carving knife and began to trim her nails indifferently. "I really don't know anything. The Cold Prince never told me anything." "Master Salon, we never meant to offend you. We were just trying to control Azisha and the Parthenon temple," the man tearing up in fear exclaimed. "Idiot, do you seriously think the likes of you are smart enough to control Azisha? Do you think you would still be alive today if she wanted you dead?" Salon kicked the top of the icicle stuck in the man's knee. "Master Salon, I'm begging you, please spare my life. I'm just following orders. The plan that I had with the Cold Prince was never meant to set you up." The man was trembling in pain as he spoke. "Begone, tell the Cold Prince to give me the thing he took from the Sacred Hall of Liberty, and I'll consider sparing your life." Salon gave a powerful kick to the man's knee. The man's knee broke instantly. He did not dare stay in the hut a second further, despite the incredible pain he was in. He crawled out of the hut, afraid that the woman would suddenly change her mind. The man left a long trail of blood on the frozen lake as he crawled slowly into the distance. Salon sat inside the hut watching him go. She spoke even though it seemed empty. "What do you think?" "It does seem like the Cold Prince was trying to control the Parthenon temple." A voice appeared out of nowhere from the shadow in a corner. The man had been completely unaware of the person's existence. Even if he was to look closely, he would only see a blurry silhouette. "You're considering it too superficially. The Cold Prince would never have the guts to interfere with my business," Salon said. "You're saying that someone is behind the Cold Prince? But he's a Red Cardinal. Who could possibly order him around?" The man paused for a moment. "It's the Supreme Pontiff." Salon did not speak. She scratched the surface of the frozen table with her nails. Why would the Supreme Pontiff do that? Perhaps he realized the two of us are beyond his control. The things he has put all his effort into have gradually turned into his threats, Salon said calmly. He gave me the name of Salon while trying to make that girl a saintess, but in the end, people are falling to their knees in front of me, and Qianshou has also noticed his trying to pull strings. I bet the Supreme Pontiff never expected Azisha to come back to life. Azisha always likes to be the Oriole behind, but it's better this way. I'll leave her as my final dish. TL note. The Oriole here is referring to the idiom the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind it. What about the Supreme Pontiff? If he was trying to take you down, I have both cardinal bloodstones now. The contract of the bloodstones no longer threatens me. I believe he will express goodwill to me soon and tell me he's the most content with me among the 7 red cardinals, hinting that he's thinking of making me his successor, Salon said. The Supreme Pontiff is looking for a successor. Humph, he thinks he can live for 1,000 years. Even if he's lying in a coffin, he would still be holding on to his Supreme Pontiff bloodstones. He will never look for a successor. He's trying to get rid of everyone who is a threat to him. Salon stated. What should we do then? He has been the Supreme Pontiff for a long time, but has kept living on his past achievements. Unfortunately, people are quite forgetful. They always forget about the past, no matter how gruesome it was, Salon replied calmly. We should plan carefully if we are thinking of taking down the Supreme Pontiff. He will reveal his cloven foot soon. Salon seemed very patient. By the way, the Saint has publicly announced her relationship with you recently. She has sworn to take you down, too, the man in the dark said. I'm looking forward to it. You've asked me to protect her in the dark, but I believe someone is doing a better job than I am, the man said. I don't really care if she's alive, I'm just keeping my promise of making sure she can live until she's 20. Perhaps I'll kill her with my own hands the next time we meet, Salon replied. I can't do that for you. Then I'll do it myself, but it won't be necessary for the time being. She can fulfill her role as Azisha's stumbling block for now. How about the kid with the demon element? We must eliminate him as soon as we have the chance. He's a disaster. To think that there's someone that master is having trouble scheming against. Salon was startled after hearing the comment. Hadn't she always been in control of everyone's lives? She would only allow those that were useful to her to live, and could end the life of anyone when the time came. Since when had Mo Fan become the exception? Perhaps it was because she once had thousands of ways to kill Mo Fan, but the man eventually became a thorn in her side that she was struggling to kill, and the feeling had grown even stronger as time passed. He's growing stronger at a terrifying rate, so terrifying that I can't even tell how strong he will be when we meet again next time. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Salon stated. 1 inch you're right. We should take him out before he becomes a super mage, the man agreed. Chapter 1233. Teacher Mo Fan, Part 1. 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhang Qihu went back to the army in Qinling Mountains. The guy was supposed to go on a vacation with Mo Fan, yet he ended up making a huge contribution. His superior was most likely going to reward him after he went back to the army. Qianshou did not go home empty-handed, either. Advisor Xiao mentioned that she had seen Xiaoshu's brother before. The girl had left in a hurry, most likely heading to her new destination. Mu Nujiao and Mo Fan went back to the Magic City. Mo Fan felt troubled, little flame Belle had resurrected, and she had acquired a new soul-grade fire, too. On the other hand, Mu Nujiao did not get any benefits even though she had risked her life during the trip. He decided to give the rock crystals he had collected to Mu Nujiao. He could not just leave her empty-handed. Mu Nujiao gladly accepted the crystals. As soon as they arrived home, Mo Fan slammed right onto the couch without even taking a shower, taking up the whole couch. Mu Nujiao went to the fridge to grab some drinks. She gave Mo Fan a can too. Did you forget something? Mu Nujiao asked. Oh, thanks. Mo Fan emptied the drink and responded politely. Mu Nujiao rolled her eyes and said in a serious voice, "It's been a while since you last went back to school, right?" School? Why would I go there? Mo Fan was confused. Mu Nujiao was utterly speechless. Did this guy seriously forget that he was still a student of the Pearl Institute? We haven't graduated. Mu Nujiao emphasized, just in case the man was so full of himself that he had completely forgotten that he was still a student. Seriously? How is it that we haven't graduated? We've won the World College Tournament and basically beat the crap out of the students of almost every magic university in the world, Mo Fan said. The World College Tournament is one thing, but we haven't graduated officially yet, Mu Nujiao repeated. Didn't they say we would graduate automatically as soon as we reach the advanced level? Mo Fan said. Well, no one's going to stop you from leaving, but are you seriously going to give up on the graduation gifts that the school is planning to give us? We've come in first in the World College Tournament, you might be receiving some collaborative gifts from the institutions across the country, Mu Nujiao said. You're saying that it might be something rewarding. Mo Fan's eyes glittered as soon as he heard about the gift. Well, since you're so rich now, you might no longer be interested in the graduation gift that the school has prepared for us. I'll let the school know that they can keep it for your juniors, Mu Nujiao said. I'm not the kind of person that you think. We'll have to pass the graduation exam first, Mu Nujiao said. There's an exam still. It's just part of the procedures. I heard that the exam isn't too difficult. The students are allowed to choose the kind of exam they are interested in, too. Mo Fan believed it was no longer necessary for him to go back to school even though he was still a student in the system. The resources provided by the school were negligible. Mo Fan did not even bother to claim them. He decided to graduate in advance so he could claim the reward that the institutions were giving them after they had won the World College Tournament. So both of you are thinking of graduating in advance? I'll check and see who's in charge of the students that are graduating. Dean Xiao smiled when he saw Mo Fan and Mu Nujiao. Dean Xiao had witnessed Mo Fan's growth. He was extremely proud of the young man's achievements. He did feel a little sad knowing that Mo Fan was going to graduate. Dean Xiao, don't be sad. Mu Nujiao and I are living nearby, I'll pay you a visit at times, Mo Fan said with a smile. He knew the dean would be sad about them leaving the school. Mu Nujiao pinched Mo Fan on the arm. Why did he make it sound like they were living together and currently in a relationship? Don't bother visiting me, I'm glad that you two are graduating in advance. It's true that there's nothing you can learn anymore in the school, Dean Xiao said. Dean Xiao flipped through the papers in the files he had just picked from the shelves. The files contained records of the teachers in charge of students that were doing internships, and the teachers that were responsible for students applying for graduation. The main campus of the Pearl Institute did not have a lot of restrictions on the students. They could stay at school if they wished, they just needed to do the work that the school had arranged for them. The students could also choose to graduate, there were 3 ways to do so. The first way was to complete their courses. However, that alone would not grant the students the graduation badge of the Pearl Institute. Most students that chose to graduate that way were having trouble improving their cultivation any further. The Pearl Institute would admit that they had studied in the Pearl Institute before, but they would not qualify them for graduation. The second way was to graduate officially. These students would be sent on a mission with a mentor. The mentor would report back to school on the performance of the students during the mission. The teachers would then evaluate the students' performance to see if they were qualified to graduate, before giving them their graduation badges. The graduation badges of the Pearl Institute were quite significant. It was a symbol of their capabilities and identity that they could show to the Magic Association, the Hunter Union, and the renowned clans. A graduate of the Pearl Institute could easily find a job after entering society. The third way to graduate was called graduating with excellence. Students that were planning to graduate with excellence first had to make enough contributions to the school. The school would then arrange these students to complete some research or mission with a reputable mentor. The students would then be evaluated based on their performance. The mentor, dean, and the elemental directors would then decide if the student was qualified to graduate with excellence. Students that had graduated with excellence would be given a Pearl badge, showing that the Pearl Institute had acknowledged their brilliance. It was no longer as simple as finding a job in society. The different organizations would compete with one another just to recruit them. Those that had graduated with excellence did not just have outstanding capabilities, most importantly, they were young. Being young meant they had endless possibilities. It was the main reason why the different factions were active close to the institutions, hoping that they could discover some great talents that had a chance of achieving the advanced level. Having an extra advanced mage meant adding to their foundations. If they were lucky enough to recruit someone that eventually became a super mage, it was the same as hitting the jackpot. Those that graduated with excellence from the Pearl Institute were mostly advanced mags below the age of 25. In other words, they were a bunch of crazily talented monsters. People that achieved the advanced level before the age of 25 had a chance of achieving the super level. As such, the various organizations would try everything possible to recruit students that had graduated with excellence from a magic institution. The standard of graduating with excellence was the same for all magic institutions across the country, since they were using the difficulty of the missions and the contributions that the students had made to weigh the status and influence of the magic institutions in the country. As a result, the magic institutions were also ranked based on the number of students that had graduated with excellence from them. The Pearl Institute was ranked second in the country, and the number of its students that graduated with excellence was the second highest in the country, too. The rewards for graduating with excellence were gratifying. It was the reason why Mu Nujiao asked Mo Fan to graduate together with her. On the other hand, the rewards given to the students that had won the World College Tournament would only be distributed after the students graduated. Both Mu Nujiao and Mo Fan needed resources in their current stage, thus the earlier they received the rewards, the earlier they could use them to improve their cultivation. I have looked around, and there isn't any mission that's suitable for you. They are just too easy, it won't help much with the evaluation. Dean Xiao flipped through the files and shook his head helplessly. It was unlikely that he could find a mission that was suitable for their level for the time being. We aren't in a rush either. Should we come back when Dean Xiao finds a suitable mentor for us? Mu Nujiao asked. Well, I also did a quick check, and the mentors and professors that are eligible to guide students that are planning to graduate with excellence are all busy. None of them will be available in the near future. Another reason is because of how talented you two are. I suppose the mentors aren't even that much stronger than you two, Dean Xiao said. Dean Xiao's lips twisted after finishing the sentence. He was wondering if he should be proud or feel sad about it. The students were stronger than the mentors. He should be proud of them. It was important to be open-minded as teachers. Doesn't our school have quite a few mentors? Mu Nujiao asked confusedly. Some had gone to undertake advanced studies. A couple of them will go every 5 years. 2 of the directors had gone, too, leaving an old man like me behind. He sighed. It has to be done. It's important for the teachers to improve, too. Otherwise, they are going to be left behind by the students eventually, Dean Xiao exclaimed. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. He quickly looked at Mo Fan with a different smile. Dean Xiao, nothing good ever happens when you look at me like that, the sensitive Mo Fan immediately said. Since our mentors have left for advanced studies, there are lots of research and missions that are vacant at the moment. I believe none of them would be difficult for you if you were under a mentor, and since it isn't difficult enough, I won't be able to evaluate your performance properly, right? How about this, Mo Fan, I'll make you a mentor, and you will be leading a bunch of students that are planning to graduate instead. Dean Xiao said happily. Mo Fan's expression stiffened. For some reason, Dean Xiao seemed to be very excited, as if he was overjoyed that he finally found a way to graduate that would be troublesome for Mo Fan. The Pearl Institute was a reputable institution, after all. Even if Mo Fan wanted to graduate, the process still had to be somewhat unforgettable. Otherwise, he would soon forget about his alma mater. Dean Xiao never had the intention to let Mo Fan graduate peacefully. Dean Xiao, instead of treating the student that has greatly contributed to the school nicely, why did you make the situation even more difficult for me? Mo Fan said with a wry smile. Mo Fan, you've completely misunderstood me. Aren't you familiar with what kind of person I am? I'm only doing this because of how reliable you are. The school does have a lot of work that needs to be done, I mean the target that you have to meet. As a member of the institution, you should feel obliged to lend a hand. Once you're done with it, I will personally hand you the Pearl Badge. Dean Xiao proclaimed. Dean Xiao, how could you set me up like that? This isn't a target for a student, it's an end-of-year evaluation of a teacher. Mo Fan protested. Don't mind the details, feel free to choose a field that you're interested in. See, you are able to make the decisions as you please as a mentor, but if you're just a student, the mentors will choose on your behalf instead, not to mention that you will have to see if your mentor has the time or is willing to guide you, Dean Xiao added.
I'm more willing to wait, Mo Fan said. This is ridiculous, I came to graduate as a student.
Mu Nujiao giggled and said, Teacher Mo Fan, all the best. Chapter 1234. Teacher Mo Fan, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In the corridor of a building by the lake at the Pearl Institute. The sunlight was passing through the French windows of the classroom, shining upon the desks and chairs, the electrical equipment, and the ceiling lights. The only thing it failed to light up was the grim look on Mo Fan's face as he sat behind the desk beside the speaker's stand. Mo Fan and Mu Nujiao were the only people in the classroom. The graduates would show up in another half an hour. Mu Nujiao was trying to comfort Mo Fan, although she could not help but laugh hysterically inside.
There's no way I would accept this if it wasn't for the handsome rewards.
Mo Fan swore. I bet Dean Xiao is giving you a chance to experience how it feels to be a mentor. Perhaps he's going to make you an honorable mentor of the Pearl Institute. It's good for you, Mu Nujiao encouraged him. Mo Fan initially thought Dean Xiao was just joking. After all, he was still a student of the school, while a mentor would have to be qualified before they were allowed to guide a bunch of graduates. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had underestimated how cunning Dean Xiao was. Since Dean Xiao was the dean of the institution, it meant his clearance was higher than a mentor, and if the job was only available to the dean of an institution, the dean could then assign anyone to be his assistant mentor as he wished. Normally, a job at this level would require 2 to 5 mentors, each with 3 to 7 graduates under them, to be completed. Dean Xiao currently had a job in progress, but the mentors under him had yet to make any progress. He had no choice but to put it aside. To his surprise, Mo Fan had suddenly shown up and said that he wanted to graduate. Dean Xiao believed it would be a waste of his talents to assign a job to him like any other graduate. He decided to make Mo Fan a mentor instead and ask him to lead a few students in taking care of the part of the job that had been troublesome so far. It was impossible for Dean Xiao to handle everything on his own. If Mo Fan managed to get the job done for him, he was more than willing to let Mo Fan graduate with excellence as he wished. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We never thought we would actually be selected. It's a job that Dean Xiao is in charge of. We didn't make it when the 4 mentors were recruiting graduates for it since the guys that were ranked higher than us claimed all the spots. To our surprise, Dean Xiao ended up appointing another mentor to do the job. Thank God, a dignified and old-fashioned young man exclaimed. A few other young and good-looking students showed up. They exchanged glances with one another. A young man with spiky hair said, "Are you all here for the graduation mission too?" "Yeah, I think the mentor is waiting for us upstairs. I hope it's not a strict old woman. Otherwise, we are going to suffer. I've already signed a contract with the Shoreline Alliance. I'm just waiting to get my pearl badge," the young man who seemed like he had walked out of a museum answered. "Humph, does it matter who the mentor is if we're good enough?" the young man with spiky hair said arrogantly. Hee, that might be true, but each mentor is responsible for a part of the job. If the part assigned to us is so difficult that we just can't finish it, we still won't get our pearl badge no matter how good our performance is, right? The old-fashioned fellow said. "Let's go, the mentor should be waiting for us," a cute-looking girl hurried them along. There were 6 of them. The 6 graduates met up at the ground floor. They gathered their courage and headed for the classroom. After entering the classroom, the old-fashioned young man saw Mo Fan sitting at the speaker's stand. He immediately frowned. "Hey, what you are doing? You shouldn't be sitting on the mentor's seat, even if he or she isn't here yet. If the mentor has a bad first impression of us, we aren't going to get our badges." Mo Fan was stunned. He could not react in time. The handsome man with spiky hair went forward and dragged Mo Fan off the seat. He said, "I'm different from them. I'm aiming to graduate with excellence, so you better not do anything that would make the mentor mad, or I'm going to make you pay for it. The cute-looking girl quickly came up to settle the dispute. Hey, calm down, we're a team. Let's not ruin the mood now. Mo Fan glared at the student and snapped, if you don't let go soon, I'm afraid you will never graduate with excellence. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? I've seen the likes of you quite often, trying to be a freeloader on the team in order to graduate. I won't be teaming up with you bunch of trash if some idiot hadn't made a mistake that ruined the whole operation last time. I'm warning you, you don't want to mess with me, the man snapped angrily. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing such a bad-tempered and proud student. The energy of the space element burst out of his body with a thought and struck the handsome student. The man was knocked all the way to the end of the classroom. His back slammed heavily into the wall. The man was about to lose his calm and fight back with magic when he saw Mo Fan going back to the speaker's stand and say to the astonished students, I'm your mentor. The students were dumbfounded when Mo Fan used his magic, but they completely lost their minds after hearing his words. What? This guy around their age was their new mentor. It felt as if the sky had collapsed all of a sudden, especially the old-fashioned student and the handsome young man that was still leaning against the wall with a blank face. He's indeed your new mentor, and I'm his assistant. Nice to meet you all. Mu Nujiao was done enjoying the show. She said to the students with a broad smile. Mo Fan was pleased when he saw the disbelief on everyone's faces. Being a mentor wasn't as bad as he first thought. He could teach these arrogant students how to behave themselves as he wished. The girls were pretty good-looking too. He heard some ill-mannered mentors would coerce female students for sexual favors. Would he be able to do that, too? Mentor. I'm sorry, I didn't know you are. The handsome young man completely lost his attitude. He had turned from a savage beast to a stammering little boy. He did not even dare to lift his head. Forget it, I won't dwell on it further. Dean Xiao has asked me to replace a mentor and take on the job. I'm also here to help you graduate. Those that meet my expectations will receive the graduation badge, but those that perform poorly, I'm afraid you will have to stay at the Pearl Institute for a little longer, Mo Fan coughed and said sternly. Sure, we'll surely do our best. Sir, you look so young, how are you maintaining your skin? Sir, you are so handsome. Mo Fan immediately smiled. Why were these students only noticing his good looks when he was a mentor instead of when he was a student? I will now brief you on the job. Dean Xiao is a water mage, and has constructed a water-circulating magic formation covering the river, drains, and canals in Tongxiang. Not only is it used to irrigate the crops, it can also keep the demon creatures away. It can also be used as protection for humans when necessary. The project was commencing quite smoothly at the beginning. The other mentors had already laid down parts of the magic formation, but recently, the source of water in Tongxiang seems to have a blockage. The water stopped flowing. Mo Fan explained the background of the job to the group. The source of water is usually located outside the safe zone, the old-fashioned student spoke up. Exactly. Our job is to head to the source of water and investigate why the water has stopped flowing. Apparently, there are a few packs of demon creatures close to our destination. We'll set out tomorrow. Please prepare the equipment that you will need for the journey by then, Mo Fan said to the students. It doesn't sound like an easy job, a student with a chestnut hairstyle commented with a wry smile. It does sound that way, but we still have the mentor to guide us. We just need to tag along, a petite female student said with a smile. We can't say for sure yet. Our mentor is so young, so I bet he isn't strong either. If there's some powerful demon creature at our destination, not only will we fail to get our graduation badge, we might even die, someone whispered. Mo Fan and Mu Nujiao went home after briefing the graduates. Mo Fan took a closer look at the information about the job Dean Xiao was in charge of. He could not help but admit how bold and smart Dean Xiao's proposal was. The man had suggested utilizing the naturally flowing watercourse as the source of energy, combined with the waterway scattered across Jiangnan to construct a water circulation magic formation. It would make a significant difference to the region, since it would keep the demon creatures away, protect the crops, and serve as a refuge when necessary. Most importantly, since they were using the natural flowing water to drive the magic formation, there would be no consumption of energy. The reason why barriers were difficult to set up was because of the enormous amount of magic ores and rock pistils needed to maintain their operation. However, Ding Xiao's proposal got rid of the biggest expense of maintaining the barrier. If the proposal worked, it would surely be popularized and greatly improve the safety of the region. By the way, if water is important to every life form, it means the demon creatures wouldn't do anything to stop the flow of water, either. Why would the water stop flowing out of nowhere? Mu Nujiao said in confusion. Everyone knew the demon creatures would not bother destroying the flow of water, since they would die without water, too. It was extremely rare for a flowing waterway to go wrong. It was a law that every living creature would obey naturally. Are you listening to me? Mu Nujiao said in a seemingly angry voice when she did not hear any response from Mo Fan. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and asked her, "Well, it's my first time being a teacher. I think I was handling it pretty well, but what should I do tomorrow so they will think I'm an experienced teacher?" Chapter 1235. The Lake Without Reflections. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Early in the morning, the group took a train to Tongxiang. Mo Fan was excited, since it was his first time being a mentor, especially with how the students were being extremely respectful toward him. Even though he had never treated his teachers respectfully when he was a student, it did feel great when these proud young students were being extremely polite to him. "Yeah, that's the sore spot, rub it more, harder." Mo Fan leaned on the comfortable seat and instructed the cute-looking girl. "Is this the spot?" "Sir, you must have overworked yourself. You should be more careful and get more rest," the girl said seriously. It's fine, I'm still young and strong, you. Julison, right? Get me a glass of orange juice, with ice." Mo Fan looked to the back and said to the old-fashioned student. "Right away." Julison immediately sprinted to the dining coach. The handsome young man Bai Hongfei had a displeased look. Wasn't their mentor ordering them about too much? Besides, their mentor was just too young. Even though some men in their 30s still looked like they were only around the age of 20 if they took good care of their skin, the other mentors under Ding Xiao were already in their 40s and 50s. The students under them normally had a better chance of graduating with excellence. He could not help but wonder if their young mentor actually had the right to let them graduate with excellence. "Bai Hongfei, I can tell that you're an arrogant young man that has grandiose aims, but puny abilities. You should keep your feet on the ground instead of reaching for what is beyond your grasp. There's no such thing as reaching the sky in a single bound." Mo Fan began to advise Bai Hongfei, as he had nothing better to do. "Yes, sir, I understand," Bai Hongfei answered respectfully, despite the unpleasantness in his heart. Mu Nujiao was amused when she saw how shameless Mo Fan was when he was pretending to be an experienced mentor. Wasn't he arguing with Ding Xiao that he had no intention to be a mentor not long ago? Look at him now, he was fully indulging in it. Mo Fan opened the map when the group arrived in Tongxiang. He discovered that many canals in Tongxiang had been modified as part of the project. However, it did not feel any different from down here. They could only see how brilliant the modifications were when they were looking down from 500 meters. "Let's go, we'll leave the safe zone and follow the waterway to see where it has stopped flowing," Mo Fan said to the students. The students were extremely cautious after they left the safe zone. Unlike Mo Fan, who had been dealing with demon creatures since high school, these students did not really have much experience of life and death. They began to feel nervous as soon as they left the safe zone. The waterway here should lead us to Beyuan Mountain, which means its source of water should be Qingyi Lake. "Sir, I'll go to Beyuan Mountain to do some investigation. I've been there before, so I'm quite familiar with the area," Bai Hongfei volunteered bravely. "You sure you're going to be fine?" Mo Fan asked. "We have come here for training. If our mentor is doing all the work, how are we supposed to be better?" Besides, we are put on the team because we are expected to lend the mentor a hand. Our goal is to find the reason why the water has stopped flowing as soon as possible, Bai Hongfei said sternly. The other students quickly looked disdainful after hearing Bai Hongfei's words. The man was acting arrogantly before, but he was shamelessly fawning upon the advisor now. Sir, I'll investigate Shujia River then. I will definitely find the reason why it has stopped flowing, another conceited student blurted out. Sir, I'll take charge of Ming River. Mo Fan nodded gratifyingly when he saw the students volunteering to split the work. It felt great to have lackeys doing the work for him. He felt like he did not even need to get his hands dirty. Be careful, and give me a signal right away if something goes wrong. I'll be there as fast as I can. Mo Fan said. As a mentor, he was responsible for the students' safety. He could not afford to be careless. Mu Nujiao, you should go after Bai Hongfei. The density of demon creatures at Bun Mountain is quite high. I'm worried about him, Mo Fan said to Mu Nujiao. Sure, Bun Mountain is huge. I wouldn't want him to go alone, either, Mu Nujiao nodded. She suddenly realized something did not feel right after agreeing to the suggestion. She pinched Mo Fan's waist and snapped, Are you ordering me around like a student too? Of course not, you're the leader, you're the leader. Mo Fan smiled awkwardly. That's more like it. I'll be going. Mu Nujiao quickly went after Bai Hongfei. However, Mu Nujiao was only following Bai Hongfei from a distance. After all, the students would be evaluated based on their performance to see if they were qualified for graduation. The mentor and assistant only had to guarantee the students' safety. The students had to complete the work themselves. Sir, what should we do then? The cute-looking girl stood beside Mo Fan and asked naively. Mo Fan looked around him. It was a perfect crime scene consisting of a typical spot in the wild where the victim had no chance of getting any help. He turned around to the female student Cao Qianshou and said, Let's take a shower in Qini Lake, I'm dying in the heat. Cao Qianshou blushed instantly. The others had claimed all the places that needed to be investigated. She had no choice but to stay with the mentor. To her surprise, the mentor had said something that was against the exemplary character he was supposed to have. Oh, I meant I'm going for a swim, you just need to wait on land for the others, Mo Fan quickly corrected himself when he saw the girl giving him a strange look. Mo Fan realized why the lake was called Qini Lake when he saw the surface that was smooth as blue silk. It was a stunning sight, but unfortunately, the lake was located outside the safe zone. Otherwise, many people would have driven to this place late at night. The cars would be shaking as they were enjoying the view of the lake, something that the people living in the cities were fond of nowadays. TL note. Qini Lake literally means blue clothes lake in Chinese. Damn it, why do I keep having these vile thoughts when I'm a mentor? Mo Fan murmured. Shouldn't he be a model of virtue with his sense of righteousness for the students? Sir, what did you say? Cao Qianshou asked in confusion. Nothing at all. By the way, if we can somehow make a waterway from this Qini Lake to Tongxiang, wouldn't we be able to turn it into an energy generator with a magic formation, too? The water is deep here, and the altitude is high. Unfortunately, it doesn't flow in the direction of Tongxiang, Mo Fan exclaimed while looking at the beautiful lake. Sir, didn't you realize something strange? Cao Qianshou suddenly stood behind Mo Fan as if she had just seen something terrifying. Something strange? I don't see anything. This place has the mountains and the lake, and there's no sign of demon creatures around too. It's the perfect place to cleanse your soul. Cao Qianshou, now that you mention it, it does feel a little odd, but I can't exactly tell why. Mo Fan was standing around 500 meters away from Qini Lake. Something felt odd to him as he looked at the perfectly calm lake. Reflections, sir, the reflections, Cao Qianshou said in a soft voice. Mo Fan was startled. He quickly lifted his gaze and shivered in fear after a glance. The water was so still that he could not see the slightest ripple on it, yet he did not see any reflections on it, either. The surface of the blue lake was extremely smooth, yet he could not see the reflections of the white clouds on it, nor was it reflecting the mountains and trees nearby. Mo Fan finally understood why Cao Qianshou was terrified. How can there be no reflections? Is it not water? Mo Fan did not get any closer. The lake had a diameter of over 3 kilometers. It was occupying a huge space, surrounded by mountains and trees, yet there was not a single reflection on it. It felt incredibly odd. Sir, can we leave? Cao Qianshou was panicking. The lake was so huge. If it wasn't water, what was the lake filled with? Let's call the others back. Something doesn't feel right here, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan did not go any closer. The heavens knew what the blue thing that had filled up the lake was. He would take a closer look if he was on his own, but he could not afford to do anything reckless when the students were scattered across the place. Mo Fan soon summoned the others back to him. Mu Nujiao and Bai Hongfei were the last to regroup with the team. They were obviously caught in some trouble along the way. Anything strange? Mo Fan asked. No, the water is normal. It's also flowing in the direction of Tongxiang. It doesn't seem to have a blockage anywhere. Yeah, everything is perfectly normal. Mo Fan looked at Mu Nujiao. She spoke after a slight hesitation. Apart from some blood-breaking mosquito demons, everything was normal. Did you take a close look? Mo Fan asked. No, we assumed there were demon creatures drinking water from the source, so we didn't dare to go too close, Bai Hongfei said. Then, did you see reflections on the surface? Mo Fan asked. Reflections? The students were startled by Mo Fan's sudden question. They were struggling to remember it clearly. After all, apart from calm lakes and ponds, it was difficult to see any reflection when the water was flowing. I believe not. Mu Nujiao looked shocked as she realized something. Maybe the water was flowing. No, I kept feeling that something did not seem right, so it turned out to be the lack of reflections. The surface of the pond that I investigated didn't have a single reflection on it. It was just blue, Mu Nujiao said confidently. Mo Fan's heart sank. It turned out that it was not just the water in Qianshou Lake that had the problem. Was something wrong about the water, or was there something on the surface that was difficult to see? Chapter 1236. Butterflies at Night. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan believed things were not as simple as they seemed. He quickly told Dean Xiao what they had found. Dean Xiao soon contacted another mentor and asked him to investigate the matter together with Mo Fan. It was nighttime before the mentor came. Mo Fan believed they should wait until the next morning since it was difficult to see at night, but to his surprise, the mentor was not in a great mood. What's there to be scared of? Zhu Jianqian can easily handle any demon creature that might show up. Let's go, this is just wasting my time, Zhu Jianqian said. Zhu Jianqian had brought around 6 students along. It was obvious that the students were not too willing to come. After all, it was not part of the work that was assigned to them. If it wasn't because the waterway that had stopped flowing was hindering the progress of their work, they would not even have bothered to come here. The journey to Qianshou Lake was surprisingly smooth. They did not encounter any demon creatures along the way. Mo Fan took a closer look at the surface of the lake when they arrived at Qianshou Lake. For some reason, the lake no longer felt the same to him. The surface of the lake was still. There was no wind and no gleaming reflection on the surface. However, when Mo Fan went a little closer, he could see the reflections of the stars in the night sky from the lake. It was like the surface of the lake was embroidered with mysterious gems, resulting in a stunning view. The stars were glowing across the surface of the lake. The wind blew, bringing along the fragrance of nature. The comfortable feeling was a huge contrast to the spooky feeling in the day. Are you kidding me now? So much for no reflection. There's nothing on the surface of the lake. The water is perfectly normal too, Zhu Jianqian snapped furiously. Yeah, it's just a normal lake. What a waste of our time. Why the hell are we even here for? Zhu Jiantian glared at Mo Fan and blurted out, "You useless prick, you can't even handle such a simple task." The whole project was put on hold just because of this. If you are so scared of the mere reflections of a lake, I suggest you quit as soon as possible. I'll ask Dean Xiao to find someone else for the job. Mo Fan was left speechless. The whole thing did not make any sense. Why was the lake normal at night when there was clearly something wrong about it in the day? Zhu Jiantian left angrily with his students, leaving Mo Fan and his students looking at one another in dismay behind. Sir, they are so unreasonable. Did they seriously think we are lying to them? We all knew there was something weird about the lake in the morning, Cao Qianqin said angrily. Forget it, I'll look into the matter again. Let's go back and rest. We'll come again tomorrow, Mo Fan said. Sure. Mo Fan was even more bothered by the lake when they reached the town in Tongxiang. He considered himself to be experienced and knowledgeable, yet he was utterly clueless about what had happened today. First of all, Mo Fan believed there was something on the surface of the lake in the morning, something that made the lake look perfectly still from the distance, and was only visible when he was close enough. Unfortunately, Mo Fan did not take a close look in the morning. Otherwise, he would know what that thing was. Mo Fan was unable to arrive at a conclusion. He stopped wasting his time and started meditating by the window. In the wee hours, Mo Fan was still cultivating his lightning element. He was hoping to level up his advanced lightning spell to the 2nd tier to further improve his strength. Knock knock knock. Someone was knocking hard on his door. Mo Fan stopped cultivating instantly. Sir, Bai Hongfei is missing, Cao Qianqin said in a panicking voice. Missing? Did he seriously go out to look for hookers in the middle of the night? Mo Fan frowned and asked. He took his equipment with him, Cao Qianqin said. That idiot, is he trying to find the truth on his own? That's too reckless even if he's trying to graduate with excellence. He should have taken UT one step at a time. Damn it, why am I talking so much like a typical old-fashioned teacher? Come, let's go look for him. Hopefully, he's not in some kind of trouble, Mo Fan cursed. He had to be constantly on his toes as a mentor, since the arrogant students kept thinking they could do something impressive on their own. Even Mo Fan felt a great chill running down his spine at Qini Lake that morning. Whatever the thing on the lake was, it was extremely dangerous. Bai Hongfei would find himself in great trouble trying to take the matters into his own hands. He had only reached the advanced level a short time ago. The night was extremely quiet. Not a single cry of an insect was heard. The light emitted by the stars in the pitch-black sky was the only source of light. The whole place felt dead. I have to find the reason behind it. I must graduate with excellence. I don't want to be a disappointment to my family. Bai Hongfei murmured angrily. He pushed the tall grass aside and slowly made his way toward Qini Lake. Qini Lake was as calm and beautiful as usual. The lake that was surrounded by the mountains felt like a giant piece of onyx. Bai Hongfei suddenly had a strange feeling as he set his eyes on the lake. However, he did not back away. He gathered his courage and walked closer to the lake. Bai Hongfei stuck his head out and looked into the water when he reached the edge. He immediately realized something. He looked further away for a little longer and was shocked when he did not see a single reflection of the stars on the surface of the lake. The water was perfectly calm, yet it was not reflecting the glowing stars in the night sky. The beautiful lake was giving Bai Hongfei the chills. Something soft was beating on the surface of the lake. A pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Bai Hongfei heard denser sounds coming from the lake. He soon saw countless thin wings beating across the surface of the lake. When the wings were beating simultaneously, they looked like ripples along the surface of the lake. They were glimmering a little under the light of the stars too. Before Bai Hongfei could recover from the shock, a huge bunch of the wings flew into the air and covered the sky like a cloudy blue veil. The same blue veil was initially covering the surface of the lake. Bai Hongfei was absolutely dumbfounded. He stared at the countless wings, the tiny, fragile life forms that were combining into a huge veil that was glimmering magically in the sky. "What are you doing here?" a gentle voice said all of a sudden behind Bai Hongfei. The voice took Bai Hongfei by surprise. He quickly turned around and saw a woman dressed in old-fashioned clothes standing behind him. The woman leaned slightly forward. Her fringes were dangling beside her face and in front of her huge bust. The woman was wearing a faint smile. Her glittering eyes were looking at Bai Hongfei curiously, with a flippant face. You scared the shit out of me. Miss, why are you here in the middle of the night? It's extremely dangerous here." Bai Hongfei let out a relieved sigh when he saw it was a woman. "You haven't answered my question," the woman said. "I'm a student from the Pearl Institute." "I'm here for my graduate mission," Bai Hongfei said honestly. "Why are you alone then?" the woman continued to ask. I wanted to make some worthy contributions," Bai Hongfei said awkwardly. "Did you discover anything?" The woman walked to the side with the same faint smile on her face. "Did you see the things that flew into the sky?" "They looked like butterflies, but it's my first time seeing so many butterflies. There were so many of them that they had covered up the entire surface of the lake. By the way, you don't look like a mage to me. It's too dangerous to come out of the safe zone if you're not a mage. Are you lost?" Bai Hongfei asked. I think I'm lost. I was picking some herbs. Am I really outside the safe zone?" the woman replied after a brief pause. "Yeah, you're lucky that you bumped into me, or the demon creatures would have dragged you into their caves and eaten you. Come, I'll escort you back. Where do you live?" Bai Hongfei said. "So you are a strong mage." The woman did not seem to be afraid at all. "Me? To be honest with you, I am an advanced mage," Bai Hongfei said. "Oh, that's very impressive. As a matter of fact, you don't have to worry about me. I grew up in this area, so I'm very familiar with the mountains, the woods, and the lakes here. I know how to avoid the demon creatures too," the woman said. "There's no way I'm going to leave you here. I'll bring you back home." "Where do you live?" Bai Hongfei said. "How about your mission?" the woman asked with a smile. "I'll feel bad if something bad happens to you. Besides, I've already seen those things. I'll go back and tell my mentor about it, and he'll ask the government to send soldiers over to take care of them. By the way, did you see those things too? Do you think they are butterflies?" Bai Hongfei said. The smile on the woman's face gradually vanished. She looked at Bai Hongfei and said in a different tone, "Have you ever seen butterflies showing up at night?" "Ah? You're right. Wait, what about the things that look like butterflies and would appear at night? What are they called?" Bai Hongfei said. "Moths," the woman said. "Yeah, right, they must be moths. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'll never believe there are so many moths here. I wonder what kind of disasters they might cause," Bai Hongfei said. Bai Hongfei's mind was preoccupied with the moths. It was said that moths were similar to locusts, the kind of disastrous creatures that could leave a place barren. It also happened to be the season for the moths to mass reproduce. He did hear about the disastrous demon locusts in the west of his country. He was in the east, thus there were not many locusts around. However, there were lots of moths here. Bai Hongfei suddenly heard the sound of wings beating, followed by a strong gust of wind that took him by surprise. "Miss, watch out, the wind is getting stronger." Bai Hongfei subconsciously tried to protect the woman beside him. However, when he was about to step in front of the woman, he saw her standing still with her legs crossed and her eyes cold. She also had a pair of giant soft wings on her back. The wings were clearly not some wing magical equipment. They seemed to have grown out of her back, and the strong gust of wind was produced by the beating of the giant wings. Bai Hongfei was dumbfounded when he saw the moths diving down from the sky like a tornado and circling the woman with the wings of a moth. Chapter 1237. The Beautiful Lady Under the Moonlight. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dust like pollen sprinkled down in the air. It had a unique fragrance. The pollen carried by the wind entered Bai Hongfei's nose. He was overwhelmed by strong drowsiness.
"Who are you?"
Bai Hongfei tried his best to stay awake and asked the woman. "You sure have a lot of questions," the woman said. Bai Hongfei tried to run away, but the drowsiness gradually became stronger. He eventually fell unconscious onto the grass beside the lake. Countless moths soon landed beside him and formed a stretcher to lift him up into the air. The woman went deeper into the woods. The moths carrying Bai Hongfei followed behind her. The woman and her moth soon disappeared under the moonlight. The lake returned to calm, too. Mo Fan and Cao Qianshou ran all the way to Qini Lake, but they did not see anything out of the ordinary. The clouds had started to block the stars, but they could still see some reflections on the surface of the lake. The moonlight glimmered on the lake when the wind blew, resulting in a stunning view. "Sir, Bai Hongfei isn't here." Cao Qianshou searched around the place, but she did not see Bai Hongfei. "He was here, and he's most likely in some kind of danger." Mo Fan frowned. Mo Fan had found Bai Hongfei's school badge on the ground. It was likely that Bai Hongfei had purposely left it behind, since it was hidden below the grass to prevent someone else from noticing it. "Ah? Was he taken away by demon creatures?" Cao Qianshou said worriedly. "I don't think so. There's no sign of a fight here." "I didn't see any trace of blood either," Mo Fan said. There was no sign of a fight, but there were no other traces either. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. Where exactly was Bai Hongfei? Did he see something abnormal about the lake? "Sir, what should we do now?" Cao Qianshou asked. "Take this, visit the closest Hunter Union's branch and ask them to send someone over." Mo Fan handed his Hunter Master badge to Cao Qianshou. A Hunter Master had the right to put up a quest. Many hunters were willing to accept the quest of a Hunter Master to earn contribution points. Mo Fan had saved up quite a lot of contribution points. As long as he offered a certain amount of contribution points, many hunters were willing to accept a quest, especially when the place was not far away from a safe zone. "Sir, you're a Hunter Master too? That's so cool," Cao Qianshou said in admiration. "Go on, I'll continue to search around in the mountain," Mo Fan said. "Sure, I'll be going." After Cao Qianshou left, Mo Fan searched around the lake again, but he did not discover anything useful. He went back to the spot where he found the badge and fell into deep thought again. Meanwhile, the moon that was hiding behind the clouds gradually poked out from behind them. The bright moonlight shone upon the area that Mo Fan was standing on. Mo Fan immediately saw something glowing around him. "What is this?" Mo Fan sharply noticed the glowing dust. The glowing dust was sparse, but he could see a trail leading deeper into the woods. Mo Fan could not tell what creature would leave a trail of glowing dust behind. He decisively followed the trail into the woods. The woods were extremely dark, as the moonlight was unable to penetrate the canopy. The glowing dust continued to grow fainter, making it difficult for Mo Fan to recognize the trail. Mo Fan suddenly heard the sound of water flowing. He also heard something else. Mo Fan went closer and discovered a stream. The water was very clear. He could even see the pebbles on the bed under the moonlight. Mo Fan looked toward the source of the sound and saw an alluring figure sitting on a rock beside the stream. She was soaking her slender legs in the water. Her hair was black and long, like a waterfall. It seemed like she had just taken a shower. She was combing her wet hair with her hands. Mo Fan was intrigued. Why was there a woman here? Was she a hunter hunting some demon creatures around the area? Maybe he could ask her if she had seen Bai Hongfei. Mo Fan walked up to the woman. However, he immediately realized he had made a mistake when he went closer. While the woman was combing her hair, her busty chest was fully exposed to the air. They were shaking a little due to her movement. The moonlight was providing Mo Fan the perfect angle. He could even see glimmering drops of water slowly sliding down her breasts. It was dark, and the moonlight was the only source of illumination, but Mo Fan could still see how perfect the woman's skin was. It was fair like jade. Her shoulders, waist, and legs were slim, but her bust was shocking. The shape of her bottom imprinted on the rock was like an exquisite piece of art, too. Mo Fan immediately felt his mouth turning dry. He wanted to back away slowly, but the woman had already turned around. She looked a little confused at first, but her eyes were soon filled with shock and anger when she discovered Mo Fan's presence. "It's a misunderstanding, I didn't know you didn't have any clothes on. It's very dark too, so I wasn't able to see anything clearly." Mo Fan turned around and explained himself. The woman obviously did not believe it. The moonlight was so bright, and she could also sense an aura of darkness from the man. It meant that the man was able to see in the dark to a certain degree. He must have seen everything. The woman clenched her teeth. If he had not been concealing his presence, she would have noticed him way earlier. "What are you doing here?" The woman quickly put on her clothes. She was surprisingly calm. "One of my students is missing. I'm wondering if you have seen him around here. Speaking of which, it's pretty dangerous for a woman like you to be taking a shower outside the safe zone." Mo Fan was a little disappointed when he saw the woman quickly put on her clothes. Why was he so stupid as to expose his presence to the woman? He could have taken a few more glances at her outstanding physique. It was extremely rare to find a woman with such a nice body. "Could you come closer?" "I couldn't hear you properly," the woman said. "I was saying that one of my students is missing, so I've come here to look for him." "Did you happen to see him?" Mo Fan walked closer. Mo Fan was able to see the woman's face clearly this time. She was so gorgeous that it felt like she had come out of a painting. Her beauty was surreal. Even Mo Fan, who had seen many pretty women, was astounded by her looks. Mo Fan was aroused when he recalled how he had seen the woman's naked body just a second ago. "I haven't seen him," the woman snapped. Oh, that's a pity, but why are you here alone?" Mo Fan asked. "It's none of your business," the woman snapped furiously. "You don't look like a mage," Mo Fan said. "Who told you that only mags are allowed to leave the safe zone? Aren't you afraid of demon creatures?" Mo Fan asked again. "Not at all," the woman said. "I heard there's a female man-eating monster in this mountain. Surely you aren't the one they are referring to?" Mo Fan asked curiously, looking at the woman. The woman was startled. The color of her eyes gradually shifted. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. I have never seen a monster as gorgeous as you. By the way, I honestly didn't see anything just then. I hope you won't mind. If you do, I'm more than willing to be held responsible for it. I don't really have any strength, but I've always been a responsible man," Mo Fan said. The woman had a cold face, yet she was trying not to show it. She pointed in another direction and said, "I heard some strange noise that way. You can go take a look if your student is missing. By the way, if you did see anything just then, I swear I'm going to dig your eyes out. I'm indeed a female monster. I honestly didn't see anything. Is this the right way?" Mo Fan headed in the direction the woman was pointing to. The path was covered by dense bushes and vines. It was difficult for an adult to pass through. Mo Fan quickly summoned a tongue of flame to clear a path. The light of the ardent sunset lit up the surroundings and drove the darkness away. The light shone upon the woman's face. The icy expression on her face vanished. She seemed a little scared when she glanced at the fire on Mo Fan's hand. "Back away!" The woman quickly waved her hand, signaling the branches to stop moving. Mo Fan turned around. When he saw the strange look on the woman's face, he asked, "Aren't you planning to go back? It's too dangerous out here. My student has gone missing in this area. I've been living close to this place since I was young. There aren't many dangerous creatures around here," the woman smiled, trying to conceal her intentions. Mo Fan smiled too. He looked into the woman's eyes and said, "Or maybe it's because you're the most dangerous creature here." The woman was startled by his words. She quickly looked angry. She never thought the young man could see through her disguise so easily. She could not help but wonder how the young man had managed to learn her true identity, since most people would not be suspicious of her because of her looks and her temperament. A gorgeous woman like you is always deadly to men. Ha ha ha. What is it? If you didn't like what I was saying, I'll take it back then. Mo Fan suddenly burst out laughing. He was acting like a completely different person. The woman was stunned once again. She immediately felt an urge to curse at the boorish man. It had given her quite the scare. She thought the man was a hunter trying to set her up. She almost decided to silence him. Lady, what's your name? I'm Mo Fan, nice to meet you, Mo Fan said. The woman let out a relieved sigh after seeing that the man had not seen through her disguise. She said, I'm Qianshou, I'm quite familiar with this area. Should I help you find your student? That would be great, Mo Fan nodded. The thought of having a gorgeous woman keeping him company in the wild under the moonlight was so enticing. TSK, right, why was he here again? Chapter 1238. The Identity of the Moth Woman. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan went into the forest together with Qianshou, following the direction she gave him. Mo Fan picked up a fragrance not long after. He blurted out, have you seriously been living here away from civilization? Where do you get food and necessities? Mo Fan did hear about special groups of people that lived outside the safe zone. They were able to prevent demon creatures from harassing them by using some traditional methods, like the villages outside of the ancient capital had. I have a unique fragrance that prevents demon creatures from attacking me, Qianshou said in a half-genuine voice. That's amazing, let me smell it. Mo Fan stuck his nose closer. Qianshou immediately blushed. She glared at him and snapped, you're a jerk. I'm just curious. If we can utilize your fragrance, us Maugs could move freely in demon creatures' territories as we pleased. We wouldn't have to hide timidly in the cities, Mo Fan said with a stern look. Qianshou did not respond. Her expression was a little cold. I'm just joking, what's with the cold look? You should smile more. You look younger and prettier that way. Like me, that's why I'm so handsome, Mo Fan continued. How shameless can you be? Qianshou had never met a man like him. The man was going to pay for it once they went deeper into the woods. Don't you think I'm handsome? Take a closer look. It's too dark, I can't see you clearly. You can touch me then. Can you please shut up? The trees gradually became denser. Mo Fan had already lost his sense of direction. He sniffed and discovered the air was a little damp. The leaves were moist, so was the ground. Even the trees had drops of water on them, as if they were sweating. However, it was not the kind of moisture that would make people feel itchy and moldy. It seemed to have a faint unique fragrance that was soothing to the mind. Mo Fan checked his surroundings and asked, did you really hear a noise coming from here? Are you sure that my student is here? Mo Fan had his back to Qianshou. The woman's eyes sharpened. She slowly moved her finger to command the moths that were hiding behind the trees while she was talking to Mo Fan to lower his guard. By the way, what was the fire you were using just then? Why was it different from the fire of the mags I saw before? Qianshou asked curiously, slowly approaching Mo Fan from behind. Oh, it's the fire of Ardent Sunset, a powerful fire I found in the desert. It's particularly effective against insects and bugs. Hey, isn't this my student's bag? Mo Fan exclaimed. Qianshou was stunned. She quickly called off the moths that were preparing to ambush Mo Fan. Qianshou knew that some fire was particularly deadly against insect-type creatures. If she failed to subdue this man right away, her little creatures would suffer heavy casualties. Great, he's here, but he isn't injured too, but he seems to be asleep. Mo Fan found by Fanxue in a wet bush. The young man was not injured, but he had lost consciousness. Mo Fan was unable to wake him up. If he had not felt the idiot's pulse, he would have assumed that the man was already dead. Your student is pretty bold to be sleeping here, Qianshou said to Mo Fan after she called off the attack. He seems to have been put to sleep by some plants, Mo Fan frowned. Let me see. Qianshou went up and pretended to be inspecting Bai Hongfei's condition. I think so too. I did see plants like that on the mountain before. Do you know how to wake him up? Mo Fan asked. Qianshou shook her head. Forget it, I'll bring him back to town first. Perhaps the healers might know how to wake him up. Come with me, I don't want to leave you here in the mountain, Mo Fan said. Sure, I live close to the town too, Qianshou said. Mo Fan carried Bai Hongfei on his back and chatted with Qianshou on the way back. He was quite interested in the fragrance that made her invisible to demon creatures. Unfortunately, Qianshou did not seem to be willing to share her secret. Mo Fan did not force it. It was not like he could just tie her up on a table to experiment on her without her consent. When they reached the base of the mountain, Mo Fan happened to see a huge group of people heading their direction. He could easily tell they were hunters judging by the way they were dressed. Qianshou was following behind Mo Fan. She only saw the group of people after turning the corner. She immediately realized something and fixed her eyes on Mo Fan. Did you ask them to come? Qianshou said coldly. Yeah, Mo Fan nodded. Qianshou moved her finger again while she slowly unleashed an aura. She hated being lied to the most. She had gone easy on Mo Fan since she thought he was not posing any threat to her. To her surprise, the man had asked a bunch of hunters to set up a trap for her. She had enough of being chased around by hunters. Qianshou was about to make her move on Mo Fan when the man quickly went up to Qianshou and said, I found him. Thanks for coming, I will still give you all the contribution points I promised. Sorry about that. The hunters smiled as soon as they heard the words. They did not even need to do anything to earn the contribution points. What else could they ask for? The hunters were more than willing to accept it. Qianshou stood still. She could not help but feel annoyed. Was this guy purposely trying to get on her nerves? Sir, why is that beautiful lady with you too? Qianshou looked at Qianshou and said in surprise. She was lost in the woods, so I brought her with me too. Oh, she helped me find Bai Hongfei too, I should be thanking her instead, Mo Fan said. Qianshou did not like to hang around the hunters. She left after staying for a brief moment. Mo Fan seemed reluctant to part ways with Qianshou. However, his expression changed as soon as the woman disappeared into the distance. Sir, what's wrong? Qianshou asked. I can feel a strange aura from her. She's most likely the reason why the water stopped flowing, Mo Fan said. Who? Sir, why didn't you catch her? If Bai Hongfei was dead when I found him, I won't have gone easy on her, Mo Fan said. Since Qianshou did not kill Bai Hongfei, it meant Bai Hongfei must have seen something that he was not supposed to. Qianshou had no choice but to put him to sleep. As such, Mo Fan did not want to alert her. He wanted to find out what Qianshou was up to. But sir, she seems quite normal to me, Qianshou said. That just means you aren't experienced enough, since you aren't alerted when something that might pose a threat to you is around. Mo Fan knocked on Qianshou's head. Sir, you aren't that much older than me. Qianshou protested with a wronged face. Tell Julison to follow her. She might be suspicious if I keep hanging around her. Besides, I'm just too handsome to keep a low profile. Julison has the face of a Mr. Average. He won't have trouble following her, Mo Fan said. Qianshou was left speechless for an instant. She said softly, Sir, you're pretty funny. Qianshou, it sounds like you want to spend an extra few years at school. Mo Fan stared at Qianshou. Sir, I'm sorry, you're the most handsome man I've ever met. My back is feeling a little sore after carrying that idiot Bai Hongfei for so long. A little massage might help. Sure thing. Bai Hongfei did not wake up. Even the doctors had no clue what to do after he was admitted into the hospital. Bai Hongfei was not injured, nor was he under a curse. He had just fallen asleep like a patient in a persistent vegetative state. His conditions were perfectly normal. His stomach would even growl when he was hungry. The doctors could only feed him with infusions. Mo Fan was having a headache too. He wanted to know why the river had stopped flowing. It was likely that Bai Hongfei might have found some clues about it, but he was still sleeping. Did any of you find any clue? Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan had been sending the rest of the students to investigate the river since then, but the river was perfectly normal whenever they were around. However, as soon as they left, the water would stop flowing again. Not a single drop of water could reach Tongxiang, making it impossible for Dean Xiao's formation to operate as intended. The water circulation magic formation would only work when the water was flowing, helping irrigate the crops and protect the cities and towns. Sir, we found out that apart from Bai Hongfei, some other people in the town are showing the same symptoms too. Do you want to go and take a look? Cao Qin said. Mo Fan pondered. They needed more clues. They still had no idea why Yushusha wanted to put these people to sleep. What was she trying to hide? Only the person that tied the bell knew how to untie it. They could only find the answers from Yushusha. Julisin showed up and hurried over to Mo Fan. Sir, this is bad. The woman you asked me to keep an eye on was arrested by the city hunters. When I asked them, they told me she's an evil moth woman who has murdered many people. The city hunters? Moth woman? Mo Fan was astounded. He suddenly remembered the rumors he heard when he was at Chongming Island in the past. Apparently, there was a moth woman in Wuzhen that would appear at night and murder people. Was Yushusha the moth woman? Senior, sir, we have a problem. Mo Fan had yet to recover from the shocking news when another student hurried over to him. What's going on? Mo Fan asked. Many kids have suddenly fainted in Dongjia. They are on their way to the hospital, the student blurted out. Chapter 1239. Man-Eating Monster. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Not long after, cries were heard across the hospital, most of them from women and the elderly. Mo Fan went out and saw many parents had brought their children to the hospital. The medical personnel were awfully busy all of a sudden. Mo Fan proceeded to the wards and saw that the children were all unconscious. Their auras were extremely weak, as if they had seriously fallen ill. Every child had similar symptoms, similar to the unconscious Bai Hongfei. However, Bai Hongfei was in a better spot, since he was perfectly fine, apart from unable to wake up. Chief Wei, didn't your men catch the moth woman? She must be the reason why our children ended up like this, a woman yelled while sobbing in tears. Yeah, it must be her. We have had similar cases in the town for some time. Who would have thought that this female monster is so cruel, to even harm the kids? You must save the children, an old man exclaimed. No, we'll go right now. We should be able to get rid of the curse once the moth woman is dead, a bunch of farmers snapped furiously. The men were infuriated when they saw the kids unconscious and the women sobbing, accusing the moth woman of being responsible for it. They quickly left the hospital. Mo Fan was startled. He followed the group of angry men too. Please calm down, none of you knows how to use magic. It's no use being reckless now. Just leave it to us, the city hunters will handle it. Captain Feng Guangqui said. No, we'll kill her with our own hands. Yeah, she's been spreading fear around the town for some time, and she's harming the kids now. We don't care if she's human or a monster, we're going to skin her alive. Their anger was contagious. The people in the town were constantly living in fear of the rumors about a moth woman after many people had gone missing and died in strange ways in the town. The city hunters had paid countless visits to the town, yet they had done nothing to put a stop to it. The town folks were terrified of the moth woman, but now that their kids had fallen ill and the moth woman had been arrested, the pressure they were feeling had turned them into vengeful beasts. A whole bunch of people quickly made their way to the entrance of the town hall and ran right into the main hall. They were unstoppable. Where is the moth woman? If anything happens to my kid, I'll make sure that she pays for it, a muscular farmer snapped furiously. There she is, one of the men quickly noticed a woman tied firmly to a stone pillar close to the center. The city hunters were around too. They did not expect the townsfolk to just come rushing in like a furious tide. They immediately went up to stop them.
Qihu? Why are you here?
The farmer that was leading the group suddenly froze in his track. He stared blankly at the woman that was tied to the pillar with chains made of ice. The rest of the men were dumbfounded too. Their murderous looks dissipated as soon as they saw the woman's familiar face.
Captain, did you make a mistake?
Qihu is one of us, the huge bloke Guanping said. The captain Fanxue let out a sigh and said, we didn't make a mistake. It's the reason why we didn't want you to come here.
But
Qihu is a kind woman, how is she the Moth woman? Guanping said on behalf of the others.
A kind woman, my ass.
Humph, I always thought something wasn't right about her. She always comes back late at night and is missing most of the time. I thought it was only because her life was slatternly and she was messing around with the men, but I now realize that she doesn't just flirt with the men, she's a man-eating monster too, a relatively plump woman blurted out harshly behind the group of men.
Who?
Woman, did you really see her eating a man? The rest of the young women had pale faces after hearing the words. A number of women had followed the group of farmers to the town hall. They were shocked when they learned that Qihu was the Moth woman.
Of course, did you remember the drunkard on the streets?
Didn't he always go to her place before he went missing? The man is still missing now. Where else could he be apart from inside that monster's stomach, the plump woman said. Yeah, she's right, the drunkard did visit Qihu quite often before he went missing. Oh my, why would a woman like her eat people? She's the Moth woman, she can transform. Dear, don't say that. Why would Qihu do such a thing? Once, our child tripped and fell into the drain when we were away. It was Qihu that saved his life, Guanping said.
Humph, are you seriously trying to explain on behalf of the monster? Didn't we all know that the kids like to hang around with her?
Look what happened to them, she poisoned them all. She's just putting up an act all this time, she's just waiting for her chance to kill us all, the plump woman Wang Qianshou declared. Yeah, she's right, the kids in the towns and the villages like to hang around with her. She must be the reason why they have fallen ill. Don't try and stop me, I'll stab her to death right now, a woman with bloodshot eyes ran forward holding a pair of scissors. There were not many city hunters around, so they were having a hard time calming the townfolk down.
Qihu watched the people expressionlessly.
When the woman tried to stab her with the scissors, strings of blue silk suddenly appeared from her and surrounded her like a cocoon. The scissors landed on the silk, but they were unable to move an inch further. The blue silk was slightly transparent. The people could still see Qihu's pale face.
Please calm down.
Stop stirring up a mess here if you seriously care about your children. We're still trying to figure out if the children are placed under a curse. If it's a curse, we can get rid of it by killing her, but if it's something else, the children will be in danger if we don't find a way to save them through her.
Fanxue yelled.
More city hunters soon showed up and drove the infuriated townfolk away.
Captain, you have to save our children.
I only have one child, I can't let anything happen to him.
Just go home, you are only interfering with our investigation.
Fanxue snapped back. Fanxue was quite popular among the townfolk. He had helped the town a lot whenever something happened in Tongxiang. The crowd left while murmuring under their breath. Mo Fan was dumbfounded after witnessing it all.
Wasn't this a typical scene in an ancient drama?
The men in the village were particularly fond of a beautiful woman, so the other women in the village were extremely jealous of her. As such, when something happened in the village, the women would blame it all on the beautiful woman by accusing her of being a monster and the reason why the disaster had happened in the first place. The only difference was that Qihu was indeed not an ordinary human. She was the Moth woman, and she definitely had something to do with the children that had fallen ill.
Why are you here still?
Fanxue asked in an unpleasant tone after he saw Mo Fan. Mo Fan showed the man his Hunter Master badge and the proof of his identity as a mentor of the Pearl Institute before replying, I'm here for an investigation. She seems to be the reason why the water has stopped flowing. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a hunter master at such a young age, not to mention a mentor of the Pearl Institute too.
Pardon me,
Fanxue said.
Can I have a few words with her?
Mo Fan asked.
Sure, but I doubt she's going to tell you anything.
Whenever we try to do something to her, the silk will show up and protect her, Fanxue said helplessly.
Mo Fan went up to Yushusha.
The silk had disappeared on its own when Yushusha was not in danger. The woman wearily lifted her gaze and looked at Mo Fan.
I should have killed you back in the woods.
Yushusha was furious as soon when she saw Mo Fan. She had spared Mo Fan's life, but to her surprise, the man had reported her to the city hunters instead.
You've misunderstood me, I didn't tell them anything.
I did send someone to keep an eye on you, but I didn't ask the city hunters to arrest you.
Are you the reason why the kids have fallen ill?
Mo Fan asked seriously.
They won't live if I'm dead, including your student.
Yushusha said coldly.
Why are you doing this?
Mo Fan asked.
Why?
Yushusha suddenly burst out laughing. Her smile was cold and sinister. Does a demon creature need a reason to eat humans? Mo Fan was stunned. She was right, if she really was a demon creature, she did not need a reason to kill and eat humans. It was part of her nature, just like how humans ate meat. Let the kids go, and I'll make sure you leave unharmed. Otherwise, you will have to spend the rest of your life locked away, Mo Fan said.
Who do you think is going to compromise when the kids are about to die?
Yushusha said coldly.
Fine, but why did you stop the water from flowing? Are you trying to take out the food supply of the entire Tongxiang Valley?
Mo Fan asked. Food was extremely important due to the limited space of human territories in the safe zone. The space available for crops planting was limited. Tongxiang was a huge source of food. If the water stopped flowing, it would greatly hinder the production of food.
That's right. I want them all to starve to death.
Yushusha said. You are seriously an incisive monster, unlike the ones that pretend to be kind and pure-hearted in the TV dramas, Mo Fan said.
Chapter 1240.
The Truth Behind the Waterway.
Exodus Tales.
Exodus Tales.
Translated by Zephazid.
Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had no idea what to do with Yushusha. He did not have any other clues to follow, either. It was extremely annoying to roam about like a headless fly without any clue what he was looking for. Luckily, Mo Fan was still able to remain calm considering the things he had gone through in the past. However, his students were extremely worried about the children that had fallen ill and the possibility that they were going to fail their mission. Just go back and rest. Waiting here isn't going to help much, Mo Fan told the students. It was already late at night. The students went to get some rest. The city hunters were obviously going to keep an eye on Yushusha, so it was unnecessary to worry too much about her. Cao Qianshou quickly ran over to Mo Fan when he was about to leave the hospital. She pulled his arm and said, Sir, Bai Hongfei is awake.
Really?
Mo Fan was overjoyed. He quickly went to the ward and discovered that Bai Hongfei was indeed awake. He seemed perfectly normal apart from the slightly pale expression. Sir, I'm sorry for making you worried, Bai Hongfei said with an apologetic look. It's fine as long as you're well. By the way, what did you see at Qini Lake? Mo Fan asked.
Lots of moths.
They were scattered across the surface of the lake. It's the reason why the water has stopped flowing, Bai Hongfei said immediately.
I see.
Mo Fan's eyes glittered. The moths were stopping the water from flowing by staying on the surface. However, the moths would fly away when the students went to investigate the watercourse, thus everything looked perfectly normal to them. So it turns out that Yushusha is still responsible for it. We'll take turns to guard the water, that way, the water circulation magic formation should be able to operate as intended. Mo Fan said.
Yeah. We can finally report back after we're done with the job.
Bai Hongfei, well done. Bai Hongfei smiled, but his smile stiffened when he heard that Yushusha had been arrested. Mo Fan went to the mountain with the rest of the students to keep the water flowing so Dean Xiao's water circulation magic formation could operate normally. Cao Qianshou did not go with them. She stayed at the hospital to take care of Bai Hongfei. Bai Hongfei was unwilling to let Cao Qianshou stay up late just to look after him. He said, "You should go back and rest, I'm perfectly fine here." "Sir asked me to keep an eye on you," Cao Qianshou said. "I just fell asleep. There's nothing to worry about, really. To be honest, I don't think the Moth woman is trying to harm me. Otherwise, she could have just left me in the wild to be eaten by the demon creatures, right?" Bai Hongfei said. "Yeah, but everyone said that she's a man-eating monster," Cao Qianshou said. "You should really go back and rest. I'm just going to meditate here. I know you haven't gotten any rest since last night, as you and Sir were looking for me." "Look at the dark circles under your eyes," Bai Hongfei said. "Ah? Really?" But Sir asked me to keep an eye on you," Cao Qianshou said. "It's going to be fine, go ahead. You can sleep in the next room too. You shouldn't be staying up all night," Bai Hongfei said. "All right." After Cao Qianshou left, Bai Hongfei was preoccupied with thoughts of Yushusha. Bai Hongfei made sure that Cao Qianshou had fallen asleep. He quickly changed and made his way to the town hall late at night. The town hall was heavily guarded. Bai Hongfei revealed who he was. The city hunters did not try and stop him. The city hunters had not made any progress even though they had caught the Moth woman that was responsible for it. They were hoping that Bai Hongfei could get some information from Yushusha. Bai Hongfei arrived in front of Yushusha. He felt sorry for her when he saw the worn-out look on her face. "It's you," Yushusha was the first to speak when she saw Bai Hongfei. Yushusha had a good impression of Bai Hongfei. The man was not cunning and full of lies like Mo Fan. She had only put Bai Hongfei to sleep, as she was hoping that Bai Hongfei would not tell anyone about his discovery. "Those kids that have fallen ill have nothing to do with you, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be awake now either," Bai Hongfei asked sincerely. Yushusha lowered her head and bit her lips. Bai Hongfei knew something was wrong seeing her reaction. "Tell me the truth if you believe me. You wouldn't want the poor kids to die too, right?" Bai Hongfei said. "I don't want to hurt anyone," Yushusha said. "Then tell me why they have fallen ill, and why are you stopping the water from flowing? Is it because the water is putting Tongxiang and the people of the town in danger?" Bai Hongfei asked. Yushusha glanced at the young man. The look in her eyes shifted. "Thank you, everyone is suspecting me and accusing me to be a monster, yet you are willing to trust me even though I put you to sleep," Yushusha said. "Tell me the truth then." "Don't you worry, I'll try my best to help," Bai Hongfei smiled. "The kids have fallen ill because of the water. There's a Carnelian-Head spider at the source of the water. Its poison has a paralyzing effect. I saw it injecting the poison into the water. The poison is extremely strong. Even though it was diluted after flowing through the watercourse, it's still harmful to humans. The people in the town have been drinking the water, and their bodies would be severely exhausted after some time. The children have fallen ill first because their bodies are weaker," Yushusha said. "You're telling me that everyone in the town is poisoned, and the adults aren't showing any symptom yet because they are stronger?" Bai Hongfei exclaimed. "Exactly. That Carnelian-Head spider is my nemesis. I've been trying to come up with a plan to take it out, but it has laid down lots of spider webs in the woods. My moths couldn't fly any deeper. Otherwise, I would have gotten rid of it ages ago," Yushusha said. "Which means, since Dean Xiao is circulating the water flowing into Tongxiang, it actually makes the situation worse by poisoning the kids and the people further. I have to let the mentor know as soon as possible," Bai Hongfei said. Bai Hongfei did not think the situation would be so serious. Luckily, he had decided to come and ask Yushusha the truth since he was feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Otherwise, he would never learn the secret. "By the way, why didn't you tell the secret to my mentor?" Bai Hongfei asked as he remembered something. "He doesn't seem to be reliable. Besides, everyone is treating me like a monster because I'm the Moth woman." Who's willing to trust me? The women in this town have long wanted a chance to set me up. They could not wait to drive me out of town. If I tell them there's something wrong about the water, they're going to put the blame on me again, Yushusha sighed. You're right, I should tell Dean Xiao instead, Bai Hongfei said. Yushusha shook her head and said, I'm happy that you're willing to trust me, but I believe they are still going to put the blame on me before I have any evidence to prove that I'm innocent. Besides, I'm worried about the kids. It might be too late by then. What should I do then? Bai Hongfei asked. Head to the mountain and continue north. You will find a huge dark red forest that is covered in spider webs. You just need to get rid of the spider webs and my moths will take care of the Carnelian-Head spider, Yushusha said. But isn't the Carnelian-Head spider your nemesis? Many of your moths are going to die, Bai Hongfei said. There's no other choice. We have to take the Carnelian-Head spider out first, Yushusha said. Bai Hongfei's heart shuddered when he saw the determination on Yushusha's face. You are still willing to help the town when the people are treating you so harshly. Those moths are obviously very important to you. Yushusha lowered her head in silence. Bai Hongfei was infuriated after seeing her reaction. Why did the town folks and the city hunters falsely accuse her before learning the truth? Yushusha was seriously a lot more merciful compared to the insensitive and ridiculous town folks. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The lack of understanding had always been a huge problem for many people. And make sure to stop the water from flowing into Tongxiang. Yushusha reminded him. Got it, by the way, I'll set you free first, Bai Hongfei said. Yushusha shook her head. If you set me free now, everyone is going to think that I'm the main culprit. You just need to tear down the spider webs in the forest. I won't run away from here even if the people hate me or are afraid of me. This is my home, I just want to protect it. Bai Hongfei took pity on the woman. He was the only person that could help Yushusha now. I promise that I'll help you. Thank you. Bai Hongfei immediately made his way to the mountain. He ventured deeper by following the instructions from Yushusha. He soon discovered the sinister-looking dark red forest that Yushusha mentioned. As soon as he walked into it, he quickly felt something sticky on his face. He wiped his face and realized that it was some sticky spider webs. Bai Hongfei was overjoyed. It seemed like Yushusha did not lie to him. He took another few steps forward and soon discovered lots of blue moths stuck on the spider webs. As he went deeper, he saw lots of moths stuck together on the spider webs. Most of them had almost dried up, like specimens. Bai Hongfei grieved upon seeing them. It was very likely that Yushusha was trying to break through the spider webs forcibly with the moths, but she ended up sacrificing a huge number of them. You son of a b******ch, I swear I'm going to kill you today. Bai Hongfei brushed away the spider webs with a murderous look in his eyes. It was like the moths were diving into a fire when they were trying to break through the spider webs. Lots of moths were going to die for sure. Bai Hongfei did not want Yushusha to sacrifice too much for the town. He decided to kill the Carnelian-Head spider himself. That being said, he did not forget to get rid of the spider webs as he was told. That way, the moths could intercept the water to prevent it from flowing into Tongxiang. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was leaning against a tree while he was keeping an eye on Qini Lake. He was currently in deep thoughts. He kept feeling that something was odd about the whole situation. Sir, Bai Hongfei is missing again. Cao Qianshou yelled in the call. F***K me, why can't he just behave himself? Mo Fan cursed. I was worried that he's going to run away again, so I put a locator in his bag. Sir, I think he's deep inside the woods. You should go and take a look, Cao Qianshou said. That was very smart of you. I'll head over right now, Mo Fan said. Chapter 1241. Carnelian-Head Spider. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan soon found the dark redwoods after following Cao Qianshou's instructions. The forest was covered in sticky spider webs. It would be extremely difficult to break free from them if he was caught in them. Mo Fan could not help but wonder what Bai Hongfei was doing here. The dark redwoods had a strange scent, too. Mo Fan soon saw some spider webs that had been destroyed. The further he went, the more cleared up the area was. He was able to proceed forward smoothly. Moths on the spider webs. Mo Fan noticed lots of dead moths on the spider webs. Some of the moths were quite huge, the size of bats. They were mostly blue in color. When Mo Fan saw some moths diving at the spider webs, he immediately recalled the appearance of Qini Lake, which seemed like it was covered by a blue veil. Bai Hongfei was right. The moths had stopped the water from flowing, but what were they trying to achieve? A strange voice came from the woods. Mo Fan gathered his focus and saw a huge tree suddenly falling to the ground. The huge trunk and the branches immediately fell on top of the dark red shrubs nearby. Mo Fan picked up his pace. He turned into a shadow bird and flew in the direction of the falling tree. As soon as he arrived, he saw some blood spraying across the air and dyed the leaves of the shrubs red. It was particularly eye-catching. "Ah, my arm!" Bai Hongfei screamed in pain. His severed arm fell to the ground. Bai Hongfei grabbed the stump and desperately backed away. He did not even dare retrieve his arm. "Bai Hongfei!" Mo Fan was startled. How reckless could the kid be? Why could not he understand how capable he was, going so deep into the woods and provoking such a deadly spider? Mo Fan had seen the hairy spider. It had the legs and lower body of a spider, but its upper body was densely covered in red skulls. From afar, the red skull set off the Carnelian-Head on its back. It was oddly spooky. "Sir, run away, this thing is too strong." Bai Hongfei yelled at Mo Fan while gritting his teeth against the tremendous pain. Bai Hongfei had decided to take out the Carnelian-Head spider, as he did not want Yushusha to sacrifice herself any further. He was an advanced mage. He assumed the creature was not too strong, since it was close to the safe zone. He would be able to take care of it by himself. However, Bai Hongfei had thought wrong. The Carnelian-Head spider was crazily strong. Each of the skulls was able to spit out poisonous silk, making it extremely difficult for Bai Hongfei to do anything. He was already regretting it. He should not have been so full of himself. As soon as Bai Hongfei warned Mo Fan, the creature quickly spat out poisonous silk in all directions as if it understood what they were saying. The poisonous silk spread throughout the woods, covering the trunks, the canopy, and the shrubs, forming a huge spiderweb that would prevent the two humans from escaping. It even covered the space above their heads. They could no longer see the stars. "We're done for!" Bai Hongfei yelled. "No, we're not, get behind me!" Mo Fan snapped. "Sir, you don't stand a chance against it." Bai Hongfei was already an advanced mage himself. Even though he was clear that the young mentor was stronger than him, there was no way he could take the Carnelian-Head spider on alone. They would need a group of advanced mags against this commander-level creature. The Carnelian-Head spider charged forward after setting up its spider web. The creature's legs were remarkably strong. They kept flicking the soil into the air as it charged forward. It thrust its sharp and strong front limbs in Mo Fan's direction. "Piss off!" Mo Fan yelled furiously. A fiery dragon coiled around his arm. The fiery dragon surged around Mo Fan's wrist as he threw a punch. Facing this demon creature that was over 20 meters tall, the flames bursting out of Mo Fan's fist soared 50 meters high into the air and filled up the space between Mo Fan's fist and the Carnelian-Head spider. The flames lit up the woods. An even greater fiery dragon sprang forward and chased after the Carnelian-Head spider that had been knocked flying. It knocked the Carnelian-Head spider further into the distance. The woods were densely covered in spider webs, but they soon had a huge clearing that was burning fiercely. The trees along the path of the flames were burned into ashes. The Carnelian-Head spider was at the end of the trail. Its sturdy dark red armor was severely damaged. It was still burning. Bai Hongfei was dumbfounded. Did his mentor just knock the powerful commander-level Carnelian-Head spider flying with a single punch? How powerful would the punch have to be? Judging from the Carnelian-Head spider's condition, it was not as simple as knocking it into the distance. Mo Fan had actually managed to penetrate its defenses. He had only used a single ability, an ordinary-looking fiery fist, but its aura and strength were a lot stronger than the advanced spell of the fire mags he normally saw. Who would expect to find such a strong commander-level creature less than 50 kilometers from the safe zone? Give me a few minutes, I'll take it out first, so it won't do any harm to the town. Mo Fan turned around and said to Bai Hongfei. The areas within 50 kilometers of the safe zone were usually patrolled by the army. They were normally referred to as the sub-safe zones. Some important cities requested that not a single demon creature was allowed to exist within their sub-safe zones, not even a servant-class creature. However, they had ended up stumbling into a commander-level creature in the sub-safe zone here in Tongshan. If the commander-level creature was trying to harm the people in the town, it would be a devastating blow to the town and the villages, which were not heavily guarded. In the past, Bo City was almost wiped out by a single Darkwing Wolf and its tribe. A few minutes. Bai Hongfei had a complicated face after hearing those words. Bai Hongfei saw the young mentor charging at the Carnelian-Head spider. He felt like his understanding of the world had toppled all of a sudden. Wasn't a mage supposed to stay as far away from a demon creature as possible, to ensure they were safe enough to cast their spells? Why was his mentor taking the initiative to get close to the demon creature instead? 2. Mo Fan was extremely quick, even though he was not using any movement spell. He had grown a lot stronger. When he was 30 meters away from the Carnelian-Head spider, the creature furiously leapt into the air, and landed on the spider web covering the canopy. It was able to climb freely along the spider web using its legs. The webs further increased its speed. Don't you dare run away. It's my first time being a mentor, yet you are showing no respect by trying to kill him. Die! Mo Fan yelled. Mo Fan turned into a bolt of lightning and rose into the air, making his way toward the canopy layer. The Carnelian-Head spider seemed to be afraid of Mo Fan's punch. It quickly dodged aside and ran around in circles. Mo Fan was having trouble landing his lightning on his target. When he decided to use an advanced spell, he suddenly realized that he was surrounded by silk that had appeared out of nowhere. Trying to trap me here. The Carnelian-Head spider was very cunning. Even as it was dodging the attacks, it did not stop spitting out the invisible silk. The creature was running around in circles, trying to trap Mo Fan within the layers of silk. Mo Fan found himself in an enclosed spider web. When the Carnelian-Head spider pulled at the silk, the spider web began to tighten and contract rapidly, enclosing Mo Fan like a cage. Sir! Bai Hongfei was startled upon seeing this. The giant spider web did not give Mo Fan any chance to escape. If the Carnelian-Head spider had used the move against him instead, he would have ended up inside the Carnelian-Head spider's stomach as food by now. While Bai Hongfei was still immersed in shock, he discovered some space ripples not far away. Mo Fan's blurry outline showed, silver lights gradually dissipating around him. Bai Hongfei was stunned, but immediately looked very happy. Space element, blink. Bai Hongfei did not expect his mentor to be an expert of the space element. Mo Fan disregarded the passionate look in Bai Hongfei's eyes. He lifted his gaze and stared at the Carnelian-Head spider that was sitting up on the huge spider web and chuckled, Sky Flame Funeral, hellish flames. After acquiring the Ardent Sunset, his fire constellation looked even more stunning and imperious. A brilliant meteorite suddenly swept across the night sky, lighting up the sky and the woods. The meteorite enlarged as it gradually approached the ground. Its burning shadow was looming over the area. The Carnelian-Head spider was still looking forward to eating the prey it had just caught. To its surprise, the cage made of spider webs was completely empty. It soon realized that it was in a huge trouble when it sensed the scorching heat coming from above it. The Carnelian-Head spider was unable to escape the advanced spell's huge area of effect in time. The hellish flames slammed down, burning the trees that were covered in spider webs to ashes. The Ardent Sunset was a soul-grade fire, meaning that it was able to strengthen Mo Fan's Skyflame Funeral, Hellish Flames by 2 to 3 times. Even the commander-level Carnelian-Head spider stood no chance against the violent flames. Chapter 1242. The Laws of Natural Predators. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. With a huge crash, the dark redwoods were set aflame. The impact had resulted in an enormous pit, with a diameter over 100 meters. Bai Hongfei was utterly dumbfounded by how destructive the spell was. Even though his mentor was an advanced mage, just like him, the difference between their strength was absolutely insane. He could not even break through the Carnelian-Head spider's defense with his spells, yet his mentor's spell was able to inflict serious damage on the commander-level creature. Many of the skulls on the Carnelian-Head spider's back were destroyed. Some of its limbs had broken, too. It anxiously rose to its feet and fled staggering into the woods. There was no way Mo Fan would let it escape. Lightning flashes were surging on his palms. A stormy cloud rapidly appeared in the direction the Carnelian-Head spider was fleeing. The stormy cloud flickered restlessly. Sky Mo Fan was just about to take the creature out with the Sky Lightning Claw when countless blue things suddenly flew out of the woods. Mo Fan did not attack. The lightning continued to accumulate its power above the clouds. The blue things turned out to be an overwhelming number of moths. Mo Fan had no idea where they had come from. The creatures were lunging at the Carnelian-Head spider as if they had long awaited this opportunity. The moths completely blocked off the Carnelian-Head spider's escape. They gathered together and began to emit a blue light. These lights were like sharp blades, piercing through the Carnelian-Head spider's damaged armor. The Carnelian-Head spider cried out in agony. Normally, the moths had no chance of inflicting any damage on it, due to the outstanding defense of its armor. Most importantly, if the moths drew any closer than 300 meters, its webs would entrap every single one of them. However, the Carnelian-Head spider was still burning. It was unable to spit out its silk. Mo Fan and Bai Hongfei stood still and watched the moths carrying out their attacks. They angrily cut the Carnelian-Head spider into pieces. Its blood splattered onto the moths and dyed them an eerie red. It seems like they have long been nursing a grievance against it, Mo Fan said. Yushusha mentioned that the spider is their natural enemy, Bai Hongfei said. Yushusha? Hang on, did you talk to that woman again? Mo Fan was startled, and stared at Bai Hongfei. Yeah, it was Yushusha that told me there's a Carnelian-Head spider here. We wouldn't have expected such a powerful creature here. Oh, sir, Yushusha is really a kind woman. She was using the moths to stop the water from flowing into Tongxiang because the Carnelian-Head spider has been poisoning the water. The kids fainted because of its poison, Bai Hongfei said. She told you all that? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, everything is fine now. The Carnelian-Head spider is dead, which means our job here is done. Many moths were trapped by the spider webs before. Yushusha must be happy now that they were set free. Bai Hongfei smiled even though he was in great pain. He raised his head and looked into the sky above the dense canopy. The spider webs had lost their magic after the Carnelian-Head spider died. Many moths were flying out of the woods into the night sky. It was a spectacular sight. Mo Fan was looking at the moths too. He was surprised by how many moths were trapped in the woods when he saw lots of them flying into the sky. They seemed to be heading into a certain direction too, as if they were being summoned. Mentor, let's head back. I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age. I always thought you are here just to make up the numbers, Bai Hongfei said. Even though he had consumed a blood serum, it did not relieve the pain by much. He retrieved his arm so he could reattach it after they got back to town. Bai Hongfei could not wait to see the innocent gentle smile on Yushusha's face when he went back. All he had gone through was worth it if he could win her affection. On top of that, he was surely going to graduate with excellence this time, since not only was he able to complete his job, he also got rid of a huge threat to the town. Sir, aren't we done with the job? Why are you frowning still? Bai Hongfei asked in confusion. Don't you think there are just too many of them? Mo Fan pointed at the moths in the sky. The sky that was covered in blue wings was as stunning as if it was a remarkable piece of art. It was further set off by the dim lights of the town in the distance. However, Mo Fan had an uneasy feeling. Meanwhile, in the town hall, the hair of the woman that was tied to the stone pillar was drifting to the night breeze. Her pretty face looked pale and haggard. She seemed quite pitiful, but when she saw the spectacular blue veil that was approaching from the distance, she gradually smiled. Her smile slowly widened into a cunning evil grin. You're all going to pay for this. The town hall was soon covered by a wild blue tornado of moths. The city hunters immediately ran into the town hall, but the blue moths had completely blocked off their vision. They had no chance of stopping them. The ice chains were broken, allowing Yushusha to gain her freedom. She was walking on bare feet. She stood on her toes and crossed over Captain Feng Guangqui's body. The moths quickly gathered under Yushusha's feet like a blue rug, as if they were surrounding their empress. They slowly lifted the woman into the air. Yushusha rose into the night sky. She was eventually beyond the reach of the lights. The area within a kilometer from her was fully covered by the blue moths. Many moths that were a lot bigger were gathering toward her from the distance. It was not long before a terrifying tornado consisting of the moths loomed over the town. From afar, it looked like an enormous blue beast was about to devour the tiny little town with its mouth wide open. The moths sprinkled their powder in the sky. The powder had a strong fragrance and was deadly poisonous. The people in the town fell unconscious before they even came into contact with any of the moths. More people fainted and fell to the ground as if they had all fallen asleep. The blue moths landed on them. They did not tear them into pieces savagely, but they seemed to be collecting something from them, like butterflies collecting nectar. Mo Fan and Bai Hongfei were making their way back to the town as quickly as possible. The rest of the students had also gone back to the town after they realized what happened. Sir, the moths are turning it into a disaster. What should we do now? They seem to be attacking the townsfolk. Julisin blurted out in a panic. The students stared at the town in disbelief too. They were utterly clueless about what was happening. They are most likely here to save Yushusha. They won't attack the people, Bai Hongfei said. How stupid do you have to be to still believe her? Mo Fan snapped. Sir, Bai Hongfei was startled. That Yushusha is a vicious and greedy monster. She has played you like a fiddle and used you to finish her job. Damn it, why didn't I realize that the Carnelian-Head spider was Yushusha's natural enemy? It was the most important thing needed to keep Yushusha under control. Mo Fan cursed. Mo Fan was condemning himself, too. Commander Li Man had already told him at Dongting Lake that some powerful demon creatures in the same territory would suppress one another. The relationship between these creatures allowed humans to live in peace. The army would even go as far as sparing the lives of demon creatures at times just so they would prevent some other species from overpopulating the area. Every living creature had its natural enemies. Otherwise, things would all go out of control, just like the Sandstorm demon Locusts had. The Locusts pretty much had no natural enemies, especially those that had mutated after burning in a fire. Similarly, it was likely that the moths had been around for some time. They had grown to a disastrous level under Yushusha's leadership, and the Carnelian-Head spider only showed up so close to the safe zone since the moths were delicious food to it. The Carnelian-Head spider had greatly controlled the number of the moths and stopped Yushusha from carrying out her plan with them. It was the reason why the town had been safe until now. However, he had helped Yushusha eliminate her natural enemy by inflicting serious damage on the Carnelian-Head spider. It had also set the countless moths that were trapped by the Carnelian-Head spider free. The moths were going to massacre the townsfolk. They were demon creatures, after all. Eating humans was part of their nature, regardless of how pretty the moth woman might be. Mo Fan never thought Yushusha was friendly, but he had decided to observe her for the time being since she did not harm Bai Hongfei. To his surprise, Yushusha was so cunning that she was planning to use the inexperienced Bai Hongfei to take out her natural enemy all along. It was likely that Yushusha was thinking of using him too, but she realized it was not easy to trick him. It was true that Mo Fan never trusted Yushusha, but unfortunately, he had completely forgotten about the law of natural enemies between living creatures and ended up inflicting serious damage on the Carnelian-Head spider. Why is this happening? Bai Hongfei completely lost his mind. He could not believe that Yushusha had been lying to him. But the truth was right before his eyes. Bai Hongfei felt like he was about to break down mentally after knowing that he had placed the town in such grave danger. She was using the moths to stop the water from flowing. She might be aware of Dean Xiao's plan of using the water circulation magic formation to set up a barrier to protect the town, meaning that the barrier was effective against her? Mo Fan clenched his teeth. His heart was burning in rage. The truth had always been very simple. The city hunters did not catch the wrong guy. The townsfolk were right too, but unfortunately, someone had fallen for the moth woman because of her seductive appearance. Sir, I'm sorry, I should have kept an eye on Bai Hongfei, just like you instructed. Cao Qianshou was tearing up. She never thought the whole situation would end up like this. It's useless to blame ourselves now. The few of you go and find that puffed-up mentor and ask him to activate the water circulation magic formation. The rest of you, try and find some way to increase the flow of the water. I'll handle Yushusha and buy us more time. She must be absorbing the energy of the townsfolk without us noticing to make herself stronger. Her moths were all set free after her natural enemy was taken out. She is blatantly feeding on the energy of the townsfolk. They are still alive, we still have a chance to save them. Mo Fan said seriously. Chapter 1243. The Unstoppable Fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sir, the powder of the blue moth seems to have a hypnotizing effect. I'll go with you, Cao Qianshou said. Cao Qianshou was a poison mage. She could easily drive the powder away using poison cavity. You will go find a way to wake the city hunters up. Ask them to evacuate the townsfolk to somewhere safe, Mo Fan told Cao Qianshou. Will you be fine taking her on by yourself? She seems to be quite powerful, Cao Qianshou asked, concerned. I will be fine, Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan glanced at Bai Hongfei, who still had a blank face. He frowned and said, come with me. Do you really want the people of the town to die in Yushusha's hands? Bai Hongfei nodded stiffly. He followed Mo Fan absent-mindedly. It was a relief that the number of moths under Yushusha's control was nowhere as terrifying as the Sandstorm demon Locusts had been. However, the moths still posed a huge threat to the town. Ardent sunset. Flames like the clouds during sunset burst out of Mo Fan's body and circled him. The strong flames surged at the moths and cleared a path with fire. However, with so many moths around, the fire was like a torch in complete darkness. It was only able to provide them with limited visibility. She's there. The sense of defeat and astonishment in Bai Hongfei's heart gradually turned into anger. He disregarded the moths that were flying around him and jumped straight onto the black tiles of a roof. He went straight toward where Yushusha was. The moths did not try to stop him. Yushusha was floating in the sky as if she was riding a flying blue raft. The intimidating glimmer of her eyes made her beautiful face oddly terrifying. Why did you lie to me? Bai Hongfei shouted at her from the roof. Yushusha looked down at Bai Hongfei and giggled, didn't you see how they were treating me in the day? I'm just paying back the favor. The Carnelian-Head spider is already dead. Your moths are free too. Please don't hurt the people in the town. Bai Hongfei soon lost his rage. Are you seriously treating me like a woman? Ha ha ha. Yushusha burst out laughing. Her even teeth slowly turned into fangs. Her beautiful face was shifting, too. Her skin began to glitter blue as a giant pair of wings grew out of the flesh on her back in a spray of pus. Bai Hongfei's eyes widened upon witnessing Yushusha's changes. Was this Yushusha human or a demon creature? Why was she able to transform into such a ghastly creature even though she looked completely human just a second ago? You're such a naive little boy. Since you've done such a huge favor for me, I can let you leave unharmed. As for the people in this town, do you really think they are kind and pure? I've been living in this town for many years. I have seen how evil they are. Qianshou laughed hollowly. But what about the kids? They didn't do anything wrong, Fanxue said. Qianshou did not answer. The number of moths around her kept increasing. A bright flame swept past the cloudy night sky and went straight at Qianshou. The moths around her were burned into ashes. Even the thickest wall of moths stood no chance against the fire. Qianshou beat her wings in the direction of the fire as soon as she saw it. The fire initially heading for Qianshou ended up missing and flew off into the distance after it was deflected. Another scorching fiery fist soon followed the first. More fiery fists began to sweep past the night sky like a rain of meteorites. They were all heading toward Qianshou. Qianshou continued to deflect the flames. However, she soon realized the flames were not only after her. She could see her moths turning into ashes by the meteorite fists. The cloud of moths around her shrank rapidly in just a few moments. Why did you even bother wasting your time talking to this B****ch? Moth appeared on top of a building. The flames of ardent sunset were coiling around his arms, their ripples preventing the moths from coming any closer. The flames were oddly bright within the cloudy tornado of moths and darkness. Qianshou stared at Moth angrily. Moth's rain of flames had killed many of her moths. She was only able to produce the moths with the energy she had acquired from the townsfolk. She used to be extremely cautious. To avoid exposing herself, she would try her best not to absorb the energy from the same person, nor did she kill anyone. I swear I'm going to absorb all your energy. Qianshou cursed at him. Is that so? I doubt your skinny body would even let me break a sweat, Moth mocked her back. Qianshou shuddered. How dare the mage underestimate her? The moths covering the people of the town quickly rose into the sky. Their thin wings turned into sharp blades, sweeping in Moth's direction wildly. The wings were shockingly powerful. The wind was strong enough to blow wooden structures into the air before shredding the tiles, planks, and ceilings into pieces. Fanxue, save the people! Moth ordered Fanxue sternly. Fanxue naively thought Qianshou would spare the lives of the townsfolk. To his surprise, Qianshou had lost it all after her identity was exposed. She was more than willing to destroy everything in her abhorrence of their evil. Yes, got it, sir. Fanxue did not dare to waste any time. He quickly went to the buildings that were in danger and dragged the unconscious townsfolk out of them. Fanxue was an advanced mage, after all. He had no trouble saving the people while Moth was keeping Qianshou occupied. Qianshou could not care less about the townsfolk, either. Her hatred of Moth was the greatest after all the moths he had killed. If she absorbed the energy of a strong mage like him, she could easily produce a huge bunch of powerful moths. A few houses were razed to the ground. Moth landed on an arching bridge. When the wind blades followed after him, he quickly moved to the roof of another building with a flicker of silver light. Qianshou was struggling to keep track of him. When she finally realized where he was, Moth had already summoned a pair of wings made of the flames of the ardent sunset to propel himself at her. Qianshou reacted quickly, beating her wings to dodge Moth's attack. However, Moth was not trying to attack Qianshou. He fired his burning feathers into every direction. The feathers exploded as soon as they made contact with the moths. The night sky was suddenly lit up by explosions that looked like fireworks. The blue moths had turned into scorched pieces falling from the sky after the brilliant explosions. Damn it, damn it! Qianshou trembled in rage. Moth was abusing the flames of his ardent sunset to massacre her moths. It was costing her all the effort that she had put in for countless nights. Die! Qianshou charged at Moth in hate, quick as a gust of wind. The wind was carrying her poisonous powder with her. Little flame Belle, possess! Mo Fan yelled. It felt like he had long been waiting for Qianshou to lose her calm. The ardent sunset and the calamity fire erupted below Mo Fan's feet. The wild flames shrouded him like invincible armor. His aura skyrocketed as the domain of the two fires spread rapidly, burning the moths into ashes. Qianshou was right in front of Mo Fan. She began to panic when she saw how formidable Mo Fan's flames were. Fire had always been a moth's weakness. Qianshou never thought the ordinary-looking mage would possess such overwhelming power. Her skin was blistering from the scorching heat of the flames. 1 inch, you have a new natural enemy from today on, and that's me. The god of flames descended from the sky, covered in flames. The flames spread recklessly under Mo Fan's control, setting the moths in their path on fire and turning the sky into an ocean of flames. Mo Fan dashed toward Qianshou with a blazing sword formed with both flames. Mo Fan swept the sword down. The heat surged forward like a tide. Qianshou was unable to dodge it in time. Moths quickly gathered in front of her like walls to defend her. The flames surged wildly, their force knocked Qianshou flying. It was impossible to tell how many moths had just died to the flames. Mo Fan was completely unstoppable against insects by abusing the flames of the ardent sunset. Even the spiderwebs of the Carnelian-Head spider were not as effective as his flames. Qianshou was not too strong on her own. She was swaying wildly in the air and had to rely on the moths for support. Since you didn't kill the townsfolk, if you are willing to give the energy back to the kids, I'll consider sparing your life. Mo Fan lifted the fiery sword and pointed it at Qianshou. His flames showed no sign of dissipating, forcing the moths away from him. Chapter 1244. An out-and-out devil. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. No way. They are all going to die. Qianshou declared coldly. I wonder how you're going to harm them once I kill all your moths. Mo Fan shot back. His flames burned even more fiercely. He began to lift a huge fireball with his hands. The fireball continued to expand. Its light was shining down upon the town like the sun. Go! Mo Fan hurled the fireball into the air. The bright fireball rose to the highest point after his yell. The scorching light did not damage the buildings and the ground, but the moths that had filled the sky were being reduced to ashes. Even the moths trying to hide under the ground and the buildings could not escape from the heat. Half of the cloud of moths was driven away by the scorching light. Huge clusters of moths had died. They could not last for more than 5 seconds in the flames. Their flammable bodies were deadly to the other moths nearby, as they allowed the flames to spread rapidly, resulting in a spectacular ocean of flames in the sky above the town. Qianshou was twitching crazily when she witnessed her moths being destroyed. She did not expect such a strong fire mage to show up after she finally got rid of the Carnelian-Head spider. It was exactly what the guy had said. He was her true nemesis, after all. The merciless flames showed no sign of stopping. Her little moths absolutely stood no chance against them. Their bodies scattered in the air when the wind blew at her. She was on the verge of losing her mind, and had completely lost her will to fight. ****E, stop it right now. Qianshou screamed at him. I can't afford to let these things that feed on humans live. Mo Fan did not stop there. His hands began to lift another fireball. He had spent more time preparing the fireball, so it was a lot bigger than the one before. Its light was going to eliminate even more moths once it rose into the sky. Mo Fan's face was expressionless. He was showing no mercy to the moths Qianshou treated so preciously. The huge fireball rose into the sky. Its brilliance lit up the entire town once again. The moth suffered the same fate, burned into ashes once again. The blue tornado looming over the town had turned into a thin blue veil. More moths were fleeing from the town in fear and escaping back to the forest. I'll take you down with me. Qianshou returned to the appearance of a monster and charged at Mo Fan. As she was flying toward Mo Fan, lots of silk burst out of her body, forming a huge cocoon around her. Yushusha was diving at Mofan, so the giant cocoon was trapping Mofan within it as it closed around Yushusha. Surprisingly, the flames of the ardent sunset were not able to burn through the cocoon as quickly as they did the moths. The cocoon had trapped the flames too. The cocoon was the size of a house, and its extremely thick walls prevented Mofan's flames from breaking out of it. However, Yushusha was trapped inside the cocoon, too. She was only doing it to protect the moths. The ardent sunset and the calamity fire were devouring her. Yushusha was no match for a violent mage like Mofan. She had basically tossed herself into a huge furnace by trapping herself in the confined space. The soul-grade flames were devouring her. Bai Hongfei took the people nearby to safety and glanced at the huge cocoon hanging between two buildings. He felt a surge of emotions flowing through him. He admitted that he naively thought Yushusha might still have some conscience deep within her heart. However, his rationality was telling him that his mentor was right. Perhaps Yushusha did not kill brutally like the rest of the demon creatures, but she was no kind being. She was using the appearance of a beautiful woman to disguise herself so she could steal the energy from people at night. She was still a threat. Cao Qianshou came over and asked him, "Bai Hongfei, how do you feel?" Cao Qianshou was with a few city hunters. They were all staring at the huge cocoon with wide eyes. They did not expect the situation to come down to this. Luckily we had a mentor from the Pearl Institute with us. Otherwise, we would be in huge trouble. Speaking of which, your mentor is so strong. He's the strongest fire mage I've ever seen, one of the city hunters admitted. Of course, our mentor is the best, but I can't tell what's happening inside there. I'm worried that the monster is serious about taking him down with her, Cao Qianshou murmured. The flames were still burning inside the cocoon. Yushusha clenched her teeth and glared at Mofan. She had no intention of breaking the cocoon apart. Mofan soon realized that the cocoon was slowly contracting. He would eventually suffocate if the cocoon kept shrinking and trapping him. "I'm a space mage, do you really think you can trap me in here?" Mofan said indifferently to Yushusha. "I won't give you a chance to use it," Yushusha said firmly. "You won't live for much longer, my flames are a lot stronger than you have imagined," Mofan said. "Try it, then." Yushusha had obviously decided to sacrifice herself. "Let's put the fact that you will never be able to kill me aside. Even if you did take me down with you, it's only a matter of time until the moths die to other demon creatures in the woods. They will still die, even if I don't burn them into ashes," Mofan said. "It's all your fault." Yushusha screamed at him. "Humph, if you weren't trying to harm the people, why would I even bother taking you out? I'm no saint, I don't really care about serving justice or condemning the evil. Do you think I would care what you are if you didn't cross the line?" Mofan harumphed coldly. "It's no use telling me all that now. If I die, the kids are going to die too, and so are you," Yushusha said. "Let the kids go, and I'll spare your life," Mofan said seriously. Mofan was not willing to go easy on Yushusha since she did kill some of the townsfolk. However, killing her would not make any difference. It was more important to find a way to save the kids. If he kept insisting on punishing evil, everything would simply fall apart. "I don't trust you," Yushusha said. "I have a girl who's from the Blood tribe. She's currently living in the dark in a city. She won't harm anyone, so I will try my best to protect her too. What you are doesn't really matter to me, it's more about what you do. I can swear to heaven that if those kids die, I will spend the rest of my life in the woods where I saw you and kill every single moth, including those that are just born. However, I can also promise you that if you save the kids, I will let you and the moths go. I can even ask the city hunters to let you go. You can think of the moths that died as a punishment for the chaos that you stirred up. If you still want to avenge them, you can come find me anytime." Yushusha fell silent for a long time. Mofan slowly tamped his flames after noticing that Yushusha was withdrawing her aura. Mofan did not force Yushusha to make her decision right away. He had already told her everything he needed to. If she still insisted on taking him down with her, Mo Fan would destroy her with his flames, then contact Qianshou to send healers of the Parthenon Temple here to save the kids. Mo Fan already had a plan to save the kids, but he chose to give Yushusha a chance to decide whether she wanted to put the grudges aside, or vent her hatred instead. You've killed so many of my moths, but you're asking me to surrender instead. You're an out-and-out devil. Yushusha was still holding a strong grudge, but she was obviously directing it toward Mo Fan now. Mo Fan was 10 times, or even 100 times, scarier to Yushusha than the townsfolk. As I said, you can try to get your revenge on me, as long as you think you can kill me. Mo Fan replied easily. Even killing you 10,000 times won't be enough. Mo Fan did not respond. He did not want to provoke her. She was currently on edge, even after he had already convinced her. The giant cocoon slowly fell apart. The moths did not run away. They seemed to be worried about Yushusha, who had sacrificed herself for them, and flew uneasily around the cocoon. The moths were startled when they saw Mo Fan. They immediately dove at Mo Fan, as if they were about to sacrifice themselves to take him out. Forget it, come back here. Yushusha told the moths. It was literally moths flying into flames at this rate. Yushusha knew the young mage was powerful beyond reason. There was nothing she could do to him. Go and return the energy to the kids, Yushusha murmured to the moths. Some half-transparent moths quickly flew toward the hospital. They stopped on the kids and emitted a soft light that sprinkled down onto the kids. The kids slowly recovered. Their eyes began to blink. The rest of the adults were still unconscious. The kids' eyes widened when they saw everyone else sleeping soundly in the hospital. They were totally unaware of what had happened. I'm sorry, I will never catch you and break your wings again. I won't turn you into samples again, a little girl promised softly. It's all your fault, you said that you're going to catch them and hang their wings across the walls. But they are pests, an older kid said firmly. Chapter 1245. Shameless Bearing. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sky was overlaid with a hint of gold as the fiery red sun rose above the canopy in the distance. When its light reached the town, the people awoke. They were overjoyed when they learned their kids were awake and perfectly fine. They did not really care about the reason why they were sleeping in random places. They had no clue how dangerous the night before was, nor did they see the moths that had been looming over the city. The ashes that fell into the town were blown and scattered into the woods and mountains by the wind. The remains of the moths had returned to where they belonged. Are you going to keep your promise? Yushusha glanced at Mo Fan coldly. Go now, and don't ever hurt humans again, Mo Fan said calmly. Mo Fan withdrew the energy binding Yushusha. The woman was still looking at Mo Fan. Perhaps Yushusha was struggling to believe that Mo Fan was willing to let her go so easily. She was observing him closely, to see if he was trying to trick her. However, Yushusha did not see any sign of deceit from him. She began to walk away. Mo Fan did not stop her. She summoned her damaged wings that were seriously damaged and slowly rose into the sky as her wings spread. A group of blue moths circled her as she struggled to fly properly. Yushusha turned around and saw that Mo Fan still had no intention of attacking her. In Yushusha's eyes, now that the kids and the townsfolk were safe, there was no reason for her to be alive anymore. Why haven't you left yet? Are you waiting for the new year to come? Mo Fan lifted his gaze and harumphed coldly. Yushusha bit her lips. She had been living here for a long time. She would be lying if she said she was not reluctant to leave. However, she had destroyed her chance with her own hands. No one could possibly accept her after what she did. She was not a pure demon creature, so it was unlikely that she could survive in the wild. She had to find a new place to stay, but she had no idea where to go. Yushusha beat her wings and flew toward the woods. The moths followed closely around her. They were not particularly fond of the sunlight, so they quickly picked up their pace. Sir, did you really let her go just like that? She killed Captain Feng Guangqui, Zhu Lexin said discontentedly. They would have trouble explaining why they had spared the monster's life to the townsfolk and the city hunters, especially after the situation had escalated. It was unlikely that the Magic Association would turn a blind eye to it too. There was no reason to let her go. Fighting until the net splits isn't going to do us any good. If we killed Yushusha, those moths would soon return to avenge her. They are able to reproduce quickly, are active at night, and are poisonous too. They will come and feed on the townsfolk when it's the right season. It will end up as a worse disaster for the people in Jiangnan. It's better to let Yushusha keep them under control, Mo Fan replied. It was impossible to tell exactly what the right thing to do was. Not every evil presence deserved to be eliminated, and not every kind existence was trustworthy, either. Nature had its laws, and the cycle would just keep repeating. Mo Fan could not tell if letting Yushusha go would result in a worse tragedy in the future, nor did he know if the moths were better controlled by sparing Yushusha's life. Since everything was still unknown, he just needed to do what he thought was right. As for the price that Yushusha was supposed to pay for the lives she took, it was none of Mo Fan's business. He was not the police or a judge. He was never driven by righteousness, or the obligation to serve justice. He was only following his conscience, and that included saving the kids. Since Yushusha was no longer using the moths to stop the flow of the water, it was flowing smoothly again. Bai Hongfei still thought Yushusha was not wholly lying to him. He had collected some water to conduct some tests. Unfortunately, Yushusha had indeed lied to him. She had deceived him with her beautiful looks, and abused his innocence. The young man was clearly having a hard time recovering from it. He was utterly disappointed by how cunning Yushusha was. On the other hand, he had almost become her accomplice in her deadly plot because of how stupid he was. Bai Hongfei knew he had committed a huge mistake. He did not request that he graduate with excellence. He even thought that he was no longer worthy to be a student of the Pearl Institute. He chose to leave the school without asking to graduate normally. Sir, I'm thinking of going on adventures. If I just keep staying in the cities, I'll soon lose the courage to take on demon creatures, and the ability to see through their deceit. I kept thinking that I'll be able to acquire a nice job in the renowned clans or organizations once I graduated with excellence. I would be able to earn respect and fame, but I now realize how useless they are. Only I know what I'm actually capable of. Bai Hongfei was standing in front of Mo Fan. The young man who was acting arrogantly when he first joined the team, who began to fawn upon Mo Fan after knowing that he was their mentor, was now being honest and sincere, utterly impressed by Mo Fan. Bai Hongfei knew there were many things he could learn, things he would never learn just by staying at school. It was time for him to get out of his comfort zone. I'm relieved to hear that. It's good going out on adventures, it will help you grow faster. There's no need to dwell on the past. When you're finally as experienced as I am when it comes to dealing with women, you will not be easily tricked by Yushusha again. Mo Fan patted Bai Hongfei on the shoulder. Sir, apart from how you're able to just follow your heart, I'm also impressed by your shameless bearing. I'm afraid I will never learn these two things, Bai Hongfei smiled. Mo Fan's expression stiffened. Mu Nujiao laughed so hard that she could not even stand straight. Her pleasant laughter and her gorgeous smile. Bai Hongfei, I believe you no longer want to graduate for the rest of your life, Mo Fan glared at him. Sir, I actually decided not to graduate. Anyway, thank you for being our mentor. I didn't manage to graduate with excellence, but I've learned something more valuable than that. I'll be going. Feel free to visit the Bai clan whenever you want, Bai Hongfei said. Bai Hongfei waved and left the Pearl Institute with his belongings. Mo Fan waved back helplessly. Seriously, where was the kid's respect for his mentor? Mo Fan, it seems like you're actually pretty good at being a mentor. Dean Xiao walked toward him with a smile. Even though having one extra student graduating with excellence would bring more fame to the school, Dean Xiao believed Bai Hongfei was going to achieve much more than mere fame from here on. He was still young, yet he was already an advanced mage. The only hindrance was his pride and stubbornness. If he was willing to take the step, he would be reborn and soar even higher and further. Dean Xiao, by Hongfei, has willingly given up his chance to graduate with excellence. Doesn't that mean I can take his spot instead? Mo Fan said. Dean Xiao was left speechless. It turned out that it was what Mo Fan had been planning all along. Dean Xiao gave Mo Fan the Pearl Badge of Excellence as he wished. As a matter of fact, Dean Xiao was willing to make Mo Fan an official mentor, too. However, Mo Fan had gotten used to enjoying his freedom. It was just too tiring to lead a bunch of inexperienced students on a job. Mo Fan, come with me and get yourself some equipment. Apart from the black snake armor, nothing that you are wearing is worth your achievement of winning the World College Tournament. I thought you were pretty rich, how come you didn't even have a full set of magic equipment? It's going to be a disgrace if you tell the others that you have graduated with excellence from the Pearl Institute. Look at you, you're still wearing the blood tabi that I gave you ages ago, Dean Xiao said. Mo Fan's face darkened upon hearing Dean Xiao's words. Damn it, since when was I rich? I am nothing but a puvo. The others only need to worry about getting enough resources to feed their 3 elements, but what about me? The lightning and fire elements were the most expensive elements to maintain. The cost needed to improve the shadow element was not too bad, but the summoning element was a bottomless pit. Little Flame Belle and the wolf could digest every yuan he threw at them. He could not even afford Little Flame Belle's milk powder with the petty money that he earned from his part-time work. And then there was the space element. The space element was just another bottomless pit too, as spending resources on it would actually make a huge difference. Yang Bao from the Golden Battle Hunters was a space mage too. However, because of how poor he was, his space element was basically useless. It was extremely unlikely that he could find something like the Stone of Will to improve his space element. If he tried to buy it from an auction, it would cost at least a few billion. A few King billion, the whole country only had just over 1 billion people. Everyone else only needed 1 billion at most at the advanced level, yet it was only enough for him to buy something that could improve his mental strength. Luckily it was Dean Xiao that was talking to him. If anyone else said that he was rich, he would simply have the urge to slap them to death. As for his magic equipment, each of his elements was a bottomless money-burning pit. How could he possibly afford some high-quality magic equipment? Don't look at me like that. Considering the things you have done for the school, I'll discuss with the other deans and see if we can give you one of our heirloom treasures, Dean Xiao chuckled. He was well aware of Mo Fan's struggles. Either way, Mo Fan had won the World College Tournament. The name of the Pearl Institute had spread across the world. On top of that, Mo Fan had successfully graduated. It was necessary for them to give him rewards. Don't even bother if it's worth less than 100 million. Save it for my juniors instead, Mo Fan said indifferently. Mo Fan suddenly felt a great esteem after finishing the sentence. He once had to risk his life and fight against demon creatures just to earn a few million, but he was no longer interested in things that were worth less than 100 million. TSK, but it did not really change the fact that he would be a puvo forever. Chapter 1246. The Era of the Totem Beasts. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Do you really think an heirloom treasure is worthless? They are all priceless. They are mostly some old magic equipment that super mags donated to our school to express their gratitude as alumni, Dean Xiao said. Seriously? Mo Fan blurted out. The Dark Noble mantle that he had received was a donation from Essendale, the strongest shadow mage. Even though the guy was condemned by the world so much that his coffin was about to explode, it did not stop his Dark Noble mantle from leaving a mark for generations to come. Many people still had no idea that Mo Fan had the Dark Noble mantle. It was the most expensive equipment that Mo Fan had, apart from the black snake armor. It was perfect for sneaking, running away, and ambushing his target. Mo Fan followed Dean Xiao to the 3-step tower. He was a little confused. He could not help but wonder, was Dean Xiao actually thinking of offering him a chance to cultivate in the 3-step tower for a year or a half as the reward? Mo Fan had spent some time cultivating on the Mountain of Blessing in Greece. It was a lot more efficient than cultivating in the 3-step tower. The 3-step tower did not really help much with his current cultivation, since it was more effective for elements below the advanced level. It would only be useful once he awakened his 7th and 8th elements. He would still benefit a lot from cultivating in the 3-step tower before the 2 new elements reached the advanced level, however. Come with me, Dean Xiao led Mo Fan into the 3-step tower. Most interestingly, Dean Xiao did not bring Mo Fan to the cultivating corridor. There was another path that Mo Fan had never seen before, leading to a different place. They went through a heavy door protected with magic. Mo Fan found himself in a room with lots of bookshelves and cabinets filled with ancient artifacts. It was like a museum, but somehow more dignified. It even had a pressure urging them to breathe slower and lighter. The things that were displayed had a certain aura to them. Look at all these treasures. Mo Fan was astounded. He never thought the Pearl Institute would have a place like this. High-level equipment was normally referred to as a soul-grade equipment. These pieces of equipment would have their own tempers, innate characters, power, and integrity, just like a living being. It was also why Mo Fan subconsciously held his breath as soon as he set foot into the room. Professor Shu, I brought a student here to pick his reward. This is Mo Fan, the one that won the World College Tournament. He just graduated. Dean Xiao walked up to an empty chair. Mo Fan was stunned. Why was Dean Xiao talking to a chair? However, when Mo Fan took a closer look, he realized that someone was actually leaning against the chair. The shadow had blocked his vision. The man was like a transparent ghost in the shadow. It took Mo Fan by surprise. Mo Fan had the shadow element too, yet it was significantly weaker than the old man's. He could not even detect the old man's presence at such a close distance. Most importantly, the man was not using his magic at all. It was only the natural effect after his shadow element had reached a certain level. Oh, I've met the kid before. The professor leaned back and rocked the chair a little. Mo Fan went closer and realized that the old man did look familiar. However, he just could not remember where he had met the old man before. On the train you took when you left Bo City, you asked me if there was any special way you can enter the Pearl Institute. I told you there was none, the professor reminded him. Mo Fan finally remembered. On the train he, Qianshou, and his father took to Xiamen, they had a quick chat with a stubborn old professor they had stumbled into. So it's you. How fateful are we, Mo Fan blurted out. Fateful my ass. I already told you I was a professor at the Pearl Institute, but did you bother to come and visit me, despite being around in the school for so long, the old man snapped. I thought you were a liar, ha ha ha. Mo Fan burst out laughing. I won't be fussy about it, considering the things you have done for the school. The old professor smiled too. I'll bring him around then, Dean Xiao told the old professor. Yeah, feel free to do that. The old professor did not talk further. He had a languid demeanor. Mo Fan followed Dean Xiao around the room. He turned around and took a quick look at the old professor, and discovered that the old man had vanished into thin air again. Dean Xiao led Mo Fan deeper into the room. They soon reached a cabinet filled with Death Strike equipment. Dean Xiao was thinking of getting Mo Fan a Death Strike item, since they were usually more costly. Mo Fan still did not own a Death Strike item. Dean, forget about the Death Strike equipment, I already have too many attacking moves, Mo Fan told him. You're right, what are you looking for then? Dean Xiao asked. Some defensive equipment. My defense is lacking, Mo Fan said. Dean Xiao nodded. He brought Mo Fan to the section where the defensive equipment was placed. As a matter of fact, there were not many pieces of magic equipment. Each magic equipment had its own display, with a long description of its lore. Wait here, I'll take a look at the records. It's been a while since I last came here, Dean Xiao said. All right. Mo Fan proceeded to look around on his own. He soon discovered a bright feather placed inside a glass cabinet. It was only a single feather, but it was as big as a fan. He could even see the lines on it. Somehow, Mo Fan felt the pattern of the lines were familiar. He soon recalled the pattern that he had seen in the little hut on the heart-shaped island at West Lake and the lines on Zhao Manyan's wooden clapper. Professor Timo, oh, Professor Shaw, what is this feather? Mo Fan said to the chair behind him. One Professor Shaw slowly appeared. He said without even looking at the feather, the only evidence that proves some powerful creature once existed in this world. What creature? Mo Fan asked. What do you think the strongest creature in our country over 5,000 years ago was? Professor Shaw asked. Women, Mo Fan blurted out. He quickly straightened his face when he saw the displeased look on Professor Shaw's face. I bet it's the totem beasts. 1 inch not bad. Many old mags still have no clue what totem beasts are, Professor Shaw said. Don't tell me it's the feather of a totem beast. Mo Fan glanced at the feather and tried to imagine what the creature would look like. If a single feather was already this big, what would the actual creature even look like? How much do you know about the totem beasts? Professor Shaw asked. A little. I'm only familiar with the black totem snake, Mo Fan said. Humans were at the bottom of the food chain in the early days. Back then, there were no mags. The only reason we didn't go extinct was that we were worshipping the totem beasts. Each primitive tribe worshipped their own totem beast, and in return, the totem beasts provided the vulnerable humans a safe environment. There were lots of totem beasts back in the day: eagle gods, shark gods, snake gods, wolf gods. Different tribes were protected by different totem beasts, Professor Shaw explained. The history textbooks did not mention anything about the past. They did not even mention the words totem beasts. Why don't the textbooks mention anything about the totem beasts? Mo Fan asked, confused. Humans have gotten stronger now with the help of magic. Who would be willing to admit that they were once ruled by the totem beasts like slaves, even though the totem beasts had always been friendly to us? Professor Shaw said. Fine, Mo Fan understood. Humans had gone through 3 eras. The first era was the era of the totem beasts. There were no cities, humans were living in the wild like the demon creatures. The humans had to rely on the protection of powerful totem beasts in order to not end up as food. A totem beast protected a human tribe. The totem beasts were also the symbols of the human tribes. Humans were weak and petty during that era. The second era was when magic first appeared. Humans started awakening elements and became mags. They slowly parted ways with the totem beasts and set up their own territories. The third era was when magic became prosperous. Humans started to have lots of different elements and build cities under the protection of magic barriers that even demon creatures had a hard time breaking through. Humans started living in cities and set up the safe zones, slowly expanding their territories while competing against the demon creatures. Even though humans were still weak compared to the demon creatures with overwhelming numbers, they no longer lived pettily like in the past. Every textbook in schools only recorded the history since the awakening of magic. They never mentioned about the era where there were no mags, nor did they mention the totem beasts. Why did the totem beasts disappear? Didn't you say there were many of them? Did the demon creatures kill them all? Mo Fan asked. The only totem beast left in the country was the black totem snake. It was too much of a difference compared to the era where every tribe was protected by a totem beast. Weren't the totem beasts so powerful that the demon creatures would not dare to provoke? Why did so many of them disappear? I think so. The demon creatures have always been unfriendly to the totem beasts. However, the totem beasts were born for battle, yet their natural enemies weren't the demon creatures, Professor Shaw said. He did not continue. Mo Fan felt silent, too. Perhaps the reason that humans were unwilling to mention the totem beasts was not just because they felt humiliated. No one knew what actually happened, since it's been so long, Professor Shaw said. Professor Shaw did not continue the topic. Mo Fan lowered his head and read the description on the feather instead. The description was extremely long, but most of it was just speculation. Even the person that wrote it emphasized that he could only speculate about the totem beast due to the lack of evidence. Mo Fan read until the end and noticed a familiar name at the bottom. Qianshou. Mo Fan read the name out. A good kid who's extremely fond of the totem beasts. Unfortunately, he never came back after he discovered the ruins of a powerful totem beast, Professor Shi said. Mo Fan had heard the name from Qianshou. She had gone to the desert to look for clues of her brother's whereabouts. Mo Fan had not expected that Qianshou's brother had found the feather of a totem beast. It was a remarkable discovery. Without those people exploring the ancient ruins, humans would eventually forget about the totem beasts. History was never something to feel ashamed of, or scars that people were not willing to reveal. It was actually a reminder of how humans had been moving forward. There were no species that could not go extinct in the world. Even the totem beasts that were born for battle had become a part of history. Chapter 1247. Hand of Silent Thunder. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, you're not in luck, there doesn't seem to be any defensive equipment that suits you right now. Din Xiao's voice came from behind him. Mo Fan headed toward Din Xiao and saw him holding a piece of magic equipment that resembled a gauntlet. It had 3 parts and looked extremely cool. What is this? Mo Fan had never seen a gauntlet-type defensive magic equipment. It's the Hand of Silent Thunder, a very special magical device. It's not necessarily a defensive magic equipment, since it's not going to nullify or weaken attacks for you, Din Xiao told him. Ooh? What can it even do then? Mo Fan was left speechless. Why would he need a piece of defensive equipment that couldn't defend him? Be patient and listen to me. It's basically useless to many people, but it's extremely useful for you. Even though it can't be used for defensive purposes, it has a remarkable power, the ability to transform the element of the attacks that the bearer is receiving to other elements. You can think of it as an element transformer at a ratio of 1:1, Din Xiao said. Changing the element of spells targeting him without weakening them. Din Xiao, are you being serious now? If it doesn't weaken the attacks, what's the use of changing their element? If someone's wind spell is strong enough to kill me, wouldn't it kill me still if it's changed into the light element? Mo Fan said. Yeah, the damage remains the same. You're still going to die if you change the wind element to the light element, but what if you turn it into the lightning element? Din Xiao asked him sternly. Mo Fan was startled. F***K me. It's a F*** King Gem. This thing is F*** King Gem. Mo Fan had extraordinary lightning resistance, especially after obtaining the lightning Tyrant. He did not even need to dodge the attacks from ordinary spirit-grade seeds. If an advanced light spell landed right on Mo Fan when he did not have any protection, it would inflict serious harm on him. However, he would be perfectly fine if it was an advanced lightning spell. Can this Hand of Silent Thunder really turn other elements into the lightning element? Mo Fan asked excitedly. Din Xiao nodded with a smile, which is why I say this thing is useless to others, but priceless to you. I clearly remember that you were able to defeat Zorro, the strongest genius from England, by abusing your lightning resistance. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. Without the lightning Tyrant's ability to absorb lightning and his lightning resistance, he had no chance of defeating Zorro. He only managed to defeat him after multiplying the damage of the Sky Lightning Claw at least 5-fold. Mo Fan would never forget how destructive it was. It was not a piece of defensive equipment, but if it's able to transform the element of spells to lightning, it's the best defensive equipment that you could ever hope for, Din Xiao said. Ha ha ha, thanks, Din Xiao. Mo Fan gladly accepted the gift. It was better than he could have imagined. Mo Fan was very satisfied with it. He decisively established the spiritual link with the Hand of Silent Thunder. Do you want to try it out? Din Xiao asked. Sure. Mo Fan nodded. Try it somewhere else, this isn't your home. Professor Shi snapped in displeasure. Mo Fan and Din Xiao went to the training ground. Din Xiao cast a rolling wave at Mo Fan, a typical water spell. Mo Fan did not defend himself and activated the Hand of Silent Thunder. A blurry purple outline resembling a hand of lightning surrounded Mo Fan. The rolling wave disappeared as soon as it reached the purple outline. The next second, the shield formed by the Hand of Silent Thunder fired a series of lightning strikes at Mo Fan. The lightning was incredibly powerful. Mo Fan had no clue what Qianshou's rolling wave was. However, he could feel a burning sensation from the lightning. Lightning Tyrant Domain. Mo Fan unleashed his domain and absorbed the lightning targeting him. The lightning arc surged wildly over Mo Fan, but soon vanished within his domain. Mo Fan flipped his hand and tossed a strengthened lightning strike at the training dummy nearby. The training dummy turned into ashes instantly. It clearly could not withstand Mo Fan's extraordinary power. Not bad, not bad. It's brilliant. Mo Fan had a very happy face. Use it wisely, it can only activate once. It needs time for its energy to replenish. Use it as your final resort, Qianshou reminded. I understand. Mo Fan nodded. He knew he could treat it as a trump card, especially when he was up against enemies who were stronger than him. Mo Fan was in a great mood after receiving the gift. Mo Fan hummed pleasantly on his way home. He was surprised to discover a pair of heels at the entrance. He could imagine the tender smooth legs of their owner just by looking at the tiny crystalline shoes. Mo Fan went inside, wondering who was paying him a visit. It was definitely not Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu, since they always placed their shoes inside. Mo Fan picked up a unique scent as soon as he went inside. There was indeed a woman visitor. If only he could recognize women just by picking up their scent, he would be able to say the name of the woman before seeing her. It would surely pull the strings of her heart. Mo Fan, what are you doing? Ari Tutu asked in confusion. Oh, nothing, I'm just wondering who it is. Oh, Qihu, I knew it was you. Ha, no wonder I was in such a good mood on my way here. Mo Fan's smile widened as soon as he saw Qianshou. However, he was feeling a little awkward too. He was thinking of recognizing women just by picking up their scent, but he could not even tell the scent of his big wife. He clearly had no talent in that area. Qianshou was drinking a cup of tea. She looked at Mo Fan and poured a cup of tea for him, too. She placed the cup opposite her, signaling Mo Fan to sit down. She had something to talk to him about. Qianshou had indeed come to talk to Mo Fan. She needed his help. To her surprise, the Shameless man simply sat beside her and stuck very closely to her. He picked up Qianshou's cup and emptied it in one gulp. He had no idea how expensive the tea was. Qianshou had purposely brought it to share with Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu. The two were slowly enjoying the delicate tea, yet Mo Fan just gulped it down to quench his thirst. He even took his bottle and poured the rest of the tea into it. After becoming aware of the cold look from the others, Mo Fan finally realized that he had wasted the exquisite tea. He chuckled awkwardly and asked, "How is your clan doing?" "We have a problem," Qianshou said. "So you need my help?" Mo Fan smiled. "Yeah, I just bought some land. The Magic Association recently evaluated it, and they say we aren't allowed to use it as a private property of the clan," Qianshou said. A clan had to have their own land. Having a few houses in the city was just a parvenu instead of a magic clan, let alone a renowned clan. Qianshou had basically started from scratch. The clan needed time to grow, it would not take only a day or two to become a renowned clan. "Should I go and beat the crap out of the people that evaluated it?" Mo Fan asked. Qianshou rolled her eyes and said, "Someone was pulling the strings and tricking us. We never knew the Magic Association had marked the land grey just before we bought it." "So someone set you up?" Mo Fan's eyes widened. Qianshou shook her head and said, "Not really, the land didn't cost much. It's all we got. It actually has a great potential. If we can fix the problem, the land will be worth even more than the price we bought it for. It's perfect for our development, too. I'll go to the Magic Association with you. Let's see what they have to say, Mofan said. I'll need your help with it. If there really is any problem with the land, we'll just give it up, Moonlight nodded. Humph, if they are doing it on purpose, I'll beat the teeth out of the people responsible for it. They are asking for a death wish by messing with my woman. Why didn't they ask how the enforcement union at Bayou Mountain went down? Mofan said. Should I ask my family to help you, too? It's not a huge problem. You just need to maintain a good relationship with the person in charge at the Magic Association. We do have some people that know what to do in our clan. You should be able to get it done quickly, Mu Nujiao said. Mu Ningxue shook her head. We should do it ourselves. The evaluation report does have a valid reason why the land is dangerous to be used by the clan. Sure, just tell me if you need any help, Mu Nujiao said. The Magic Association was in charge of a lot of things. A clan basically had to get their permission when it came to setting up their territory, getting awakening stones, reporting their numbers and resources, paying taxes, and a whole other bunch of stuff. None of it was Mofan's concern. Only Mu Ningxue, who was eager to set up her own clan, had the patience to deal with all of them. Luckily, Mu Ningxue was not in charge of everything, either. She only had to attend serious matters like this. The Magic Association has an evaluation committee. Mofan asked. Since when does a person that solely focuses on your cultivation and hunting demon creatures spend any time with the Magic Association? Mu Nujiao said. You're right, ha ha. I only went to the Magic Association when I first reached the intermediate level to awaken new elements. I think it was my last time there. I really should develop a better relationship with them. I heard they are in charge of almost everything. Chapter 1248. The Hindrance from the Local Tyrant. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The two went to the Oriental Pearl Tower and headed straight up to the sphere. Mofan was wondering when he would ever have the chance to come up here to enjoy the view, and never expected he would be here to buy some land. They went to the evaluation committee. Mofan discovered there were fewer visitors than workers. Most interesting, even though there were not many visitors around, they waited for a long time before they were attended to. Mofan looked at Mu Ningxue and said, "It seems like the people here really have a grudge against us." A plump middle-aged man finally showed up after a long time. He said apologetically, "Sorry for the wait, there was a meeting that I had to attend. I've checked the land that you bought. The land is indeed inhabitable, especially with how you registered for 300 people to inhabit the land. 300 people are basically a village. Being in the safe zone isn't enough, it has to be 100 kilometers away from the demon creature's territory, too. That's something I don't understand, Mr. Pan. I already asked my friend to evaluate the land for me. Your men told my friend there wasn't a problem with the land, but now you're telling me otherwise." Mu Ningxue asked seriously. "Well, it's subject to changes. After all, demon creatures are constantly on the move. According to the report from the Hunter Union, there's a huge pack of demon creatures around 30 kilometers from the land. There's also a huge tribe of demon creatures around 40 kilometers to the north. We are more than happy to let you set up your clan there if you have a barrier protecting you, or if you have enough mags patrolling the vicinity. However, you have neither of them. How can I possibly give you the green light? The safety of the people is our priority. If something happens, you can easily compensate people for the loss with money, but wouldn't the public be doubting us then?" Senior Evaluator Pan said sternly. "Why do you sound like we don't really care if our people die?" Mofan asked in return. Senior Evaluator Pan kept his gravity and said, "I'm just talking about facts." "Well, if you'll excuse me, I hope you will think about it. The land is strictly off limits." The man turned and headed to his office proudly. After Senior Evaluator Pan left, Mofan glanced at Mu Ningxue, who was looking at him too. "Do you know that guy?" Mofan asked her. Mu Ningxue shook her head. "He's very powerful. The lands that he considered risky have all turned into wastelands. You do know that every inch of the lands along the borders of the safe zone are worth gold. Even though the government hasn't developed them, it's difficult for private organizations to buy them. Haven't the renowned families and clans already claimed the good places? Mo Fan asked. Yes. By the way, the land I bought is pretty close to Fanxue City. Qihu took out a map and handed it to Mo Fan. Mo Fan took a look at it and saw that Fanxue City was indeed very close to it. Fanxue City had been growing rapidly since the sea monsters were removed. It was a pretty good choice for Qihu to set up her clan there. It was not too far away from the Magic City, too. I've asked the Magic Association at Fanxue City to evaluate the land for me. They told me that there isn't much of a problem with using it. The risk is just within the acceptable range. The local Magic Association submitted their approval to the headquarters, but for some reason, Senior Evaluator Pan has rejected it, Qihu said. I'll try sneaking inside. Mo Fan went to the man's office. The door had a little gap. Mo Fan easily snuck into the room with the fleeing shadow. Qihu tried to stop him, but he already vanished. Mo Fan was pretty bold to eavesdrop on the man inside the Magic Association. The dark noble mantle allowed him to trick the eyes of the people there, who were just as strong as he was. Mo Fan heard another woman's voice when he reached Senior Evaluator Pan's office. Don't you worry, she will not get the approval for her land as long as I'm in charge. I have been doing this for many years. No one dares to question my decisions, Senior Evaluator Pan said. The man was leaning back on his chair with a cigarette between his fingers. A pretty woman with long curly hair was there, sitting opposite of Senior Evaluator Pan. She said with a smile, it's just a favor that Sister Ju Yilin asked for. She used to be a good girl, but she became ungrateful after she grew stronger and became a star in the World College Tournament. Our Mu clan has spent so many resources on her, yet not only didn't she pay our kindness back, she even wanted to take us on. If not, why would we bother doing this to her? Humph, I despise people like her the most. Don't you worry, if she wants to challenge the Mu clan, I'll make sure that she can't even set up a clan, Senior Evaluator Pan replied. He squinted and looked at the edge of the short skirt that the woman was wearing. You have our thanks, Mr. Pan. Please to visit our Li family when you have the chance. You will know how hospitable we are, the woman smiled. Yeah, sure thing, I still remember going to the villa of your clan. It's a nice place, Senior Evaluator Pan said. Right, I almost forgot. I'm afraid you won't be able to visit the villa for some time. Some hunters found traces of a ghastly mountain beast in the area. Our clan has been constantly patrolling the area to ensure the safety of the people. However, the hunters still passed on their groundless accusations to the local Magic Association. We have no choice but to close it down to clear the demon creatures in the area. Unfortunately, the mags of our clan has been busy preparing for the renowned family's tournament. It's difficult to investigate the whole mountain. You know how many people and time we'll need for that, the woman grumbled. If the hunters did find the traces of demon creatures and provide solid evidence, it's reasonable that the local Magic Association is treating it with extra caution, Senior Evaluator Pan said. I already went to investigate it. It isn't traces of the ghastly mountain beast. It's just a wild beast that's slightly bigger. It's very common to find wild beasts in the mountains. Besides, many people that went to the villa on a vacation enjoy hunting and eating those beasts, too. Senior Evaluator Pan, you are well aware of the money and people needed to clear the mountain, can't you just settle it with a few words, the woman said while blinking her eyes. Well, Senior Evaluator Pan seemed troubled. The next time you go to the villa, I'll drop by and drink some tea too. The night breeze is very soothing there. The woman's voice sounded a lot softer. It was obvious that she was giving hints. Senior Evaluator Pan immediately knew what she was hinting. However, his expression remained the same as he said, it's nothing, I'll let the local Magic Association know right away. Besides, I'm particularly fond of the villa myself too. I'll be damned if it's closed. Thank you, Mr. Pan. I'll personally brew you a nice cup of tea when the time comes. Sure. Senior Evaluator Pan smiled and squinted as he thought about the luxurious villa, the pitch-black night with some nice tea and a deserted bamboo grove, where he would find a gorgeous woman that he could freely do anything to. Senior Evaluator Pan could already feel his pants tightening. Mo Fan shook his head after he left the man's office. It seemed like society still was full of unspoken rules. He could not help but wonder how many shameless deeds this fatty had done by abusing his power. Mo Fan went back to Mu Ningxue and told her what he learned. Mu Ningxue frowned immediately, very displeased. The truth was, the man had invited her to discuss the matter with him alone. The place was a remote tea house, too. It seemed like the guy was actually trying to give her hints. If she did not satisfy him, he would not give her permission to use the land. Why would such a shameless man be given such an important role in the Magic Association? The man's cultivation is pretty strong. He almost noticed me, even though I was using the Dark Noble mantle. It's unlikely I'll be able to find a chance to teach him a lesson, Mo Fan said. Don't touch him, he still has quite a reputation in the Magic Association. It will only cause us more trouble. As for the Li family you mentioned, they are indeed a renowned family who have attached themselves to the Mu clan. They are mainly in charge of luxurious villas, but they are mostly used for bribing and coaxing the authorities of the Magic Association. They are in charge of the Mu clan's public relations, Mu Ningxue said. A renowned clan would have a number of renowned families attached to them. The Mu clan was one of the biggest renowned clans in the country. Almost every city felt its influence. The Li family was a renowned family situated in Fanxue City and Tongshan City. Mu Ningxue was obviously going to stumble into the Li family since she was planning to set up her clan in Fanxue City, but she did not think the local tyrant would set their eyes on her so soon. By the way, what does clearing up a mountain mean? Mo Fan asked Mu Ningxue. Chapter 1249. Bet for a Kiss. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Every renowned family and clan has its private territories. These territories are protected by their mags, but to guarantee the safety of these private territories, the Magic Association will evaluate these territories every year with information collected by hunters. If they discover any potential threat, they will immediately request the clans cleanse the territories. Normally, the clans are obligated to cleanse their territories and the nearby areas every now and then to ensure the people are safe, but since it demands lots of resources, most clans are reluctant to do it unless the Magic Association forces them to do so, Mu Ningxue told him. That doesn't sound too good, Mo Fan said. I know, that's why I won't allow it to happen to my clan. No matter how short we are on funds, we shouldn't compromise the safety of our people, Mu Ningxue said seriously. Speaking of which, if we cleanse the land that we just bought and ask the people of the Magic Association to evaluate it, it should work, right? That fatty can't just lie through his teeth and reject our application. Mo Fan said. Actually, Mu Ningxue said after a slight hesitation, I asked for a territory that had been cleansed, before buying it. We don't have the funds to clean it up again. Who? Mo Fan scratched his head. He suddenly realized how troublesome and annoying it was to establish a clan. In addition to that, Mu Ningxue had clearly been set up. The land had already been cleansed before, meaning that it had met the standard, yet the fatty from the Magic Association had to get in the way. Most importantly, the local Magic Association had already given its approval, but the fatty still rejected the application. If there's no other way, I guess we'll have to find another land, Mu Ningxue sighed. Do you have something in mind? Mo Fan asked. Lands that aren't cleansed are a lot cheaper. If we really have to cleanse the land again for it to be accepted, we can consider buying a bigger plot. There's actually one in the other direction of Fanxue City. It's the most ideal option for us, since Fanxue City is eventually going to extend in that direction. Unfortunately, the land is just too spacious. It's going to cost us a crazy fortune just to cleanse it, Mu Ningxue said. Is there any other way to cleanse it? Mo Fan asked. It's a lot simpler if we can set up a barrier around it, since the barrier will automatically drive any demon creatures away. However, considering the size of the land, we will need a city pistil. I don't think any city is willing to lend us theirs just so we can cleanse the land, Moonlight said. Is a city pistil the same as an earth pistil? Mo Fan asked. Moonlight nodded. So how long is it going to take to cleanse the land if we have an earth pistil? Mo Fan asked. Just 3 days, and we won't need many people to do it, either, Moonlight informed him. I should be able to borrow an earth pistil. You can go ahead and buy the land, Mo Fan said. Moonlight looked at him in confusion. An earth pistil was deeply involved with the safety of a city. Moonlight did not believe Mo Fan could convince a city to deactivate its barrier for 3 days and loan them its earth pistil to clean up an area that was not even their concern. The earth pistils were priceless, and most of them were in the hands of the military and the government. She had never heard of any renowned families or clans that had used an earth pistil to cleanse their territories. What? Do you think I'm lying? Mo Fan chuckled when he saw the doubt in Moonlight's eyes. It's not something you can borrow so easily. Even the ancient capital won't lend theirs to you for your own purposes, Moonlight stated firmly. Why don't we have a bet? If I manage to get an earth pistil, you'll give me a kiss. Mo Fan raised his brows. Can't you ask for something else? Moonlight snapped. That's all I'm asking for, Mo Fan said. Moonlight was hesitant. She was familiar with Mo Fan's character. If the man dared to ask for it, it meant he was feeling confident. However, she found it difficult to believe Mo Fan could get her an earth pistil. Even someone like Mu Gong would have trouble borrowing one with his connections. All right. Moonlight thought about it and assumed Mo Fan was just joking with her. She ignored the implications of his shameless request. When they arrived back at the apartment, Mo Fan asked Moonlight to rest in the living room while he went to the balcony to make a call. Mo Fan had deliberately acquired Li Man and Advisor Xiao's numbers before he left the Tarim Basin fortress. The earth pistil was in Advisor Xiao's hand. He just needed to give her a call. You want to use the earth pistil to cleanse a land? Advisor Xiao sounded a little surprised, since the earth pistils were mostly used to protect an area. Using it to cleanse a land was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After all, the earth pistils were one of the most precious possessions of humans. Just for 3 days, Mo Fan said. You never cease to amaze me, but I'm curious what clan has to go as far as using an earth pistil just to cleanse their land? Advisor Xiao asked with a smile. Well, it's a new clan that my wife is establishing. We're running short on funds, so we can't really afford to hire people to cleanse the land. I heard from Li Man that you're still looking for suitable land for a new fortress, so you won't be using the earth pistil for some time. I'm just trying to save some money. Mo Fan explained honestly. It was you who brought the earth pistil back, feel free to borrow it if you need it. I'll ask Li Man to bring it to you. You can keep it until we find the right place to build a new fortress, Advisor Xiao said. That won't be necessary, I understand how valuable the thing is, Mo Fan said. The Tarim Basin fortress was completely abandoned. It once held a few 100,000 people, the result of the effort that many people had put in. Many people would be left in despair if they had not found the earth pistil. Mo Fan knew how valuable the earth pistil was to them, hence he had no intention to keep it to himself. He just wanted to borrow it for a few days. All right, just ask if you need any help, Advisor Xiao said. Can you lend Li Man to me for a few days too? Mo Fan said. Sure, should I just ask her to marry you instead, so you won't have to give her back? Advisor Xiao smiled in reply. Ha ha ha, I don't mind if she agrees. The last thing I will reject is a beautiful woman. Mo Fan replied instantly. Mo Fan was brimming with joy after the call. He was extremely excited, since he would finally be able to kiss Moonlight's alluring lips. On second thought, after realizing how long it took for the revolutionary progress, he figured that if his life up to now was written into a novel, it would be almost 3 million words, yet he had only managed to kiss his goddess once by now. It was quite disappointing. Qianshou, You can go ahead and buy the land. Mo Fan sat beside Mu Ningxue with a confident smile. Did you really get an earth pistil? Mu Ningxue looked at Mo Fan with her mouth wide open. Of course, Mo Fan went to the walls and switched off the main light as he was speaking. He turned on a dim yellow light and a fancy purple lamp instead. What are you doing? Mu Ningxue rolled her eyes. Trying to get the mood right. Should I get us some red wine? Ah, we'll need some music too. Mo Fan headed to the bar as the thought crossed his mind. He remembered there was still some wine. When Mo Fan came back with the wine, he somehow could see a huge word written on Mu Ningxue's expressionless face, retard. Mo Fan awkwardly put the wine back and sat beside Mu Ningxue. He said with a smile, didn't you already promise me? The earth pistil will be here tomorrow. Did you really think I'd lie to you for a kiss? It's only valid once I see the earth pistil. Mu Ningxue harumphed coldly. Why would Mu Ningxue trust Mo Fan? She remembered when she was still naive, when she placed all her trust in Mo Fan, the shameless guy had abused it to take away her first kiss. It was a very obvious lie, too. The little boy said the wind had blown some dust into his eyes, so she subconsciously pouted to blow the dust away from his eyes. Mu Ningxue clearly remembered every detail of it. She even remembered how fast her heart was beating. For some reason, she was having the same feeling just then, even though nothing had happened. If she had to describe what a kiss felt like, it was not warm and sweet, or a surge of electricity like the novels had described. However, in that particular instant, she had to remind herself that it was a kiss. She was just taken by surprise, and her mind immediately went blank. Mu Ningxue sat still as she slowly recalled the memories that she had hidden deeply away. However, as she was having the thoughts, she suddenly felt a hot breath coming toward her. Before she realized what was happening, a face with a stern look stuck up close. She immediately felt the breath coming from his nose. Following it was a warm sensation on her lips, and a surge of electricity that spread throughout her body. Mu Ningxue's eyes widened. She did not expect Mo Fan would kiss her when she was completely defenseless, just like in the past. She did not shove him away, nor did she feel angry. She was just panicking. She was tricked again. Mu Ningxue slowly closed her eyes. Her feelings turned from panic to complicated, with an urge to just go with the flow. The tip of his tongue slowly pried her teeth open. Mo Fan was clearly not satisfied with just a little peck. He wanted Mu Ningxue's tongue, its softness and tenderness that allowed him to express his affection to the woman he was in love with. At least it was what Mo Fan was feeling, since he was the one taking the initiative, even though it was just a kiss. Chapter 1250. Fanxue Mountain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Have you two seen my little Qihu? A voice came down from the stairs. Ari Tutu peeked down from the stairs and saw Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue sitting close together with their lips attached. The man's hand was slowly moving from Mu Ningxue's shoulder to her chest. TL note. Little's Qihu is a nickname. It might be referring to a pet or maybe her pillow, possibly the one she's been sleeping with since she was a kid. Mu Ningxue quickly shoved Mo Fan away, blushing instantly. Mu Ningxue already had a beautiful face, and she looked even more feminine because of the blush. Mo Fan could feel his beastly blood rushing. What are you doing? Mu Ningxue snapped when he saw Mo Fan moving toward her again. She already went back to her room, Mo Fan answered, after taking a glance at the stairs. I'm leaving. Mu Ningxue hurried to her feet and headed for the door. There was no chance Mo Fan would let her go. He pulled her back. You? Mu Ningxue was embarrassed and angry. It seemed like she could only drive the man away with the usual methods of dealing with gangsters and perverts, but she just could not get herself to do it. She ended up being pulled back to Mo Fan. He had no intention to give up. He had just started to enjoy the kiss. He would not just give up because of some external factor. It was the first breakthrough he had with Mu Ningxue after so long. Considering the kind of person Moonlight was, the girl would not even let a man touch a single strand of her hair. However, if he could already kiss her, it meant he was not far from being able to sleep with her. Up on the stairs, Tutu did not make any noise this time. She sneakily poked her head out to see if the two were done, but she saw the two had changed from sitting down to standing up. She immediately dropped her jaw. Did they really have to change posture while they were just kissing? Besides, did they seriously just ignore her? Oh my, Mo-Fan the perverted was seriously moving his hands up, but Moonlight still hadn't frozen him to death. Was she drugged? Don't tell me they are simply going to do it in the living room and on the couch. That's too open-minded. After some time, Moonlight finally collected her thoughts. She finally shoved Mo-Fan aside. She had no choice but to use greater force. A polite nudge was never going to stop a jerk like Mo-Fan, who preferred to do things his way. If she did not shove him away, who knew what he would do to her? You've overdone it. Moonlight glared at the man. The blush on her face was replaced with frost. I didn't mean it, it was just difficult to restrain the urge, Mo-Fan chuckled. Moonlight had no intention to stay with the man any longer. She went out to the balcony. She did not even bother leaving through the door. She summoned a white gust of wind that turned into 3 pairs of wind wings on her back. The wings spread apart, and Moonlight quickly fled from the apartment. The strong wind surged wildly across the balcony. This time, Mo-Fan could no longer follow up the victory with hot pursuit. He was clearly outmatched by Moonlight's speed. So this is the meaning of a cooked duck flying away. Mo-Fan blamed it on the world of magic. If he was still back in the world of science, Moonlight would have had no chance of escaping him. 2. Mo-Fan was still enjoying the lingering taste on his lips. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Words could not describe the sensation. He could kiss Moonlight's alluring, soft, tender lips for his whole life. How was it? Tutu poked her head out and asked curiously. How was what? Mo-Fan said. How did it feel when a pleb like you finally won the heart of your goddess? The toad finally got its hands on the swan. I bet you're feeling something special. Quick, tell me about it. Tutu asked in high spirits. You want to hear about it? Mo-Fan chuckled when he saw Tutu's reaction. Go get me a glass of water. Tutu had a dirty mind, but it only applied to her thoughts. Not many dared to approach her because of her tanned and overbearing brother. As a result, despite having knowledge of the most complicated postures, she was still single and inexperienced. Tutu surprisingly went to pour Mo-Fan a glass of water. Mo-Fan was amused by how obedient she was. He was actually feeling a little thirsty after the kiss. Mo-Fan sat on the couch and acted like he was about to give a lecture while Tutu sat down and listened carefully, like a hard-working student. Moonlight came home just after Mo-Fan started to give his talk. She seemed worn out after spending the whole day cultivating magic. She was actually more hardworking than Mo-Fan at times, especially the way she stuck strictly to her routine. Jiao, come over quickly, Mo-Fan and Moonlight just kissed the crap out in the living room. Do you want to listen? Tutu said. Moonlight was startled. She looked at Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan smiled back awkwardly. Moonlight gave Tutu a quick stare and said, What the heck are you thinking? Why are you so excited about it? Moonlight clearly had no interest in it. She changed into her in-house slippers and tiredly went upstairs to her room. Li Man arrived at the Magic City the next morning. Mo-Fan quickly went to visit Moonlight. Moonlight was still angry about what happened the day before. She looked like she was unwilling to talk to Mo-Fan. Shue, aren't you going to take a look at the Earth Pistil? Mo-Fan asked. Mo-Fan went up to Moonlight. The girl was surprised when she saw the Earth Pistil in his hand. Is that really an Earth Pistil? Moonlight asked. Of course. Moonlight really thought Mo-Fan was just lying to her. After all, the Earth Pistil was not just a piece of magic equipment or some resources that one could buy with money. Mu Ningxue assumed Mo Fan was just trying to take advantage of her yesterday, but it turned out that Mo Fan was telling the truth. He did borrow the Earth Pistil for her? The joy at seeing the Earth Pistil soon replaced the grudge she had against Mo Fan. She went to the land auction and bought the land to the north of Fanxue City. The area was huge, roughly half the size of Bo City. It was considered a sub-safe zone since it had not been cleansed before. The local government was more than willing to sell the lands for development by renowned families and clans. They would slowly include those lands into the safe zone, allowing human territories to expand, giving them more lands for farming, mining, and construction. Mu Shuiyun showed up not long after they bought the land. Ningxue, why did you buy the land in the sub-safe zone? I know it's full of resources, but it's still not within the safe zone. If we set up our clan there, no mags would be willing to join us. It's very important to have people living there too, since they are our labor for mining and production. Aren't you wasting money buying land that's uninhabitable? Mu Shuiyun demanded. Mu Shuiyun was well aware of the procedures of setting up a clan. He was once the ruler of Bo City. He was extremely worried when he heard Mu Ningxue had bought the empty land. Her daughter was a genius mage, yet why was she constantly being tricked when it came to managing a clan? It seemed like she was still too naive, trying to set up her own clan. The land will soon be included in the safe zone. I'll submit a request to the Magic Association. We just need someone with a rank of Hunter Master or above from the Hunter Union to verify that the place is safe, and ask the Magic Association to send someone over when we are cleansing it. We also need people from the government and the military to inspect the place, and it will soon be considered the territory of our Fanxue mountain, Mu Ningxue said seriously. The smile on her face was quite obvious. It was a sense of belonging. They no longer had to rely on others or take orders from someone else. It felt like the chains binding them for so long had finally come apart. They no longer felt any burden on their shoulders. Even breathing felt a lot smoother. Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan was surprised when he heard the name of the clan. One Mu Ningxue had used his name as part of the new clan. The name sounded like the clan was a love crystal managed by them both as husband and wife. It was not something Mo Fan had expected. Could it be that Mu Ningxue had finally started to open her heart after the World College tournament? I was just trying to use your reputation. Don't think too much, Mu Ningxue quickly explained when she saw the weird look in Mo Fan's eyes. Kid, don't get the wrong idea here. If it wasn't because of the huge sum of money you contributed, I would never have let Ningxue use the name. Humph. Mu Shuiyun glared at Mo Fan, as if he was extremely discontent that a wild boar had snatched the cabbage that he had put so much effort into. Old Mu, what did I say back then? It's only a matter of time until your daughter is mine, nothing can stop me. Mo Fan said proudly. You little brat, I'm telling you, even though Mu Ningxue has grown up, she still listens to me. I will never let her marry you. Mu Shuiyun was not to be outdone. You still have the same stinky temper, just you wait. So be it. Mu Ningxue snapped as the two kept arguing beside her. Enough, both of you. Li Man giggled when she saw Mo Fan and Mu Shuiyun quarreling like two kids. Mu Shuiyun did not waste any further time with Mo Fan. He turned and asked Li Man, and you are? Li Man briefly introduced herself and told Mu Shuiyun that she had the right to sign the documents on behalf of the military. Li Man was actually a land surveyor for the army. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with the mission of investigating Dongting Lake. Mo Fan was thinking of letting Li Man inspect their land when he said he was going to borrow her for a few days, just so she could sign the document to prove that the land was safe on behalf of the army. As for the verification from the Hunter Union, it was even simpler. Mo Fan was a hunter master himself. He was ranked high enough to verify if a land was safe. He just needed to sign the document as a hunter master. That being said, Mo Fan was not too familiar with the procedures, but he could easily ask Lingling for help since she was a hunter master, too. Her rank was even higher than Mo Fan's. 2 hunter masters should be more than enough. If not, they could still ask old Bao to come instead. As a senior hunter, his verification would be even more convincing than theirs.